In the forest outside the village of Konoha, a group of teenagers leaped and weaved between branches, casually throwing shuriken and kunai. Thud, thud. The targets made dull, solid sounds. Only a few hit the bullseye, most were in the middle rings, and a few strayed to the outer rings. A black-clad boy with silver hair finished his throw and couldn't help curling his lips. Looks like this is all I've got. This time I win, you're the dead last. The speaker was a fellow trainee named Pingdo. They were all orphans displaced by war, gathered by the Root organization for training. Let's talk. If we face each other in battle, it'll make you regret it. Oh, please, with your lousy skills, don't even think about competing for second place. Pingdo taunted and sped ahead. Alas, poor child. Today it's not about winning or losing, but life and death. Yi Wuye was in a daze. He knew he was different. After waking up, he had been transported to a world of ninjas, becoming a member of the Root training class. Black Cat Captain said the mission was urgent and today would be the final exam. Root's purpose was to eliminate threats to Konoha. Members were required to suppress all emotions and become tools. Kill the companions I grew up with who are like brothers. Fate gave Yi Wuye and no time to grow, slowly, eagerly turning the gears. The group passed through the forest to a secret training ground. Black Cat Captain was already waiting with a list, wearing a cat mask, his expression unreadable, only a cold, ruthless gaze visible. You have trained here for 5 years, learning ninjutsu, taijutsu, shuriken, throwing, and other subjects. Most of you have passed. Except for a few. Yi Wuye caught a sharp glance from Black Cat Captain. His heart tightened. He wondered if his usual tricks of cutting corners, using connections, flattering, and bribing would work in Root. Dear Captain Black Cat, if you go easy on me, I promise not to kick you when you're down. Now is not the time for such thoughts. He had to get through this first. Emotions are the greatest weakness of a ninja. Root doesn't need emotions, only tools. Suppressing your emotions is the final test. Black Cat Captain waved his hand, and an assistant brought a box to the group. They drew lots to determine opponents, just like in training, not realizing what was about to happen. Yi Wuye and Pingdo each glanced at the name they drew and showed disappointment. Not him. My luck is terrible. It seems everyone knows their opponent. Don't complain about fate. Ninjas also don't know which enemy they face when on a mission. The only thing to do is kill the enemy before they kill you. That means only one person per group survives. This is Root's iron rule, no exceptions. What? Kill? How can this be? I can't do it. They were only 11 or 12 years old, the age of forming bonds, living together for 5 years. Now they were forced to kill each other. How cruel. A kunai was stuck in the ground before each person, but no one bent down to pick it up. Black Cat Captain's voice was exceptionally cold. In half an hour, any group without a result will be executed. I can't die here, I must survive. Finally, someone couldn't bear the pressure. Having experienced war's cruelty, some had strong wills. One took the lead, and others abandoned their moral burdens. The slaughter began. Yi Wuye's opponent was named Daisuke, strong and skilled in the upper middle tier of the group. Daisuke, confident against the dead last, said, "End it yourself. I don't want to stain my hands with a comrade's blood." How? The captain wants us to kill our emotions by killing our comrades. Do you have no respect for the captain or the organization? What's with this guy, eh? Yi Wuye held his kunai sideways. Don't underestimate me. Clang, clang, clang. Unsurprisingly, after a few exchanges, Daisuke kicked Yi Wuye to the ground, knocking his kunai away. Yi Wuye lay there, resigned, eyes vacant. I lose. Do it. This damn world has nothing worth holding on to. Daisuke put the kunai to Yi Wuye's throat, pained. Yi Wuye's words stirred his own painful memories. They were all orphans who lost their parents in war. Sorry, I don't want this either. I just want to live. I know. In this world we have no choice. Daisuke felt that today's Yi Wuye was strange, speaking in a way that resonated with him. In another time, they might have become friends. Now to survive, he had to kill. Suddenly Yi Wuye looked behind Daisuke, expression changing. Black Cat Captain. Daisuke heard the captain's name, instinctively turned. A stabbing pain in his chest, he went limp, realizing he had been, you. Forgive me, Daisuke. I want to live too. This kunai was left over from the target practice. You score 100, I score 50. So what? Now I'm alive, and the living have a future. Daisuke fell to the ground, clinging to life. Not because he was careless, but because his opponent was too cunning, using the fear of Black Cat Captain to deceive him. Daisuke, a girl with a brown braid, screamed, suddenly erupting and killing her opponent. She rushed over and collapsed on Daisuke's body, wailing. Miyu, Daisuke's childhood friend from the same village, was the top student in the class. Her kind heart made her hesitate to kill until she saw Daisuke die. Woo! Daisuke. Yi Wuye silently scooted away, worried she might attack him. A petty person sees no gentleman. He always judged others by the worst intentions. Comfort. Impossible. Any words would be hollow and only invite her wrath. You despicable bastard, he'll kill you. As expected, no matter how low-key he tried to be, he couldn't escape. A blood-stained kunai flashed, aimed at his heart. Lord Danzo. The kunai stopped at his chest. Miyue, full of grief and anger, her gray eyes filled with murderous intent. You think that trick works on me? Daisuke died from that trick. To intimidate her, he even upgraded the deception, invoking Lord Danzo. You? Calm down. I won by the rules. Am now an official member of the organization, Lord Danzo's personal property. Besides, remember, we are tools. Tools cannot have feelings. Yiwayu's heart was racing with fear. People in this ninja world can't be judged by normal standards. They're all driven mad by life, ready to do crazy things. You underestimate my determination. Even if I die, you'll kill. Clang. A shuriken from the side knocked the kunai from Mayu's hand. Enough. You two stop. Who allowed you to fight privately? Black Cat Captain strode over, his cold gaze fixed on them. Captain's eyesight isn't great, or... Yiwayu felt a bit wronged. It was the other who broke the rules. But he chose silence. Fighting was fighting, whatever. Miyue was the top student, he was the dead last. Black Cat Captain probably wished he would be killed, if not for his quick thinking and invoking Lord Danzo. You are my shame. Black Cat had said that to his predecessor more than once. But his predecessor always managed to barely pass. Maybe he really couldn't hold on, so he took over. Instructors always say to every class, you are the worst class I've ever had. Same old trick, no need to take it seriously. No one could gaslight him. Both of you run around the training ground until dark. No dinner tonight. Yiwayu's face lit up. He quickly got up and bowed 90 degrees. Understood. Thank you for saving my life, Captain. Am extremely grateful. Black Cat Captain squinted. Kid, trying that on me. Now the rules change. As long as she doesn't stop, you don't stop. Keep running. Understood. Even if you didn't say it, I wouldn't stop. This is my punishment to myself. Yiwayu's tone was respectful, not a hint of dissatisfaction. Oomph. Black Cat Captain snorted and turned away. Whatever his game, it didn't matter. In this cruel ninja world, strength was everything. Survive first. Root's casualty rate was the highest in Konoha. Smooth talk wasn't enough. Meanwhile, other groups also finished. Some died together. Only 8 survived. Pingdo died in the duel. Miyue looked at Daisuke, wiped her tears, and began to run around the training ground to vent her emotions. Poor Yiwayu. Black Cat said as long as Miyue ran, he had to follow. Not said what if he lagged, but it wouldn't be good. Only then did he relax a little to assess his situation. A leading system. Original or derivative. Whatever, as long as there's a cheat, there's hope. In the ninja world, to live well, one must rely on bloodline. Without a Kekkei Genkai, it all comes down to who is more despicable. Despicableness. Yiwayu began to ponder his position within the Root organization, and from the disdainful look of the Black Cat Captain, he knew no good post would be arranged for him. Though he barely passed the exam, it did not change the fact that his strength was low. A real man must be flexible, survive first. As long as they gave him food, he would be fine. He was a carefree soul, always wanting to chat with people, to flirt with pretty girls, and he was also interested in other men's wives. Looking at Kakashi Yamato and Sai, one could see the survival way of Root, all with blank expressions. I cannot reveal my true nature, at least not until I have enough value. First, he'll deal with Black Cat Captain. And also Daisuke's childhood friend. After running for nearly an hour, Miyue was exhausted, gasping for breath, probably having vented enough. Yiwayu spoke first. Forgive me, I was wrong, I really was wrong. Unsurprisingly, the girl ignored him instead. As if a sudden burst of donkey-like strength, she galloped off again. Another half hour passed. Yiwayu caught up again, now also exhausted. You know, torturing yourself like this, Daisuke in the other world would be uneasy. He only wanted you to live well, to see this world for him. Everyone is struggling, I just want to survive. You shouldn't have killed him with such despicable means. Daisuke, he was a kind person. Miyue burst into tears again. Root is an assassination organization with a very high casualty rate. Here only emotionless tools are needed. Kind people cannot survive. In fact, we are all the same. We will die sooner or later on some mission. Sai, come to think of it, it's not a bad thing. Maybe we can reunite with our families in the... Yiwayu wanted to squeeze out a few tears for emotional effect, but he was naturally not a sentimental person. Miyue, however, was not easily fooled. You say that just to gain my sympathy. Don't think I'm like Daisuke. I won't let you off easily. I believe true kindness is to let go of hatred, reconcile with the world. Forgive me, okay? I beg you. No way. She started sprinting again. Seeming truly tired, she only ran for about 10 minutes before stopping, her mouth heaving like a bellows. Ha ha. Run again, can't do it, huh? Yiwayu gloated inwardly, but kept up a pitiful persona on the surface. After all, he had just killed her childhood friend. We might be assigned a mission tomorrow. If we keep wasting time, we'll both die. I owe my life to Daisuke. Every extra day is a gain. Impulsive actions are the devil. Think it over. Miyue did not reply. Though her pace slowed, she still seemed unwilling to give up, as if struggling inside, with two little figures fighting it. Yiwayu kindly reminded the organization collects all bodies. If you want to see him one last time, now is the time to go back. None of your business. Miyue stomped her foot and ran back to the base. She had almost forgotten. Watching the girl leave Yoru showed a smug smile. Where there is a will, there is a way. Black Cat Captain thought he could use Mayu's hatred to severely punish him, but he didn't know that modifying the rules gave him a loophole. Black Cat doesn't seem friendly. I wonder what kind of work he'll assign. After resting for half an hour, he slowly returned to the base. The 5-person dorm now only had 2 occupants. The other survivor was called Mickey, whose strength was only mid to low among the cohort. Mickey, my friend, I didn't expect you to survive. Lucky you. That's what I should say to you, you despicable underdog. It seems today's events had made his reputation even bigger, adding a modifier to his name. If that makes you feel better, I don't mind. Yoru shrugged, walked to the bed, and lay down. This was originally someone else's bed. He had now he needed to rest. Perhaps because it was cloudy when he was born, the original Boda's parents named him Yoru Night, without moon, just like that. I'm so hungry. If there's no dinner, I won't recover tomorrow. Mickey also fell into silence, worrying about the future. Today's events were a devastating blow to every member, directly shattering their values and making them realize that Root was a cruel organization. Completely abandon any unrealistic fantasies and obediently become a tool. Brother, I'll tell you a secret. What secret? I speculate that we'll be sent on a mission tomorrow. Be prepared. It might be our last night. So soon? Mickey exclaimed. What's the panic? Everyone dies. The comrades we killed today might be the lucky ones. Look on the bright side. Our strength is similar. Maybe we'll be teamed up. If danger comes, I'll cover the rear. You just need to run faster than me. Then. That's embarrassing. Mickey scratched his head awkwardly, a little glad that Yoru was a slacker. It's nothing. Everyone is just trying to survive. Survival of the fittest, no one is wrong. By the way, buddy, can you do me a favor? What? I'm a bit hungry. Can you sneak a bread back from dinner? No problem, right? Well, Mickey looked troubled. Black Cat Captain had punished Yoru by not allowing him to eat. If caught, there would be trouble. But then he thought, who knows how many days they'll live anyway. Nothing to fear. All right, leave it to me. Thanks, buddy. Team up with me, and you can trust me. Mickey kept his word. After dinner, he took out a bread from his pocket. Yoru was so excited he called him Iron Brother. Dry bread with cold water had a special taste. Assemble. Black Cat Captain's voice came from outside the door. Fate's gift is already impatient. Yoru brushed breadcrumbs off his clothes and walked out leisurely with Mickey. Always remember not to act too strange. This is Root, where there is no emotion. He is a weed inside Root, commonly called a grassroots. Passing by Mayue, he noticed the girl's eyes still held a trace of hatred, but more fatigue. The captain had forbidden her to eat, and she truly didn't. An honest child. Yoru nodded, then walked to the second row behind Mayue. Black Cat Captain noticed this detail, wondering reconciled. How did he do it? Soon the team assembled. 8 people stood in 2 rows. The front 4 were the best talents of the training period, with a chance to be absorbed as full members. The other 4 could only become outsiders, not even qualified to be branded with the cursed tongue eradication seal. A bunch of ignorant wretches doomed to die in submission. Starting tomorrow, you will carry out missions. Remember my words, they require your utmost effort to complete. Those who survive will be personally received by Lord. Everyone had already killed their own comrades. They were numb to everything now. Root members have no name, no past, no future. Erase emotions, become tools to protect the village in the shadows. The only principle is kill rather than miss. Understood. Understood. In fact, none of them were from Konoha. They were orphans gathered from elsewhere by Root. So no matter how many died, it didn't matter. Now everyone give yourself a code name. It will accompany your career as a Root ninja. Everyone pondered for a moment, then gave themselves code names. Perhaps one day, after a great achievement, Lord Danzo would personally grant a new code name. The supreme honor for Root members. Mickey gave himself the codename Wild Boar, so he got a pig mask. Mayu's codename was White Bird, and she got a bird mask. When it was Yoru's turn, Captain, please call me Wangcai Lucky Dog. Black Cat Captain shook his head. Too festive, doesn't fit Root style. Trust me, I can bring fortune to the organization. My dream is to become Lord Danzo's bodyguard. You, worthy, Captain interrupted. A slacker doesn't think about doing missions properly, but dreams of all sorts of nonsense. A ninja without a Kekkei Genkai like you has limited potential. Don't aim too high. Face reality. Wangcai. Damn it, don't bully a young man. Yoru felt the full malice of the ninja world toward him, silently noting the score. Aloud he said, I may not be worthy now, but I believe I can do it. Confidence is good, but you must also act within your means. First, survive the missions. Captain tossed him a dog mask that looked like a hut. Also, your emotions are too rich. If you want to live, better restrain them. Roger. His true nature slipped out. A person's optimism is truly hard to hide. Even in the dark depths of Root, it still shines like gold. The strong never complain about the environment, they only transform it. Next groups. Whitebird, Thunder, Wild Boar, Wangcai, you 4 are a team temporarily called Whitebird Squad. Black Eagle Savage Ugly Ox Spotted Cat. You four are a team temporarily called Black Eagle Squad. You must obey your squad leader. Tomorrow morning squad leaders come to me for the mission. Dismissed. Captain waved his hand and turned away. Root had run dozens of training classes using them as expendables in the war. Only the survivors would be elites. Returning to the dormitory and lying down, Yi Wuyue finally had time to assess his own situation. Ignorance is bliss, but a glance revealed a shocking truth. At the age of 6, he was taken into the Root organization, and in his dazed state his earlier memories were hazy. Damn, what a waste. 5 years, what have you been doing? He specialized in swordsmanship and the 3 basic techniques. The Blevel Shadow Clone technique essential for the Umbu and the defensive Earth Flow Wall at only 20% mastery, which he often failed to use. His chakra affinities were wind and earth. Wind nature chakra was rare, and there was no one to teach him. First master the Earth Flow Wall thoroughly, then find opportunities for other techniques. He wasn't worried about techniques. He had the far ahead system that allowed him to secretly copy others' techniques and modify them to make his own. Thinking too much was useless, so Yi Wuyue simply closed his eyes and slept. The body was the capital. I know how to nurture my body. The next morning after breakfast, everyone received the standard Umbu equipment: steel vests, arm guards, and straight swords. The ninja tool pouches were equipped with explosive tags, shuriken, kunai, wire, and soldier pills. After a while, Bai Niao and Heiying returned with their missions and led their respective teams out. Thinking too much was useless, so Yi Wuyue simply closed his eyes and slept. The body was the capital. I know how to nurture my body. The next morning after breakfast, the team sprinted for a day and entered the neutral country, the Iron Country. They arrived at Lichuan Town. Let me brief the mission. The target of this assassination is an arms dealer who frequently travels between countries selling weapons. His last stop was Konoha. According to a tip from a concerned citizen, this person is suspected of gathering intelligence in Konoha, behaving suspiciously. To save face, they deliberately waited until he left the Land of Fire before making a move. Truly typical of Konoha. Sister Yue, should we interrogate him for information? Bai Niao glared and reprimanded. Address me by my rank during missions, Wangcai. Don't make this low-level mistake again. I will honestly report each of your performances. Yi Wuyue quickly lowered his head. Captain Bai Niao, I know I was wrong. After all, the two had a minor grudge, and now she was his captain, capable of making things difficult for him. So he was uneasy and wanted to test her. Seeing Yi Wuyue's respectful demeanor, Bai Niao felt a flicker of satisfaction, but she knew his cunning all too well. She wondered what kind of constipated expression was hidden behind that doghead mask. This is the last time. Let's assign tasks. Lei and I will handle the kill. Shanju will stand guard, and Wangcai will track. Any questions? Yi Wuyue immediately raised his hand. Shouldn't the weakest be assigned to guard duty? Can you handle a sudden enemy attack? Don't think I'm targeting you. Although we have some unpleasantness, I'm a person who focuses on the matter, not the person. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to help improve the tactical plan. Good. Now go lure the target out. I recall that although your talent is poor, you still know the transformation technique. Bai Niao reminded him. I just love seeing you discontent, yet helpless. Of course, thank you, Captain, for giving me such an important opportunity to earn merit. Everyone, please wait a moment. One must bow his head under the eaves. Having a vindictive female superior, he was in for a rough time. Bang! Yi Wuyue transformed into a down-and-out samurai, took the photo Bai Niao handed him, stuffed it into his pocket, and swung. He requested a room at the front desk and checked in as usual. After a while, the door of a room opened, and a woman with a powdered face emerged holding a folding fan, knocking on doors one by one. He didn't know which room the target was in, but that was fine. He had his own method. Anyone who has stayed in a small inn knows there are business cards in the bedside cabinet. If you need something, just call, and a local part-timer will provide in-room service. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened, revealing a balding man with a pot belly. His eyes lit up at the sight of Yi Wuyue. How much? 50,000 Rio. Too expensive. The balding man shook his head and closed the door with a look of regret. Yi Wuyue had just turned to knock on the next door when the balding man opened the door again, stuck his head out, and asked hopefully, can you make it cheaper? Get lost. So fierce. Forget it, I'll just hit the wall myself. Yi Wuyue felt somewhat disgusted, took a deep breath, composed himself, and continued knocking. After knocking on 7 or 8 rooms, he even encountered a fellow professional. An old man opened the door holding a whip. A quick glance inside revealed a person suspended in midair with candles lit in the room like a demonic ritual. This line of work was tough. Beautiful women usually encountered greasy old men, and handsome men usually encountered tigresses. He knocked on another door. What is it? Through the crack in the door, he could see a mustached man with glasses, about 40 years old, with triangular eyes that gleamed with shrewdness. This was the one. Need a service? No. Yujiro was about to close the door, but found it blocked by a foot. Don't rush to refuse. They'll give you a disc. The more this happened, the more wary Yujiro became. He suddenly raised his voice. I said, no, please leave. The cautious fellow was hiding behind the door, also using his foot to hold it with a weapon in his hand. Truly a difficult target. Bang bang bang. Several doors around opened and 4 samurai with swords emerged, staring warily at Yi Wei. Samurai also cultivated chakra, coating their weapons to increase sharpness so they were not weak. TCH. If you don't want to, then forget it. Yi Wei winked at them, put one hand on his hip, and walked away with a catwalk. After turning the corner, he immediately returned to his room and made a V sign through the window to his hidden teammates, then spread his right hand and shook it. Since he couldn't handle it alone, he had to share the credit with his teammates. Quite capable, this bastard. Banyao sighed and immediately communicated with Lei through hand signals to confirm the tactic. 5 people meant 4 guards, so each of them would handle 2. Sure enough, moments later the target and his group hurried out of the inn. Without hesitation, the 2 launched their attack almost simultaneously. Shing shing shing. Rapidly spinning shuriken flew straight at Yujiro, attacking from both sides. The 4 Ronin samurai were somewhat skilled. 2 immediately stepped forward and swung their katanas to block. Clang clang clang. At that moment, 2 figures swiftly pounced from the shadows. After a few exchanges, they killed the 4 guards. Yujiro collapsed to the ground. Spare me, please don't kill me. Neither of them spoke. Lei stepped forward with his sword to finish the target, but then heard the sound of something cutting through the air from behind along with Shan's alarm. Swoosh swoosh. 2 kunai flew, enforcing the 2 back, followed by 3 figures. Kimogakure ninja. Konoha brats dare to touch our people. No one leaves alive. Kill. The 2 sides immediately engaged in fierce combat. There were no flashy ninjutsu. Low-level ninja mostly fought with taijutsu and life-or-death struggles. Seeing the crisis, Yujiro turned and ran back into the inn. He intended to hide in his room, but as he passed the corridor, a side door suddenly opened, and a person darted out and dragged him inside in a flash. Spare me. Spare me. Don't kill me. Shoo. Don't speak. Imdalui, the undercover contact. Where's the... Yujiro looked up and saw a white-haired man with brown skin typical of a Kimogakure ninja from the land of lightning. Without thinking too much, he hurriedly prepared to hand over the intelligence. No time, just tell me directly. Oh, that Uzumaki clan member living in Konoha has grown up successfully. I see. So you still have informants hidden in Konoha. What? Yujiro sensed danger and realized he had been tricked. The kunai pierced his heart. Yujiro slowly collapsed to the ground. Yi Wei reverted to his original form and began searching the body. He quickly found a scroll which, when opened, was indeed encoded. Roots training courses had taught that ninja trusted torture and memory extraction more. The Yamanaka clan was even more impressive. They could read memories from a corpse's brain. But if the soul was gone, how could memories remain? He took out a blank scroll from his pocket, packed the body, and carried it. Through the window, he saw the fight was intense. He had no intention of going down to help. Instead, he jumped out the window and took the opportunity to escape. Root's first principle was to complete the mission. Not could they have more people. The intelligence must be with him. Chase! The Kimogakure captain Eben shouted and began to fight desperately, intending to hold off the 2 by himself so that one of his teammates could pursue. Banyao thought to herself she had assumed Yi Wei was too afraid to show himself, but he actually succeeded. Lei Shanju, you 2 hold the rear. He'll escort the intelligence. Without waiting for their response, she turned and chased after him. Lei was a straightforward man. Without thinking much, he took on the fierce attacks of the Kimogakure captain Eben alone. Shanju, also known as Samu, was panicking. This wasn't the plan. Wait, this isn't right. Wangcai had said he would cover the retreat at the critical moment as long as they ran faster than him. But he never said he would run first. If you dare to get distracted while fighting me, looking for death. Shanju let out a scream as his opponent slashed his throat. His death directly caused the collapse of the situation. The Kimogakure side freed up a man, making it 2 against 1. Lei knew he couldn't win, and his morale largely drained. Within 2 exchanges, he was killed on the spot. In the forest, 3 figures leaped among the branches, chasing each other. Wangcai was in the lead, the Kimogakure ninja in the middle, and Banyao at the rear. The distance quickly closed. At this moment, the fleeing Yi Wei sensed the movement behind him and glanced back. They exchanged glances. The next second, just as the enemy leaped. Shing shing shing. The 2 almost simultaneously threw several kunai to attack the Kimogakure ninja from front and back, each kunai with an explosive tag attached. Boom boom boom. Bastard him, not so easy to kill. The Kimogakure ninja at the critical moment threw a kunai into the tree above and pulled himself up with a wire, suspending himself in midair to avoid the explosion. Severing kill, double crescent moon. 2 opposing flashes of blade light flickered instantly, cutting the Kimogakure ninja in half at the waist. After eliminating the pursuer, the 2 didn't stop at all and continued to sprint away. Moments later, Ibn arrived with another teammate, Kalu, at full speed. Enraged at the sight of their fallen comrade, he bellowed, "Pursue them! Stop them before they reach the border!" Although Yi Weiwei ranked at the bottom of the current training class, it did not mean his predecessor had been lazy. On the contrary, slacking off within the root organization was impossible. That man had trained relentlessly, but his talent and insight were lacking, ultimately leading to his death from exhaustion. Fortunately, he had never engaged in combat, conserving his chakra solely for escape. Did you acquire the intelligence? White Bird asked anxiously. Yi Weiwei quickly pointed to his head. It's all here. This bastard is afraid. I'll order him to hold the rear. White Bird's mind raced as he said, I hope the intelligence you obtained is genuine. Otherwise Thunder and Wild Boar died in vain. Trying to shift the blame. No way. It wasn't me who ordered them to hold the rear. Yi Weiwei dared not challenge the team leader at that moment, so he found a way to save face. For the village there are countless nameless ninjas who silently sacrifice like them. All we can do is work together to deliver the intelligence. If the mission failed, there would be no good outcome upon return. Now is not the time to probe the intelligence's authenticity. White Bird remained silent for a few breaths, then said, the Cloud Hidden Squad leader is stronger than me, and he has his comrades. As for your strength, our chances are slim. What a cunning woman. Was it that embarrassing to ask for advice? Yi Weiwei set aside his grievances and proposed a strategy. First eliminate his comrade. Then it's 2 against 1, advantage ours. Before long, Captain Ibn and Kalu gave chase. Wait, there's a trap. Ibn, leading the way, noticed faint threads among the branches ahead, easy to overlook in the dark jungle and collide with. Fortunately, he had been wary of the leaf's mongrels all along. Whizzing sounds came from the side as kunai flew in. The two immediately raised their swords to deflect, but one kunai had a wire attached, which swiftly entangled Kalu and bound him to a tree. Fire-style fire dragon bullet. Flames engulfed Kalu as he screamed, his body unable to escape, reduced to a charred corpse. Kalu, he'll kill you all. Ibn's fury erupted as he charged toward their hiding spot, first throwing shuriken to scatter their formation, then targeting the weakest for a swift kill. Bang! Yi Weiwei's body was cleaved in two by the sharp blade, dissolving into a puff of black smoke, a shadow clone. But before dissipating, it released a poison gas bomb. Ibn inadvertently inhaled a deep breath, his mind reeling. Cough. Despicable scum. Ninjas were indeed treacherous. They only needed to buy time to secure victory. Sun Moon Wheel Slash. Two figures joined forces, unleashing a relentless cyclone of slashes against Ibn, forcing him on the defensive. When they separated, Ibn's body was covered in wounds of all sizes. Cough. Let's die together. Ibn's stamina had reached its limit. He erupted in a final struggle to take both enemies with him. But instead the enemies turned and fled, one left, one right. Damn. Do I look that easy to bully? Yi Weiwei cursed inwardly as Ibn without hesitation chose to pursue him. How infuriating. Bang. Forced to act, he split another shadow clone, crossing paths with his original body, then each bolted in a different direction. The shadow clone technique split chakra evenly to create tangible duplicates, making them indistinguishable from the real one. But Yi Weiwei's chakra was limited. This was his last resort. Ibn faced another choice. Damn it. With a roar, his mind exhausted, he randomly picked a target. After catching up and killing it, he realized it was the wrong one. By then the enemy had gained considerable distance. As he prepared to pursue, his legs buckled, and he tumbled from the tree. A moment later, Yi Weiwei, wearing a doghead mask, crept nearby. Peeking cautiously, his naturally suspicious nature kept him from rushing forward. Whiz. He hurled kunai at the prone Ibn. Ibn, holding his breath, knew his last counterattack was seen through. He sprang up to deflect the blades, but noticed the kunai were tied with ignited explosive tags. The enemy was too cautious. He had done his best. Rumble. Ibn's body was blown apart. The cleanup was satisfying, though Yi Weiwei's stomach churned as he barely managed it. Only then did White Bird appear late to the scene. So you finally killed him. Looks like we completed the mission. It was no easy, indeed. Thanks to your excellent leadership, Captain White Bird, we worked together and accomplished the mission. It's just a pity about Wild Boar and Thunder. There's no helping that. Don't worry, I'll truthfully acknowledge your contributions in the report. Yi Weiwei quickly replied, Thank you, Captain. I am willing to serve you from now on. Let's head back. Perhaps White Bird still harbored resentment, but this mission had made her realize how difficult survival was within the root. Yi Weiwei was indeed despicable, but his mind was sharp and his actions efficient. Where else could she find such a capable subordinate? As long as I'm stronger than him, he'll have to obey me. Nothing to worry about. After a brief rest, the two set off for Konoha. The village was surrounded by ring-shaped mountains, and the root training base was hidden in the eastern forests. By dawn they returned to the base. Captain Black Cat was already waiting. At the sight of Doghead Wangcai, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Only the two of you survived. Well, Wild Boar and Thunder sacrificed themselves to intercept the enemy and protect the intelligence. The enemy was a Cloud Hidden Squad. White Bird reported truthfully. After hearing the full account, Captain Black Cat nodded, expressing regret for Thunder's death. He had been quite fond of that boy. He glanced covertly at Yi Wuyu, thinking this kid isn't as useless as I thought. Maybe I misjudged him. Yi Wuyu handed over the intelligence and the enemy's body, completing the mission successfully. Wangcai, you did well. You flatter me, Captain. It was merely luck. Luck is also part of strength. If you keep up this momentum, I will recommend you to Lord Danzo at the right time. Well aware of his own weakness, Yi Wuyu knew he was not yet qualified to meet the master. He slid to his knees before Captain Black Cat. I am alone in this world. The first time I met you, Captain, I felt a deep kinship. If you don't mind. This bastard never misses a chance to curry favor with his superiors. White Bird's eyes flickered with a hint of pressure. She was confident she could crush Wangcai with pure strength, but this guy preferred to take shortcuts. Black Cat, however, was startled. If he dared to take Wangcai as a subordinate, he would be killed by Danzo upon return. I've told you before, no such nonsense en route. Put away your little schemes. You are right, Captain. I was thoughtless. I only wanted to express my gratitude. Yi Wuyu stood up nonchalantly, showing no embarrassment. Rest for now. I'll report the situation with White Bird, and then arrange your next mission. I'll follow your orders, Captain. Afterward, Yi Wuyu returned to the dormitory. Seeing the empty room, a pang of sorrow struck him. Old Sanmu is gone. Life is so fragile. Only by constantly growing stronger can I survive. Afterward, Yi Wuyu returned to the dormitory. Seeing the empty room, a pang of sorrow struck him. Old Sanmu is gone. Life is so fragile. Only by constantly growing stronger can I survive. One must keep both feet on the ground, not reach for the stars. First stand out in the squad to gain the captain's favor, then in the larger unit to gain the superior's recognition. Set a small goal, become the brightest star in White Bird's squad. Thinking this, he hurried to see what he could do. He headed to the training ground to practice. Tree, water walking. Basic skills already mastered. Earth style, earth flow wall. The ground remained still. If he tried that in a fight, wouldn't it be suicide? Yi Wuyu scratched his head. He had observed when Miyuki used fire release, but the system had shown no reaction. Perhaps it wasn't even activated yet. Or maybe like the Sharingan, it could only copy ninjutsu of the same elemental affinity. The key now was to fully master Earth Flow Wall. With a defensive technique, he could be much more audacious on missions. Earth Style Earth Flow Wall. Half a day later, Yi Wuyu had tried two methods. One was to sink chakra into the ground and use the Earth's pulse to raise a wall, succeeding only 2 or 3 times out of 10. Earth Style Earth Flow Wall. Half a day later, Yi Wuyu had tried two methods. One was to sink chakra into the ground and use the Earth's pulse to raise a wall, succeed. No wonder only the professor used it that way. The rank difficulty of Earth Flow Wall was no joke. Yi Wuyu's ambition suffered a critical blow. Maybe my talent lies in combat, not evasion. So any attempt to flee from battle is met with fate's obstacles. Thinking this, he felt much better. A person must learn to comfort themselves. At lunch, Miyuki returned looking absent-minded, which stirred a pang of, so Yi Wuyu carried his tray over. Captain, what's wrong? You should be officially promoted after completing the mission. Bang. Unexpectedly, Miyuki slammed the table and stood up. None of your business. Humph. What's eating? Yi Wuyu watched her leave, covering her mouth, and rubbed his chin. Little vixen, could she have been branded with a cursed seal? Becoming a full member meant exposure to Root's core secrets, and they all had to receive the tongue-cutting seal. This technique prevents the bearer from speaking about designated matters. For example, Root members cannot speak about Danzo, otherwise the seal would activate, paralyzing the entire body. The designated matter is a variable X which can be set to any forbidden information. TCH, she doesn't know how lucky she is. I'd love to be branded, but they won't give me the chance. Yi Wuyu shook his head with a sigh. As a rookie, they didn't even bother with him. He could only passively wait for mission orders from the captain, with no access to any. To Konoha, he was simply an outsider. Yi Wuyu was a man of action. By the afternoon, he had already changed his approach. Unable to defend, he had to resort to ambushes, and the heart decapitation technique perfectly suited his tactics. Basic ninjutsu could be studied and practiced by trainees at the training base, which was one of the benefits. In terms of ninjutsu, Lord Danzo was never stingy. As long as one had enough talent, he could even obtain wood release. The ANBU guarding the Konoha ninjutsu archives were the seniors of the training program. Those who left here had two paths. One was to join the ANBU, the other was to join the Root. Which individuals would be noticed by the third Hokage was the method of selecting talents was very opaque. That someone like Yi Wuyu was overlooked was enough to prove this flaw. Hand seals. Earth release heart decapitation technique. Swoosh. His body sank into the earth, leaving only his head above ground. The effect was excellent. Although he didn't know why it worked, he could do it. Earth release heart decapitation technique. Swoosh. His body sank into the earth, leaving only his head above ground. The effect. In actual combat, others performed the technique in one fluid motion. But Yi Wuyu, using it for the first time, lacked experience and got himself trapped in the earth, interrupting the jutsu. Oh no, this is bad. Help! Is anyone there? Someone save me. It wasn't until evening when the base's support staff went to eat that they noticed Yi Weiyue was missing. After searching around, they dug him out of the ground. Idiot! Did you forget what Captain Black Cat warned? Meiwa snapped. Yi Weiyue was her only team member. If he ran away or died, she would be held responsible. When learning a new technique, first assess its risks to decide whether you need a companion to train with. You could have just buried yourself and saved us a lot of trouble. Yi Weiyue apologized sincerely. It's my fault. I'm just too weak and worried about holding back the team on missions. I don't want to cause you trouble, Captain. Do you really think that, Oi? Meiwa looked suspicious, feeling that he was secretly trying to surpass her. I truly think so. Wangcai, we've been training here for 5 years and run all kinds of tests. If you had talent, it would have shown by now. Face reality. From now on, focus on being my advisor. Don't worry, you'll treat you well. I understand. I'm just practicing basic ninjutsu, worried that my low strength will hinder missions. Captain, if you have time, could you train with me tomorrow? Well, okay, but only half a day. I have to train too. Great, it's settled. Yi Weiyue was secretly pleased. Whether they were comrades, friends, enemies, or rivals, as long as they could help him improve his strength, he would get along well with them. The next morning, with Mayu's company, after several twists and turns, he barely managed to master the heart decapitation technique. Once he was completely buried and nearly suffocated, but was dug out in time. The afternoon was Mayu's training time. She specialized in fire release ninjutsu, sword techniques, and shuriken throwing. The two practiced sword combination for a while, then separated for individual training. Yi Weiyue had no interest in so-called shuriken throwing. He knew that even if he trained for a lifetime, he couldn't match Itachi Uchiha's month of practice. Taking advantage of the peak period of physical growth, Yi Weiyue decided to focus on physical training. Physical strength directly determined the upper limit of chakra. He dared not use weights, fearing it would ruin his body. Starting with the simplest basics, running, jumping, push-ups, pull-ups, he focused on strengthening his limbs. The Roots' combat style was mainly sword techniques. Assassination was a low-profile technical job. Zabuza's famous silent killing technique referred to his stealth ability. A week passed in this rhythm. Yi Weiyue mastered the heart decapitation technique. Wangcai, let's go meet the new team. The Black Hawk squad had just returned from a mission, only 2 of them alive. The average casualty rate for the first mission exceeded 50, which was very much in line with Root's characteristics. They didn't care about lives, they cast a wide net. Root always had resources to invest continuously. The ANBU had 4 divisions with a full strength of 70. Root alone occupied 1 division of 17 members, all elites. The division commander was essentially the second-in-command below Danzo. Below the division commander were squad leaders. Each squad member usually led peripheral members as a team leader on missions. Now the 2 teams merged into one, still named the Whitebird Squad. Chou Nyo Hua Mao Wangcai. You 3 are the only ones left from Batch No. 8 of Base A. From now on, we must work together to complete the organization's tasks. Hi. The 3 voices were steady. Having experienced killing among comrades and enemies, no one knew what their hearts were like. Only they themselves knew how much emotion remained. Only Bai Niao from Batch No. 8 of Base A succeeded in promotion. The others either died or became Bai Niao's appendages. Yi Weiyue felt a little sad, not about the cruelty of the rules, but about not being the final victor. Huamao, I remember your specialty is perception, right? Yes. Under the mask was a slender young girl with long legs and silent footsteps. Chou Nyo, you excel in taijutsu. I merge chakra into taijutsu to increase the power of my fists. Chou Nyo was the tallest of the batch with a booming voice. With his mask on, he looked more like an adult. Bai Niao nodded and introduced himself. I'm good at fire release and sword techniques. Wangcai has a unique talent for intelligence gathering. This mission is to root out the cloud spies hiding in the village. Huamao, you and Wangcai must cooperate well. The 2 exchanged glances, seeing contempt and utter reluctance in each other's eyes. Skinny as a twist, I only like big ones. Despicable dead last. Chou Nyo, you and I will handle the capture. Since we're operating in the village, we can't make too much noise. Understood. The 4 entered Konoha through a special secret passage. Except for Bai Niao, the other 3 were seeing the village they nominally served for the first time. Compared to living in the mountain base, Konoha was a bustling metropolis. They said nothing, but their envious eyes couldn't be hidden. Especially seeing the villagers, they wished they could trade places. Fighting tooth and nail to protect these ordinary people who have nothing to do with me. Yi Weiyue thought back and found that Root's training focused mainly on combat, with little brainwashing rhetoric. Danzo's style was pragmatic, preferring control through curse marks over spiritual enslavement. The master of tools didn't care about the tool's thoughts or willingness. There are 3 suspects. We need to investigate them separately and give results as soon as possible. Bai Niao handed over 3 photos with relevant information written on the back. Weapon shop owner Okamoto, Yu Izakaya owner Takeda Yukiya, and 3-color dumpling shop owner Kawaya. All three were new residents who moved to Konoha in the last decade. Konoha was an open village with a thriving tourism industry. Countless people came to pay homage to the god of shinobi. There were also merchant caravans, mission employers, and even daimyo from allied countries and noble families vacationing here, bringing Konoha great fame and economic benefits. For example, drank missions like finding lost cats and dogs, moving cleaning rooms, and pet sitting supported a large number of genin. In such a situation, stability was paramount. The village had to be harmonious and friendly, or else the big money spenders might be scared away. Yi Weiyue and Hua Mao made a round and quickly finished reconnaissance. Hua Mao, what do you think? All three are civilians. The weapon shop owner even has a family in Konoha. Yujiro had contact with all three while in Konoha. It could be a distraction. Hua Mao looked troubled and shook her head. It's hard to conclude. Based on my speculation, it's probably the three-color dumpling shop owner Kawaii. Yi Weiyue gave the answer directly. Why? Because Kushina would never go to an izakaya, let alone buy equipment at a weapon shop. Girls naturally love three-color dumplings. It was very likely that the spy had been observing her for a long time because of this. Yi Weiyue couldn't explain the reason, so he just said, "You have to trust a professional intelligence officer's intuition. TCH, keep your secrets." Hua Mao turned her head away, thinking as expected, I can't get along with this guy. Alright, our job is done. Let's go report back. Yi Weiyue's principle was to exert as little effort as possible. At his current low strength, he kept away from dangers. This mission was probably specially selected by Root for newcomers to practice on a chance to build team cohesion. No difficulty. Barely a crank. After regrouping, Yi Weiyue took the initiative. Captain, after careful investigation by Hua Mao and me, we found that the three-color dumpling shop owner Kawaii is the most suspicious. Let's take him down first. Seeing Yi Weiyue's confidence, Bai Niao didn't hesitate and nodded good. After dark, the shop closed. Kawaii finished tidying up and returned to his room. Who? Bang. A heavy blow to the back of the head. He fell unconscious. The group searched the room but found no evidence. Yi Weiyue fetched a basin of cold water and splashed Kawaii awake. You? What do you want? Kawaii asked in panic. Don't you know what you've done? Confess honestly. How did you exchange information with Yujiro? No, I haven't done anything against Konoha. You must be stubborn denial. Would we come for you without solid evidence? Leniency for confession, severity for resistance. You can't even seize the chance we gave you. Yi Weiyue waved his hand. Forget it. Take him back and use mind reading to dig out all his secrets. Chonyo grabbed Kawaii by the neck and dragged him out. Kawaii wet himself in fear. The moment he saw the ANBU, he knew his deeds had been discovered. Spare me. He'll tell you everything. Too late. Let's go take the other two suspects. Bai Niao was taken aback. Haven't we already caught the suspect? Foolish woman, your naivety will cost you one day. I can take your place, Yi Weiyue thought to himself. Cough. Even if this guy confessed, it doesn't mean the other two are clean. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty escape. En route, we only need suspicion. There was nothing Lord Danzo couldn't cover up in Konoha. The looks Bai Niao and Hua Mao gave Yi Weiyue changed. The dead last was too ruthless. They must be careful around him from now on. Half an hour later, the other two suspects, Okamoto Yu and Takeda Yukiya, were all taken to a dark room and tortured. They were found not to be spies. Alas, it seems it was a misunderstanding. We'll let you go. Remember, be grateful to the third Hokage. If not for his mercy, neither of you would leave. Okamoto Yu and Takeda Yukiya knelt on the ground, tears streaming. Yes, you're right. We're grateful to the third Hokage. Boo-hoo. Get lost. Yi Weiyue kicked each of them. Hua Mao watched his arrogant behavior with indignation. Clearly Bai Niao. The mission was completed relatively easily, and upon returning to the base, everyone went to their rooms to rest. The next night, Yi Weiyue acquired a new Earth release ninjutsu called Earth Submersion Fish Technique, an entry-level technique of moderate difficulty. By injecting his Earth Nature chakra into the ground to alter the soil's density, the user can move stealthily through the Earth. Later, there are more advanced techniques like Earth Submersion Navigation and Earth Dragon Burrow, which are faster and allow longer travel. Having previously learned the decapitation technique, he gained insights into moving through the Earth, so he quickly mastered this technique. Earth Release Earth Submersion Fish Technique, he dashed about 10 meters underground, taking roughly a minute, exhausting his chakra. Time-consuming and energy-draining, can't go far, a useless skill. No wonder few are willing to learn. At that moment, a message prompt appeared in his mind. Far ahead system triggered. The essence of leading is not imitation, but sublimation. The secret of mimicry is transcendence. Finally, he found the correct way to activate the system. Yi Weiyue reached out and touched his chin. If I have to level up myself, what use are you? He had thought that the system's awakening would bring a one-click triple boost, and he was ready to shout, I am the master of my own fate. I can't rapidly improve my strength in a short time, and staying low-key isn't my style. It seems I'll have to rely on Taijutsu for a long while. He quickly adjusted his strategy. Wangcai. Yes, what can I do for you, Captain? Yi Weiyue lowered his head respectfully. Are you free? I want you to practice swordsmanship with me for a while. Free. 24 hours free. Huh. You don't have to be so extreme. Meiwen noticed that today Wangcai was exceptionally respectful with a hint of eagerness completely unlike his previous arrogant demeanor. Improving swordsmanship requires extensive actual combat, and among her fellow trainees, she was only relatively familiar with Wangcai. Has he finally recognized his own limits? In the end, a ninja must rely on strength. The swordsmanship taught en route could be used both individually and in combination. Any two or more route members could coordinate their attacks. Solo string / circle / whirlwind / void / cherry blossom snow. Combined kill double string moon cross / sun moon will / thousand feathers illusion sky endless wheel dance. Perhaps due to lacking other abilities, he could only train hard in taijutsu. The original Boda's foundation was quite solid, allowing him to hold out for 2 rounds against Mayu's attacks, which was one of the few bright spots. Whirlwind / Meiwa twisted her body and spun like atop the blade in her hand, resembling a high-speed saw. Clang, clang, clang. In contrast, Yi Weiyue continuously swung his blade left and right to block cold sweat beating on his forehead. With all his might, he could barely maintain his ground against her storm-like assault. Swordsmanship mainly consists of cleaving, slashing, rising cut, and horizontal cut, following a path of fierce and swift power. A midline strike is cleave, a diagonal strike is slash, a reverse upward strike is rising cut, and a horizontal strike is cut. If string slash is a horizontal cut, then circle slash is a diagonal cut, which can be performed as left / right / left rising cut or right rising cut. Yi Weiyue's habit was to strike after the opponent's attack, performing a rising kill from lower left to upper right, similar to the draw stance of Iajutsu, seizing the moment when the opponent's offense ended. Circle / bang. He swung the blade with all his strength, tracing a circular arc in the air, using overwhelming force to disrupt the opponent's attack rhythm. His body completed a full rotation and executed a sweeping string slash. At that moment, Meiwa was at the end of her old force, so she dared not clash Hedon and quickly used the body flicker to dodge this strike. It seems your strength has improved considerably during this period. He was lasting longer under her attacks, occasionally even managing to launch a few counterattacks. At this rate, it would be impressive. Thanks to you, Captain, for tirelessly training with me. Given time, I am confident I will become your most capable assistant. Wangcai, I was right to believe in you. Meiwa was very satisfied, realizing how valuable a subordinate, who clearly knew his position, was. If not now, when would she win him over? So she casually played the emotional card. The matter of Deju cannot be entirely blamed on you. I was a bit impulsive at that time, and I hope you don't take it to heart. Captain, believe it or not, since then I have often had nightmares living in self-blame and regret. If I could do it again, I would rather have been the one to die. I believe you. We all just want to live, no one is at fault. Forget Deju. Time will fade all memories. What Deju? He had forgotten that very day. Okay. Under the immense pressure to survive, it seemed Meiwa also didn't want to dwell on sad memories. She would win over whoever was useful to her. On the other side of the training ground, Huamao and Shunyu were also sparring to improve their combat skills, which was the daily life of root members. As long as there were no missions, most people were training. Bainyao and Wangcai have clearly grown closer. What if something dangerous happens in the future? There's no helping it. Wangcai seems much smarter, Shunyu replied. Only when alone with Huamao would he be willing to speak more. He's just a sycophant who knows how to curry favor with superiors. I really don't know how he survived his first mission. Huamao's tone was full of contempt. And that slut Bainyao who used to be inseparable from Deju. Not long after Deju died, she's already hanging around the one who killed him. Shunyu clenched his massive fists. Don't worry about that. Let's continue training. When danger comes, those who are stronger have a better chance of survival. With your strength, we will definitely survive to the end. I'm counting on you. Huamao reached out and placed her hand on Chunyu's fist, showing the adoring eyes of a fangirl, which was truly heart-stirring. I will always protect you. Chunyu made a promise on the spot. After accompanying Bainyao in swordsmanship practice for about an hour, Yi Weiyue trained alone, still focusing on physical conditioning. At this stage, ninjutsu was not as effective for him as swordsmanship. He would learn some basic ninjutsu and practice them a few times daily, accumulating over time until one day he could use them effortlessly in battle. In his spare time, he began to ponder how to improve and upgrade his ninjutsu. Despite his verbal pride, after this period of practice, Yi Weiyue realized that his own talent was truly lacking. His strength improved too slowly, and he would never get ahead in a lifetime. After much thought, he still had to rely on the cheat. Since that was the case, he had to follow the rules. The decapitation technique could handle ordinary chunin and jinin, but was basically ineffective against jonin, who could easily dodge it. Regarding earth submersion fish, Shiwan especially liked to escape through the ground. It offered strong concealment and high speed provided one mastered the technique. It was a critical period for growth. He ate a lot, slept enough, and physical training could increase his total chakra. The most important thing was chakra control, which was crucial for subsequent shape transformation and nature transformation. On the basis of tree climbing and water walking continue to improve chakra control. Nothing to say about it, just cut leaves. Yi Wuiyue gathered a pile of leaves, cupped them in his palms, and began training his chakra. A true master could make leaves dance beautifully. What can leaves do? Plucking flowers and throwing leaves can kill from 100 paces away, involving chakra enchantment. If you can attach chakra to leaves, you can attach it to blades, kunai, and shuriken. Techniques like wind release shuriken and wind release vacuum blade can be used. First step, use chakra to manipulate leaves to float, rotate, fold, and perform other complex maneuvers in the palm. This is a higher level training method for chakra control. Second step, refer to Ming Ren's leaf cutting, which trains the nature transformation of wind release. By then, whether learning or developing wind release techniques, the difficulty will be greatly reduced. Once these two steps are mastered, combat power can be fundamentally improved. Yi Wuiyue incorporated them into his daily mandatory subjects. The Damned Root organization focused only on teaching them assassination and intelligence gathering. They were trained as tools used and discarded, so even after more than a decade, Root still couldn't produce decent experts. Another subject was Earth Nature training, drawing inspiration from the sharpness and cutting of wind. By using Earth Nature chakra to alter the hardness, density, and structure of soil and rock, he laid the foundation for subsequent techniques like Earth Clone, Earth Substitution, and Earth Spear. Jiao Dust defensive technique Earth Spear was as hard as diamond, demonstrating extreme hardness. Guo Jiao's Earth Submersion Navigation was a manifestation of liquefying soil with chakra. Both were worth imitating. For this purpose, Yi Wuiyue gathered a pile of fist-sized stones on his left side and a pile of leaves on his right side. As the saying goes, the greatest truth is the simplest. These two items were his secret weapons to becoming a powerful ninja. Holding a stone in his hand, he permeated it with chakra, carefully experiencing, observing it, recognizing it, understanding it, changing it, and utilizing it. After an hour of practice, he switched to leaves, manipulating and cutting them. Perhaps in the future, he could multitask with a stone in his left hand and leaves in his right, but for now, he couldn't and needed to take it slowly. This process also trained his focus, which was a manifestation of spiritual energy and was a necessary path to entering the realm of yin release and controlling spiritual energy. The entire process was seamless, involving various little secrets. In root chakra refinement, only taught the common meditation technique, the so-called mind like a monkey and thoughts like a horse. How many people could truly calm their minds? Anyway, whenever he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with images of peach-shaped butts and weapons. Heaven must have sent me here to punish me. He shook his head, casting aside these messy thoughts, and focused on training. His schedule was now full, and he couldn't afford the cheat. Followed a high-end path, but basic skills still required his own effort. In a blink, a week passed. It wasn't that Root had no missions. In fact, there were quite a few, and there were over a dozen training bases like theirs, so they had to take turns doing missions. Thump, thump. Oh, this is what they call the pulse of the earth, isn't it? Interesting. Yi Wuiyue lifted his hands off the ground. A ninja's chakra was limited. Many large-scale earth release techniques required the assistance of the earth's veins. They were faster and larger in scale. Additionally, many summoning techniques also required the earth's veins. Placing both hands on the ground was a basic operation. Earth release, earth flow, wall rumble. A wall of earth rose from the ground with stones falling off, looking like it could collapse at any moment. Its sturdiness could be imagined. Compared to before, it had improved greatly. At least he could now use it with 100% success. This was the benefit of improving basic abilities. The organization issued another mission, with Captain Black Cat personally leading the team. This mission is to capture a rogue ninja who defected during the war. We need to take him alive and deliver him to a designated location. Move out. Captain Black Cat waved his hand, and White Bird, Ugly Ox, Spotted Cat, and Wangcai followed behind him in silence, trudging along. The direction seems to be toward the Land of Rain. Yi Wuiyue speculated silently. The neutral Land of Iron was composed of samurai and was quite xenophobic, making it hard for ninjas to survive there. The Land of Hot Water was a tourist resort, but the cost of living was too high. Only the Land of Rain was a paradise for rogue ninjas. If you had no money, you just robbed others. It was blissfully carefree. With grand ambitions, Hanzo attempted to make Amigakure the sixth great ninja village, provoking the second great ninja war. He first fought the Land of Iron and lost, then the Land of Wind and lost, and finally the Land of Fire, only to be defeated again. His fervor was extinguished by the cold rain, and he retreated into his village, cutting himself off from the world. In other words, as long as you didn't cause trouble in Amigakure, you could do whatever you wanted elsewhere, forming many small and large organizations for mutual support. They survived entirely by pillaging. Target Toma, elite Chunin, 25 years old. During the war, he witnessed his comrades fall one after another, and unable to bear the immense psychological pressure he defected. The third Hokage merely issued a wanted notice for him and took no further action. Such behavior naturally incurred Danzo's displeasure. After the war ended, he freed up his hands to deal with those cowardly, disloyal individuals one by one. According to intelligence, the target has joined a rogue ninja organization. Kill all the ordinary people, but leave the ninjas alive. Wangcai, you stay outside and prevent anyone from escaping. After Spotted Cat sensed the situation and confirmed the general layout, Captain Black Cat issued the battle commands. Captain, I can also fight. Please give me a chance. What he meant by chance was the opportunity to participate in the events happening or about to happen. As someone unwilling to be ordinary, he would not wait passively. He would actively engage and seize fate by the throat. Feeling that his strength had recently soared, he thought he could target ordinary people inside. Black Cat glared at him and scolded, "Follow orders. Your role is intelligence and reconnaissance. Know your place." Hi. Yi Weiyue was deeply dissatisfied. Black Cat had assigned him to keep watch, clearly believing he was too weak and might hold them back. My blade is not without its edge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For figures dashed into the dwelling, turning into killing machines, slaughtering everyone in sight without mercy. After a moment, a man sneaked out of the building clutching bundles of belongings. Just as he emerged, a blade flashed horizontally. Clang. At the critical moment, a kunai blocked the blade. A side kick flipped the attacker to the ground. Toma stared menacingly at the rising Yi Weiyue and asked, "Umbu." Yi Weiyue rubbed his stomach. The opponent was very strong. He hadn't even reacted. This was a golden opportunity, but if he didn't prove himself useful, he'd be in trouble. Traitor, don't even think about escaping. As usual, he attached explosive tags to his kunai to harass the enemy, while also signaling for help from his comrades. The enemy is too strong, I can't handle it, come assist. Water-style water bullet. As a veteran Chunin, Toma's ninjutsu was masterful. He spat out a wave of water that engulfed the explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Weiyue knew he was no match and dared not approach, so he continued to throw shurikens to harass. Swish, swish, swish. Filled with anxiety, Toma deflected the shurikens with his kunai, then rushed to Yi Weiyue and thrust the kunai toward his neck. Yi Weiyue was startled. He had no time to form hand signs for the earth-style wall. Hand speed truly mattered. Circular slash. He swung his blade upward, blocking the kunai, but failed to stop Toma's follow-up kick. Thud. His body was sent flying, skidding across the rain-soaked ground. Before he could catch his breath, he saw Toma flick several shurikens at him. He rolled frantically like a donkey, barely dodging them, covered in mud, and looking quite miserable. "You little brat, you're quite tenacious, but I've seen through your plan to stall for time." Toma remained vigilant, not wanting to waste time, and turned to leave. But then he saw a figure wearing a cat mask appear at the end. Their eyes met, and they clashed immediately. The sparks flew from the kunai collisions. Toma grew anxious and lost his rhythm. Within a few exchanges, Captain Black Cat found an opening and slashed a gash across his chest. Seizing the moment of retreat, Toma flashed behind Yi Weiyue and pressed the kunai against his neck. "Don't come any closer, or he'll kill." Without a moment's hesitation, Captain Black Cat charged straight at him. Enraged, Toma slit Yi Weiyue's throat on the spot. Poof! A puff of smoke, and Yi Weiyue vanished. Shadow clone. Ah! Toma exclaimed in shock, feeling a hand grab his legs. In an instant, he was pulled into the earth, leaving only his head above ground. Earth-style decapitation technique. Thud. Captain Black Cat approached and struck the back of his head, knocking Toma unconscious. If it weren't for the need to take him alive, he could have killed the traitor in a single blow. Then Yi Weiyue slowly emerged from the ground, looking terrified. "Captain, if you hadn't acted in time, I would have been dead for sure." Whitebird told me you've been training hard lately. It seems you've made considerable progress. Yi Weiyue's performance earlier was decent. He had bought time and adapted on the spot, which was a pleasant surprise for Black Cat compared to his previous incompetence. "Wangcai, I know you've always wanted to become a full member. Opportunities are never lacking, but the key is strength. Focus on training, that's what you should be doing." Although it was peacetime, the intensity of Root's missions never decreased. When someone died in battle, they needed replacements. The prerequisite was strength. If you couldn't meet that threshold, forget about it. Wangcai's talent was clear above Jin and below Chunin. If he pushed himself, there was hope. "That's what I think, Captain. Rest assured I won't let you down." Yi Weiyue replied earnestly. "Did I ever have expectations of you?" Black Cat was speechless. He had never noticed before that Wangcai was so good at building connections. His personality had changed a lot. His emotions seemed not to have been suppressed, but rather enriched. The only one a Root member must be loyal to his Lord Danzo. Always remember that. Understood. Lord Danzo is my faith. I dream of becoming his bodyguard. Protecting him is protecting the village. Enough. Clean up the battlefield. Our mission isn't over yet. Black Cat shook his head. If Wangcai's personality was like this, would Lord Danzo be able to tolerate him inside Root? "Leave the rest to me. I'm best at handling the small stuff." Yi Weiyue quickly cleaned up the scene. He saw a lot of money in the bundles, gathered it, and handed it all over. Not because he wasn't greedy, but because he had no use for it. Root provided everything: food, lodging, training, resources, so they had nowhere to spend money. Meanwhile, Whitebird and the other two finished cleaning up the interior, and the team escorted the 8 surviving prisoners out of the land of rain. Root provided everything: food, lodging, training, resources, so they had nowhere to spend money. Meanwhile, Whitebird and the other two finished cleaning up the interior, and the team escorted the 8 surviving prisoners. Yi Weiyue's heart stirred. Orochimaru's secret research base. The mission to capture rogue ninjas was a pretext. The real goal was to find test subjects. Whitebird, Spotted Cat, and Ugly Ox also showed curiosity. Clearly Captain Black Cat had been here before. He led the team into the underground secret base. The spiral downward passage resembled a snake's body. The walls were carved with scales, and every 10 meters a snake-shaped pillar held candles in its mouth. The entire space felt cold and terrifying. As they descended further, the space widened and rooms began to appear on both sides of the corridor. The iron doors were locked, each with a glass window. Faint sounds of human voices could be heard from inside, as if they were enduring pain. Black Cat stopped at one of the doors, opened it, and said, "Throw them all in." Whitebird's team herded the prisoners into the room. Black Cat closed the iron door and turned to leave. The others quickly. Thus the mission was complete. Back at the training base, Captain Black Cat warned, "Listen, we only carry out missions. Don't discuss anything you encounter during the mission. Is that clear?" "Understood." According to the schedule, they would have a week of rest after each mission. Everyone dispersed. Returning to his room, Yi Weiyue began to reflect. The Earth-style wall was still useless. It failed him at critical moments. The decapitation technique, however, had caught the enemy off guard. In terms of taijutsu, when the enemy's reaction speed far exceeded his, even the most brilliant sword techniques were useless. "It's not that I'm bad, it's because I'm at a disadvantage due to my age. Once I grow up, it'll be fine." Comforting himself like this eased his anxiety somewhat. He soon fell asleep. When he woke up, it was the next day. Nothing to say, just grind. Physical training, sword techniques, leaf manipulation, sensing stones. Another week passed. I refuse to believe I can't do it. Earth-style wall. Rumble. The ground trembled and a stone wall rose smooth and without protrusions or falling debris over 2 meters tall. He tested it with a kunai. It was quite sturdy. He had finally mastered the initial stage of this defensive ninjutsu. The Earth-style wall was versatile. It wasn't just one wall. It could raise 4 walls to surround oneself. Some could raise dozens of walls, even make them slide left and right for dynamic defense. It all depended on the user's control. It was always the person who was strong, not the technique. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause came from behind. Miyu said with relief, "Wangcai, you finally succeeded." This Earth-style technique might seem simple, but its difficulty was not low. Mastering it meant that the user had crossed the threshold of Chunin in terms of ninjutsu reserve. Of course, mastering it didn't mean real combat ability. The true skill lay in using it flexibly in battle. Yi Weiyue wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied confidently, "Hard work pays off after all. Everything is within my expectations. Is there a new mission?" It's a continuation of the last mission, a guard mission. Since our team has both sensing and intelligence reconnaissance capabilities, we were chosen. Good. They'll go prepare right away. The Whitebird squad entered the village once more to carry out their mission. The surveillance point was a residence located on the outskirts of Mai. A red-haired girl stepped out and began to wander around the village. This person was remarkably energetic. In a short, while she had visited 7 or 8 places covering several streets for food, drink, and entertainment, her range of activities encompassing nearly half of Mai. She did not even return home for lunch, instead playing outside. In the afternoon, she went to the training ground to practice shuriken for a while, then resumed shopping. In the evening, she actually went to the Yuzibo clan compound and did not leisurely stroll back until the moon was high in the sky. By the end of the day, it was the members of the Whitebird squad who were thoroughly exhausted. The next 3 days passed in the same. Even among the Xuanhua clan, Kushina was a special existence. Her chakra was naturally capable of suppressing the 9 tails, making her the carefully selected vessel of Mai. As an outsider in Mai, she was shunned by her peers, and aside from Uchiha Mikoto, she had no other friends. In the years after graduation, she had undertaken numerous missions of various ranks, and the combat proficiency and indomitable will of a normal ninja had been forged, making her a qualified vessel. "Her life is way too carefree," Huamao remarked with envy. "Perhaps she has her own pain. The village ordered us to watch her for a reason." In Yuya's view, Kushina was simply enjoying her final freedom before becoming a Jinchuriki. Once she became the vessel of the 9 tails, the Umbu would guard her around the clock. Several days passed with other Umbu squads taking over the watch shifts. One night, all members of the route received orders to assemble and seal off a forested area not far from my village. The Whitebird squad was assigned to a mountain stream area. They sat on rocks, staring blankly at the babbling brook. So we've been on highest alert all night. What's going on? So mysterious. Who knows? Maybe it's just a precaution. How are you thinking of going to relieve yourself? No problem if you need to pee, just go. Holding it in is bad for your health. Who said I need to pee? Don't talk nonsense. Huamao retorted, flustered and annoyed. Yu shrugged. I'm just trying to help. Sitting around like this is no solution. Who knows how much longer this will take? I suggest we take turns to relieve ourselves. What do you think? The orders say no one is allowed to leave the team alone, Baiqiao reminded him. Then let's go in pairs. Our squad can split into 2 groups. That should work, right? Fine. You and Chunyu stay here. Huamao and I will go first. Hurry back. Meanwhile, deep inside the mountain, heavily guarded by numerous umbu, a vast hidden space had been excavated. The surrounding rock walls were covered with inscriptions. On the floor lay a massive black spiral pattern, and at its center sat 2 people, Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki. Several golden chains shot out from Uzumaki Mido's body, piercing the ground. One of them was wrapped around Kushina's body. Uzumaki Mido slowly extended her palm and pressed it against Kushina's navel. Black tadpole-like runes spread, forming a spiral pattern. The 4-symbol seal. Gulp, gulp. The violent red chakra surged along Uzumaki Mido's arm into Kushina's body, ceaseless and endless. The 4-symbol seal. Gulp, gulp. The violent red chakra surged along Uzumaki Mido's arm into Kushina's body. Sweat as large as beans oozed from her skin. Her face twisted in pain, and her body was wrapped in a red-tailed. Her skin even began to peel. She suddenly opened her eyes, and her pupils turned into red vertical slits. Swinging sharp claws, she tried to attack Uzumaki Mido. But no matter how she struggled, she could not break free from the golden chains binding her body. In the dark space of consciousness, Kushina lay on the ground, groggy. Where is this? I'm so sleepy. Am I going to die? Kushina. Who's calling me? Kushina looked around in confusion. A young woman walked out of the darkness. She had 2 red Odango buns talismans hanging from her ears, and a purple diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. Who are you? And where is this? Kushina, this is what I looked like when I was young. As for this place, it's the depths of your consciousness. The Ninetales has taken control of your body. The Ninetales is that red fox. Yes, it's a very irritable fox full of hatred for humans. From now on, you are its new home. It's very cunning, never let it deceive you. Use the method I taught you. Fill your heart with love. Even as a vessel, you can live a splendid life. Kushina thought of her boyfriend Namake's Minato and immediately regained confidence. Clenching her fist, she said, Grandma Mido, don't worry. I will never fall for the stinky fox's tricks. There are some things I need to pass on to you, the core sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Then Uzumaki Mido directly performed the dream teaching technique, pouring all her knowledge of sealing arts into Kushina. In the real world, Kushina had transformed into a red fox with 9 tails, desperately trying to break free from roar. The shockwave from the roar sent Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was standing guard at the entrance, staggering backward. Such terrifying chakra. The 9 tails is too powerful. He dared not imagine what would happen if the transfer failed. For the sake of secrecy, aside from a few advisors, everyone else was kept in the dark. Even the Umbu and Root members tasked with guarding had no idea what was happening. The terrifying roar carrying overwhelming might swept across the entire mountain range, making the peaks tremble. At the mountain stream, Baiqiao and Huamao, who were relieving themselves, were startled. Thinking an enemy was approaching, they hastily pulled up their pants and returned to their posts, ready for battle. What's happening? No idea. Sounds like a beast, Yu said offhandedly. Chunyu nodded. Maybe a big. Baiqiao sighed. An ranked defense mission is no joke. Everyone stay sharp. Be ready to fight at any moment. Huamao gave a resentful look, though his mask hid his expression. Who could understand the agony of having to stop midstream? Just then a red laser beam shot through the thick mountain wall extending from the peak and cutting a horizontal circle. An explosion like muffled thunder erupted. The towering peak burst apart like a volcanic eruption, with rocks tumbling and red flames splashing everywhere. The mountaintop is blown off. The Umbu and Root members stationed around the mountain were stunned. This power was beyond human. In such a situation, even staying put and protecting themselves was a challenge, let alone going up to help. Huge fragments of rock fell from the sky, injuring many. Chunyu screamed in agony as a massive boulder struck him, nearly killing him. Then Baiqiao had his thigh sliced by a sharp piece of rubble, blood gushing and staining his pants. Huamao, however, emerged unscathed thanks to his agile movements. Yu, though dodging the large rocks, was battered black and blue by the smaller debris, looking quite miserable. Before even seeing the enemy, they had already suffered heavy losses. Inside the consciousness space, Uzumaki Mido had finished imparting her knowledge as the first Jinchuriki to Kushina. Kushina, it's time to part. The path ahead is yours to walk alone. Grandma Mido. Kushina's heart was filled with reluctance. Coming to my village alone, Uzumaki Mito had given her a sense of belonging and taught her how to find love. Uzumaki Mito smiled and nodded, then vanished from the consciousness space, returning to her aged body. I was only chatting with Kushina for a while, and you've already caused such a commotion. Just as I thought. Ninetales, your power is too great. I cannot allow you to continue wreaking havoc. Damn woman, don't count on this little girl to seal me again. The Ninetales struggled fiercely, knowing this was its best chance to break free. Don't even think about it. Adamant sealing chains, seal? Uzumaki Mito condensed all her remaining chakra into adamantine chains, binding Kushina like a dumpling. The chains tightened, forcing the red-tailed beast chakra back into the seal space bit by bit. Damn it, they'll get out sooner or later. The Ninetales let out a furious roar, watching helplessly as its power was shackled and locked away in a cage. Is it over? Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned on his staff, gasping for breath. He had exerted every ounce of strength just to avoid being injured in the storm. The Ninetales had fired tailed beast balls twice, nearly killing him. Lady Mito. When Hiruzen approached, he found that Uzumaki Mito had already passed away, a faint smile on her lips. Kushina was unconscious. Someone take Kushina and Lady Mito back. Clean up the traces here. Yes. Yu deeply felt his own weakness. But then he thought that the squad leader and members were injured and would need a long time, a chance to overtake on the curve. They'll secretly catch up, haha. What's so funny at a time like this? Baiqiao scolded. Captain, you misunderstand. I'm just concerned. Let me help you dress your wound. Yu quickly hid his thoughts, took out bandages and medicine from his ninja pouch, and approached. Beneath the mask, Baiqiao was sweating coldly. Captain, you misunderstand. I'm just concerned. Let me help you dress your wound. Yu quickly hid his thoughts, took out bandages and medicine from his ninja pouch, and approached. Beneath the mask, Baiqiao was already grimacing in pain and couldn't help urging. Wangcai, no need to be so meticulous. Just bandage it to stop the bleeding. They'll get medical treatment when we return to base. Oh, okay. It's my first time, so bear with me. He pressed one hand on her delicate skin and wrapped the bandage around with the other. Baiqiao looked suspicious, but seeing his focused expression without any hint of impropriety, she didn't lose her temper. No one had ever touched her like this before. All done, Captain. What are your orders? This question effectively diverted Baiqiao's attention. She didn't know what to do either, but fortunately a whistle sounded from the mountaintop. The signal that the mission was over. The trouble seems to be resolved. Let's return to base. The Whitebird squad returned to base, earning a 1-month rest period. Nice, this is my chance to surpass my teammates. When danger comes, one only needs to be stronger than their teammates to greatly increase their survival odds. Weak hide in the back, strong run fast. 200 frog jumps, 300 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer run every single day. Sword practice must not stop focusing on the reverse/circle cut until it becomes instinct. After the 2 major training sessions, the Bodhis functions declined in the afternoon, so he switched to static exercises, sensing chakra with stones and controlling chakra with leaves. Day after day, he felt his progress, and half a month passed quickly. The squad members gradually recovered and began in such an organization, no one truly relaxes. Everyone races forward, for falling behind means elimination and loss of survival chances. Yi Weiyue had thought he had a month, but found only half left, sighing inwardly. Fortunately, his hard-trained swordsmanship had broken through. In his right palm, a small leaf spun continuously as if blown by an air current. At a certain moment, it split neatly in 2 from the center. His chakra control had reached a new level beyond tree climbing and water walking. In earth release, he could crush rocks by permeating them with chakra, but could not change their weight or density. That involved more advanced knowledge. Otherwise, the techniques of weighted rock and lightened rock would not be so precious. Mastering one aspect, weight, density, or structure, could spawn a series of powerful jutsu. Mitsuki approached with a long sword, her brown ponytail falling in front, a challenge in her eyes. Wangcai, you've been secretly growing a lot lately, haven't you? Yi Weiyue quickly waved his hand. No, absolutely not. A slow bird needs to fly early, you know my talent. I strain every nerve just to barely see the footprints you leave behind. Though she knew the words were exaggerated, Mitsuki found them pleasing. I haven't used a blade in a long time, my body is getting rusty. Today, spar with me for a while. Of course. They made the seal of confrontation, and Yi Weiyue said, Captain, please strike first. Having sparred often, he knew Mitsuki's fighting style. She favored the whirlwind slash. A girl's body is light, and by spinning at high speed, she could deliver consecutive strikes, greatly increasing attack frequency and power. Their attack styles counter each other, and the contest came down to who was faster and stronger. In the past, Yi Weiyue could only resort to delaying tactics against this move, waiting for her momentum to wane, and the moment, she switched stances to counterattack. That was what Mitsuki expected, as she used repeated bouts to smooth her sword technique transitions. However, the moment they clashed, Yi Weiyue suddenly drew his blade. Crack! A flash of white light, Mitsuki's blade snapped in two. Caught off guard, she tried to retreat, but it was too late. After cutting the blade, Yuuyue brushed past her. Cord cut. The sound of fabric tearing revealed the snow-white skin of her waist. Yuuyue cupped his hands. Captain, your injuries might not have fully healed. How about we practice again in a few days? Well, maybe. We'll go back first. Mitsuki covered the torn part and hurried away in panic. Once back in her room, she could no longer hold back. Damn it, that dog. How did he improve so fast? He's already surpassed me in swordsmanship. It hadn't been long since they formally started missions, and he had grown rapidly right under her nose. He's also mastered several ninjutsu. His overall strength might be. The more she thought, the more panicked she became, the pressure of crisis suffocating her. I still have an advantage. Wangcai's chakra is less than mine. Wait. He's been doing physical training, and his appetite has increased. As his body develops, a man's advantages will eventually surpass a woman's. What should I do? The despicable fellow always acted weak in front of her, flattered her to lower her guard, then secretly worked hard and surpassed her without her noticing. Mitsuki stayed in her room for a whole day reflecting. She didn't even come out for lunch. Only in the evening did she write in her notebook, first rule: avoid getting injured on missions, because injuries require recovery time and strength stagnates. From now on, I'll spend more time training fire release ninjutsu and push sword practice to the back burner. Today's spar made Mitsuki realize her. From now on, I'll spend more time training fire release ninjutsu and push sword practice to the back burner. Today's spar made Mitsuki realize her irreparable weakness in swordsmanship, so she needed to switch focus. Her advantage was fire release, so she would invest more in it to maintain her lead. The next day, Mitsuki began intensive practice of fire release, great fireball technique. This signature jutsu ranked C featured large-scale destruction and could be guided along wires to target specific paths. The next day, Mitsuki began intensive practice of fire release, great fireball technique. This signature jutsu ranked C featured large-scale destruction and could be guided along wires to target specific paths. Yuuyue nodded. I'm fine with whatever you decide. Beating me once by surprise gave him confidence. Damn bastard, he'll make you pay. Shadow clone technique. He coordinated with his shadow clone, charging at the opponent while alternating attacks and forming seals. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Clusters of small fireballs flew toward Yuuyue. He couldn't dodge with the speed of a jonin, so he had to defend with ninjutsu. Earth release, earth-style wall. The fireballs exploded against the earthen wall. Mitsuki quickly braked. Trap, don't get close. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 kunai stuck into the wall, and the attached explosive tags detonated in succession, blowing apart the crumbling wall. Behind it was empty. Boom. The ground in front burst open, and Yuuyue sprang out ready to attack. Mitsuki smiled in triumph. Instead of fleeing, she grabbed him. Wrong, guess it's a clone. I win. Fire release, great fireball technique. Roar. An orange dragon of fire roared and enveloped them both. As the flames seared, both figures shattered into white smoke. What? Another clone. Mitsuki's heart jumped and the hairs on her neck stood up. A kunai had appeared at her throat. Her opponent had slipped behind her without her noticing. You're too kind, Captain. How did you do it? You were clearly. I turned into a stone just now, tricking you into thinking I went underground. Yuuyue replied. After a month of hard training, his chakra control had made a breakthrough, and his shadow clone could independently perform the underground diving technique. I see. I lost. She had been injured and rested for over 10 days, and now this was what happened. Yuuyue explained proactively. We're comrades. It's just a spar. There's no win or loss. Don't take it to heart. I just got lucky, it doesn't count. The winner could afford to be indifferent, but the loser couldn't. I was careless. Next time I won't fall for your tricks. With a harsh word, Mitsuki stormed off the training ground, presumably to train somewhere else. Foolish woman. I can beat you once, and I can beat you countless times. As an opponent, once he surpassed her, she would never catch up to his pace again. As the victor, he didn't become arrogant either, constantly summarizing. Facts proved that if talent wasn't outstanding, one should focus on relatively stronger areas. Next, he'll learn one more survival jutsu, and that should be enough. His first choice was Earth Substitute, which had simple hand seals and significant effects. This technique could use rubble, soil, and other materials from the environment to replace the body and confuse the opponent. If no materials were available, he could use Earth Nature Chakra to create an Earth clone to take the attack for him. The two options should be flexibly chosen based on the situation. In the forest around the training ground, Captain Black Cat had watched the entire duel. I didn't expect Wangcai to improve so much. He's like a different person. Is this what they call accumulated effort? Thinking this, Black Cat appeared before Yuuyue. Captain, you're here. Wangcai, I've seen your hard work. Lord Danzo is also satisfied with your squad. It's only a matter of time. Is there anything I can do? I'm ready to go through fire and water to serve with all my might. I am responsible for handling confidential missions for Lord Danzo. You are not yet qualified to participate. Focusing on cultivation is what you should do. Root will provide sufficient resources. Understood. I will redouble my efforts to become a qualified tool, hoping to be of use to Lord Danzo. Black Cat nodded inwardly. Regardless of ability, Wangcai's strength was that he was exceptionally sensible and had a clear self-positioning. Others were somewhat resistant to having the tongue curse seal engraved on them, but Wangcai was eager to get it, yet he had no opportunity. Confidential missions could only be undertaken by full members. Captain Black Cat left with White Bird. In the squad composed entirely of full members, White Bird was Black Cat's subordinate. Perhaps only when Black Cat's squad had a vacancy would they consider him. In the following days, Yoru focused on practicing the important ninjutsu, Earth Substitution. As one of the indispensable techniques in the Earth-style combat system, it was a more advanced application of the substitution jutsu. Additionally, the Earth clone, which was also to be mastered, differed from the Shadow clone, that evenly split the user's chakra. The Earth clone was freely controlled by the user. It was also a solid clone and did not consume chakra to maintain, making it very practical. Once proficient in the Earth clone technique, learning Earth substitution would become quite easy, allowing for greater ease in battle. Mayway returned to the base every few days, rested briefly for 2 days, and then continued on missions. This went on for about a month. Occasionally they met in the cafeteria, but she was mostly in a daze absent-minded. By then Yoru could freely sink into or slowly emerge from the earth. Thanks to his higher control over chakra, transforming into a fish in the soil, his travel distance increased to 30 meters. Yet, even so, the system still did not respond, because he had not truly upgraded this technique. After the mission ended, Mayway recovered for a few days, barely managed to muster her spirit, and came to the training ground to practice shuriken, throwing, and swordsmanship. Captain, you've been absent-minded lately. Is there some psychological difficulty? I know a little about it. What do you know? I know a little about everything. Do you remember which village you were from before coming to Root? I was young then, my memories are hazy. Who remembers? Besides, the village was probably destroyed in the war, so remembering is meaningless. I remember. It was a village near the northern border of the Land of Fire, close to the Land of Grass. It was destroyed by war. Everyone should be from nearby villages. Oh, I see. Yoru nodded indifferently. As an outsider, he didn't care which place his original body was from. He saw himself as just a hired hand. His so-called loyalty was only on the surface, just to earn a living. Why bring this up suddenly? Does it have anything to do with organization rules? Forbid discussing missions privately, especially confidential ones. Besides, you're not even a full member yet. If you don't tell, and I don't tell, who would know? Even if others discuss it privately, have you seen it with your own eyes? The so-called rules are just to scare people. As long as you don't violate them openly, no one will actually pursue it. Are you serious, Wangcai? Mayway exclaimed. Yeah, I'm serious. This doesn't conflict with my belief in following Lord Danzo and protecting the village, as long as my heart is for the village's good. Actions just need to be roughly okay. There's no need to be too rigid. Many people and things don't need to be strictly distinguished as good or bad. Don't forget, we are a group of people walking in the darkness. You've changed a lot, you bastard. It's for survival. It's this damned world that has forced us to become what we are. Who would want to do bad things? We have no choice. The people who give the orders don't care. Why should we, a bunch of tools, blame ourselves? Yoru clicked his tongue and muttered, Captain Black Cat is actually quite nice. Strictly speaking, during the assessment, you should have been paired with Tsuki. Without a doubt, Captain Black Cat had gone easy. He didn't designate opponents, but chose random drawing. According to tradition, the first sword upon landing strikes the beloved. You bastard. Hit where it hurt. Mayway enraged through a punch. Poof. It didn't feel like hitting flesh, but rather like hitting mud. Is this a substitution jutsu? Yoru's body turned into a mud figure, while his real body slowly emerged from the ground beside it. It's a life-saving technique I mastered during your mission. If you gotta show off. Speaking of which, your strength has surpassed mine, hasn't it? No, absolutely not. As long as I am your subordinate, I will always be beneath you. Yoru quickly assured. But Mayway said, I won't believe your words any more, full of lies. Aren't you curious about what mission I was doing? You'll know soon. Our squad is going on a mission too. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm full of energy right now. Are you so eager? Becoming a full member may not be a good thing. It is a good thing. I dream of protecting Lord Danzo. In the future, I will make sure everyone in the village knows my loyalty to Lord Danzo. Sigh. Go back and prepare. We'll set out at night. Mayway sighed. If someone like Yoru really became a full member, it might not be a good thing for Root either. A stagnant pool with a loach put in. He would certainly exploit every opportunity. When night came, the White Bird squad assembled. Everyone put on masks and wore the special armor of the Umbu, departing quietly. It was said to be a half-year garrison mission ranka. They had thought it would be far, but unexpectedly, it was in a nearby mountain. Their task was to guard and prevent anyone from approaching. Following the secret passage downward, the style was completely different from Deshuin's snake lair. Inside were various high-precision equipment extremely valuable. When Yi Wuiyue saw the dozens of nutrient tanks filled with green liquid and the children floating inside, he immediately understood what this wood-style fusion experiment. The birthplace of Day. No wonder it was so secretive. Meiwei must have been out stealing children, recently feeling guilty. Just then a person walked out from inside. It was Captain Black Cat. For the next half year, your job is to watch over this secret laboratory, maintain normal operation of the equipment, and keep records. Do not do anything else beyond that. Yes. Lord Tuanzang attaches great importance to this matter. You must treat it seriously and never make any mistakes. Yi Wuiyue quickly said, Captain, you can rest assured with me handling this. From today, I'll sleep here. That's not necessary. Based on experience, the success rate of the experiment is not very high. You forgot my name is Wangcai, which means bringing good luck and wealth. I hope so. If it really is as you say after the mission ends, I will definitely recommend you to Lord Tuanzang. Black Cat promised. Thank you, Captain. Indeed, opportunities are for those who are prepared. He had just prepared to become a full member, and the opportunity came. Captain Black Cat gave instructions, and then quietly left the laboratory. Hua Mao said discontentedly, Wangcai is so disrespectful. One would think he's the squad leader. Chonyo scratched his head. White Bird herself doesn't care, so we shouldn't meddle. Besides, I can't say that kind of thing. That guy's tongue is sharper than his fists. Black Cat had trained them for 5 years, and everyone respected and feared him. In front of Black Cat, they were like mice seeing a cat daring not to speak. How annoying. Why should only he be recommended when the mission succeeds? Didn't he say he would sleep in the lab? Let's see if he really does. However, when the two finished their patrol and came to the room with nutrient tanks, they found Yi Wuiyue had already laid out his bedding. Hua Mao's jaw nearly dropped. Wangcai, are you serious? In this world, the most important thing is credibility. Keeping my word is my ninja way. I will become the most useful tool under Lord Tuanzang. You bastard. You're really shameless. Hua Mao was furious and left. What could he do when encountering such a competitive colleague? Yi Wuiyue said calmly, from now on I'll guard this important lab 247. You all don't worry about it. Wangcai, am not as good as you. Chonyo left a word and turned away. He planned to stay on the ground from now on, out of sight, out of mind. After the two left, White Bird appeared. Looking at Yi Wuiyue lying on the floor, she said, you don't have to go this far. I don't care. No one can stop me from moving. Yi Wuiyue turned over, unwilling to speak. Opportunities for advancement were limited, he had to seize them tightly. As an analogy, White Bird, as the top of the training class, was recruited into route for her potential equivalent to a campus recruit. Yi Wuiyue was eliminated due to poor talent. Now trying to become a full member, he was like a social recruit. The difficulty was completely different, as he was already labeled as untalented, and they might reject him for lack of work experience. The fact that Black Cat could participate in the secret experiment of Zujian Cell showed that he was an important figure under Tuanzang. Otherwise, such a simple rank mission wouldn't have been assigned to White Bird's squad. Strict on the surface, but actually quite good to his subordinates, he was offering them a chance to polish their records. They must not make any mistakes. White Bird saw the children in the experiment tanks and felt a pang of pity, unwilling to stay long. Wangcai, I'll leave this place to you. With that, she hurriedly left the underground lab. Compared to the oppressive atmosphere inside, she preferred to stay outside and breathe the free air. Inside the lab, there was no concept of day and night. When he woke up, he would eat something, then inspect the equipment's operation and keep accurate. When Yi Wuiyue had nothing to do, he would observe the test subjects in the cultivation tanks one by one. Hashirama cells were actually terrifying, possessing immense vitality, but for ordinary people, they were like a super virus. As time passed, most of the test subjects failed. After recording the results, Yi Wuiyue reported the situation to Bai Niao, and together they disposed of the failed subjects. During this period, He Mao came once, was disappointed, and never returned. Later, even Bai Niao, Chonyo, and Hua Mao refused to come down, as the cleaning process was truly unpleasant. In the end, Yi Wuiyue handled it alone. He spent the remaining time entirely on studying how to travel swiftly through the earth. The earth swimming fish technique was too slow and consumed too much chakra, completely unable to meet the demands of actual combat. The fundamental purpose of developing this technique was stealth assassination, not merely traveling underground. It seems I can only plagiarize the principles of the earth swimming dolphin and earth dragon submersion. The earth swimming dolphin technique liquefies the surrounding soil with chakra, allowing the user to move like a fish swiftly and without distance limitation. The earth dragon submersion, on the other hand, pulverizes the surrounding soil into fine sand with chakra, then transforms the user into an earth dragon that burrows forward madly. From the original principle, earth swimming dolphin seemed more like an upgraded version of earth swimming fish, using chakra to alter soil density to a liquefied state, increasing speed, but inevitably consuming a great deal of chakra. Only a tailed beast like Kisame would dare to play that way. On the other hand, Deidara's Earth Dragon submersion was more worthy of reference. Just pulverizing into sand would achieve high-speed travel, and the core's secret lay in how the digging progressed. Dog paddling, or pangolin style. Yi Weiyue racked his brains for days before finally finding a solution mimicking the principle of a propeller driving a ship. If a large tonnage ship could be propelled, pushing him through soil at high speed was a piece of cake. Once the principle was worked out, the rest was just pulverizing soil with chakra was not difficult. He had been doing that all along. The slightly challenging part was the rapid rotation of his body in the soil, like a spiral drill, which might cause dizziness, and the process required gradual adaptation. Yi Weiyue nodded and replied honestly, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru, life is truly fragile." Orochimaru wearing the green Konoha ninja vest. Yi Weiyue nodded and replied honestly, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru, life is truly fragile." Orochimaru wearing the green Konoha ninja vest slowly emerged from the darkness. During his previous appearance, he had seen Yi Weiyue earnestly observing and recording the test subjects, praised him as a good child, then walked around and left. At such a young age you have such a profound understanding of life. Because I have experienced the death of many companions. Yi Weiyue replied in a low voice. Orochimaru smiled upon hearing this. Killing the brothers and sisters you grew up with, erasing human emotions, turning completely into a tool. The survivors live forever in guilt and remorse, sinking into darkness. The final test of Root is indeed cruel. Yi Weiyue lowered his head, hesitating to respond. First, he felt no guilt. Second, this was a trap. He had no intention of becoming Orochimaru's pawn. This man, having witnessed the deaths of his disciples Nawaki and Dan Kato, lamented the brevity of life, underwent a drastic personality change, gradually became deranged, and succumbed to Danzo's temptation by secretly conducting Hashirama cell experiments. You don't need to be afraid. I'm not from Root, and you're not worth the effort for me to scheme against. Orochimaru reassured him. Most members of Root were rigid like machines, but Yi Weiyue felt like a living person to him. He just happened to meet him, chat a bit, and pour out his thoughts. I'm not afraid, haha. Yi Weiyue awkwardly shook his head. He had to play his role well. You're full of vitality, very much like one of my students. Unfortunately, he's already dead. Is that so? What a pity. Orochimaru walked up to the cultivation tank, stared at the test subject inside, and sighed. What a shame. If this experiment succeeded, we would gain immense power. Do you want it? Oh, what the hell? Just a few words, and he wanted to use him for experiments. This man was too dangerous. Terrified, Yi Weiyue immediately fell to his knees. Lord Orochimaru, spare me. I'm just a ninja without any bloodline limit. Even if given power, I couldn't control it. Could ordinary people withstand Hashirama cells? Even with 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare gamble his life. Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a clear understanding of yourself. Rare indeed. Orochimaru had only said it casually, just to scare a child. He was still in a honeymoon collaboration with Danzo. He wouldn't lay hands on Root's people. The experiment seems to have failed. I won't come here again. Clean it all up. With that, he vanished from the lab, and the secret experimental base was to be completely abandoned. Phew. That scared me to death. Yi Weiyue breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of weakness was terrible. His motivation for training stemmed from a lack of security. Brother Yamato, I know you can do it. You must hold on to the end. As if hearing his call, the child in the cultivation tank slowly opened his eyes, dull, lifeless, yet with a hint of curiosity. From that day on, Yi Weiyue's daily work became talking to Yamato, mostly just monologues. After some more time, the test subject in the other cultivation tank failed, leaving only Yamato persisting. Brother, my future depends on you. Though he knew Yamato would eventually succeed, he was still nervous, so much so that he couldn't focus on training during this period. He was a tool with feelings. Root was also hypocritical. Clan ninjas recruited from the village didn't have to kill their comrades, didn't have their emotions erased, and could even keep their names. Finally, another 2 months passed, and Yamato was still holding on. The news was reported layer by layer. Upon hearing it, Danzo was so excited that he personally came to the lab. Is this the child? Yes, Lord Danzo. I have been guarding here day and night, never leaving a step, talking to him every day. The instrument readings show his vital signs continuously multiplying. The experiment should be a success. When reporting, one must skillfully insert personal contributions, neither overshadowing the main point nor letting the leader know that you played a key role. You did well. Danzo nodded, forming a preliminary impression of Yi Weiyue. His attention was focused on Yamato, a barely concealed ambition flickering in his eyes. This child will be the key to my becoming Hokage. The power of wood release and the Nine Tails will both be in my hands. Take him back. Clean this lab thoroughly. Hi. After Danzo left, Captain Hei Mao began directing the cleanup. Wangcai, you're really lucky. Don't worry. The organization lost a few people on missions and needs to fill the vacancies. In a couple of days, he'll mention it to Lord Danzo. Thank you, Captain. Yi Weiyue felt a bit relieved, fearing that if too much time passed, Danzo would forget his contribution. Leaders were always busy. The 6-month garrison mission came to an end. The Bai Niao team returned to the training base for rest and recuperation, guessing that the next mission would be combat-related. Ninjas must engage in frequent combat, otherwise their reflexes would dull, especially for an assassination organization like theirs. The 4 members of the team began intensifying their daily sparring. After several exchanges, Yi Weiyue was shocked. This little woman's strength has improved quite a bit. He was once again suppressed. Ha ha ha. Wangcai, it seems you've been standing still for the past 6 months. I haven't been idle, Mei Wei said triumphantly. Wangcai was stuck in the lab every day, oblivious to the world outside, while she was out on patrol practicing sword techniques, ninjutsu, and shuriken throwing whenever she had the chance. You secretly trained during missions? How unfair. Dog thief, prepare to die. Whiz whiz whiz. Shuriken flew wildly. Yi Weiyue kept deflecting them with his blade, muttering inwardly, damn, even her shuriken throwing skill has improved. A training maniac. For half a year cooped up in the lab, he could only do simple physical exercises and upgrade his ninjutsu. His sword technique had indeed stagnated. The two naturally exchanged blows back and forth. Meanwhile, at Root's headquarters, He Mao was reporting the mission status. This is the candidate list for the current recruitment. All are outstanding talents from various training bases with remarkable performance in executing missions. Danzo took it and examined them one by one. When he got to the last person, he found the child in the photo somewhat familiar. Wangcai, the little brat from the lab. Yes, he was mediocre during training, but since starting missions, he has been completely different, growing rapidly. Danzo carefully read through Yi Weiyue's records. He did well on the mission, but you should know the most important ability for a formal member of Root. Combat ability. He Mao said helplessly. He had already tried his best to polish Wangcai's resume, but there was a glaring indeed. Although he has clashed with enemies several times, he has no record of solo killing at Chunin or above. Root members must possess the strength to stand on. As a branch of the ANBU, Root had only 1 platoon with 17 official positions. Every member had to be an elite chosen from the best, either strong in combat, possessing special skills, or a promising seedling. No mediocrity was tolerated. Understood. It seems he still needs some time to grow. Danzo looked down at the records again and suddenly said, assign him a solo mission. Don't say I didn't give him a chance. Hi. Thank you for your consideration, my lord. He Mao secretly sighed in relief, thinking, Wangcai, if you mess this up, you're slapping my face, and he'll never recommend you again. He would have to carefully select a mission to ensure Wangcai would pass in one go. Earth release, Earth Sea, Swimming Dragon. Whoosh. Yi Weiyue's figure vanished into the ground, disappearing from sight, and reappeared 100 meters away. With the same amount of chakra, the travel distance was more than 3 times that of the Earth Mirror fish, and the speed was doubled. Haha. It's no wonder this escape technique, which I spent half a year upgrading, has finally succeeded. If I could harness the power of the earth veins, could I further increase the speed and distance? Underground travel shouldn't be limited to escape, it must also integrate perception and ambush. These details need gradual refinement. Just then the system issued a prompt. Insight point 1. Is this a reward for upgrading my technique? The purpose of imitation is to elevate and transcend. I see. The leading edge system is pushing me to innovate endlessly. It wasn't about creating from nothing, but standing on the shoulders of giants, carrying forward the legacy. After studying for a while, he discovered that insight points could help him achieve sudden enlightenment, and their use required careful consideration. He couldn't just step on his left foot with his right foot to fly into the sky. The system discouraged opportunistic shortcuts, hoping instead that he would venture into entirely new domains. I should invest in elevating the essence of life. Chakra is created by mixing physical energy and spiritual energy in equal proportions. Physical training and healthy development can increase physical energy. How does one increase spiritual energy? I need to develop a spiritual secret technique to condense and enhance spiritual energy. By working on both fronts, my chakra can grow rapidly. Only when the chakra volume reaches a certain level can one qualify to cultivate sage mode. With this thought, Yi Weiyue saw the light. Insight points corresponded precisely to spiritual power. Investing in this area would yield stable and lasting returns. A significant boost in spiritual power also brought a qualitative breakthrough in chakra control, making tree climbing and water walking seem like child's play. For instance, those who had awakened the Sharingan were never known to struggle with chakra control. It was as natural as eating and drinking. For example, lightning was difficult to shape, yet the Chidori sharp spear extending 5 meters in a straight line could astonish even Orochimaru. In the ninja world, without a bloodline limit, one could only walk the path of secret techniques. With the aid of insight points and his knowledge of sage mode, he believed he could master it sooner or later. Spiritual secret techniques were extremely rare, even in Konoha, with the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique being a prime example. One could only look inward and explore on their own. Yi Weiyue had always been fond of cultivation practices, studying Yoga, Tantra, Buddhism, and Taoism, including mainstream meditation trance states and the concept of unity of heaven and man. He had even memorized the methods for making soap, gunpowder, matchlock guns, and papermaking. Consume 1 insight point. Initiate brainstorming. After a frenzy of thought aided by the system, he actually came up with a plan. Drawing from tantric energy channels and yoga meditation, he devised a method based on the theory of 3 channels and 7 chakras to condense spiritual energy and unlock the spiritual world. This theory posits that the human body possesses a hidden energy system called the subtle body with 7 chakras serving as energy inlets and outlets. The chakras' rotating energy vortexes are the energy centers. They are the crown chakra, the third eye chakra, the throat chakra, the heart chakra, the solar plexus chakra, the sacral chakra, and the root chakra. Comparing to the ninja system, the subtle body corresponds to the soul and spiritual energy. The chakras lie within the spinal column coiled like a serpent, scientifically speaking the central nervous system within the spine. The brain controls the body's operations through the main neural pathway hidden in the spine. The root chakra is near the anus, the solar plexus chakra at the navel, the heart chakra at the heart, the throat chakra at the throat, the third eye chakra corresponds to the pineal gland, and the crown chakra corresponds to the chi acupoint. The most special is the crown chakra, not inside the body but directly above the head, a key node connecting the human body to the outside world. I wonder if opening the crown chakra could directly absorb natural energy. If successful, it would not only be a transformation of spiritual power, but could also unlock the path to sage mode. A tall building rises from the ground. First, open the root chakra. Time for the Kegel exercise. Speaking of the Kegel exercise, it was widely recognized as a super technique for improving pelvic floor muscles. Mastering it meant one could sit for long hours without worrying about hemorrhoids. It also enhanced sexual function. Performing the Kegel exercise together with the mysterious 369 breathing method yielded even better results. In the eyes of others, Yi Weiyue only trained in the morning. In the afternoon, he would sit in meditation, sometimes staring at a rock, sometimes manipulating leaves, sometimes closing his eyes in deep contemplation. It wasn't the typical training method of a ninja, but no one questioned it. Wangcai, there's progress on your matter. Yi Weiyue's face lit up with joy. The Black Cat captain had indeed kept his promise. Such a good superior was rare. He was a sensible person and quickly asked, "Thank you, Captain. Is there anything you need me to do?" "There is indeed a mission, a test so to speak. It requires you to complete it independently. As a formal member of Root, you must have the ability to stand on your own." "No problem, I'll follow your orders, Captain." Yi Weiyue was not flustered at all. He believed that Black Cat must have chosen a suitable mission for him. There was a rule: those who help you will keep helping you. Black Cat reached out and took out a scroll. Location: the Land of Lightning. Intelligence retrieval mission. Here are the contact details. Leave immediately. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Yi Weiyue excitedly took the scroll and examined its contents. The mission was rated level, meaning he might encounter a Jonin and would definitely encounter a Chunin. Finally, it's time to shine. Mere intelligence. I'll retrieve it with ease. He immediately packed his gear and provisions, hastily left the base, and headed straight for the Land of Lightning. Although the war had ended, the villages remained on alert. It was the peak period for stealing each other's intelligence, as everyone wanted to know the other's next move. The Cloud Village had sent spies to kidnap Kushina in Konoha, and Konoha in turn would send people to steal intelligence from the Cloud Village. It was a mutual exchange of routine operation. The key issue was that the people of the Land of Lightning were a different breed from the rest of the Land of Fire. Large builds, dark skin, and speech peppered with English. Outsiders would find it hard to blend in here. No matter what pretext, entering the village through conventional channels would invite strict scrutiny. After a week of traveling by night and hiding by day, he finally arrived near the Cloud Village. In the distance, clouds and mist swirled, thunder rumbled incessantly, and buildings were scattered across the mountaintops connected by suspension bridges. It looked more like a scenic tourist destination. They built the village on the mountaintop. Aren't they afraid of lightning strikes? Yi Weiyue had no intention of entering through the front gate or the back gate. He planned to take a side entrance. After 2 days of observation, he noticed that apart from merchant caravans and mission employers, most people coming and going were village ninjas. Such a large village. Tens of thousands of people eating, drinking, and defecating. How are the supplies delivered up here? He hadn't seen any convoy using the main gate, so there must be another route for delivering goods. He circled the village until he saw the cable car, and suddenly understood. No wonder it's the Land of Lightning. They've even adopted high-tech. I'll go up from here. Yi Weiyue found an opportunity to hide inside a sack of rice. With his child-sized build, it was easy to conceal himself. His volume and weight were inconspicuous. As expected, when the cable car arrived at the mountaintop, 2 Cloud Village ninjas conducted a routine inspection. They took a cursory glance and then ordered the goods to be moved. Routine work day in and day out year after year. No one could maintain a high level of vigilance at their post every single day, facing such repetitive, monotonous tasks. What if he got caught? He'd deal with it then. Thinking too much would hinder success. See, I'm in. Doesn't seem that hard. Now I just need to find the contact. Yi Wuyue didn't act rashly. He found a hidden corner and stayed there for the night. The next day, when the villagers came out to go about their business, he blended in. Like Konoha, Cloud Village had many civilians living there, including some immigrants from other countries. Fresh fruit house. The owner, Ji Chuan, wearing a brown apron, sat on a stool cutting fruit platters. His eyes were bloodshot as if he had stayed up all night, listless and weary. Boss, are the oranges sweet? I'd like to buy some. Sweet, all freshly arrived. I want 10 ripe oranges. Ji Chuan's body stiffened. He carefully looked at the child before him and quickly asked, do you want big ones or small ones? Medium-sized. All right, please wait a moment. I'll pick them for you. Ji Chuan perked up instantly. He deftly selected the oranges, turned back to the counter, and weighed them. Exactly 500 Rio. All right, please wait a moment. I'll pick them for you. Ji Chuan perked up instantly. He deftly selected the oranges, turned back to the counter, and weighed them. He didn't rush to take out that orange. Instead, he wandered the streets. As he walked, he sensed something was off. He was being, damn, that guy must have been spotted. I should have. If it's not too late to go back now. With that thought, Yi Wuyue turned around and headed back. On the way, he casually took out the orange and peeled it as he walked. His behavior completely baffled the person tailing him. Uncertain, they decided not to act rashly and continued to. Inside the orange was indeed a sealed note. He silently tucked the note away, then slipped the orange segments into his mouth one by one. By the time he finished the orange, he had just reached the fruit shop. When Ji Chuan saw Yi Wuyue return, his expression changed, instantly realizing something was wrong. Before he could speak, Yi Wuyue said, you heartless bastard, your oranges aren't sweet at all. Sorry, I'll compensate you. With a flustered heart, Ji Chuan led Yi Wuyue back to the counter inside the shop. Just as he turned around to ask what was going on, he felt a sharp pain in his lower back. With a flustered heart, Ji Chuan led Yi Wuyue back to the counter inside the shop. Just as he turned around, I see. Ji Chuan suddenly understood. He had been lurking here for the village for years, and only recently had his identity been activated. He never expected to be exposed. Better to die than to implicate my wife and child. To show his intention to settle here, he had married and had a child in Cloud Village. If he were captured, it would be trouble. With that thought, Ji Chuan felt a sense of relief. Yi Wuyue helped him sit down on the chair behind the counter, then turned and left. Yi Wuyue walked onto the main street, moving along with the flow of the crowd. The two cloud-hidden ninjas trailing him exchanged glances, then split up. One turned and dashed into a shop, while the other continued the pursuit. Upon entering the shop and seeing Yoshikawa slain, Modoi muttered, that kid is indeed suspicious. He quickly caught up to his comrade Gabui and swiftly regrouped. Make a move. Gabui immediately drew a kunai upon hearing this. The two of them flashed forward and caught up to Yi Wuyue, who had already started fleeing, and took him down in an instant. Boom. It's a shadow clone, you brat, from Konoha. Not good, that guy is still hiding in the fruit shop. Modoi cried out in alarm as realization dawned. By the time the two rushed back to the fruit shop, there was no trace of anyone, and even Yoshikawa's corpse had been bundled up and taken away. Damn it, we've been tricked. Gabui, go inform the patrol team quickly. They'll give chase. At this moment, Yi Wuyue was darting through the alleyways, frantically heading for the cargo transfer platform. He had to escape before the cloud-hidden ninjas could react. Killer B. Killer B saw someone approaching and glanced over, saying, you're not a ninja from this village. What's it to you? Killer B. Killer B saw someone approaching and glanced over, saying, you're not a ninja from this village. What's it to you? Mind your own business. Bastard fool, protecting the village is a ninja's duty. Killer B drew his weapon and immediately entered a combat stance. Then there's nothing more to say. Watch my blade. Clang, clang, clang. The two children clashed in the narrow alley. Killer B's swordsmanship was quite impressive, and they fell into a stalemate. Yi Wuyue grew anxious inwardly, then had a sudden inspiration, remembering that Killer B was a clean freak. Heh, Tui. He spat out a thick wad of phlegm, startling Killer B badly. Seizing the moment of distraction, he suddenly exerted force with both arms. Round slash. Crack. Killer B cried out in pain and hastily retreated, having never encountered such a shameless ninja. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Killer B cried out in pain and hastily retreated, having never encountered such a shameless ninja. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The sound of shuriken cutting through the air came from behind. Modoi had caught up. Yi Wuyue dodged the attack and turned to flee. Don't think you can escape. By the time Yi Wuyue hurriedly reached the dispatch platform, he found the two ninjas stationed there, alerted by the commotion, standing ready for battle. Yi Wuyue flung two kunai with explosive tags attached. Boom, boom. The two cloud-hidden ninjas, seasoned in combat, dodged the explosions and retaliated with the same tactics. They had guessed that the enemy intended to use the cable car from here to descend the mountain. Earth release, earth flow wall. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The explosions were blocked by the rising earth wall, but Yi Weiwei felt a blade pierce him from behind. Kid, don't just watch the front. It turned out Mo Doi had arrived in time and struck from behind, but the feel was off. The opponent had turned into a mud figure. Moi. This is a substitution. Earth release headhunter technique. The moment he realized he had been tricked, his body was pulled into the earth and his neck was grazed by a blade, instantly spurting blood. Mo Doi. The two companions, thinking their tactic had succeeded, saw Mo Doi killed in the next instant and charged over in fury. Yi Weiwei, however, took the opportunity to feign retreat, then curved around to break through the blockade and sprint toward the cable car. It's useless. We've cut the power. You can't. What? Then they saw Yi Weiwei pull out his belt, loop it over the steel cable, grab it with both hands, and leap off the platform. Whoosh. From above, he slid down using gravity. A floating target in the air naturally invited a barrage of shuriken. But unexpectedly, Yi Weiwei exerted force with his hands, spinning his body 360 degrees around the cable to dodge the attack, and in the blink of an eye, he had slid over 100 meters away. The two cloud-hidden ninjas, enraged, wanted to cut the steel cable, but ultimately couldn't bear to knowing how much effort had gone into building. Damn it. Quickly inform the third Raikage and send someone to pursue. In the Raikage's office, a Konoha ANBU infiltrated the village, stole intelligence, and even wounded B. The third Raikage furrowed his brow. It's a brat who took advantage of a loophole. He escaped via the cable car line. That is indeed a weak point in the village's defenses. Station more guards there in the future and send A to lead the pursuit. Yeah, in the mountains, Yi Weiwei was fleeing frantically. The landscape of the Land of Lightning was peculiar. Unlike the Land of Fire with its vast forests for hiding, here it was mountains upon mountains, mostly rocky with bare hillsides. Sounds came from behind. The pursuers had arrived, most likely accompanied by a sensor-type ninja. Shadow clone technique. The old trick, split into three, fleeing left, center, and right. This technique was originally developed by the second Hokage for espionage. Since these were solid clones that evenly divided the user's chakra, even a sensor-type ninja couldn't tell which one was the captain. The enemy seems to have used a clone technique. We can't identify the original. He wounded B. We can't let him get away. He'll take the center path, Samui takes the right, and Kamui takes the left. Killer B was the partner he had painstakingly chosen, and he had almost been killed. I was furious, wanting to tear the attacker apart. Intelligence was nothing compared to Killer B. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three each chose a direction. Samui, skilled in sensing, locked onto the target with his sensory ability. Soon he noticed the target had changed course, making a sharp right turn. Worried about being intercepted from the front. Is it the original or not? Even now he couldn't determine. Yi Weiwei was panicking inside. The shadow clone on the center path had been instantly killed, and the image of death along with the fear and pain came back to him. The young guy is if he catches up, I'm done. Hot-tempered as he is, I bet you'll choose the left. The center path led to the Land of Iron, the left to the coast, heading toward the Land of Hot Water, and the right to the North Sea coast toward the Land of Earth. A normal person's first reaction upon obtaining intelligence would be to flee toward their own village. He couldn't do that, or he would be caught soon. It was all a psychological game. Boom. Kamui finally caught up to the enemy and finished him with a single slash. As expected, a shadow clone. With a flash of lightning, as figure appeared in sight. Seeing the scene before him, he immediately punched the giant rock beside him, shattering it. Cunning brat. Chase. Captain with Samui, keeping an eye on him. The enemy won't get away. Let's hope so. Running Yi Weiwei soon received the images from the second shadow clone, and his sense of urgency was maxed out again. Got taken out again. At least they bought me some time. Now I need to find a way to take that guy out. No matter how he fled, the enemy always caught up, indicating a sensor-type ninja. Not much chakra left. He'll have to rely on wits. After running for about 10 more minutes, he arrived at a canyon lush with tall trees. Yi Weiwei plunged into it. Slowing down. Trying to deal with me, huh? Heh. I really am underestimated. Although combat was not Samui's forte as a sensor-type ninja, he was still a special jonin. Yi Weiwei's chakra level felt to him like that of a chunin. He had barely entered the jungle when he discovered several wire traps set on the path. The enemy stood opposite, using the hard-won moment to catch his breath and recover stamina. You can't escape. Surrender. If you hand over the intelligence obediently, it'll spare your life. Stop rambling. If you want to fight, bring it on. Do you think I'm scared? I know you've set traps around here to lure me in, but you underestimate my strength. Even if I only use taijutsu, you're no match. Samui threw a few shuriken at Yi Weiwei to test him, but the latter swatted them away with his blade. There must be traps underfoot. I can't approach recklessly. They'll force you to move. He quickly pulled out several explosive tags from his ninja tool pouch, tied them to the ring at the end of a kunai, and hurled them at Yi Weiwei. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Weiwei had no choice but to leap away to avoid the explosions. At that moment Samui seized the opportunity, used the body flicker technique, and appeared right in front of him. Died. But then Yi Weiyue produced 2 spheres in his hands and crushed them. Bang! Bang! Black poisonous smoke immediately enveloped the two. Samui, having anticipated that the enemy might have a backup plan and remained on guard, quickly held his breath. In battles between ninjas, projectiles and poison were the most common tools, nothing unusual. Yi Weiyue knew well that this trick would have little effect against an expert. At best it was a smokescreen. After crushing the poison spheres, he suddenly pulled tight the wire in his hand. Whiz whiz whiz. Countless shuriken flew in from all directions, enveloping both him and Samui. No one could escape. This bastard wants to take me down with him. Samui was shocked. Forgetting everything else, he swung his blade so fast it left afterimages, yet he still couldn't block all the shuriken and was wounded. Worse, he had inhaled the residual poison in the air. Fighting off dizziness, he forced himself to stay alert. When the smoke cleared, he found no trace of the enemy. Looking down, he noticed the soil had been disturbed and understood. I see, cough cough. 10 minutes later, A and Kamui followed the markers he had left and arrived at the scene. Seeing Samui leaning against a tree, they sensed something was wrong. Did he get away? Yes, sorry. The enemy was too cunning. I let my guard down and fell into his trap. Samui replied guiltily. Kamui reached out and patted his shoulder. Can't blame you. Combat isn't your specialty. That kid is really troublesome. We were all surveyed the battlefield and said helplessly, the enemy escaped underground. It seems we can't catch him. Let's go back and get you treated first. As a censor-type ninja, Samui was injured and showing signs of poisoning. Persisting in the mission or protecting his comrade. As the future fourth Raikage, he made his choice. Yi Weiyue tunneled for 100 meters in one go, finally exhausting his chakra. He emerged from the ground, and without resting continued his flight. Only after leaving the land of lightning and entering the land of frost did he finally relax. 5 days later, Yi Weiyue returned to the training base of Root. The Black Cat had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Yi Weiyue striding into the base with an air of arrogance, he guessed the mission was accomplished. Captain, I have fulfilled my mission. Yi Weiyue handed over the intelligence and the scroll to the Black Cat, then recounted the specific process. What? You killed the intelligence agent? Yes, he was already exposed and nearly implicated. Well, I was afraid he would leak the village's secrets. Captain, why are you so upset? That's always been Root's way. The Black Cat sighed and said, he was a veteran of the Umbu, not one of our people. I hope the third Hokage won't make a Umbu personnel. Yi Weiyue was stunned. He thought it was one of his own and stabbed him without a second thought. Go see Lord Danzo first and see how he arranges things. The Black Cat led Yi Weiyue through Konoha village, winding through alleys until they reached an underground secret base. He introduced, this is Root's headquarters. So impressive. Will I be taking missions here from now on? No, everyone usually stays at their respective training bases and only gathers here when collective action is needed. Wait in the hall for Lord Danzo's summons and restrain your emotions. I'd. Yi Weiyue quickly put on a serious Wait in the hall for Lord Danzo's summons and restrain your emotions. I'd. Yi Weiyue quickly put on a serious expression. After a moment, the Black Cat waved from a distance. Yi Weiyue nervously adjusted his hair and trotted into the chamber was pitch black with a faint silhouette of a person sitting on a cushion in the center, his right eye wrapped in bandages. Lord Danzo. Yi Weiyue knelt on one knee, greeting his master with utmost respect. Describe the entire process of this mission, leaving out no details. I started from. Yi Weiyue recounted how he entered the Cloud Village to execute the mission, including how he returned and killed the intelligence agent upon sensing something amiss. Danzo showed no reaction, as if it were a routine inquiry. Surviving the pursuit from Cloud Village proves your ability. From today, you are an official member of Root. Dismissed. He never mentioned the slain Umbu intelligence agent. He was simply confirming the newcomer's capability through the details. Thank you, my lord. Yi Weiyue followed the Black Cat out, cheerfully heading to the next room for identity verification and tagging. The joy in his eyes was unmistakable, piquing Danzo's curiosity. An ambitious brat. Danzo rose and took the intelligence to the Hokage's office, where Hiruzen Sarutobi and the two advisors were already waiting. He handed over the intelligence. No signs of war-related activities in the Cloud Village. Everything is normal, so peace can be maintained for a while. Let's hope so. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled as well. Continue observing for a while. If the Cloud Village shows no intention of war, well, lift the war alert. Was the mission smooth? Root does not allow failure. However, the intelligence agent was exposed to the Cloud Village's site without realizing it. My man brought back his body. Danzo placed the scroll on the table and turned to leave. Let's have it examined by the Intelligence Analysis Division. Mitokado Hamura suggested. They couldn't rely solely on Danzo's words. The corpse wouldn't lie, and they needed to cross-reference both to verify the intelligence's authenticity. At Root's headquarters, after having the tongue curse seal inscribed, Yiwiwa eagerly asked, "Captain, will I be able to lead a team in the future?" He had already thought of a team named the Paparazzi. "We don't have spare personnel now. You're a member of my Root squad. Continue doing missions with White Bird as usual." "Understood. By the way, the ninjutsu provided at the training base are all basic, no longer sufficient for the increasingly dangerous battles. I wish to learn higher-level techniques." Climbing the ladder was for better benefits, which directly affected his survival. Further inside is the ninjutsu library, where techniques of all elemental types are available. Just register there, then head back to the base on your own. Got it. Yiwiwa returned to the base, coincidentally passing by the training ground, where Spotted Cat and Ugly Ox were training diligently. He walked past them with his hands behind his back, nose in the air, unwilling to converse. After all, he was an official Root member, no longer in the same circle as those expendable outsiders. The way of heaven takes from the surplus to supplement the deficiency. Don't deal with lower-level people, it wastes energy and corrupts one's fortune. Damn it. Spotted Cat clenched his fists in anger. It was obvious that the snobbish Wangcai had successfully become a regular. Ugly Ox's eyes flickered with envy. Seeing his beloved provoked, he said, "I've decided to apply to Captain Black Cat for the official member assessment." "Great. Even that dead last Wangcai could do it. You're stronger than him, you'll surely pass." Ugly Ox appeared calm, but was secretly uncertain. Any peripheral member could apply for the regular assessment if they felt strong enough. However, unlike Wangcai, Captain Black Cat, Ugly Ox appeared calm, but was secretly uncertain. Any peripheral member could apply for the regular assessment if they felt strong enough. However, unlike Wangcai, Captain Black Cat was willing to give Wangcai special treatment, but not necessarily him. Yiwiwa returned to his dormitory and lay on the bed trying to nap, but couldn't get comfortable no matter how he turned. No wonder. This hard bed and cramped space no longer suit my status. I need to work harder and move into the village. He imagined himself as an anonymous ninja lurking in the shadows, fighting bloody battles outside, then returning to a warm home to shower. Then go to the bathhouse for some drinks and find some girls for fun. With the continuous practice of the anal clenching technique, the root chakra had been generating heat lately, causing his youthful fire to swell. Once his body fully developed in a few years, it would be unbearable. It would be best to live next door to the bathhouse for convenient cultivation. It wasn't that he was lecherous, but the side effect of the spiritual cultivation secret art. Both the Tantric and Brahmin monks needed to select Mingfei, or Sacred Maiden, for sexual cultivation. The chosen girls were very young and had to practice supreme yoga to make their bodies flexible, all to assist the master in dual cultivation. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The low, powerful voice carried an imposing aura. Miyuki pushed open the door and saw Wangcai lying on the bed with his legs crossed, looking utterly carefree. Gone was the submissive expression of the past. His dog eyes roamed restlessly, lewdly appraising her body. His tail's up high. It seems he succeeded. Just like Wangcai, getting cocky upon success. "Hey pretty girl, what can I do for you?" "Well, I heard you got promoted. Congratulations." "Huh. From now on we're colleagues. No need to be polite. Have a seat." Yiwiwa sat up on the bed, opened his mouth, and stuck out his tongue, revealing several black horizontal bars. The strongest proof. "So you got the curse seal too? I told you before that promotion isn't necessarily a good thing. I think you misunderstand. I don't care about this seal at all. It is indeed a shackle that binds us, but it's also a talisman. Especially when you're weak, you need its protection to gain resources and time to grow. You need to broaden your perspective. So that's how you see it." Miyuki suddenly understood why Wangcai was so obsessed with getting promoted. Don't overthink it. Most of Root's tools are short-lived. Don't worry about the long term, it would just get a chance to grow up first. The girl had been gloomy all day, worrying about this. She still hadn't changed her mindset, thinking she could live as long as those who lived in the sunlight. How ridiculous. Over the years, Root's personnel had been replaced time and again, and total annihilation had occurred. Alright, you're right. Following Wangcai's logic, she felt much better. "Come on, I'm in a good mood today. Let's go train," Yiwiwa said, walking up to Miyuki and naturally grabbing her arm to lead her out. She was still lost in her thoughts and didn't notice. Only when they were almost out the door did she feel his wandering hand touch her waist. "Bastard. You dare take advantage of me." Miyuki screamed, jumping back like a startled rabbit, drawing her sword to fight. "Chill. Are you crazy? Keep your voice down." Yiwiwa looked around furtively and hastily explained, "Sorry, I just see you as a comrade. I didn't think much. Do you even believe that yourself?" "Yes. Root's tools have no emotions. Tools have no gender. I truly don't see you as a woman. Besides, we're still young. Even if I had any ideas, I couldn't act on them." He looked smug. He touched her. What could she do? Miyuki clenched her teeth in hatred. "You clearly have ulterior motives. If I report you, you'll be in trouble. I advise you not to do that. From my understanding of Lord Danzo, he wouldn't even bother to investigate. He'd just kill us both. Right and wrong don't matter. If you break the rules, you die. Despicable. Humph. In the end, Miyuki cursed and stormed off, forced to swallow the bitter pill. Yi Weiyue called after her, remember, pride is a sin. Once she was completely gone, he felt a bit regretful. I let my true nature slip. Oh well, when I grow up, it'll just pay for fun. Wild horses are hard to tame and too risky. His position was too low now. If he could climb one more rank, he could use his authority to make things difficult for others and experience the boss kind of pleasure. At the training ground. Damn Wangcai. Die. Thud thud thud. The wooden posts were filled with shuriken, but it wasn't enough. She kept throwing until dusk, then left satisfied. From now on, I might need to be careful when practicing swordsmanship with Bai Niao. Women are very vindictive. In the following days, Yi Weiyue began studying the newly acquired Earth-released ninjutsu, which he had chosen from the Root Organization's secret technique repository. Being in the public service makes cultivation easier. If I hadn't joined the organization, I wouldn't have a place to learn. He didn't aim too high for difficult techniques, but chose practical complementary ones: Rock Pillar Prison and Rock Pillar Spear. The two techniques correspond to restraint and attack respectively. Yi Weiyue first learned Rock Pillar Spear, merging chakra into the earth to create sharp rock pillars that pierce the opponent. To ensure accuracy, he practiced with a circular attack trajectory, violently stabbing from all directions toward the center. Rock Pillar Prison and Rock Pillar Spear are based on almost the same principle, raising pillars from the ground to bind the enemy. They are not difficult, and he quickly mastered them. Indeed, as long as it's a technique that can be upgraded, it can activate the system. Finally, I figured out the correct way to use the cheat. Rock Pillar Spear is a basic ninjutsu. Above it are Earth Rising Spear and Earth Stalactite, with larger attack range, faster speed, and crucially irregular omnidirectional attacks. By developing along this line of thought, he could obtain an insight point. This would greatly shorten the cultivation speed of the spiritual secret technique. Otherwise, relying on his own slow grinding, when would he ever succeed? He had neither the time nor the patience to take it step by step. Yi Weiyue could already use wind nature to cut leaves, but whenever he tried to wrap leaves with chakra, the leaves would shatter. It was simply impossible. Enchantment is a highly difficult technique in the ninja world, especially with chakra nature. To master it, he had to return to the spiritual energy domain. Once his spiritual energy surged, all problems would be solved. Just then Meiyu walked over. Yi Weiyue thought she was going to retaliate, and secretly prepared himself. That guy Chonyo applied for the probationary assessment, and has gone on a mission. Oh, with his strength it should be fine. I hope so, Meiyu said worriedly, without mentioning the previous incident at all, as if it had been forgotten. This left Yi Weiyue puzzled. Is my vision too narrow? Next time he'll try touching your, but to test your bottom line. Meiyu definitely had a scheme. He had to push his advantage, otherwise why would she back down? It didn't make sense. 3 days later, Hei Mao arrived, bringing with him Chonyo's corpse. He failed. Bury him in the back mountain. How is that possible? With Chonyo's strength, he couldn't have failed. Even Wangcai could do it. It doesn't make sense. Hua Mao couldn't believe it. The protective umbrella she had painstakingly cultivated had been broken. Wouldn't all her initial investment be completely wasted? Strength is not equal to execution ability. Various unexpected situations occur in missions, and the ability to solve them is what we need in attack. I've told you many times it's important to recognize your own position. Some people are fit to be leaders, some are fit to support. If you don't know your own capabilities, the consequences can be severe. After Hei Mao put down Chonyo's corpse, he left the base. They thought Hua Mao would cry bitterly, and then carry Chonyo to the back mountain alone, but instead the little woman turned and went back to the dormitory, not coming out again. She was not grieving Chonyo's death, but was distressed by her investment failure and sunk costs. The uncertain future made her feel panic. Let's bury him as a fellow comrade, Meiyu suggested. All right. Yi Weiyue carried Chonyo's corpse and went with Meiyu to the back mountain, where they found a spot among the dense graves, dug a hole, and buried him. Old Nyo, once you're over there you'll regret it plenty. Don't trust women in your next life. At that moment, Meiyu silently walked to a grave and stood there in a daze. It was the resting place of Deju, her childhood friend from the same village. At that moment, Meiyu silently walked to a grave and stood there in a daze. It was the resting place of Deju, her child. In the ninja world, fighting and death occur every day, especially during the Great Ninja War. People have no time to grieve before being swept into new crises, struggling to survive. Perhaps one day, I will also die in some mission and be buried here. Wangcai was right. People with short lives have no right to worry about the future. Yi Weiyue stood at a distance, too embarrassed to approach, since he was the one who killed Deju. Only after Meiyu left and returned to the base did he go to Deju's grave to repent. Deju, don't worry over there. I will take care of Meiyu for you. This is a promise between men. From then on, he had a sense of mission to fulfill the promise. Due to the shortage of personnel, they couldn't get reinforcements for now. The Bai Niao team had 3 members, 2 full members, and 1 perception-type ninja. still maintaining an optimal configuration without delaying missions. In the forest, the three formed a team again and headed to Tang Country to carry out a mission to destroy enemy logistics. Unlike before, Yi Wuiyue finally knew the mission details in advance, having obtained the same authority as Bai Niao. Although the Second Great Ninja War had ended, the five great nations knew in their hearts that the war was not over, so they were secretly stockpiling war supplies. The cloud-hidden village of Lightning Country had ordered a batch of weapons from Jiang Country passing through Tang Country. The Bai Niao team's mission was to disguise themselves as rock-hidden village ninjas and destroy the weapons, instigating conflict between the two sides. The three traveled a long way, taking a boat to a hot spring near the dock of the island nation Tang Country, where they lay in ambush. Every day they lay on the rooftop using telescopes to observe the sea. Bai Niao knew well that Yi Wuiyue and Hua Mao had a strained relationship, yet he still arranged for them to collect intelligence together. Yi Wuiyue chose to bring it up directly. Hua Mao, you know I'm straightforward and don't have many tricks. Can you tell me why you don't like me, eh? No other meaning. We are partners after all, we see each other all the time, and we'll be together for a long time. If there's anything you don't like, just say it, and he'll try to change. If I just can't stand your sycophantic attitude toward the boss. Hua Mao was still a child after all, unable to hide her feelings, thinking Yi Wuiyue really wanted to open up to her. Do you think I want this? There are only so many official positions en route. In terms of strength, I don't even rank. If I just worked in silence every day, it would never be my turn in a lifetime. You're just a loser. How did you become a full member? Hua Mao was very unconvinced, ultimately jealous, unable to accept that someone who was once inferior to her had surpassed her. Most people can accept the success of strangers, but cannot accept the success of those familiar. You're right, I was once a loser, but that doesn't mean I'll always be behind. At least I'm still alive. Hua Mao's heart trembled. Yes, everyone is already dead. No matter who was better in the past, the one who survives is the winner. In the ninja world, the one left standing is king. She had originally chosen the path of perception out of instinct, believing that perception-type ninjas had a higher chance of survival. I mean, let's get along from now on. I don't ask you to approve of me, just don't hate me. TCH. Hua Mao stubbornly turned her head away. Say whatever, didn't she have face to save? Seeing this, Yi Wuiyue curled his lips. Kid with my silver tongue, I can handle you. Previously, he had disdained to bother with Hua Mao's childish mind, and she wasn't his type in appearance. Thin like a fire poker, really like a cat. Now that Chonyo was gone, Hua Mao must be panicking inside, and might do something foolish. He had to calm her down. Just then a loud whistle sounded in the distance, and two large ships cut through the waves, slowly approaching. Finally here, Yi Wuiyue quickly picked up his telescope, and soon saw a giant shuriken pattern on the ship's side. It's the mark of Jiangyin village, no mistake. Tang Country, as a maritime trade center, had countless ships passing through every day, very bustling. People would soak in hot springs on the island to relax. Behind a pile of cargo boxes at the dock, the Bai Niao team lay in ambush. According to intelligence, the cargo ship will stay here for a day and depart tomorrow morning. Wangcai, what do you think? Behind a pile of cargo boxes at the dock, the Bai Niao team lay in ambush. According to intelligence, the cargo ship will stay here for a day. I suggest waiting until the ship leaves the port and then blow it up directly, which will save a lot of trouble. Bai Niao nodded slightly. I was thinking the same. Let's go back first and sneak into the cargo hold at dawn. Roger. Night soon fell. The dock was still busy with laborers loading and unloading until it gradually quieted down in the early. Three figures stealthily boarded the ship of Jiang Country under the cover of night. Yi Wuiyue was responsible for one ship alone, while Bai Niao and Hua Mao handled the other. The next day the ship sounded its whistle and slowly left the dock. 10 minutes later was the agreed time to act, but just then sounds of fighting came from the deck. Not good, there's another force trying to hijack the weapons. No time to wait. Yi Wuiyue immediately went to the cabin wall, attached over a dozen detonation paper tags, and detonated them simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion shook the ship violently, and then a large amount of seawater rapidly poured into the cabin through the blasted opening. The ship tilted, emitting twisted cracking sounds. The ship is sinking, run. The sailors panicked and jumped into the sea. The dock was faintly visible in the distance. Oh, as long as they swam there, they could be saved. The deck descended into utter chaos. A man 2.5 meters tall angrily shouted, "Which bastard did this? I won't let you off." As soon as he finished, the neighboring ship also exploded and capsized. Taking advantage of this gap, Yi Wuiyue fled at top speed, not daring to engage the giant, because he had already recognized the opponent's identity. That weapon. It was Ziguishin Hitengui, rock-hidden village ninja. Don't think you can escape. Hitengui leaped from the bow, drew the Samahata blade from his back, and hurled it at Yi Wuiyue's back. Samahata's handle suddenly stretched over 10 meters like a rubber band, and the bandages wrapping its body broke on the spot, revealing its body covered in barbs. The best way to deal with ruffians is to be more ruffian than they are. The Suna Vanguard promptly adjusted their strategy, leveraging their numeric water splashed. Yi Weiyue made an emergency 90-degree turn to avoid being decapitated, then put distance between them and stared at Heaton Gui as he strode forward. How dare you? Damaging the cargo we from Kirigakure have our eyes on. Stop dawdling before it sinks. We can still salvage some losses. I'm going first. Do you think you can leave alive? Water release water dragon bullet technique. Instantly a water dragon rose from the sea, rearing its head to charge at Yi Weiyue. Fighting Kirigakure ninjas on the water was a severe disadvantage. Even if Yi Weiyue wanted to use earth release, he couldn't. Whiz. He flung 3 kunai with explosive tags into the water dragon's mouth. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion shattered the dragon's head. This technique required keen eyesight and swift hands, and the timing had to be perfect. Too early or too late would be ineffective. However, the crisis was not over. Kawarazu the Blowfish Ghost took the opportunity to close and swinging his Samahata broadsword in a wide arc. Bang! Yi Weiyue only saw a blur, felt his body struck by immense force, and skidded across the sea surface like a skipping stone for dozens of meters. The gap in strength between them was too great, leaving him no time to react. Cough! Cough! That bastard has incredible strength. Before he could catch his breath, a massive shadow beneath the sea suddenly burst through the surface, a gaping maw ready to swallow him whole. Damn it! Yi Weiyue was so terrified, he nearly wet himself, scrambling frantically. A blowfish the size of a ship, its body covered in grotesque venomous spines. If struck, he would be poisoned on the spot. Fire release dragon fire technique. Roar. A fire dragon coiled, engulfing the blowfish in flames. Scorched by the intense heat, the blowfish turned and dove back into the water. Let's go, Shiratori called out, turning to run toward the shore. Huamao, clutching her injured arm, followed closely. The two had clearly been intercepted by the enemy as well. Yi Weiyue hurried after them. Fighting in the water was too disadvantageous. He needed to get on land first. As expected, Kawarazu was unwilling to let it go. The ship had been sunk, and he couldn't just let it slide. He had to at least bring back the enemy's corpse. Once on shore, Shiratori's squad immediately formed a battle formation. Huamao, the weakest in combat, stayed in the rear to support with thrown shuriken, while Shiratori and Wangcai took the lead in the attack. As far as I know, Awagakure rarely sends brats on such dangerous missions. You're from Konoha's Umbu, aren't you? As an intelligence expert, Kawarazu saw through Konoha's little tricks. None of Shiratori's squad replied. No matter. Once I beat you half to death, they'll have plenty of ways to extract information. Water release hidden mist technique. Thick white mist spread out. By manipulating chakra, the user could control the density of the mist, which contained the user's chakra, allowing them to sense the approximate positions of enemies. It was an extremely practical ninjutsu that enhanced the user's advantage. Needle Senbon. Whiz. Injecting chakra into his hair, he hardened it like steel needles and continuously fired them at the enemy like a raging storm. Earth release, earth-style wall. A tumter-high earthen wall rose swiftly from the ground, blocking in front of the trio and intercepting all the Senbon attacks. The next second, Samehata's body slammed into the earthen wall. Bang! The wall was not sturdy enough and collapsed. Shiratori and Huamao evaded like lightning, leaving only Yi Weiyue standing there, forming hand seals again. Earth release rock pillar prison. Rock pillars rose from all directions, trapping him and Kawarazu inside. Then using earth release, he burrowed into the ground and escaped. Against such a formidable enemy, counterattacking was pointless. He just wanted to run. Meanwhile, Shiratori launched a fire release and Huamao threw shuriken in coordinated attack. Fire release, fire dragon bomb. Whiz. Under the scorching flames, a monstrous cry was heard. Kawarazu used Samehata as a meat shield. Samehata had thick, tough skin covered in barbs, immune to ordinary attacks. The high heat only made it slightly uncomfortable. Bang, bang, bang. With a single sweep, the surrounding rock pillars shattered like tofu, unable to hold Kawarazu. A technique of this level wants to stop me. Splitting up to flee. That's a clever move. Kawarazu charged straight after Yi Weiyue's escape route. I knew it. Please just spare me. Kawarazu charged straight after Yi Weiyue's escape route. I knew it. Please just spare me. Yi Weiyue cursed madly. If it weren't for the steel vest from the Umbu, he would have sunk to the bottom of the sea along with the weapons after that hit on the water. Even so, he was seriously injured. His breath came with a metallic taste of blood. But the enemy was fixated on him, stubbornly pursuing. Why not go after Huamao? Please go after her. Just as he was about to break out of the mist range, Kawarazu used the body flicker technique to appear behind Yi Weiyue, swinging his sword down. Yi Weiyue turned into a pile of mud, his real body escaping underground. Earth release, earth dragon swim. He tunneled several hundred meters away, then surfaced and fled wildly. The survival of the weak lay in speed. What a little rat. You want to escape? Kawarazu was furious. Just as he was about to give chase again, he heard screams behind him. Turning, he saw his subordinates had been killed. Kekkei's people. Not only did he gain nothing, but he was also caught red-handed by Kekkei. Facing their powerful ninjas, he had no advantage. So he plunged into the sea and vanished. Using his summoning beast the blowfish, he could retreat safely. Damn Kekkei. They dared to hijack our weapons. We won't let you off. The Kekkei ninja cursed at the fleeing Kawarazu, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Shiratori's squad regrouped at the agreed meeting point, all breathing a sigh of relief. Shiratori, still shaken, said, "The mission is finally complete." Who was that guy? His weapon seemed alive. That's the broadsword Samahata of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. As the Mizukage's personal guards, they specialize in dangerous covert missions. Yi Wuiyue replied. So that's the 7 swordsmen. No wonder they're so strong. Both Shi and Wangcai were Chunin level, and they fought well together. To easily overwhelm them, one had to be a Jonin. Huamao looked at Yi Wuiyue, secretly surprised. I remember this guy always ranked last in theory classes. Could he have been hiding his strength? These facts were all covered in training, but she hadn't recognized them in a real encounter. It seems Kekkei's people are here too. We need to evacuate immediately. Yeah. After a brief rest, the 3 found a boat and left the land of hot water that same day, heading back to Konoha. As the leader of Shiratori's squad, Tsuki, went to headquarters to report the mission, Yi Wuiyue and Huamao each went to rest. Passing by the training ground, they saw a new batch of children who had been tricked into coming there, now undergoing training. These kids are following our old path, aren't they? Huamao remarked. What else? How many do you think will survive? I almost got killed on this mission. No one knows what tomorrow will bring. All we can do is live today well and enjoy the moment, Yi Wuiyue said, then walked toward the dormitory. Was he really that scared? But that moment was truly dangerous. Huamao felt grateful again for being a sensory-type ninja. Back in the dormitory, Yi Wuiyue lay on the bed, reviewing the mission. He had almost been eaten by that blowfish. He was truly terrified at the time. In his imagination, Yura Jinin enemies are Jinin, Yura Chunin enemies are Chunin. In reality, Yura Jinin just graduated and left the village, and the enemy you face is a Jonin. Once I use the insight points to open the umbilical chakra point, my control over chakra should take a huge leap forward. Then I can try learning rank techniques. Although technique difficulty doesn't have an absolute relationship with powerful techniques are often very difficult. The next day, he continued intensive practice of rock spear, aiming to reach a very proficient level. Practice makes perfect, and that perfection is the key to advancement. He couldn't expect to become a master overnight. Repeated practice was essential. After the ninjutsu session, he sat in meditation to cultivate the 7 chakra gates secret art, recover chakra, and then began taijutsu training. Recently, he had focused on ninjutsu, somewhat neglecting sword techniques. After encountering Kawarazu, he realized he couldn't afford to drop swordsmanship. Maybe I should hone a second special move. He had previously worked hard on circular slash with good results. Now he needed to pick another technique. Cord slash was a sweeping move, but unless it was a weapon like the executioner's blade, regular weapons had no advantage. Whirlwind slash relied on agility, but he was no match for Tsuki in that regard. His strength was his advantage. After nearly a year of physical training, his height and power had increased significantly. Sky-splitting slash, simple in form, but it pursues the ultimate fusion of power and speed. Once a white line appears tearing through the air, it's accomplished. The sword techniques taught by Root were not complex, but were highly practical, incorporating the essence of Konoha's sword arts since the village's founding, tailored for close-quarters combat. If mastered to the extreme, one could become a Jonin solely through swordsmanship. Sword and blade are not separate. The Konoha-style sword arts also had a ranked difficulty techniques, such as Crescent Moon Dance and Hazy Moon Night. The ninja world also had its share of experts, such as the Iron Country's General Mifune and the Land of Rain's Hanzo. To practice this move, Yi Wuiyue came up with a method: take a sheet of paper, place a single hair on it, and slice the hair without cutting the paper. Legend has it that someone once practiced swordsmanship by placing a grain of rice on his master's wife's chest. Yi Wuiyue didn't have such conditions. He only hoped that when he rose to prominence, he would find some beautiful women to lie there for his sword practice. Just thinking about it fills me with motivation. Let's get to work. For half a month straight, Yi Wuiyue practiced slicing paper and breaking hair. He finally found the right feel, cutting the hair without damaging the paper. This marked a considerable level of control over his sword technique. Swordsmanship is a martial art. Method matters greatly. Unfortunately, Shiratori didn't understand at all. She spent her days repeating the same moves to build familiarity, drenched in sweat, moved only by her own effort. No one taught her how to reach a higher level. Perhaps the others en route didn't know either. Foolish woman, you'll never even see my taillights. That day, Yi Wuiyue was practicing swordsmanship at the training ground. The new batch of seedling trainees were also learning shuriken, throwing mostly around 6 or 7 years old. After a few years of training, they would be ready for deployment. The instructor sent by Root was a small, bespectacled blonde woman with a sweet and gentle voice. Root truly had a knack for human nature. Their training was becoming increasingly systematic, and they knew exactly how to handle children. Hello, excuse me. I am the instructor for this training session CIU. Please take care of me from now on. You're too kind. Just call me Wangcai. I really enjoy. Yi Wuiyue quickly bowed in return, inwardly cursing his own youth and wishing he could grow up faster. I can tell you're a cheerful person. It must be pleasant to get along with you. Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm still a minor, you know. Really? That's great. I was just worried about the generation gap. You look like a fully grown woman with a pleasing figure, yet she was still underage. Actually, before coming I heard from Hei Mao that he seems to admire your talents. I also have some expertise in intelligence gathering and analysis. We can exchange ideas when we have time. No problem. Please take care of me in the future. Yi Wuiyue pretended to be shy, scratching his head and blushing. Maybe it's an illusion, but the moment I saw you I felt an inexplicable warmth and an urge to get closer. You nodded. Many people say that, which is why I was assigned here. Just then one of the training children accidentally cut himself with a shuriken. Oh. Yes face showed a look of concern as she rushed over. Her hands glowed with green chakra, and she pressed them against the child. The wound healed quickly, drawing astonished exclamations from the other children. A lightning bolt struck Yi Wuiyue's mind. Glasses, blonde hair, palm healing technique, a compassionate woman. So it's you, dear director. Wangcai, what are you looking at? Meiyu had somehow crept up behind him, looking like she was catching a thief. That child was hurt. I was worried. Don't pretend in front of me. I've already seen through your dirty thoughts. At your age, do you even have the capability? Ever since Wangcai's wandering hands incident in the dormitory, Meiyu had fully seen his true colors. I really don't have the ability to commit a crime now. But thought crime doesn't count as a crime, does it? I was wrong last time. Thank you so much for your help last time. I owe you a lot. With that he bowed deeply at 90 degrees. He believed that as long as one sincerely apologized, any mistake could be forgiven. As expected, Meiyu, constrained by face, had to pretend to be magnanimous. As comrades, helping each other is only natural. I've already forgotten the past. Deceiving children was truly delightful, and Yi Wuiyue reveled in it. What business does the captain have with me? Whom you've been sneaking around these past few days? You must have picked up some trick. Let me see it. No, absolutely not. I'm pretty slow. I've just been practicing blindly. If I had any trick, I'd share it with Stingy. Don't worry, I'm not trying to steal your techniques. Lately I've also made some progress in swordsmanship and want to find someone to test it with. I am willing to Meiyu turned her head to glance at Ciu, who was surrounded by children, then paused before saying, let's go somewhere else. The two of them slipped into the forest. The base had many training grounds of various sizes created for the protection of ninjas' personal intelligence. That despicable Wangcai. His behavior is nothing like a child's. Ciu recalled Yi Wuiyue's shifty eyes, which were constantly darting to her chest or backside. She had never seen such a lecherous child. As an intelligence organization, Root naturally monitored its members to prevent factionalism and inappropriate relationships. Lord Tuanzong wanted his tools to be pure. On the other side, the two engaged in sparring. Both sensed each other's progress, though in different directions. Yi Wuiyue focused on power. Today, when he swung his blade, it felt completely different. His strength was under control, heavy yet light. Before, he had to go all out with every strike, and soon his wrist would ache and head be exhausted. Meiyu, on the other hand, followed a nimble path. She had already mastered the whirlwind slash and seemed to be on the verge of Sakura Blizzard. In an instant, she unleashed dozens or even hundreds of slashes, enveloping the enemy in a rain of blade light. The strikes were numerous but shallow, accumulating into countless tiny wounds until the enemy fell apart. Blood mist sprayed from the body like falling cherry blossoms. Gorgeous, yet deadly. Could this little girl really have? It was one thing for him, the bottom-ranked student, to have come this far, but why could Meiyu, the top-ranked, also keep improving? It made no sense. Mai was truly strange. The top student and the bottom student seemed to be an eternal bond. Captain, how proficient are you with fire release? What for? As the main attackers of our squad, we can't just coordinate in swordsmanship. If we encounter a close combat expert like Hitungue, we'll have to rely on ninjutsu. I use fire release and you use earth release. Our affinities don't match. Don't forget there's a Kekkei Genkai called lava release. If fire can be attached to earth techniques, we can achieve long-range attacks with both burning and impact effects. Once I master the earth release techniques I can learn Earth Dragon Bullet next. And a rank ninjutsu, Yi Wuiyue couldn't handle it yet and needed time. The third Hokage used this combined ninjutsu against Shiwan, and it was quite powerful. If we could achieve it together, our survivability would be greatly enhanced. After all, how many experts like the Shiwan exist in the shinobi world? You mean attaching Fire Dragon Bullet onto Earth Dragon Bullet? That kind of combined ninjutsu. It's very difficult. Meiyu shook her head. Ninjutsu attack speed is already very fast. Adding fire at the exact moment the Earth Dragon bullet is launched raises the difficulty by several times. Nothing is impossible to a willing heart. If we master this as our trump card, we'll surely make a name for ourselves, just like the 7 ninja swordsmen. With a name comes influence, and we'll gain the attention of the village's top brass, so we won't be casually eliminated. As Yi Weiwa spoke, he leaned in, and it looked like his wandering hands were about to reach out again. Mei was on guard and stepped back to dodge skillfully, but she didn't react as strongly as before. Perhaps she knew that Wangcai was just like that, and scolding him was easy. Thin-skinned people would be embarrassed by a single glare of shame to the point of wishing the ground would swallow them. Thick-skinned people, even after a slap, would still remember the treat, but not the punishment. Mei scolded, "If you're looking for death, don't drag me into it. That woman is most likely sent by the higher-ups to monitor us. What if she sees us?" "Sorry, I'm used to it." Yi Weiwa rubbed his hands, seemingly unconcerned. If it were someone else he would worry, but the director was a kind-hearted woman. Besides, his superior was Captain Haimao. Messing with him meant messing with Captain Haimao. As one of Root's core members, could he be so easily dealt with? Think carefully about my proposal. Chakra attachment capability is a necessary step toward becoming a Jonin. If you only want to be a Chunin, then forget I said anything. Yi Weiwa called out a farewell and turned to leave. Jonin. Mei stood there lost in thought. As the number of missions increased, the tasks assigned by the higher-ups grew more dangerous, as if to force them to improve themselves. If they didn't improve, they would die in some mission. The next batch of trainees was already in training. Root lacked neither consumables nor geniuses. Wangcai does have some ideas. For now, this is the only way. Yi Weiwa added body flicker technique to his daily training regimen. Having encountered powerful enemies several times in a row where he used the body flicker technique, he had to take it seriously. The body flicker technique is a general term for a series of high-speed movement techniques broadly divided into physical-type ninjutsu type and space-time type body flicker techniques. As an earth and wind-natured user, Yi Weiwa could only practice the physical-type body flicker technique. By concentrating chakra in his legs and relying on explosive power, he could achieve high-speed movement sufficient for most situations. Yi Weiwa's daily routine had always included frog jumps to train his bodhi's explosive power. Ninjas jumping and running through the forest using trees also rely on this power, but now he needed to strengthen it. The key was precise control of speed and distance, otherwise it would be a suicide move. He drew a huge bagua pattern with a radius of 20 meters on the training ground, writing corresponding names in each section, and then began practicing moving between different points. Wait, who says earth nature can't have a body flicker technique? I can use the power of the earth veins to achieve high-speed movement. Water body flicker, sand body flicker, and Konoha body flicker are ninjutsu styles that transform the user into water, sand, or leaves. Outwardly, they disassemble, move, and reassemble to avoid damage. What Yi Weiwa wanted was high-speed movement, a pure physical body flicker, so he needed to increase initial velocity similar to electromagnetic catapult launch of carrier aircraft. As an earth release ninja, many techniques rely on the earth's pulse. The power of earth veins can be imagined as a hidden dragon vein within the earth, a manifestation of natural force, colorless and formless yet real. Yash, let's start training. He had already been able to sense the earth's pulse when practicing earth wall, but now he needed to integrate that feeling into the body flicker technique. The earth veins were like an ever-flowing river. All he had to do was go with the flow and borrow the power. Body flicker technique. He formed the ram seal, channeled his earth nature chakra to resonate with the earth vein power, and moved. Bam! He miscalculated the force and crashed into the woods, ending up with a bruised face. How could a small setback make him back down? "Oh earth, dear earth, I offer you 3 incense sticks. Please don't mess with me." Yi Weiwa bowed earnestly first. Cultivation was a kind of mysticism. One must always maintain humility toward heaven and earth. Sure enough, the subsequent practice went much smoother. First, he stepped into the threshold to gain acceleration, then practiced precise positioning, gradually perfecting the body flicker technique. The base personnel soon discovered that Wangcai's daily cultivation routine had incorporated a step of worshipping the gods. Others cultivated through sweat, but Wangcai cultivated through prayer. Because he deeply understood that effort is insignificant before talent, and talent is even more worthless before fate. "Wangcai, there's a mission today. Gather at the headquarters later." Received. Upon hearing that it was the Black Cat Squad's mission, Yi Weiwa quickly adjusted his posture. As a newcomer assigned to his first squad mission, he was determined to prove his worth. On the way to the Root Organization headquarters, Yi Weiwa deliberately tried to build rapport. "By now, let's cooperate well this time. I swear I won't take any advantage of you. You've lost all credibility with me. Keep your hands to yourself, and I'll cooperate when necessary." Bai Niao replied curtly, then fell silent and trudged on. In the past, when they were close, they had endless intimate conversations. Now they faced each other in silence. How had it come to this? Yue sighed inwardly. The consequences of his shattered persona could only be blamed on his premature exposure, a lesson worth remembering. Route headquarters. Hei Mao stood on the crossbridge in the hall briefing the mission details. Besides Bai Niao and Wangcai, there was another team. Lao Ma's expression was wooden, and it was likely that behind his mask was a face as expressionless, the typical mental state of most route veterans. Prolonged high-pressure missions could grind a living person down into an emotionless tool. Let me state the target: the leader of the Boer group of Lin Country, a man named Guizhou Luo. He is wavering and unreliable. During the critical period of the Second Shinobi World War, he defected to Yin In village, causing heavy losses to Mu Yi. Our mission is to kill him and his supporters. Hi. It turned out to be a purge of opposition, assassinating the leader of an organization threatening Mu Yi. Undoubtedly an rank mission. Such dangerous missions, which could provoke fierce reactions from hostile nations, were always executed by anonymous ninjas. Mu Yi would never acknowledge their existence. As the difficulty increased again, Bai Niao lowered her head, her eyes flickering. The ever-approaching sense of crisis forced her to set aside her grudges and seek deeper cooperation with Wangcai. She secretly observed him from the corner of her eye and found that he was still as relaxed as ever. Upon reflection, Wangcai did have his merits. He had never backed down in battle. In the forest, the Black Cat squad traveled in silence. Lin Country lay to the north of the Land of Fire, a small nation not directly bordering. The squad arrived late that night, took a brief rest to recover their strength, and prepared for the next day's assassination. According to intelligence, Guizhou Luo would bring his trusted followers to Yin In to conspire to launch a war against Mu. The 4 members of the Black Cat squad lay in ambush early on their path, a barren hill. When the sun rose high, 7 or 8 ninjas wearing demon masks approached from afar. A mere small nation ninja leader, yet his entourage was more extravagant than that of the 5 great shinobi villages. Here they come. Get ready. By now, Wangcai, you two handle the guards. Lao Ma and I will deal with Guizhou Luo. Hei Mao made a gesture, and the others quickly drew their shurikens, preparing for the ambush. Ninja skirmishes typically began with a volley. The Boer group was not a conventional village. They worshipped the Rakshasa ghost, maintaining their rule through mental enslavement. The guards were extremely cautious, harboring there's always a traitor wanting to harm the ruler mentality. When approaching areas suitable for ambush, they would send 2 scouts ahead to reconnoiter. Thus a surprise attack was impossible. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under a dense barrage of shurikens, the 2 scout guards were riddled like hedgehogs and died on the spot. Thus a surprise attack was impossible. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under a dense barrage of shurikens, the 2 scout guards were riddled like hedgehogs. It's the Umbu of Mu Yi. I knew you wouldn't let me go. Stop them. Guizhou Luo cried out in alarm, hurriedly ordering his guards to block the attack while he turned to flee. Earth-style rock pillar spear. 2 rows of rock spikes rose from the ground, advancing in curved arcs from left and right, converging on Guizhou Luo's retreat path to form an elliptical enclosure. The sharp spikes rapidly spread toward the enemies trapped in the center, engulfing their footing. Yue was going all out to impress Captain Hei Mao. He poured half of his chakra into the technique, combining it with the recently comprehended earth vein power to unleash this large-scale attack. Aya! The guards were pierced by the rock spikes, screaming in agony. Then a series of fireballs rained down, extinguishing their last hope of survival. Fire-style fire dragon bomb. Seeing no escape, Guizhou Luo decided to fight desperately. Earth-style earth split palm. Crack. Following the flow of chakra, a huge fissure split the ground, blocking the advancing rock spikes. Before he could catch his vision blurred, the scene changed, and he found himself tied to a tree, his body out of control. Splat. A flash of white blade light, and his throat was slit, blood spurting out. Lao Ma used a jinjutsu, and Hei Mao finished with a body flicker technique. Their cooperation was seamless, and they dispatched the strong enemy in an instant. Done. Yue clapped his hands, ready to clean up the battlefield. Wait, there are still people. Hei Mao looked up at the path and saw 4 ninjas in red vests from Yin In village racing toward them. With a few bounds, they appeared before them. They were the Yin In ninjas who had come to the border to escort Guizhou Luo. Damned Mu Yi ninjas. How dare you assassinate our ally? Are you looking for a war? I don't understand what you're talking about. We merely accepted a commission from an employer. I have never heard that Lin Country is an ally of your Land of Earth. Don't think you can hide your identity behind masks. Once I capture you, let's see what Mu Yi has to say. Attack. Earth-style rock cannon technique. Puff puff puff. The Yin squad opened their mouths and spat out human head-sized hard rocks in a barrage. Earth-style earth flow wall. Yue had no choice but to raise a wall of earth for defense. He somewhat regretted his earlier impulsiveness, wasting so much chakra. Who would have thought there were hidden enemies? It's over. When we retreat, I definitely won't be able to outrun the others. Boom boom boom. The earth wall could not withstand the assault, shaking under the rock cannon. Then Hei Mao shouted urgently, dodge. Boom. A fist struck the earth wall, and the hard wall exploded on the spot, debris flying. Landmine fist. Its explosion release. Yiwuya was so frightened that he didn't even dare to burrow underground. He feared being shaken to death by a single punch. Explosion release's suppression of earth release was even more terrifying than lightning release. Fire-style dragon fire technique. Roar. A fire dragon coiled ready to devour the enemy, but the latter punched the ground, lifting a stone slab to block the flames. Seizing the moment, Hei Mao formed a heart shape with his hands. Mind-body switch technique. Thump. The Yanin captain's eyes widened in shock. He felt a jolt in his heart, and his body lost control. Now, Lao Ma used the body flicker technique to appear before the enemy, ready to deliver the killing blow. But at the critical moment, the opponent with sheer willpower expelled the invading consciousness from his body. Clang. The blade struck the neck with a metallic sound. Lao Ma clearly saw a flash of earthy yellow on the opponent's hardening technique. The opportunity was lost. Lao Ma turned and fled. The enemy was too strong. The Black Cat squad was no match. Scatter. As soon as Hei Mao's consciousness returned, he issued the retreat order, choosing a direction opposite to Lao Ma's. Two bastards. What the hell? Once bitten, twice shy? He swore he would never go all out in a team battle again, lest he be mercilessly left behind when retreating. Yiwuya cursed inwardly, and quickly said to Bai Niao beside him, "Let's go." Bai Niao hesitated for a moment, then followed closely behind Yiwuya as they retreated. Escaping alone offered no guarantee of survival against the enemy. Teaming up was the best strategy. Split up and chase. The Yanin side divided into 3 groups, with 2 of them pursuing Yiwuya and Bai Niao. They did not let their guard down, just because their targets were young. The 2 sides finally engaged in battle at the bottom of a valley. I don't have enough chakra for ninjutsu. Let's use the combined blade technique, Yiwuya suggested. Bai Niao nodded slightly, her chakra also running low. Reflecting on it, Hei Mao and Lao Ma had both conserved their energy during the earlier fight, while only the 2 rookies had been overzealous. Now they were in a tight spot. Both sides charged simultaneously, each selecting an opponent. Neither expected a fair sword fight. As they charged, their hands reached for their ninja tool pouches, exchanging shurikens. Clink, clink, clink. Neither gained an advantage. Then came close-quarters combat. Yiwuya, wielding a longsword, had an edge over those with kunai, and he wore a special umbu iron armor designed for melee combat. Clang, clang, clang. A flurry of wild slashes pushed the enemy into a panic, then he threw a poison gas bomb. Root operatives excelled at assassination, not frontal combat. Their assassinations relied on underhanded methods, though otherwise they truly couldn't win. Boom. Black smoke billowed. The enemy's face changed drastically. He quickly covered his nose and mouth and leaped backward. 3 kunai with explosive tags followed closely. Boom, boom, boom. Seizing the opening, Yiwuya immediately leaped into the air, charging toward the other Yin-E ninja, who was locked in combat with Bai Niao. He slashed down from above, sky rendering slash. Meiyu immediately followed up with the matching blade technique, string cut. A horizontal and a vertical blade light converged on the enemy, cross slash. The enemy, holding a kunai in each hand, tried to block this combined technique simultaneously, but his timing was off. He failed to parry either. Puff, puff. With a scream, he collapsed, blood instantly soaking the ground. "You Ren, you 2 damn bastards." Seeing his comrade killed, Sure One was both shocked and enraged. He had thought they were sure to win, but unexpectedly the enemy had gained the upper hand. In his fury, Sure One emptied his ninja tool pouch of all shurikens at the 2. Then he turned and ran. Swish, swish, swish. With a few bounds he vanished. "What a sly dog," Yiwuya remarked, not finding it inappropriate. Faced with the threat of death, fleeing is human nature. Bonds the will of stone. All of it can go to hell. "We survived." Hiss. As his tension eased, the pain from the wound finally registered. Bai Niao clutched the large gash torn by a kunai on her shoulder. She was outmatched in both strength and technique, making injuries inevitable. "Don't move. Let me bandage you. Well, rest a moment, and then evacuate quickly." Yiwuya tore open the sleeve of Bai Niao's shirt, took out gauze and medicine from his ninja tool pouch, and dressed the wound simply. Then he sealed the enemy's corpse into a scroll and swiftly left the scene. At the border of the Hua country, at the prearranged rendezvous point, Hei Mao and Lao Ma were already waiting. The 2 old foxes hadn't even a scratch, and neither did Yiwuya. Bai Niao looked at the others, then at herself. It was impossible not to feel dejected. She had tried so hard, so why was she the only one injured? "All right, since everyone's here, let's head back." "Mission complete," Hei Mao called out, and led the team back. Approaching Muyi, Hei Mao and Lao Ma returned to the village. Being locals, they had homes to go to. Yiwuya and Bai Niao, as outsiders, could only return to the base. For orphans like them, the base was home. The new instructor CIU is quite skilled in medical ninjutsu. Why not ask her to treat you? It might prevent scarring. No need. The base has its own medical ninjas. Bai Niao shook her head and refused. She wouldn't accept treatment from a stranger. Then, forget I said anything. Yi Wuyue shrugged. The two had cooperated multiple times on missions, and their teamwork had been effective. Back in the dormitory, he lay down to rest. Missions were exhausting, and he needed a good sleep. The next day, he resumed his daily training. The tasks assigned from above were becoming increasingly insane, and he felt his strength couldn't keep up. Body flicker technique. Within the 8 trigrams diagram, Yi Wuyue's figure flashed between various points, accelerating until afterimages lingered at the 4 cardinal directions simultaneously. The body flicker technique was mastered. Insight Point 1, the system judging that he had elevated the basic body flicker technique, granted a reward. Good things come in pairs. Today he'll break through the root chakra. After more than 2 months of continuous stimulation through the anal tightening technique, the root chakra had been heating up and was now on the verge of opening. Yi Wuyue immediately invested the newly gained insight point. A splash. Like a spark igniting in chaos, illuminating the darkness, the little snake sleeping at the base of the spine stirred, wriggling slightly, as if an electric current spread through the entire neural network. Yi Wuyue felt a tremor throughout his body, as if a switch had been turned on. This feeling is familiar. Yes, it's like the shiver after urinating in winter. Now the root chakra was fully opened. A vortex of energy slowly rotated, continuously emitting heat, sending energy up the spine to the brain. It seems I'm more connected to the earth. This will strengthen my ability to use earth release techniques. The crown chakra connects to the heavens, the root chakra to the earth, and humanity is in between. With the boost from the insight point, Yi Wuyue's mind was exceptionally active. He intuitively realized what to do next. Activate the navel chakra through abdominal breathing. The chakras connected by the 7 chakra secret art are among the most crucial acupoints in the 361 acupoints of the meridian system. The navel chakra, or the dantian region, is where the 130 trillion cells of a ninja produce life energy combined with spiritual energy mixed in equal proportions to generate chakra. Chakra synthesized in the dantian mainly resides in the internal organs, with the heart storing the most chakra in the. Leveraging this, many have developed techniques that directly utilize the meridian system. Gentle Fist 8, Gates Daidara's art. The heart chakra is the third to be opened. The navel chakra and heart chakra connect to the core of chakra. Fully opening these two can greatly enhance the efficiency of mental energy in controlling chakra. Thus, he would gain rapid chakra recovery and superior control over chakra. Breathing techniques are the key to manipulating the navel and heart chakras. Life is breath, breath is life. The human body exchanges energy with nature through breathing. Purposeful breathing is the key to unlocking supernatural abilities. Yi Wuyue adopted the 369 breathing method, considered the most effective secret technique for manifesting deities and awakening consciousness, sometimes called the universe's underlying code. Inhale for 3 seconds, hold the breath in the dantian for 6 seconds, exhale for 9 seconds, repeating the cycle. Meanwhile, the leaf in his palm spun faster, stimulating wind release chakra, enabling him to cut the leaf into 3 pieces. His goal was to cut it into any equal number of parts, requiring an absurd level of chakra control. Once achieved, learning wind release techniques would be effortless. For now, he was building a foundation. Earth release and swordsmanship were sufficient for the time being. Switching to sensing earth and stone, his chakra sensitivity increased, and the earth vein power he could mobilize also grew. Earth release, multiple earth flow wall. Boom, boom, boom. 3 earth walls rose from the ground in succession, their color changing from the original earth yellow to bluish-gray, approaching rock in texture, with markedly increased thickness and hardness. The enhanced defense meant this technique could withstand stronger attacks. The next step was to develop toward the earth flow castle technique, requiring more chakra and stronger control. An earth release ninja's growth lies in the degree of mastery over earth vein power. Unfortunately, under the pressure of war, most only focus on learning stronger attacks to survive. Most simply use their own earth release chakra to cast techniques. Who has the leisure to delve into the underlying principle? At noon, when Yi Wuyue went to the cafeteria for lunch, he saw Ci leading a group of kids to eat. He got his meal and approached her. Miss Ci seems to like children. Yes, I like them, and they like me. But this is root. Few of them will survive. Investing too much emotion will only lead to heartbreak in the end. Ci's tone turned slightly melancholy. There's no helping it. People aren't so easily changed. Have you ever thought about opening an orphanage in the village to take in homeless children? Open an orphanage? I've never considered such a thing. Ciu was shocked by Yi Wuyue's absurd idea, but upon reflection, it didn't seem entirely impossible. But once you're in root, you're in it for life. Lord Danzo will never allow anyone to leave root. If you cling to that mindset, you'll never have a chance. Things are done by people. I believe that as long as you show enough value, everything is negotiable. It's not betrayal of the village. Running an orphanage helps the village solve a major problem. It's still contributing to the village. With enough leverage you can even get the third Hokage to vouch for you. It's almost certain to work. The only person in Konoha who could truly suppress Danzo was the third Hokage. If the third Hokage spoke, Danzo wouldn't dare to cause trouble openly. You nodded inwardly. The plan that Wangcai proposed was indeed a good one. Under the pressure of war, the village would pay a heavy price for certain intelligence. Seizing that opportunity to make demands might actually work. Aren't you afraid Lord Danzo will blame you for instigating me like this? No, my loyalty to Lord Danzo is evident. My dream is to become his bodyguard. He will understand my good intentions. You're not dark enough, you don't fit in with Root. You should leave as soon as possible. If there's anything I can help with, just say the word. Seeing Yi Yu's confident assurance, you only grew more perplexed. Don't doubt my ability. He'll become a squad leader in a few years. Someone became a squad leader at 13. He was 12 now, aiming to reach that position by 15. You couldn't help but laugh. A brat spouting arrogant nonsense, completely unaware of what he was saying. Wangcai probably didn't understand what a squad leader meant. Many ninjas never made it past Chunin their entire lives. Because Root's missions were mostly dangerous with high mortality rates, they mostly recruited civilian orphans from outside, whose deaths wouldn't. But the middle-level squad leaders were often from village clans. Without secret techniques or bloodline limits, ordinary people quickly hit a strength bottleneck, a reality that hard work alone couldn't break. Fine, I'll remember your kindness for now. So future squad leader Wangcai, why are you so enthusiastic? Yi Yu scratched his head, feigning embarrassment, and said, you don't have a boyfriend, do you? You shook her head. Root members must suppress personal emotions. How can you love the village if you suppress emotions? Lord Danzo meant that we should prioritize the village and focus on missions. It's the subordinates who misinterpreted his will. When I climb up, I'll set the record straight. The interpretation of legal provisions was not something a small fry like him could casually meddle with. It required strength and status. The meaning of striving to become stronger was to make others listen to his nonsense. You talk like a little adult. Maybe. There's something I wonder if I should say. Please go ahead. Actually, you're my type. The moment I saw you, my heart couldn't help pounding. Lately, I've realized it's the feeling of being smitten. There's an aura about you that deeply attracts me, fascinates me, makes me want to get closer. I can't eat or sleep. Yes, eyes widened. She thought she misheard. You? Are you confessing to me? Of course. Please believe this is not a whim. They say that before someone you love, people feel very humble. I feel that way. Very strongly. I can't control it. Wait, stop. You're still a child, aren't you? Don't be so narrow-minded. We're not that far apart in age. I may be small now, but in a few years I'll be a man. I hear many kids in the Ninja Academy are dating. Don't discriminate by age. Alright, I guess my thinking was too conservative. Sorry. You felt that in front of Wangcai she was the one acting like a child. Yi Yu waved his hand. Which youth doesn't have a crush? Which maiden doesn't dream of love? It's human nature. What does age matter? This is the time to be young and fall in love. As long as the drive is strong enough, a small horse can pull a big cart. But heaven knows, earth knows, I know. If we don't tell anyone, who will know? Rules are dead, people are alive. Ever heard of a secret relationship? That's exactly our specialty. Lord Danzo would beat you to death if he knew you were using the skills the organization taught you for dating. You could only smile bitterly. Wangcai was trying to seduce her. No one would believe it if she told them. It was more thrilling than espionage. Alright, I'll stop flirting for now. If you don't object, consider it a pact between us. Just wait and see. I prefer to prove myself through action. But Yi Yu waved and casually walked out of the cafeteria. I never thought I'd be flirted with by a child. No wonder everyone calls him despicable, Wangcai. Yu shook her head. She didn't take it seriously and had no intention of recording Yi Yu's words in her notebook. She dismissed it as a child's prank. Orphans often had psychological issues and would come up with all sorts of tricks to get attention. 2 months quickly passed. During this time, the White Bird Squad carried out several missions, all going smoothly. At the Root headquarters, is this batch only the 2 of them who are noteworthy? Yes, the trainees from other bases performed mediocrely in subsequent missions, their strength incomparable to these 2. Who do you favor more? Heimao pondered for a moment and said, naturally Bai Niao has greater talent, but Wangcai is stronger in actual combat and adaptability. Judging from the recent mission performance, Wangcai seems to have a gift in this area. He is a mission-oriented talent perfectly fitting Root's needs. Bring him along tomorrow. Hi. The next day, a special examination was held at the Ninja Academy. The son of the genius ninja White Fang applied for the graduation assessment. At this time, Chimu Kakashi was only 5 years old, an age when most children were just starting school, yet he was already preparing to graduate. The prerequisites for early graduation included passing the regular academic subjects, the 3 basic techniques: shuriken, throwing, trap setting, and most importantly, actual combat. The ninja world was in turmoil, Even Jinin had to undertake dangerous missions, so they must prove adequate capability. At the school gate, a father and son walk side by side, both with white hair. Kekkei, the early graduation test, is usually more difficult than the regular one. I heard that the opponent arranged for you was recommended by Lord Danzo. The people from Root have considerable combat experience. You must be mentally prepared. I understand, father. I will definitely pass. Chimu Shamao was very gratified. With your abilities, there's no problem. The outcome doesn't affect the final result, so just stay calm and show your full strength. Soon the two entered the indoor training ground. In the sealed hall, the third Hokage stood on the viewing platform, smiling at the documents in his hand, which listed Kekkei's scores in various subjects. As expected of Shuomo's son, this should be the best result in recent years. Shuohoman Yin remarked with emotion, at the age of 5 this record should be unbreakable. Outstanding talents meant the village's future was secure. Konoha could maintain its leading edge, guard the fertile lands of the Land of Fire, and secure its position as a major ninja village. Many mission employers sought out certain ninjas for their golden reputation, reflecting the economic value of ninjas. In short, the benefits were immense. Any village that produced a genius would vigorously promote and attract investment. To witness the rare genius, all 4 top officials of Konoha were present. Creak. The door opened. Chimu Shamao led Kekkei inside, and right in front of them, standing in the center of the field, was a youth wearing a dog-head mask. Chimu Shamao first bowed slightly to the third Hokage and the other officials, then said to Kekkei, "Go ahead." Kekkei strode to the opposite side of Yiwuya. The two stood 5 meters apart, facing each other in silence. Unlike Kekkei's pure white hair, Yiwuya's hair was a grayish silver, which he had let grow quite long over the past year, barely enough to tie into a small ponytail. When he paid respects to Tuanzang in the morning, he learned that this was an assessment-type mission. Since there was no danger and no enemy encounter, it was only a crank mission. The sole requirement was to measure Kekkei's full strength. The referee was a schoolteacher. He stepped between the two and waved his hand, saying, "Both parties formed the seal of confrontation. Begin." The basic skills of a ninja were shuriken, throwing, and blocking. Swish, swish, swish. Yiwuya emptied the dozen or so shuriken from his ninja tool pouch in one breath. His throwing technique was not particularly sophisticated, but it was not something an ordinary genin could block. Knowing well that the Konoha high-ups loved to watch a young genius, he had to play his role properly, neither upstaging the star nor losing. On the viewing platform, Hei Mao was very pleased. As expected of his valued subordinate, he was indeed adept at reading the superior's intentions. Kekkei, holding a kunai in reverse grip, blocked all the incoming shuriken without injury, passing with full marks. Next was the taijutsu round. Whoosh. Yiwuya used the body flicker technique and suddenly appeared before Kekkei, swinging his blade down in a vertical slash. The sudden attack startled Kekkei considerably. The intensity of the battle instantly escalated from a flat line to a peak. He instinctively swung his kunai to block. Smack! His chest jolted, and his body flew backward. But his reaction was fast enough. He planted one hand on the ground, performed a backflip, and landed steadily. He immediately assumed a defensive stance, his mind taut to the extreme. But then he saw the opponent pointing at his chest. Kekkei looked down, and his face changed drastically. There was a paper bomb stuck to it. That move was a feint. Lack of combat experience was the cause of death for most fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy. They severely underestimated the enemy's danger. This round, Kekkei was considered to have failed. On the viewing platform, Chimu Shuomo's eyes flickered with surprise. The chakra fluctuations emanating from Yiwuya were far from the level of a jounin. Mastering the body flicker technique at this age, the person arranged by Root, is even stronger than expected. A discerning eye could tell that Yiwuya had held back just now. Otherwise, he could have cut Kekkei's kunai on the spot. Why bother with a paper bomb? The third Hokage and the others nodded inwardly. Disrupting the rhythm and suddenly raising the difficulty of the test could more directly reflect Kekkei's adaptability. It was clear that the examiner had put thought into it, not simply dominating Kekkei. Yiwuya did not launch a third-round attack. This was not his personal show. He had to maintain the right balance. Although little Kekkei was a genius, he was still young. He couldn't mess it up. He extended his hand and beckoned to Kekkei, signaling him to attack while he would defend. Underestimating me. Kekkei, having been praised as a genius since childhood, naturally had pride. He took out another kunai. The opponent's swordsmanship was clearly strong. He would go all out. After a series of attacks, Kekkei was a bit out of breath, his rhythm noticeably faltering. He only knew to attack without conserving stamina. Circular slash. Yiwuya seized the opportunity, reversed his blade, and slashed upward. A flash of white blade light cut through the... After a series of attacks, Kekkei was a bit out of breath, his rhythm noticeably faltering. He only knew to attack without conserving stamina. Circular slash. Yiwuya seized the opportunity, reversed his blade, and slashed upward. A flash of white blade light cut through the air. Crack. The kunai snapped. Kekkei clearly hadn't anticipated the weapon failing. However, the opponent's blade traced a circle and then swept horizontally, aiming for his waist. He hurriedly used another kunai to block. Bang. He blocked it, but the force transmitted through the blade exceeded his capacity to handle. His body flew back several meters before he barely stopped. I'm no match for him in taijutsu. He'll have to try ninjutsu. With that thought, Kekkei stabbed his kunai into the ground and rapidly formed hand seals, earth release, earth wave technique. He channeled chakra into the ground, creating rolling waves that made the surface undulate, causing the opponent to lose balance. The ground rose and fell like surging waves, one after another. However, the result was not as expected. Yi Yu's feet clung to the ground, and despite the turbulence, he was completely unaffected. The ground rose and fell like surging waves, one after another. However, the result was not as expected. Yi Yu's feet clung to the ground, and despite around him more than a dozen rock pillars rose, interlocking and trapping Kekkei in place, unable to move. Just then, Yi Yu's chakra, which had seeped into the ground, detected vibrations from below. He immediately stepped back. Boom. The ground exploded. Kekkei burst up from below, kunai in hand. Earth release, earth splitting fawn. The tactic was sound, but the opponent had anticipated it and dodged. Now Kekkei airborne was in trouble. String slash. The blade swept horizontally, striking Kekkei's unprotected waist, sending him flying. Kekkei thought he had been cut open and couldn't help but scream. After falling, he quickly turned over to check his injury, only to find that his clothes weren't even torn. He immediately realized it was the back of the blade. Children who had never experienced bloody battles were easily frightened, looking a bit embarrassed. Seeing this, the third Hokage spoke up. Good, the assessment ends here. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu formed the seal of reconciliation with Kekkei, then bowed slightly to the third Hokage and vanished in a flash, reappearing on the viewing platform. Throughout the entire test, he did not utter a single word. His movements were clean and decisive, fully drawing out Kekkei's abilities. At this moment, Kekkei was still staring at the departing Yi Yu, his expression one of unwillingness but helplessness. The opponent's strength, taijutsu, and ninjutsu were all superior to his. Little did he know that the third Hokage and the others were very satisfied with his performance, beaming with smiles. In their view, Yi Yu was from root, having undergone harsh training and missions, so it was natural for him to overpower Kekkei. On the contrary, it was astonishing that Kekkei in his first such encounter could achieve this level. The test ended, and everyone gradually dispersed. Wangcai, the mission was completed well. When did you learn the body flicker technique? Heimao asked. The body flicker technique was known as a hallmark of Jounin. It wasn't that Chunin or Jinin couldn't master it, but it was very difficult. Yi Yu replied honestly, I only mastered it not long ago. The enemies and missions are getting stronger, I can't afford not to. It's good that you have such a sense of crisis. The ninja world is tense now with plenty of opportunities. Work hard on your training. Lord Danzo has taken notice of you. Thank you, Captain, for recommending me. If there's anything you need in the future, just say the word. Go back now. Heimao was willing to recommend Wangcai not just because of his strength, but because he could understand human speech. Bai Niao and the others were pure tools. Wangcai was an intelligent tool, useful. From the test process, just now it was evident that Wangcai truly put effort into his work, saving face for Lord Danzo. Kekkei, on the other hand, followed his father back home dejected. Shimu Shoumao encouraged him. That child's strength is not something you can defeat at your current stage. Don't be sad about it. When you grow to his age, you will only be stronger than him. I originally wanted to win the fight and graduate with good results, Kekkei said with regret. Your performance was already excellent. The third Hokage and the village's high-ups are very satisfied. Do you know where you lost? His strength exceeded mine, causing me to deplete my stamina, and he also saw through my tactics. Having a clear understanding of one's failure was essential to continuously learn from battles and grow quickly. This was a necessary quality to become a powerful ninja. Kekkei, you must always remember, never rashly approach an opponent before you understand their ability. Ninja abilities are diverse and strange. Even I can't guarantee to handle all of them. Are you saying I should first use a shadow clone to test? Shimu Shoumao was very pleased. Kekkei grasped the point quickly. Think it over carefully. This failure is not a bad. I understand. Next time I encounter an enemy, I will be extremely cautious. Kekkei silently noted this lesson. In the Hokage's office, Danzo, that child was quite impressive. Talents like him should serve the village. Danzo immediately realized that Hiruzen Sarutobi was blaming him for privately retaining outstanding individuals from the training class without recommending them to the Umbu. Too selfish. Although Danzo had always done this, he couldn't admit it. That's not the case. He performed mediocrely during training, even ranking at the bottom for a long time. It was only after undertaking missions that he gradually grew. I'm quite surprised by this myself. Kohor Yuditane chimed in, "This isn't uncommon, is it? There are a few similar examples every year in the Ninja Academy. Indeed, some ninjas suddenly burst forth after experiencing life-and-death trials." Hamura Mitokado added his support. He and Kohor Yuditane sometimes sided with Hiruzen Sarutobi and sometimes with Danzo, aiming to maintain balance. Hiruzen Sarutobi was merely using the opportunity to caution Danzo not to overstep, as the Umbu needed a steady supply of fresh blood from the training class. Let's discuss the budget for each department now. I received a letter from the daimyo's mansion this morning. The military funds allocated are 20% less than what was agreed upon last year. The reason given is the economic losses from foreign aid compensation and pensions caused by the war. The daimyo finds it hard to bear. Danzo immediately objected, "I disagree. The village paid a huge price to keep the war outside our borders. The Land of Fire's economy hasn't suffered any substantial damage. With war threatening to break out again at any moment, we should be increasing investment, not cutting it. The latest Umbu training class had just begun. If funding dried up, everything would fall apart." I also disagree. Relying solely on mission rewards from village ninjas is far from enough to sustain the village's operations. Remember, this is not a time of peace. All major ninja villages are expanding their armies and preparing for war. This is extremely unwise. Kohor Yuditane also opposed, as funds were the lifeblood of the village. The consumption of weapons, equipment, medicine, and explosive tags was enormous. Konoha had over 10,000 registered ninjas. It was impossible to support them solely through missions. Ninjas were highly dependent on war for survival, with the most lucrative rank and strength missions explicitly priced as participation in wars for other countries. One could talk about peace, but if true world peace ever came, the vast majority of ninjas would be unemployed. Tens of thousands of idle youths wielding immense power left to roam society. Who knew what they might do? The daimyo was also afraid of losing control and planned to gradually reduce the number of ninjas. Hamura Mitokado pushed up his glasses, his face showing concern. "I'm afraid this is just the beginning. If we give in easily, what do we do if military funds decrease year after year? This year they could use this excuse, next year they'd find another." Everyone knew the third Hokage was a man who liked to compromise. I've said it before, we don't need to protect them too well. The necessity of ninjas stems from the employer's lack of security. Once they feel safe, they no longer need ninjas. "Shut up. Danzo, do you know what you're saying?" Hiruzen Sarutobi roared. He felt that ever since his old friend took control of the route, his actions had become increasingly extreme. Now he even dared to threaten the daimyo. On the surface, the Ona-Villagian country system was an economic and military interdependence, but in reality, it was far from harmonious. The daimyos of various countries had never let their guard down against the villages, fearing insubordination. Yet ninjas didn't engage in production, they relied entirely on missions, most of which came from the commissions of nobles and officials. Offending the daimyo would have serious consequences. Kohor Yuditane quickly interjected. "Hiruzen Danzo is a bit extreme, but he's also thinking of the village. I have a proposal. Hamura and I will go to the daimyo's mansion to mediate. We'll explain the stakes to the daimyo, find out the real reason for the budget cuts, and then work on a solution. That seems to be the only option. What support does the village need? It would be best if we could obtain the military expenditure data of enemy countries. I know it's difficult, but please get the real numbers as the main evidence to persuade the daimyo." Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a headache coming on. Such an action was essentially lighting a fire. If discovered, it would surely provoke retaliation. Konoha had many enemies. Most of the surrounding countries were hostile. Fortunately, Danzo volunteered. "Within a month, the intelligence will be in your hands. If the daimyo still refuses to back down, I'll use my methods to solve it." "Danzo, do you have a better idea? It involves fundamental interests. You can't solve it with a few pretty words. Your naivety will eventually harm the village." With that, Danzo stood up and left the meeting room. "Hiruzen, this matter cannot be delayed. We must act immediately. This is precisely the value of root." Seeing that Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Yuditane both agreed to the plan, Hiruzen Sarutobi could only nod. Proceed. Gathering the military expenditure data of various countries within a month. This would surely not go unnoticed, and border conflicts would be inevitable. Meanwhile, after returning to the base, Hiwuyue thought he could rest for a few days, but the next day, a new mission was assigned. No wonder everyone eventually had vacant eyes and numb expressions. This was peacetime. If it were wartime, there would be no rest at all. Day after day, who could bear it? He also noticed that the instructor at the base had changed. Siyu had quietly left at some point. Siyu has also gone on a mission. That's rare. Wangcai Huamao, our mission destination this time, is the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Wind. The climate there is harsh. Any suggestions? Meiwa habitually looked at Wangcai. This man often called himself a personal assistant and the squad's advisor. He should be useful. Yi Wuyue didn't waste words. The mainstream ninjas in the Land of Wind are mostly puppeteers. They are skilled in using poison. We must prepare common antidotes. Personal protective measures should also be thorough. Unfortunately, our squad lacks a medical ninja. Squads equipped with medical ninjas were rare in all of Konoha. Medical ninjas preferred to stay in the hospital waiting for patients. Meiwe clearly understood. You make a good point. They'll apply for that. Also, Huamao, you can try learning simple medical ninjutsu in the future. It will come in handy. Understood. Huamao was in a state of confusion. As the only non-regular member of the squad, she indeed needed to acquire more skills to enhance her value. Go back and prepare. We set off tonight. Yi Weiyue was very afraid of death. He trained hard to enjoy life to one day do as he pleased, not to die as a tool in some mission. As the Great Ninja War drew closer, the missions assigned by the organization were becoming increasingly dangerous. He had to unite more people, improve his teammates' strength, and no longer hold back. He would share his cultivation insights appropriately. In the evening, Bainyao returned with a portable medical kit containing various antidotes and medicines. As the squad's non-combatant, Huamao voluntarily took on the logistics work. The three of them traveled swiftly, taking 2 days to cross the land of fire and the land of rivers before entering the vast land of wind, a golden sea of sand. Fortunately, they were well prepared. They put on hooded cloaks and wrapped themselves tightly with black headscarves. Following the map, they walked for 3 more days without seeing a single person. There were no landmarks around. They might have been lost. The land of wind is indeed vast, but it's all uninhabited. I wonder how they survive here. Huamao said, her voice filled with exhaustion. Before even reaching the mission site, their spirits were already drained. There are oases in the desert that can support some people. Although the land of wind is large, it has the smallest population among the 5 great nations. There are actually plenty of delicacies in the desert. He'll roast some local specialties for you tonight. What specialties? Lizards, sand snakes, scorpions, and sandworms. Huamao shook her head in fright. No way. I'd rather eat soldier pills. We're on a secret mission. Lighting a fire could expose our position. Bainyao reminded. There's no village ahead and no one behind. There's no one within 10 kilometers. How could we be exposed? I actually hope to attract some people. We're almost out of water. Let me tell you, if you can't bear to drink your own urine, we can swap. You too can drink mine. Get lost. Bainyao and Huamao glared at him simultaneously. The mere thought made their skin crawl. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. I estimate we'll reach our destination tonight. Let's get some good rest and recharge before— Despicable Wangcai. I knew it. They'll take that as a compliment. My greatest virtue is that I always think the best of people. Say no more. I'm not listening. Yi Weiyue suddenly accelerated and started running. That bastard must be getting back at us. Huamao stomped her foot in anger. Her stamina couldn't compare to that dog Wangcai. If he ran, she had to follow and not fall behind. Bainyao sighed. Wangcai was using the rules to punish them. On paper, she was the captain, but she couldn't control her subordinates, so she had to run too. After about an hour of running, Huamao and Bainyao began to slow down. Running in the sand sea consumed an enormous amount of energy. Hey, let's stop. Yi Weiyue spoke sternly. Dawdling like this, when will we ever complete the mission? What if Lord Danzo blames? Huamao clenched her fists in anger, but dared not retort. Captain, what do you think? So you remember him, the captain, you insubordinate. Bainyao grumbled inwardly. With the mission weighing on her, she was also anxious, so she had to concede verbally. You've always been a man of ideas. He'll follow your lead. If you'd had this attitude from the start, why all this trouble? Easy to handle, ha. The thrill of bullying others was truly addictive. As he ran, Yi Weiyue suddenly sensed the air becoming moist. Could it be? We're going the wrong way. Follow me. He changed direction, running toward the source of the moisture. As the air grew cooler, even Huamao and Bainyao noticed. Look, ahead is an oasis. Don't tell me it's a mirage. Don't overthink it. This should be the daimyo's mansion of the Sand Province. Let's dress as travelers and go straight in. The oasis was vast, with an ancient city built inside. It was the most important economic, trade, and administrative center in the northern land of wind. As they ventured deeper, they began to see travelers coming and going. The Bainyao squad smoothly entered the city. The 3 of them settled into a small inn called Wind's Rest. After bathing, eating, and resting for a night, they began gathering intelligence the following day, planning to execute their operation under the cover of darkness and withdraw immediately upon success. The next day, as they sat in the room discussing their plan of action, both Whitebird and Calico Cat were once again dumbfounded. Neither of them was an intelligence operative. Originally, Nightless Moon had been positioned as an intelligence scout, but he had since been reassigned to a combat role. Now they had to rely on him to come up with a solution. He slumped into a chair, crossed his legs, and said with an air of nonchalance, let's split into 3 groups, and each gather information. Reconvene at noon. Any objections? Fair enough, but a shinobi is one who overcomes all difficulties. No one returns empty-handed. Both of you uphold your ninja way. He had plenty of strength and means. Hi. In this unfamiliar territory, the two instinctively saw themselves as subordinates. Since there are no issues, let's move out. After Nightless Moon left, White Bird and Calico Cat exchanged a glance, their faces etched with difficulty. With no other choice, they steeled themselves to carry out the task. The AMBU training had covered these techniques, but actual application was an entirely different matter. They had no idea where to start. At noon, the two returned to the inn to find Nightless Moon sitting there leisurely enjoying his lunch. Eat first, while talk after the meal. The two hurried through a somber lunch, and then the three began to pool their intelligence. Whitebird spoke first. I found out that the daimyo of the Wind Country is guarded by 2 squads of Suna shinobi in rotating shifts, led by a jonin. I also located the finance minister's mansion, which is guarded by shinobi, replied Calico Cat. These were all public information easily obtained by simple inquiry. Nothing particularly difficult. Keeping an eye on fellow shinobi was a ninja's instinct, as they might encounter them in the coming operation. Nightless Moon nodded. The two's intelligence was about average. Gathering information was entirely different from solving theoretical exam questions. The situation was incredibly complex, but fortunately he excelled at finding loopholes. Alright, the intelligence you two gathered is quite valuable. Now let me share what I've found. Never underestimate the power of professional flattery. It was a crucial step in building close partnerships rooted in everyone's need to maintain their self-esteem. Nightless Moon first bribed the cleaning staff at the daimyo's mansion to learn the layout, then infiltrated and located the archive. You mean go directly to the archives to look up the data? Exactly. Well, record the relevant financial expenditures over the past few years, compile them into a table, and submit it. Comparisons reveal trends. Obtaining only this year's data would be far from sufficient. Spending some time to get this done would definitely earn the superior's high regard. Far more valuable than mindlessly completing 10 missions. Calico Cat nodded in agreement. Wangcai has a point. This approach is actually much safer. No need to face Suna shinobi directly. She was genuinely afraid of skirmishes. A being in the Wind Country made exposure extremely dangerous. What if the data for this year isn't there? White Bird had her own concern. The order from above was to obtain this year's military budget, but it didn't specify how or where to get it. Impossible. The budget for this year was finalized at the end of last year, and it's now in the execution phase. There must be a record. You sure know a lot. They'll have to trust you on this. They had all come from the same training program, yet Wangcai seemed to know everything. Nightless Moon pulled out mini flashlights from his bag and handed one to each of them. I've prepared the tools. We move tonight. White Bird and Calico Cat were annoyed. He had clearly prepared everything in advance, yet he deliberately sent them to gather intelligence, just to make things difficult. That dog was truly wicked. Nightfall came quickly. The three equipped themselves and infiltrated the mansion, evading the patrols and smoothly entering the archives. Inside was pitch-black rows of shelves filled with documents on geography, history, humanities, art, and more. In modern terms, a national library. Well, each search one section. Focus on military, economy, and finance. Those are most likely the categories we need. Understood. After searching, they found the records of the Wind Country daimyo's military expenditures to Sunagakure over the years. The three were overjoyed. It seems there's really no data for this year. My guess was wrong. Facing the fact that he was wrong, Nightless Moon readily admitted. Whitebird replied, it's already quite good. Better than coming back empty-handed. Let's copy the historical data first and figure out the next step later. If it were that easy, it would be too simple. Then, with Calico Cat holding the light, Nightless Moon copying, and Whitebird keeping watch, they spent about an hour gathering the major data from the past. Some data, such as grain and weapons trade, could be corroborated through special channels. Returning to the inn deep in the night, they decided after discussion to infiltrate the finance minister's mansion the next day to steal the documents. According to Calico Cat, sensing a shinobi squad was also stationed there. The next day, the three hid near the mansion until the finance minister left for work, then seized the opportunity to infiltrate. Sure enough, the finance minister had his own private archive. The mansion's security patrols were ceaseless, rivaling even the daimyo's residence. Calico Cat, Whitebird, and I will draw their fire. You find a chance to go in and locate the documents. Move. In the brief moment when the two patrol squads crossed paths, a volley of shuriken took them all out. Ordinary men were fragile before shinobi. The guards organized a counterattack. They dared not approach the shinobi recklessly. Oboes were their only effective. The guards organized a counterattack. They dared not approach the shinobi recklessly. Oboes were their only effective means of defense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While the two were occupied with the guards, a sudden rain of sunbon shot from the side. Fire-style dragon fire technique. Whitebird spat out an orange dragon of flame that intercepted the sunbon. A puppet master, be careful. With a crash, the ground split open, and a black centipede over 3 meters long burst forth, lunging at them. On closer inspection, its countless legs were made of blades. Sparks flew as blades struck metal. Whomp, whomp, whomp. The centipede puppet's body was riddled with holes from which it spewed a cloud of black poison smoke. At such close range it was all too easy to be caught. Nightless Moon had been on guard. As the puppet approached, he held his breath and stopped breathing, then seized the chance to stick an explosive tag onto the centipede puppet's belly. White Bird underestimated the enemy's cunning. She inhaled a bit of the smoke and felt her head spin. Boom. The explosion tore the centipede puppet in two. Nightless Moon wrapped his arm around White Bird's slender waist and used the body flicker technique to evade the blast zone. White Bird trembled all over, coughing cough. Not good, I've been hit. Her voice carried fear of the unknown. Oh, she worried she might be abandoned. Don't be afraid. Calico Cat has an antidote. Leave the rest of the fight to me. Nightless Moon reached out and rubbed White Bird's back, taking the chance to cop a feel while offering comfort. He loved taking advantage of girls. The fear in White Bird's eyes subsided slightly. She was in no state to notice the little things. Ha ha, you've been poisoned by my toxin. You're dead. A young man with purple paint on his face stepped out from his hiding place, reaching into his ninja tool pouch to pull out a scroll. With a puff of white smoke, two humanoid puppets appeared beside him, each brandishing a blade. Earth-style rock pillar spear. Bang bang bang. Rock pillars over 2 meters high shot up from the ground, surrounding them from all directions. Liwan exclaimed in surprise, not expecting such a powerful jutsu from his opponent. Even his escape routes were sealed. In the nick of time, he leaped onto the shoulder of one of his puppets to evade the attack. Though losing that puppet pained him, it saved his life. He swung his right hand, and the other humanoid puppet charged at Nightless Moon with its blade. Clang clang clang. As their blades clashed, the puppet's mouth suddenly opened, spewing a barrage of Senbon. Whiz whiz whiz. Sneaky bastard. Nightless Moon quickly rolled aside to dodge. The puppet was coated in poison. A single scratch would be fatal. Earth-style rock pillar prison. The humanoid puppet tried to lunge at its enemy, but found itself immobilized, trapped by rock pillars rising from the ground. Even swinging its blade couldn't break free. Time to strike back. Nightless Moon hurled 3 kunai at Liwan. A puppet master without his puppets was a sitting. The half-severed centipede puppet interposed itself, blocking the kunai. Then Liwan leaped down from the humanoid puppet's shoulder and fled. Don't think you can escape. Body flicker technique. Shink. A flash of white blades swept across Liwan's waist. The body flicker combined with string cut. Liwan screamed and was sliced in 2, blood soaking the ground. The guards in the distance turned and fled in terror. Just then Calico Cat emerged from the room, beaming. I got it. Captain, this is the puppet master's poison. Get the antidote out quick. Calico Cat hastily opened the medical kit, which was lined with syringes for different toxins. After multiple clashes between Konoha and Suna, the medical division, led by Tsunade, had prepared a full range of antidotes. Do you know which one to inject? Calico Cat asked, flustered. Simple. Based on the symptoms: blue lips, rapid breathing, brown spots on the skin. After analyzing the symptoms, Nightless Moon found the corresponding antidote and plunged the needle into White Bird's arm. What if he guessed wrong? That would be White Bird's fate, not his fault. Calico Cat watched the entire process, smooth and fluid, secretly admiring how decisive Wangcai was, unlike her, who always overthought things. The truth was, Wangcai simply didn't care about other people's lives, which was why he had no psychological burden. Then the two carried White Bird on their backs and swiftly left the finance minister's mansion, heading straight back to the Land of Fire without pause. Fate still favored the White Bird. Before long, the antidote took effect, alleviating the White Bird's condition and allowing her to walk on her own, which significantly accelerated the team's pace. Fearful of pursuers, the trio dared not rest and continued until deep into the night, finally finding a sheltered spot to spend the night. In fact, upon learning that a ninja had infiltrated his mansion, the finance minister did not immediately return, but instead chose to remain in the daimyo's residence, unwilling to leave. He symbolically dispatched a small squad to chase after them for a short while before recalling them. 5 days later, the team returned safely to Konoha. The White Bird went to headquarters to submit the intelligence, completing the mission. The White Bird squad was the first to retrieve the intelligence and provided a detailed report of their actions, earning Danzo support. Well done. Pass on this experience to the other squads for their reference. Another week passed. Squads gradually returned with intelligence, while some were completely wiped out. Root cared not for the lives of these individuals, only for the results. Soon the White Bird squad was assigned a new mission to rendezvous with an intelligence agent at the border of the Grass Country. As expected, no matter the organization, the more capable you are, the more work you get. Yorijetsu complained briefly, then silently packed his gear and set out with the team again. They spent 2 days reaching the border region between the Grass Country and the Earth Country. The incessant warfare in the northern Grass Country had drained the Hidden Grass village, crippling it. Otherwise, both the Hidden Grass and Hidden Rain villages could have risen long ago. According to the plan, the agent should have arrived by now. Could something have gone wrong? Huamao asked doubtfully. Who knows? Let's wait a little longer. After all, they're still our comrades. Yoru, chewing on a blade of wild grass, sat idly on a tree watching the sunset over the western hills. If one ignored the perils of survival, the scenery of the ninja world was truly beautiful. Whitebird, you've been quiet the whole way. Is something bothering you? Don't tell me you're still shaken from that poisoning last time. Whitebird quickly denied it. She had been terrified at the time. If she hadn't listened to Wangcai's advice and brought enough antidotes before the mission, she would have died. That's more like it. A ninja walks the line between life and death. You need to be bold, yet cautious. Fear of death is instinct, nothing to be ashamed of. Courage is the key to overcoming difficulties, and it's the only thing we have to rely on. Whitebird felt a warmth in her heart. Wangcai was surprisingly good at comforting others, and even his dog-headed mask seemed more agreeable now. Wangcai, why don't you be the squad leader? But Yoru waved his hand, his tone full of pride. My abilities are far greater than this. I'm at least qualified to be a division leader. I'm such an arrogant guy, Huamao complained. A division leader corresponds to the rank of Jonin. Your current strength is probably far from that. You're right, but it'll keep growing. My body will develop, my chakra will increase, and I'll master more and more techniques. Huamao, the gap between us will only widen. Don't worry, once your big brother has a firm foothold en route, he'll give you a hand. Stop boasting. I'm not falling for that. Believe what you want. Anyway, tell me more about what Lord Danzo said regarding this mission. Waiting here endlessly wasn't working. Without a clear picture, it was unsettling. Root's missions were never too simple. Whitebird, uncertain, recalled Wangcai's keen sense of smell and answered honestly. He said to rendezvous here. If things go awry, we must bring back the intelligence at all costs. Good grief, why didn't you say so earlier? The agreed time has passed. Chances are something's gone wrong. The situation has already reached the if stage. So, at all costs includes us. If we go back empty-handed and do nothing, we'll be in trouble. Prepare to enter the Earth Country. Aren't you overthinking this? Let's wait a little longer. Whitebird was reluctant to enter the Earth Country. The Iwanin left a strong impression of formidable power. If we wait any longer and the agent gets killed by the Iwanin, they'll send us to the Earth Country to gather intelligence next time. What then? Alright, let's infiltrate a short distance and see what's happening. So the Whitebird squad crossed the border stealthily into the Earth Country, careful not to venture too deep and risk missing the agent's rendezvous. Dozens of kilometers from the border, a team of Iwanin was closing in on a spy. We missed the rendezvous time. The root people must have left by now, Siyu thought with a flicker of anxiety. You want to escape. Shuriken whistled through the air as the pursuing squad threw them to hinder the enemy's speed, but the opponent reacted swiftly, weaving left and right to change direction. The border is ahead. We might encounter enemy ninjas. With that thought, the squad leader Iwata made a decision and signaled to his comrades. The other three members immediately spread out, two flanked from the sides, while one broke off to take a shortcut to the border and cut off the target's retreat. Just as they were about to complete the encirclement, a scream came from the left flank. Damn, did the enemy get reinforcements? Iwata's heart sank. The spy was fleeing to this spot to rendezvous with allies and transfer the intelligence. Soon the two sides met on a small hill. The enemy had 4, while he had only 2. The situation reversed instantly. Konoha's men, so it was you causing trouble. Do you want war? If it had been anyone else from Root, they wouldn't have said a word and would have drawn their blades. But Yoru was not one to back down verbally. You're overthinking it. We're actually international mercenaries on a routine mission. Don't escalate this to a national level. You don't represent your village either. Indeed. Konoha dares to send such brats into our country. They clearly don't take us seriously. None of you will escape today. They'll kill you all. Body flicker technique. Clang. Yoru also used the body flicker to clash swords with Iwata, finding that he was faster. However, he was weaker in strength and nearly got knocked over. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Whitebird spat out a series of fireballs in coordination, but the enemy was quick, dodging through the gaps with agility and charging again. Cross slash. Yoru and Whitebird joined forces, their sky-splitting slash and string strike crossing in a dazzling flash of you want succeed. Clang. Clang. Iwata held a kunai in each hand, blocking both attacks simultaneously, and then used his strength to push them back. Wangcai, this guy is stronger and faster than us. What should we do? Whitebird whispered. Yoru glanced at the situation beside him. The agent they were to rendezvous with was Tsuki, who had managed to escape from the Iwanin squad, proving her strength. Her right hand was covered in a thin blue layer of chakra that extended and retracted at will, leaving wounds on the enemy with a simple swipe. Now it should be no problem for her and Huamao to take down the other Iwanin. Iwata also noticed this. If his comrade fell, the mission would fail and the intelligence would be leaked. No more delays. Finish this quickly. Earth release mudslide. With a thud, he slammed his fist into the ground, using chakra to pulverize soil and rock into fine sand, creating a wave of mud and debris to engulf the enemy. The attack covered a wide area with formidable power, ideal for group battles. Earth release multiple mud walls. Rumble. 3 walls of earth rose in a triangular formation. The first bore the brunt of the impact and collapsed while the remaining 2 blocked the rest of the mudslide. Seeing his attack fail, Iwata took a few running steps, leaped into the air, and hurled kunai at the 2 hiding behind the walls with explosive tags burning at the rings. Boom. Boom. 2 violent explosions erupted. Whitebird dodged away, but Yorujetsu was caught in the flames. Did I get him, Lee? Iwata landed on top of a mud wall, alert, but not relaxed. At that moment, a figure emerged from beneath the mud wall, a white blade flashing. Slash. Even though Iwata had been cautious and reacted quickly, Yorujetsu's sneak attack still cut his right leg. Crimson blood gushed out, staining his right foot in moments. Huff. You're dead, Yorujetsu panted. The combination of mud wall and shadow clone to distract had cost him considerable chakra, but the tactic succeeded. Iwata seemed unbothered. A wound like this is nothing. I've faced far worse in the Great Ninja War. I won't give you another chance. Not good. You poisoned the blade. A wave of dizziness hit him, making him stagger and almost fall. Ha ha ha. I learned this trick from the Suna puppet masters. If you want to blame someone, blame them. He didn't relish using underhanded tactics, but in a direct confrontation, he was outmatched. Without poison and ambush, both he and Whitebird would die. That was unacceptable. Damn it. With his last breath, Iwata charged at Yorujetsu, determined to kill the despicable brat. A cornered beast. Whitebird, don't fight him, Heaton. Kite him. Got it, Wangcai. Whitebird replied cheerfully. A partner like Wangcai gave a sense of security, but as an enemy, he would be a real headache. Facing the enraged Iwata, they retreated while fighting, throwing shuriken to exhaust him and occasionally tossing a smoke bomb. The other Iwanin, seeing this, panicked and abandoned his fight to rush over. Siyu seized the opportunity to flick 3 sunbon at his back. Thud thud thud. Odd. The Iwanin screamed and collapsed, his face turning black, clearly poisoned. You despicable lot. Die. In his fury, Iwata poured all his remaining chakra into a final attack. Earth release, earth spear. Boom boom boom. The ground shook and countless sharp rock pillars erupted in a chaotic, unpredictable pattern covering an area of over 100 square meters. As long as one remained within the range, there was no escape. Without leaving the attack zone, dodging was impossible. Body flicker technique. By now felt a flash of figure before his eyes, and his body was snatched away by the waist, leaving the technique's casting area. Slap. She reached out and slapped Yi Yu's demonic claw. How many times had it been? He seized every chance to touch her waist. Let go. By now glared fiercely at Yi Yu. What if Ciu and Hua Mao saw and reported it to the higher-ups? Yi Yu sheepishly withdrew his hand and explained, sorry. I was too anxious and lost my composure. It won't happen again. At that moment, the caster had already exhausted his chakra and died from poison. Hua Mao and Ciu had clearly not escaped. Ah, I'm hurt. Save me. Hua Mao's miserable cry came. She was trapped among several sharp rock spikes, unable to move. A deep wound was cut on her abdomen, and her face was pale. Yi Yu approached and slashed with his blade twice. The rock emitted a sound of metal clashing extremely hard. So tough. This earth release should be in my hands. The rock, reinforced by chakra, was as hard as steel. As a signature jutsu of the hidden rock village in the land of earth, this large-scale, irregular attack lived up to its reputation. Bai Niao refused to believe it, and tried slashing with her own blade twice, but also couldn't break it. Please let me try. Cia's voice came from behind. She limped over her hand covered in blue chakra and gently waved it at the rock spike. Crack. The rock spike was cut like tofu. After a few more strokes, Hua Mao was freed. Thank you. Hua Mao thanked with tearful eyes, afraid of being. Ciu gently shook her head. No need to be polite. You were trapped because you came to save me. Your injury can't be delayed. I have some skill in medical ninjutsu. Lie down first. Hua Mao nodded, lifted her clothes to reveal the wound. Ciu's hands glowed with green chakra enveloping it. The wound healed at a visible speed. Impressive, even stronger than the base's medical ninja. Bai Niao commented. Yi Yu was not surprised. Why was he so eager for the director's body? Because this woman was a rare and capable assistant, getting her would bring many benefits. Ciu herself had been stabbed in the thigh by the earlier earth-rising spear, yet she was busy treating others. If enemies gave chase, it would be like abandoning. It showed her kindness was genuine. Miss Ciu, just do a simple treatment. Let's evacuate quickly and find a safe place. I understand. After finishing Hua Mao's treatment, Ciu also healed her own leg wound. Meanwhile, Yi Yu and Bai Niao quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Then the 4 left the land of Earth and returned to Konoha to submit. Taking advantage of his excellent performance in these 2 missions, Yi Yu requested to learn the high-level Earth-release ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Bullet, to enhance his combat power, and was eventually approved. Merits must be cashed in quickly, otherwise they will fade over time. Who the hell remembers past deeds? This technique was even harder than Earth-style wall with stronger attack power. It took a full week just to barely master the basics. By using chakra to condense soil into a dragon head shape on the ground, the dragon's mouth continuously fired stones at the enemy, similar to an enhanced version of rock cannon jutsu. The difference between a machine gun and a manual rifle. As long as chakra was supplied tada, it was very comfortable. Similarly, the chakra consumption was also huge, requiring continuous input. After practicing for a while, Yoru stopped. He found the efficiency too low, not to mention rivaling a machine gun. It felt even slower than a rifle. I should first open the navel chakra to further improve my chakra control and efficiency. However, with the current firing rate, it was just right to go practice combined ninjutsu with Bai Niao, allowing her to gradually adapt. After several missions, the 3 members of the team were all training desperately. They had to. Bai Niao nearly died from poison last time, and Hua Mao almost got killed this time. Wangcai was a very pragmatic guy. He would only choose to save those who were useful to him. Hua Mao seemed to realize this, so she took advantage of the goodwill from the last mission and shamelessly hung around CIU every day, helping to teach the younger children in the training class. The reward was getting the opportunity to learn medical ninjutsu directly from CIU. People are driven by pressure. Captain Busy. Meiyu was practicing fire release because she had recently found that against powerful opponents her sword techniques were ineffective and she couldn't gain any advantage. Huff. What is it? Fire release required activation through the lungs, causing the chest to swell greatly when exerting force, which was particularly ungraceful for female ninja. About the combined ninjutsu I mentioned last time, I've initially mastered the Earth Dragon Bullet technique. Combined with your Fire Dragon Bullet, we can sweep the ninja world unbeatable. Then we won't have to fear strong enemies anymore. Unlike combined sword techniques, combined ninjutsu required high mutual understanding. If Meiyu resisted him in her heart, it would definitely not work. It was also his fault for being handsy and liking to take small advantages. Meiyu had already made up her mind. She nodded and said, "All right, let's give it a try." As it should be. I saw you practicing chakra shape transformation just now. Oh my, the training class doesn't teach such advanced techniques. Coincidentally, I've recently gained some insights. We can exchange ideas. Since seeing the attack pattern of the Earth Rising Spear last time, it had given him great inspiration. To upgrade his Rock Pillar Spear, he also needed to study shape transformation. As the saying goes, one person's plan is short, 2 people's plans are long. Men and women working together, the work is not tiring. Meiyu immediately knew that dog Wangcai knew more than her. She was troubled by this, so she quickly asked, "Is there some theory behind this?" Of course. The nature transformation and shape transformation of chakra are thresholds that must be crossed to become a high-level ninja. There are special practice techniques. I'm also willing to share my experience with the body flicker technique to help you improve your strength. Are you that kind? Don't tell me you have some ulterior motive. It would be a lie to say she wasn't tempted. Just Yu's body flicker technique alone was impressive. If she couldn't defeat a strong enemy, she could at least escape. She had already seen it in action. Don't think of me so badly. I've said it before. My goal is to be a squad leader. We are not in a competitive relationship. On the contrary, we are interdependent partners. You must believe that I will never harm you. I only hope you can keep up with my pace. At this point, I have no choice but to trust you. Faced with the temptation of strength improvement and the pressure of survival, she began to compromise and train with her detested subordinate. She knew full well that Wangcai was a lecherous man with a nature that wouldn't change. She had mentally prepared to suffer a little loss. The two agreed to practice combined ninjutsu for 1 hour every morning and train separately the rest of the time, not disturbing each other, leaving enough private space. At lunchtime, Yoru got his meal and sat opposite CIU. "Miss CIU, you have it even harder than us. You teach when free and go on missions when busy. If you feel bored, you can pour out your heart to me." CIU looked at Yoru, speaking those comforting words with a serious face, and found it amusing. The little brat was always trying to hit on her. That's not the case. I have nowhere else to go, and I happen to like taking care of children, so I volunteered to come here. Thank you very much for last time. I heard from Hua Mao that you suggested entering the land of Earth to back me up. At that time, Yoru didn't know the intelligence agent was CIU. He just didn't want to return empty-handed. It's nothing, don't worry about it. I said I would prove myself with actions. But I should warn you, after spending time with me, you will fall. Sigh. What nonsense are you talking about all day? Do you even know what it feels like to love someone? CIU said helplessly. It's you who doesn't understand, foolish woman. Ahem. I don't know. So when I grow up, if we like each other, won't we both understand? There's a saying, love grows over time. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. You sure know a lot. Even if you want to date, you should find someone your age, like Bai Niao, who's always with you. She and I are just pure comrades in arms with not a trace of romantic feelings. Yoru firmly clarified his relationship with Meiyu. After all, nothing had really happened between them, so it could withstand scrutiny. CIU shook her head, obviously not believing. Who says you have to date someone your age? I prefer women a few years older, especially someone like you, gentle, considerate, and caring. Please stop. I really have no feelings for you. In my eyes, you're still a child. See, you pleaded fearfully. There were children from the training class nearby. If he flirted with her so openly, word would get out, and it would be disastrous. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. If you take feelings seriously, you lose. The base is too boring, just looking for some fun. I'm done eating. Yi Weiyue turned and left, absolutely not pestering. Different women required different approaches. For someone like Mei Yue, who had a strong personality, he needed to slowly grind her down, smoothing her edges to make her useful. For the intelligent and kind Ciu, he couldn't use force. He had to break through her defenses from the heart, provide her with a sense of security through powerful strength, and let her gradually become dependent on him. He was still young now. Even if he wanted to do something, it wasn't possible. He needed to lie low. It wasn't time to act tough yet. In the next few days, Yi Weiyue taught Mei Yu his understanding and techniques of the body flicker technique. Mei Yu's chakra nature was fire, so she couldn't sense the earth veins like he did and perform high-speed body flicker using them. She could only practice pure physical movement. Using his concepts as a reference, she gradually explored a body flicker technique suitable for herself. Additionally, she needed to practice fire release, chakra shape transformation. To master combined ninjutsu with him, she had to pass this hurdle. Yi Weiyue still suggested she spit fireballs. The Uchiha clan's great fireball technique was worth referencing. A spherical shape was the most useful form for flames, highly condensed, extremely hot, and throwable. Mei Yu had already mastered the fire dragon bullet technique, able to blow out many small fireballs in one breath. On this basis, she just needed to focus on blowing a single huge fireball. Don't try to innovate from 0 to 1. It's too difficult and requires inspiration and a vast knowledge base. The best way to improve strength is to upgrade and perfect techniques you already know, maximize the quantity, and add a little fin. 2 fires make in flame, 3 fires make Goka, great fire, also called big fire, 4 fires make Goen, great blaze, representing higher temperature. Mei Yu's current level was 1 fire. Half a month later, Mei Yu's fire control skill had achieved initial improvement, though it was still somewhat lacking for combining with Earth Dragon Bullet. Subsequently, the Bainyao squad was assigned to go to Damingfu to secretly protect the safety of the 2 advisors and follow their arrangements to handle troublesome matters. Mai had its own properties and houses in Damingfu. The 3 of them secretly paid a visit to Zhuanxin Xiaochun and Mizuto Minion, and it was said they would have to stay here for at least 2 months. Regarding the daimyo's intention to reduce military expenditures, both sides were still in a tug-of war. Mai had already collected enough data on the military spending of enemy nations. If presented at the critical moment, it would surely make the daimyo change his mind. Before that, someone was whispering in the daimyo's ear, urging him to cut military spending. Perhaps they had been bribed by enemy nations. In any case, these people must be dealt with first. Assassination was impossible, as it would only make the daimyo more dissatisfied with Mai. The 2 advisors were racking their brains over this. They had visited many times, talked until their lips were worn out, but still couldn't get a concession. They could only continue waiting for the right breakthrough. The Bainyao squad was stationed in the mansion awaiting orders and spent their days training in the courtyard. The ninja profession was quite monotonous, either doing missions or training. In one's youth, one could feel the progress and strength every day, full of motivation. When reaching a certain age, one's strength would stagnate, which was also quite disheartening. Huamao would buy a few fish from outside every day and lock himself in his room to practice medical ninjutsu. His grim expression indicated that things were not going smoothly. Medical ninjutsu demanded high control over chakra, and Huamao's current level meant he had a hard time ahead. Yi Weiyue was not the type to be eager to teach others, and he certainly wouldn't share his experience for free. This person had limited potential, wouldn't be of much help to him, and didn't meet his aesthetic standards. He could simply treat them as an ordinary teammate. Considering that one's energy was finite, and as a ninja most of the time should be spent on improving strength, it was destined that he wouldn't spend much time on women. Currently, Bainyao and Ciu each occupied 1 slot. The remaining ones couldn't be given away casually and needed to be carefully selected. In this regard, he was by no means a casual person. By the pond, Bainyao was practicing fire release ninjutsu. She could already blow a large spherical fire dragon bullet. Through repeated practice, she was controlling the temperature of the fire. The second key fire release ninjutsu she practiced was the dragon fire technique, which deformed from the original form, splitting into 2 streams from the middle to envelop the enemy from left and right. If it could be condensed into a great might heavenly dragon to achieve long-range remote attack, that would be the Grand Dragon Fire. Fire Dragon Bullet and Dragon Fire technique were the only 2 fire release ninjutsu Bainyao had mastered. She planned to use them as a foundation to develop her own unique fire release series and follow the path of fire release specialization. Yi Weiyue himself was also strengthening his earth release ninjutsu, refining and upgrading the rock pillar spear by referencing the concept of the earth spear. One aspect was hardness, and the other was that the attack direction was too monotonous and easily defended. The earth spear's irregularity with each rock spike randomly directed was truly a genius creation. Those caught in this technique would either die or be injured. Yi Wu didn't understand the intricacies, but he had his own way. Since I'm called Wangcai, the techniques I use should also match my style. Why not upgrade the rock pillar spear by imitating the principle of interlocking canine teeth? It must highlight the traits of a dog, liking to sneak up behind passers-by and suddenly bite their calves. This perfectly suited his combat style, shuttling underground and popping out from near the enemy's feet to launch a surprise attack. Let's call it Earth Release Canine Fong Rising Assault. With the rock pillar spear as a foundation, the principle and general direction of the technique were set. The rest was just spending time to slowly polish and perfect it until success. Ninjutsu improvement was only one of his daily training subjects, so progress was slow. That day the two advisors planned to visit the foreign affairs minister of the fire country Jinxia Yojing, who was the main figure pushing for military spending cuts. The three members of the Bainyao squad followed covertly to handle security. No unexpected incidents occurred during the process, but the advisors' expressions were grim, indicating that the meeting had been unpleasant. What a greedy fellow, actually trying to extort us. Zhuanqin Xiaochun complained. Mizuto Minyan analyzed this person, seems to have some connection with an important official from the Wind Country. Intelligence from the root also shows that the Wind Country has been cutting military spending for 2 consecutive years. Mai had originally intended to prove that enemy nations were increasing military spending, yet the Wind Country had already started its path. The Wind Country is mostly covered by desert, so it's expected that it cannot afford massive defense expenditures. The situations of the two countries are not comparable. The Earth Country, Lightning Country, and Water Country are all expanding their armies and preparing for war. How can we follow the Wind Country's example? It must be a conspiracy of the Wind Country. Groundless speculation proves nothing. It's best to obtain reliable evidence. You mean? Zhuanqin Xiaochun was slightly startled. Tampering with a Fire Country official would have severe consequences if the daimyo found out. There's no choice. We must break the deadlock. I suggest sending root operatives to infiltrate tonight and steal intelligence. If that guy really has ties with the Wind Country, it's better to discuss it with Hiruzen. Mizuto Minyan shook his head. He won't agree. Our current actions are still milder than Danzo's methods. Then that's the only way. The village was short on funds, many projects had to be tightened, and war could break out at any moment. Zhuanqin Xiaochun could only agree to the plan. After returning to the base, the two immediately summoned the Bainyao squad. Among you, is there a sensory-type ninja? Yes, advisor. I want you to secretly infiltrate the Foreign Affairs Minister's mansion tonight and obtain solid evidence of his dealings with the Wind Country. Remember, do not reveal your identity. You can disguise yourselves as thieves or rogue ninjas. In short, don't let him suspect my. Yes, having just visited during the day, going to ransack his house at night, anyone would think it was Mui's doing. But the two advisors were already anxious and couldn't care less. Under the high moon, the three quietly left the base and sneaked toward the Foreign Affairs Minister's mansion. Following the advisors' instructions, they were not allowed to carry any my characteristics. The three didn't even wear ambu masks or armor, only ordinary samurai outfits with face masks. How is it? For ninjas from the chakra fluctuations, they don't seem very strong, Hua Mao replied. Wangcai, what do you think? The advisor said we can't reveal our identity, but didn't say we can't reveal our whereabouts. The opponent's abilities are uncertain, we have no intelligence, and we don't know exactly where the evidence is. The probability of being discovered is high. Stop rambling, talk plainly, Bainyao urged. Neither of you is good at espionage, so stay outside. They'll infiltrate from underground and search. If him discovered you too, just draw their fire. No problem. We're counting on you, Wangcai. Yi Wu made a gesture and plunged into the ground, vanishing. His underground movement speed was now very fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a garden inside the mansion. The Foreign Affairs Minister's mansion was very large with many buildings, various servants and guards. Let's check the study first. If there's something, it's most likely there. After some searching, he finally found the study. He slipped in through the window. The space inside was quite large, filled with various documents, books, and scrolls. Yi Wu even saw several basic ninjutsu scrolls, probably collected by the owner out of curiosity. With so much material, it would take him a whole night to search. Fortunately, he had prepared a small flashlight in advance. After half an hour of searching, he barely found 2 letters from the Wind Country in the area where letters were stored. They vaguely mentioned the issue of defense spending. Only this is definitely not enough. Let me think. Right, let's check this year's diplomatic activity plan. Maybe we can find something. Soon Yi Wu found the relevant document in a cabinet. Its contents startled him. It turned out that the Foreign Affairs Minister's listed diplomatic activities involved all neighboring countries, big and small, not only the Wind Country, but even Mui's enemy nations. It involved all aspects such as bulk commodity trade, currency and finance, political marriages, etc. It seemed that hatred and war were matters among ninjas, and the two worlds were completely different. The existence of ninjas brings war. Continuously promoting the simultaneous reduction of ninja numbers across nations is a key factor in maintaining world stability. The Wind Country, River Country, and Bird Country have all agreed to join. No need to copy it to take the original directly. Originally, they were looking for evidence of the minister colluding with other countries, but this document was more useful than any evidence. Unfortunately, the document had no signature or seal. Yi Wuiyue stuffed the plan into his bosom, opened the window, and jumped out to return the same way. He was met with a volley of shuriken. Discovered. When? Clang, clang, clang. While he was desperately blocking, the opponent actually took the opportunity to throw a poison gas bomb, which exploded on the spot, quite reminiscent of his own style. He rolled away like a donkey to avoid the smoke's range, but the opponent's cunning didn't stop there. Wind released dust storm technique whoosh. A small whirlwind kicked up on the spot, carrying dust and poison gas, again blinding the eyes and causing poison. At this point, the enemy had not yet revealed themselves, only hiding in the shadows to ambush, showing that they were a cautious. Earth release, Earth Sea, swimming dragon Yi Wuiyue held his breath and plunged into the ground, swiftly moving toward the outside of the mansion. The enemy pursued relentlessly. As soon as he emerged from underground, another wind release attack came. Wind release, chaotic wind blades, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless tiny wind blades shredded the flowers, grass, and trees along the way like 1,000 cuts. This was what Hua Mao called not strong. Fire release, dragon fire technique. At the critical moment, an orange fire dragon emerged from the darkness, devouring the wind blade assault. It was Bai Niao coming to his aid. Water release, water wave. Another person appeared on the opposite side, spraying a water wave that swept back and forth, extinguishing the fire dragon. Not good. Retreat quickly. Yi Wuiyue immediately grabbed Bai Niao and turned to run. Don't run. Several figures successively left the mansion and chased each other through the streets. Soon the two groups arrived at the woods on the outskirts. We're just short on cash, trying to scrape together some money. There's no need to be so relentless. It could cost lives. Kid, did you think we'd believe your words? Hand over the stuff obediently, and we might just let you go. I really didn't take anything. I don't know what you're— If that's the case, then we'll have to retrieve it from your corpse. Have big talk. Let's see what you've got. Yi Wuiyue and Bai Niao exchanged a glance, each choosing their opponent. Earth counters water, fire counters wind. Only thus did they have a chance of victory. The opponent's strength was not yet beyond fighting. Hua Mao, as usual, stood by to support, circling around, forcing the enemies to remain constantly vigilant. Clang, clang, clang. Both sides began with a conventional taijutsu clash. No one's chakra came out of thin air. They had just used ninjutsu earlier, and now they were all fighting while accumulating chakra. Yi Wuiyue's scabbard was filled with poison, and his blade was coated with it. Thus, during the taijutsu battle, he only needed to scratch the enemy. Kid, you've coated your blade with poison, haven't you? This person was the same one who had thrown a poison gas bomb at him in the mansion, equally treacherous. You guessed right. Better not let me scratch you. Do you think you'll get the chance? Daochuan suddenly opened his mouth and sprayed a water wave, washing Yi Wuiyue's blade bright and clean. Yi Wuiyue was enraged. What a despicable scoundrel. Body flicker technique. Sky-splitting slash. Appearing at super high speed directly above the enemy, he slashed down with extreme speed. As long as the speed was fast enough and the power strong enough, he could cut through the enemy's weapon unexpectedly. Crack. As expected, the kunai Daochuan used to block was severed, but he reacted quickly, rolling aside to dodge. Earth release, rock pillar spear. Sharp rock pillars erupted from all directions, thrusting toward Daochuan. He quickly formed hand seals and opened his mouth, spewing a torrent of water. Water release, water shockwave. A massive torrent of water surged outward, blocking the rock pillar's assault and forcing the opponent back. Overwhelmed by the massive water flow, Yi Wuiyue had to stop channeling chakra. He leaped onto a nearby tree trunk, and from above he flung 3 kunai attached with explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. Daochuan's body was blasted into a mist of water. This is the water clone technique. Yi Wuiyue's heart jolted as a sound of something cutting through the air came from above. Over here. Daochuan grinned viciously as he leaped down from the treetop, his kunai piercing the enemy's heart. But the next moment the enemy turned and it was a shadow clone. PLTH. Yi Wuiyue suddenly burst out from behind the tree, his long blade like a white snake striking, piercing through Daochuan's heart from behind. The same trick. Dead now, right? I told you it would cost lives. I was careless. Next time, absolutely not. Daochuan fell to the ground unwillingly, losing all signs of life. Without pausing to rest, Yi Wuiyue quietly crept toward the other side. With Hua Mao's assistance, Bai Niao engaged in a taijutsu struggle with her opponent for a while. Then both sides switched to ninjutsu combat, barely maintaining the advantage through elemental affinity. Give up. Your companion must be dead by now. Surrender, and I might spare you. A little girl like you, I couldn't bear to kill. I'll chain your neck and lock you in the basement. Ha ha ha. Be afraid, be terrified. Dao Bin Xiong attacked while trying to break Bai Niao's mental defenses with words, but the latter remained expressionless. How could someone from Root be afraid of psychological warfare? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several more shuriken flew in from the side, harassing Dao Bin Xiong's attack and buying time for Bai Niao. Damn it. Looks like I'll have to take you out first. Interrupted repeatedly, Dao Bin Xiong was completely enraged. He turned and charged toward Hua Mao's hiding spot. Ah! Hua Mao, hiding in the tree, let out a cry of surprise and turned to run. Ha ha ha. You can't escape. As Dao Bin Xiong rushed up the tree, a white light slashed down from above. Shocked, he exclaimed, another enemy. Bang! His hurried defense couldn't block Yi Yu's charged strike. His body was sent flying by the impact, and midair he was caught by Bai Niao, who had pursued. String cutter. Swish. The long blade swept across. Dao Bin Xiong screamed, his body severed in two, falling to the ground dead beyond dead. Although Bai Niao's squad had eliminated the enemies, they were not happy at all. Both pursuers had been killed. What do we do now? Bai Niao looked worried. According to the advisor's intention, the best course was to obtain the information quietly, without provoking conflict, but the reality was that they had killed the men. Let's first report to the advisor, and then decide. The three of them briefly cleaned up the battlefield, and quickly returned to the base to report the situation. So we were discovered after all. There's no help for it. What about the intelligence? Zhuanxin Xiaochun was most concerned about the intelligence. Killing 2 guards was not a big deal. Yi Yue quickly took out the plan from his bosom and explained, I searched through all the letters in the room, but found no direct evidence. However, I got this. The two of them read the entire plan carefully by the candlelight, and their expressions immediately turned grave. The daimyo-sama not only wants to cut military expenses, but also intends to ally with other countries to weaken the power of the ninja. This is not good news for us. It seems staying any longer has lost its meaning. Shuahoman, Yin made a judgment. Let's set off back to the village tomorrow morning. Let's go back and ask Risen for his opinion. The next day, Zhuanxin Xiaochun and Shuahoman, Yin left the daimyo's residence directly and returned to my village, while Bai Niao's squad also ended their escort mission early. The negotiations between Mai and the daimyo ended in failure. The third Hokage seemed to have anticipated this and did not send anyone else to negotiate. He silently accepted the result, and both sides continued to maintain friendly relations. However, the welfare benefits of many departments in Mai were reduced, and the standard mission rewards for ninjas were also lowered. The food quality is not great. Yi Yue complained. Previously they had meat every day, but now they only got a good meal every few days. The food treatment had clearly worsened. As a result, if he trained too recklessly, his nutrition wouldn't keep up, easily harming his body. Miss Tiu, may I ask your age? In 2 more months, he'll be 18. What a coincidence. He'll be 13 soon. I heard that after reaching adulthood, we can receive rewards for missions. Root's missions are inherently dangerous, and the rewards are relatively high. If you don't spend recklessly, you should be able to save quite a bit. Save money. Who knows where it'll be tomorrow? If I accidentally die on a mission and haven't spent my money, that would be a huge loss. Anyway, I'm not going to save money. When you have money, you should indulge in wine, women, and gambling, and run wild. When you're powerless, it's fine to keep a low profile, but if you're capable and still low-key, then what's the point of all that training? That seems reasonable, but you're still young. You must remember the 3 ninja prohibitions: abstain from alcohol, lust, and gambling. In this wilderness, even if I wanted to break the rules, I don't have the conditions. In a couple of years, I plan to ask the organization to let me move into the village. Yi Yu's eyes drifted, his mind wandering off somewhere again. Saw you, child? See you sighed. Every day, he would find excuses to sidle up to her, sneak peeks at her chest and buttocks, and often utter lewd words. It was truly hard for her to handle. Thus, more than 3 months passed, and Yi Yue finally successfully improved the rock pillar spear into Fong Rising Assault. Insight points 1. Yash, release at my navel. With the consumption of insight points, the calm spiritual energy surged incessantly, like waves washing over his body. The trembling from the depths of his soul plunged Yi Yue into a profound and mysterious realization. Breathe. In. Out. In. Out. His abdomen rose and fell rhythmically, exchanging energy with the outside through breathing. A vortex slowly gathered in the navel chakra, yet it was always missing that one last bit. Could it be that the time was too short, the stimulation not enough? If he failed, who knew when he would get insight points again? Why not use the root chakra to connect to the earth's vein power to help me break through? Only by stepping on the earth can I soar to the sky. Every barrier is hard, but every barrier is overcome. The 7 chakra technique was originally a reversal art that broke through from the coccyx all the way to the crown, a secret art that connected heaven and earth and transformed the mortal body. Yi Yue quickly reviewed the relevant theories. According to quantum manifestation, consciousness creates the future. The prerequisite for success is that one must believe in success. I reckon. By sending his wishes to heaven and earth through consciousness, the future would manifest. Boom. The boundless earth's vain power was drawn into his body. Yi Weiyue felt as if he were a boat adrift in the ocean at any moment about to be swallowed by giant waves. In an instant, the navel chakra was forcibly opened and the vortex successfully formed. He quickly severed the connection to the earth's vain power. In just a few breaths, it had nearly drained him. My chakra synthesis efficiency seems to have improved a lot. My thinking has become sharper and my desires have grown stronger. Every technique has its weakness. The weakness of the 7-chakra secret art is an excess of internal fire requiring regular cooling. Luckily, Yi Weiyue had a handsome face, and he had long identified his hunting target, waiting only for adulthood to relieve his troubles. The physical development from age coupled with the enhancement from the secret art led to a significant increase in chakra reserves, making it easier to perform related ninjutsu. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bomb. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The dragon's head opened its mouth, continuously spitting spherical rocks. The attack range and speed had greatly improved, estimated to exceed 20 meters. If he could combine this with the Fire Dragon Bomb, even a Jonin would have to retreat. Defensive Earth Flow Wall, Close Range Fong Rising Assault, Long Range, Earth Dragon Bomb. Armed with these 3 major ninjutsu, Yi Weiyue's confidence swelled like never before, and he walked with his head held high. He felt he was halfway into the ranks of a special Jonin and could achieve his goal in, at most, a year. Next year he'll apply to become a squad leader and then start learning wind release ninjutsu. The ranks in the Umbu were uniformly labeled as Umbu without the terms Chunin or Jonin. Strength was determined by serving as team leader, squad leader, or battalion leader. The two were roughly equivalent. Konoha Village could not simply sit back and wait for its doom. Thus, after deliberation, the high-ranking officials decided to rely on their own efforts, expand into surrounding markets, and seize the commission tasks of some smaller nations. Stealing contracts, competing for market share inevitably led to conflicts. The continent of Mai was only so vast, and the 5 great ninja villages had automatically demarcated the surrounding small nations as their own spheres of influence. They absolutely would not allow other nations to meddle, especially hostile ones. If a competitor took a contract to protect someone, they would dispatch assassins. If escorting supplies, they would send saboteurs. In short, they would use every means to suppress. These actions were not to be conducted openly, and were usually handled by the root. Without wearing the Konoha forehead protector, even if the opponents knew the truth, they could do nothing about it. Over the past 6 months, the White Bird Squad had carried out over a dozen ambush missions in succession. That day, they were ordered to go to the Zhu country. According to intelligence, the merchant caravan there had hired shinobi from the Cheyenne village of the Wind Country to transport a batch of bamboo products to the Niao country. Unacceptable. They had to cause disruption. Lord Tuanzong had said, if Konoha can't get the contract, no one else should. The merchant caravan's route to the Niao country passed through the territories of the Chuan country and the Wind country, so the White Bird Squad decided to ambush at the intersection of the Chuan country, the Yu country, and the Wind country. This place was a major thoroughfare to the north, a necessary route, and also a region plagued by bandits. Rogue shinobi from various nations often fled to the chaotic Yu country for refuge, and the Yu country, being poor and lacking resources, relied on robbery to sustain itself. The squad hid in the woods beside the road, waiting silently. Bai Niao was a year older than Yi Weiyue and had already begun to blossom. Every cell of her exuded the vitality of youth, and she was indeed developing into the type he favored, much to Yi Weiyue's gratification. It was like planting a melon, watching it grow day by day, blossom, bear fruit, and then harvest it with one's own hands. In contrast, Hua Mao was still racing along the path of a fire poker. All one could say to a student with such lopsided development was good luck. As for Yi Weiyue himself, after 2 years of deliberate physical training, his body had shot up considerably, and his hair had been tied into a ponytail hanging down his back. Seeming to sense the increasingly brazen gaze, Bai Niao turned her head and shot him a fierce glare. They're coming. Hua Mao reminded, her shoulder-length light yellow hair covering her ears, her eyes fixed on the distant road through her mask. A merchant caravan appeared in sight, pulling over a dozen carts, slowly approaching. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. For instance now. Boom. The explosive tag set on the road exploded with a thunderous roar, blowing the "Don't bite the hand that feeds you. For instance now." Boom. The explosive tag set on the road exploded with a thunderous roar, blowing the unlucky fellow in front to pieces. Ambush. Take cover, take cover. The experienced leader immediately called for everyone to hide in the woods. The battle was between shinobi. It had nothing to do with them. Shushishu. 3 shinobi from Cheyenne village leaped out in fury. To dare smash their rice bowl was to seek their death. Ambush. Take cover, take cover. The experienced leader immediately called for everyone to hide in the woods. The battle was between. After exchanging shuriken, they closed in for melee combat. Once again, Yoru was the first to slay his opponent, opening a path. He was about to join forces with Bai Niao to eliminate the remaining two. Just then, 3 pale white fireballs flew in from the side, encircling him in a triangular formation. What is that? Fire release. No. Yoru realized with horror that the water in his body was draining at an alarming rate. This situation reminded him of a certain Kekkei Genkai. The next second, the 3 fireballs struck him. With a scream, his body was drained of moisture, crumbling into fragmented clay on the ground. Dozens of meters away, the ground cracked, and Yoru burst out from it, his face filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, he had mastered the earth clone. After all those days of ambushing, he had finally run into a master. A female shinobi with green hair styled in a high bun appeared in view. She wore a sleeveless backless outfit and tight black shorts, her cheetah-like athletic body brimming with strength. The shinobi from Shine Village was Yitsong. In a few years, she would become famous during the Third Shinobi World War and rise to become one of Shine's top powerhouses. Holy crap, can't beat her. Yoru had no desire to continue fighting. He was already calculating how to escape. For a job, if you could do it, you did it. If you couldn't, it was fine. No need to risk your life. He hurriedly took out his whistle and blew hard. Hearing the signal by Niao and Hua, Mao quickly broke away from their opponents and gathered around him. Disguising yourselves as rogue shinobi to sabotage Shine's missions time and again. What is your purpose? Yitsong demanded. We're wandering shinobi out scavenging. We didn't know this cargo was under Shine's protection. That was a mistake just now. Sorry, we'll be on our way. You killed our people and still think you can leave unscathed. We won't let you off. The 2 Shine shinobi, enraged by their comrade's death, threw a shuriken and a kunai with an explosive tag attached. Earth release, earth flow wall. A gray earthen wall over 2 meters high rose from the ground to block in front of him. By now, Yoru could perform this technique with ease, as naturally as eating or drinking. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, the earth flow wall remained steadfast. For fireballs drifted out of the thick smoke. Yoru used the body flicker technique to escape the spot. Bai Niao and Hua Mao followed suit, well aware of Wangcai's character. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. They must have run into a tough nut. The fireballs flew a distance before stopping, then returned to Yitsong's side. Bai Niao was curious. What technique is that? To be able to freely control fire release. It's a Kekkei Genkai scorch release. The principle is high-temperature vaporization. If it touches you, it will drain all the moisture from your body in an instant, turning you into a dried corpse. Impressive. Bai Niao praised, a glint of envy flashing in her eyes. Those with Kekkei Genkai made up a very small proportion of shinobi, and each possessed unique abilities. The more one understood the shinobi system, the more they appreciated the benefits of Kekkei Genkai. Since the squad's formation, this was the first time they had encountered an enemy with Kekkei Genkai. Captain, we can't beat her. Let's use that technique to buy time for retreat. Yoru suggested. Bai Niao nodded. The combined ninjutsu was their strongest trump card, and it should be enough to hold the enemy back. Earth release, earth dragon bomb. The soil on the ground writhed, quickly forming into a dragon's head that continuously spat rock projectiles at the 3 Shine shinobi. Fire release, fire dragon bomb. Bai Niao spat out a torrent of blazing fireballs, enveloping the rock projectiles to enhance their destructive power. Unfortunately, their control was limited. Only 3 to 5 out of 10 fireballs successfully enchanted the rocks, a success rate of about 30 to 50. Thump, thump, thump. Combining the dual properties of rock impact and flame, scorching the combined ninjutsu was devastating. The trees it struck were snapped in half and set ablaze. Yitsong and her team were also startled, quickly hiding behind cover and not daring to face it head-on. By the time they confirmed the attack had ended and emerged from cover, the Whitebird squad had long since fled, nowhere to be seen. Sly brats. Captain, should we pursue? Yitsong shook her head. No. The village is under financial strain right now. We need to complete the mission and collect the payment. The environment of the Wind Country was already harsh, and now the daimyo had cut military funding under the pretext of maintaining peace in the shinobi world, making the situation even worse for Shine Village. After having their missions sabotaged several times by enemy shinobi, the village's high-ranking officials had become alert and repeatedly instructed them to stick to their mission objectives without wavering. Those Konoha people are despicable. The 2 subordinates felt both furious and helpless, resigned to their loss. In their hearts, they silently branded Konoha shinobi as troublemakers. The Whitebird squad fled in disgrace, and this sabotage mission ended in failure. However, this did not affect their performance evaluation. Their mission completion rate was as high as 96, which was quite impressive even within the entire Umbu. They had encountered formidable enemies several times, yet managed to retreat unscathed, boasting an astonishingly high survival rate. In the shinobi world, for a weak ninja successfully escaping from someone stronger was never a disgrace. After 6 months of sabotage, there should have been some results, but the opponent's tenacity was beyond imagination. None of them were willing to give up their market share. For the village, losing shinobi was not as terrifying as having no commissions and leaving ninjas unemployed. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage convened a meeting. Why give up? Believe that in a little more time we can achieve our goals. It's also a fact that the village's commission tasks have increased recently, isn't it? Tuanzong was unwilling to stop and wanted to continue. Occasionally breaking the rules is fine, but if we keep it up, Konoha will be met with hostility from everyone. Our future situation will only become more difficult. Call off your men, Tuanzong. Did the daimyo send a letter? Yuan Fei Risen gave a slight nod. Yes. The small nations that were harassed have applied diplomatic pressure, and the daimyo hopes we will cease unnecessary market disruption. In return, he is willing to provide appropriate financial subsidies to ease the village's difficulties. You should have said that earlier. Zhuan Xin Xiaochun and Shui Hu Min Yin both sighed in relief. It seemed the daimyo still had a sense of shame. Since the daimyo was willing to give money directly, there was naturally no need to go out and fight over scraps with others. In the end, it was just the daimyo worries that the village's power is too strong, yet he needs the village to protect the territory from invasion. As long as we maintain the balance without breaking it, everything will be fine. Yuan Fei Risen repeatedly emphasized his governing philosophy: avoid conflict with neighboring countries and maintain friendly relations with the daimyo. Tuanzong, however, said, the daimyo of the Wind Country has already started acting. The situation in Shine Village is even worse than ours. Besides, according to my intelligence, the Kirigakure village plans to control more coastal islands, expand its territory, and the conflict with Shine Village is escalating. The Wind Country's land area was vast, but most of it was desert. The population was concentrated in the southern coastal areas and the northern border regions. Neither place was safe. The north faced the threat of the Earth Country, while the south was harassed by the Water Country. Shine Village was the smallest, weakest, and poorest of the 5 great ninja villages. Shine Village was the smallest, weakest, and poorest. The sneak attack mission was temporarily concluded, and the Bai Niao team received some rest time. According to Captain Hei Mao's reminder, Root's next focus would be on the southern coastal area, and they needed to hurry up and improve their strength to deal with high-pressure tasks. There was no doubt that the coastal area was the home turf of the Wuyin Ninja. On land, earth release restrained water release, but on water the situation was completely reversed, making it impossible to use their full strength. He couldn't always rely on chakra to create soil, and he didn't have a ton of chakra. Plans can't keep up with changes. It seems time to imitate Lord Tuanzong. Yi Wuyue took out a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and placed it on his finger to examine it. The original plan was to focus mainly on physical training, as the body was the foundation. A strong body could possess more chakra supplemented by earth release ninjutsu and taijutsu. The original plan was to focus mainly on physical training, as the body was the foundation. A strong body could possess. Yi Wuyue puffed up his cheeks and blew hard at the shuriken, but it didn't move at all. Tuanzong could do it so smoothly, but when it came to him, it just wouldn't work. It reminded him of pin spinning skills. Awesome people could make it look fancy, but most people couldn't even complete one rotation. There was a strong technique involved, and balance was the key. So from that day on, Yi Wuyue invested a lot of energy into blowing the shuriken. He wanted to use this skill as the key to unlocking the wind release. It wasn't ordinary blowing. Instead, he inhaled air mixed and refined wind-natured chakra in his lungs into wind release, and then blew it out through his mouth. Then he attached it to the shuriken, which was like enchanting. Before this, Yi Wuyue had already practiced for nearly 2 years, continuously controlling leaves, cutting leaves, and had become proficient in the basic nature of wind release. With the foundation laid, he jumped directly to the second step. The characteristic of wind was cutting thin and sharp. When a shuriken was coated with a thin layer of wind release and spun at high speed, its lethality was very impressive. This technique was flexible and versatile, and its chakra consumption was very low, making it very suitable for the current battles. To this end, he thought of a special training method: blowing pinwheels. He made several dozen paper pinwheels in advance, and then began practicing blowing techniques on them. From different directions, distances, blowing volume, and speed, he gradually deconstructed all the secrets of this. After figuring out the trick, he switched to practicing with shurikens. After half a month of hard training, he finally found the technique and managed to make it spin barely. A month later, he could make it spin rapidly, and when thrown, could smoothly cut through a sapling as thick as a bowl. Just as Yi Wuyue was about to push through to a combat-ready level, the break ended, and the Bai Niao team was assigned a mission. They really use people until they die, not even giving time to grow. How can I contribute to the organization? The bones at the back of his head were already faintly heating up, entering a mode of rebellion. The mission period lasted as long as half a year in the southern coastal area of the Land of Fire. To the east was the former territory of the Land of Whirlpools, to the west was the Land of Wind, and the rest were mostly within the sphere of influence of the Land of Water. The Land of Water silently developed during the Second Shinobi World War. Now that other countries had entered a post-war recovery period, it took the opportunity to jump out and expand. Why did they choose the Land of Wind? Because among the 5 great nations, these two were the weakest. But the Land of Wind was not easy to bully. It had once defeated the invasion of the Land of Rain led by Hanzo, and only lost to Konoha's White Fang. Recently, the two sides had been clashing along the coast, causing damage to the interests of the Land of Fire sandwiched in between. Therefore, Konoha strengthened its coastal border defenses. Against this backdrop, members of the Root organization were dispatched to engage in role-playing, sow discord, escalate friction, and further drain the strength of both sides. The Bai Niao team's area of operation was assigned to the former territory of the Land of Whirlpools. During the Second Shinobi World War, the Land of Whirlpools was destroyed, and its people wandered all over the shinobi world quite desolate. It had only been 5 or 6 years since then. The disappearance of the government didn't mean that no one lived there. In fact, there were still many villages and towns. This is the former Whirlpool hidden village, isn't it? Amidst the ruins, the 3 members of the Bai Niao team chose this place as a temporary rest point and took a look around. It was the hometown of the red-haired girl they had been secretly monitoring during that village mission. She had gone to Konoha before the village was destroyed, otherwise she would have been in trouble. Yi Wuyu sighed. It's getting late. They'll go patrol the area. You two find a place to stay here. Let me go instead. Your abilities are better suited for logistics. Hua Mao volunteered. All right, you're right. Yi Wuyu searched around the village and soon found a half-collapsed house with enough space for 3 people to rest. Earth release rock pillar prison, boom boom boom. With the chakra input, a dozen thick rock pillars rose around them in a circle to prevent the house from collapsing while they slept. Next, he used wire and explosive tags to set up several hidden traps around the area. After finishing these trivial tasks, he took out a blanket from his backpack and spread it on the ground, ate soldier food pills, and drank cold water. Such were the conditions on a mission. Fortunately, Yi Wuyu had prepared in advance and brought some good things. He took out a box from his bag, opened it to reveal sushi, and handed one to Bai Niao. Eat quickly while Hua Mao hasn't come back. Bai Niao didn't stand on ceremony with Yi Wuyu, took it and savored it, and still asked, "Where did you get this?" "Thank you." Although she knew Wangcai's ulterior motives, Bai Niao was still quite touched. The feeling of being remembered, and he was very good at dealing with young girls. Overwhelming them with strength could only win superficial submission. He also needed to start with details. Using both methods, even a heart of iron could be warmed up. "Thank you." Although she knew Wangcai's ulterior motives, Bai Niao was still quite touched. The feeling of being remembered and cared for was really good. "With our relationship, don't be so formal with me. Here, I also prepared orange juice for you." Yi Wuyu took out a bottle of freshly squeezed juice from his backpack and handed it over. If they were at the base, they could drink it any time, but out in the wilderness, it was a real treat. Bai Niao blushed and took a couple of sips. Wangcai was too bad. He either took advantage with his hands or with his mouth. At first, she tried to assert her position, but over time, she just let him be. Hearing a noise outside, she quickly returned the orange juice. Yi Wuyu quickly packed everything back into his bag, pretended to be cultivating with a serious face, and then saw Hua Mao enter from the entrance. "There's no one around. It's safe here. Good work. I brought rice balls waiting for you to come back and enjoy together. 3 rice balls, 1 for each, much better than soldier food pills." Hua Mao and Bai Niao were both good students. If the organization rules said not to bring other things, they really didn't. Bai Niao looked at the big rice ball in her hand and fell into thought. Wangcai did have his comrades in his heart. He was good to her because he wanted to win her over. "Thank you so much, Wangcai. I apologize for my previous wrong view of you," Hua Mao said solemnly. Yi Wuyu waved his hand. "Who still remembers that? As distance tests a horse's strength, so time reveals a person's heart. I prefer to prove myself through actions." "Well said. I hope you can realize your dream soon and become Lord Tuanzang's guard." "Ha ha ha. Don't worry, when I succeed, I won't forget you. When one becomes rich and noble, don't forget each other." After 2 years of running in, the 3 had enough understanding of each other and knew how to handle boundaries and get along harmoniously. Internal strife was meaningless because they were not enemies but interdependent comrades. After finishing the rice balls, Yi Wuyu took the initiative to say, "I'll sleep first. Call me when you get sleepy." What a thoughtful guy. Why didn't I notice it before?" Hua Mao silently commented. After removing the filter, she found that Wangcai had many shortcomings, but also quite a few strengths. Bai Niao and Hua Mao also had nothing to say to each other. Their relationship was limited to captain and member. They looked at each other in silence, each lost in thought. Wangcai was different. He could chat with anyone. In the future, he might even challenge talking to Lord Tuanzang. In the early morning, Bai Niao woke the sleeping Yi Wuyu, and it was her and Hua Mao's turn to rest. "So boring. After waking up, Yoru sat there in a daze. He was not a sensory-type ninja, so he needed to be constantly vigilant to prevent someone from sneaking up on him without his knowledge. He simply sat in meditation. Currently, the Muladhara root chakra and Svadhisthana sacral chakra among the 7 chakras had been opened. The next step was the Anahata heart chakra, still stimulated through breathing techniques requiring the right timing. By the way, since the root chakra can communicate with the earth veins, why not use this channel to develop a sensory-type ninja? The second Hokage seemed to have a special technique. Poking the ground with his finger, he could accurately sense all enemies within a radius of several kilometers. It was really cool. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this method was feasible, and he immediately perked up. He turned to look at Huamao. The little woman was not dedicated. She hadn't played her role well when Chonyo died. The cruel ninja world. The damned root organization never allowed people to have feelings. It wasn't wrong for a weak sensory-type ninja to rely on powerful comrades. Yoru himself had personally killed Bai Niao's childhood friend, and then he wanted to eat Bai Niao up too. The fault lies with this world. I need to strengthen my power in all aspects. Mountains can fall, water can flow away, only being strong oneself is the foundation. From now on, my strength will gradually increase. Those who can't keep up with my pace will no longer be able to be my companions. I am such a realistic person. Now he liked Bai Niao, but that didn't mean he would always like her. On the journey upward, he would meet more outstanding women. Bai Niao, oh Bai Niao, I hope you don't fall behind, and long-term, hold the priority, mating rights with me. During the closed-eye meditation, at the moment when his body connected with the earth's pulse, all noises disappeared. Thump, thump, thump. Several heartbeats of different frequencies were clearly captured by him. One was his own, and the other 2 belonged to Bai Niao. This had been impossible before. With the root chakra and sacral chakra opening successively, his spiritual power had greatly increased. The world was opening its arms to him, revealing another side. The ripples continued to spread outward. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters. Many small lives entered his sight, not relying on chakra, but biological detection. The disadvantage was that he had to sit cross-legged on the ground and enter a meditative state, which had a low cool factor. At the first light of dawn, the 3 members of the Bai Niao squad began their operation. If there was no conflict, they would create one, or once conflict existed, they would escalate it, intensify it, and spark a war. We are the roots buried deep in the earth, nameless ninjas, walking in the shadows, not recorded in the archives, and life, not entering the memorial monument after death. A cargo ship departing from the tea country was slowly sailing northward laden with tea leaves. Sink it. The military supplies from the craftsman country to Kirigakure. Sink it. The fish catch from the water country to the iron country. Sink it. Every nightfall, Yoru would excitedly write down the day's destruction tally on the scroll. For someone born with a love for mayhem, he had mixed feelings about the work. These were merely appetizers. Kirigakure's counterattacks soon came. They hit on cargo ships to fish, successfully wiping out several root squads. Thus, Root held an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. I have a proposal. Rarely having a chance to speak, Yoru decisively raised his hand. As the youngest member in Root, his words were ignored. Only out of respect for the Black Cat, they refrained from scolding him. I recall you're called Wangcai, right? How long have you been a How many missions have you executed? The implication, a rookie, what right do you have to speak so boldly? The speaker was the Root squad leader Lei Bao, of medium build, neither fat nor thin, wearing standard umbu armor and a leopard mask. Ryoma, Lei Bao, Black Cat, and Red Flame Tiger, the 4 squad leaders of Root directly under Danzo. This hunting operation was led by Lei Bao. Report, Captain. I graduated from the training camp at 11, became a member of Root at 12, and have been here for a year and a half. I've executed 1 rank mission, 8 rank missions, 13 rank missions, and 9 crank missions, involving intelligence acquisition, spy identification, rogue ninja, elimination, infiltration, assassination, protection, garrison assessment, and sabotage. Your record is quite impressive. Let's hear your thoughts. Lei Bao decided to give Wangcai a chance. Young people love to show off. Everyone has been young. But Root never lacked geniuses. Over the years they came and went, and only a few survived. I suggest using the wolf pack tactics. Concentrate our forces to encircle and kill the enemy. In the process, we can also use the tactic of besieging a point to ambush reinforcements, continuously weakening Kirigakure's strength. Moreover, we need to exploit the information gap to pit the sand ninjas against the mist ninjas. Root's power couldn't match Kirigakure's village. Continuing to disperse would likely lead to being picked off one by one. How to engineer that? Elaborate. We can roleplay. Everyone here can act as sand ninjas or mist ninjas. A very pragmatic tactic. It seems you indeed have considerable mission experience. Seeing that Wangcai wasn't just boasting, but thinking from a practical standpoint, Lei Bao praised him publicly. Yoru quickly humbled himself in just speaking out the thoughts in the minds of the seniors here, pushing everyone to reach a consensus. We need to act quickly. Once Kirigakure and Sand react, we'll have no chance. Well said. Wangcai's idea aligns with mine. Let's discuss the specific steps. Lei Bao immediately approved the plan. Thus Yi Weiyue became known en route as a clever little devil who seemed to have. Bai Niao and Hua Mao were sweating for him. They dared not speak in front of so many seniors. Wangcai's too bold. What if he's not accepted? Bai Niao worried silently. Hua Mao admired him, so brave he deserves to rise. After detailed discussion, they launched the operation the next day. As expected, they encountered the mist ninjas hiding on the cargo ships. A massive cleaver the size of a door spun out from the deck. With a series of thuds, several outer route members were cut in half, sending chills down everyone's spines. Had they not attacked in force, any single squad would have had no chance of survival. The great sword spun around and was caught by a strong muscular arm. It belonged to a young man with bandages around his mouth, his narrow eyes filled with gloom and a thirst for slaughter. Pipa Shirzong. That's the decapitating sword. Don't be afraid, let's take him down together. Shuriken, kunai, and poison gas bombs flew through the air, but Pipa Shirzong used the decapitating sword as a shield while forming hand seals for a jutsu. Water release hidden mist technique. A thick white fog spread enveloping the ship. Inside, flashes of light and shadows flickered as if silver needles were darting about. In an instant, someone screamed as they were hung upside down on the mast by an invisible web swaying back and forth. They had encountered tough opponents, and more than one. Over 20 people had been deployed for this hunt, but most were cannon fodder. They were good at ambushes and assassinations, but their chances in a direct confrontation were slim. While everyone was racking their brains for a solution, several explosions erupted from the side of the ship. The hull was blown open by explosive tags, seawater gushing in, and the ship began to list. People hiding in every corner jumped off and fled. The teammates who blew up the ship were effective. Now both sides faced each other on the water, putting Root at an even greater disadvantage. Among the Mist Ninja team were two experts. Lei Bao engaged Pipa Shirzong, while Li Sanchuan, wielding the sewing needle, was surrounded by regular members like Yi Weiyue and Bai Niao. The outer members fought other Mist Ninjas, each with clear roles. So he had to rely on his sword. Also, three of Lei Bao's subordinates, Tu Lang Yizhu and Shin Ho, were quite strong. After one round of combat, so he had to rely on his sword. Also, three of Lei Bao's subordinates, Tu Lang Yizhu and Shin Ho, were quite strong. After one round of combat, Yi Weiyue noticed they also favored taijutsu. Li Sanchuan was fast, and his long sword, the sewing needle, attacked from strange angles. Once it pierced a body, the thread would turn into a sharp blade and slice the victim. The sewing needle was imbued with Li Sanchuan's chakra. After throwing it, he could remotely control it with the special thread, making it very flexible. Fire release fire dragon bullet. Bai Niao seized the opportunity to spit out a huge fireball from behind. Li Sanchuan quickly raised a water curtain to block the flames. Sky slash. Yi Weiyue leaped at the same time, slashing down at Li Sanchuan, cutting through him and the water wall. Li Sanchuan's body turned into a pool of clear water and fell into the sea. A water clone. Where did he go? Underwater. He'll handle it. Yizhu punched the water surface heavily, sending up a spray and creating a bowl-shaped depression, but missed the enemy. A silver flash suddenly broke the surface and vanished. Shunho screamed, clutching his bleeding thigh, then was pulled into the water by the thread, disappearing. The remaining members grew uneasy. The opponent was too cunning, breaking the rules. They wouldn't all escape. Another silver flash broke the surface, targeting Yi Weiyue from behind. His first reaction was to drop and roll up. Too sneaky. Li Sanchuan struck several more times, but the four were on guard and foiled his attempts. The water under Tu Lang suddenly collapsed into a water dragon, which opened its mouth and bit him, lifting him out of the water. Water dragon bullet technique. Yizhu rushed over and punched through the water dragon's body, rescuing Tu Lang. The group's attention shifted to Tu. At that moment, the water at Bai Niao's feet quickly formed a transparent whip that wrapped around her legs, dragging her down. By the time she reacted, only her head remained above water, panic in her eyes. The primal fear of death. She dropped her weapons, her hands instinctively reaching for something to grasp. At the critical moment, a hand reached out without hesitation, grabbing Bai Niao's right hand and pulling her tight. Yizhu also came over, striking the water with his iron fist, forcing the enemy to retreat. Saved, Bai Niao instinctively moved closer to Yi Weiyue. If not for his pull, she would have sunk to the bottom. Thank you, Bai Niao whispered. We're comrades. Yi Weiyue patted Bai Niao on the shoulder. This time she didn't dodge, allowing his touch. A smile unconsciously curved beneath her mask. There would be plenty of similar opportunities. The weak needed the protection of the strong to survive. She would eventually yield. Brothers, that guy has been under for a while. He'll have to come up for air. When he surfaces, we strike together. Yeah. The four took positions north, south, east, and west, closely monitoring the surrounding sea. There was no movement. Over 100 meters away, Li Sanchuan broke the surface, gasping. Holding his breath for so long had taken its. He's over there. Go. shuriken, and Bai Niao's fire dragon bullet provided long-range pressure, forcing Li Sanchuan to dodge everywhere, unable to get close. Even a Jonin would have to avoid the relentless barrage of projectiles and fire techniques. Scatter and retreat. From afar, Lei Bao raised his voice, signaling the withdrawal. He had reached his limit. The opponent was too strong. The tactic was sound, but they hadn't anticipated such overwhelming strength. They couldn't win in a straight fight. Leaving a few explosive tags to delay the enemy, they fled at top speed. Over 20 had come, only a dozen returned. I actually survived? Am I that lucky? In the temporary camp, Iwiyua sat in a corner watching the calico cat bustling about among the injured, marveling inwardly. She was also striving to demonstrate her own value, so that when her superiors needed someone in the future, they might remember her existence, and she might not have to risk going on missions again. Being a perception ninja was still not safe enough. Medical ninja became the calico cat's new pursuit. Bai Niao approached and whispered teasingly, "What are you thinking about? You've been staring at her a lot lately. Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to her." Yi Wei shook his head seriously. "Do I strike you as such a fickle Actually, I'm quite picky. Only a girl with a figure as good as yours can keep me tossing and turning at night." Fury, congratulations on finding a kindred spirit. I don't really like her. Bai Niao no longer concealed her true feelings. If you don't like her, then I don't like her either. Congratulations on finding a kindred spirit. I don't really like her. Bai Niao no longer concealed her true feelings. If you don't like her, then I don't like her either. We're on the same side. Wangcai, you really give me a headache. If the organization finds out, we'll be dead. Don't you find it thrilling? Challenging rules and breaking taboos, that itself is a pleasure. If you just carry out missions day in and day out, you'll die in one of them sooner or later. What is the meaning of life? Protecting the village. Don't forget, we're all orphans. People of Root have no past, no future, no names. They are treated purely as tools. Don't expect loyalty. By Niao's side, aren't you afraid he'll report you? As I said, we're on the same side. Anyone else, any organization, is an outsider. Hurting me does you no. I admit that the way I dealt with Daisuke at the graduation was dishonorable, and it still bothers you. I'm truly sorry. Consider that I owe you a life. I'll repay it sooner or later. You've already repaid it. Helping each other in battle is only natural. You've saved my life many times, so don't dwell on the details. Let's just get along well. Actually, I have many virtues waiting for you to discover. I promise you'll be irresistibly drawn to me. Narcissist. Bai Niao spat and walked away. Yi Wei rubbed his chin, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes, estimating that a few more tries would seal the deal. Actually, I have many virtues waiting for you to discover. I promise you'll be irresistibly drawn to me. Narcissist. Tsunade could enlarge her chest. The Akimichi could partially enlarge their bodies. He was certain he could find a way to elevate himself and win the affection of all women. Success lies in effort. After a while, Lei Bao gathered the remaining 4 full members to discuss the subsequent combat plan. This attack suffered heavy losses. From now on, we'll switch to more covert intelligence warfare, luring Kirigakure and Sunagakure into fighting each other. We'll no longer operate in squad mode. Wangcai, I heard you have a special talent for intelligence gathering. Who told him? Most likely Heimao. The advantage of having a backer in the upper ranks was clear. It allowed one to seize opportunities precisely. Yes, Captain. I once infiltrated Kumogakure alone, obtained intelligence, and escaped safely. A man like Yi Wei would force his way to the front even without an opportunity. Given one, he would not hold back. He believed himself second to none. Seeing Yi Wei not afraid but eager, Lei Bao thought to himself, no wonder Heimao thinks so highly of him. Very well. You'll lead the upcoming intelligence mission, and everyone will cooperate fully. There's only one requirement: obtain Kirigakure's expansion plan and deliver it to Sunagakure. Understood. I will do my utmost to complete the task. Yi Wei was ecstatic. Captain Lei Bao had given him command over personnel. Danger was nothing as long as there were gains. Such a leader was a good leader. Good. Get some rest first. We move in 3 days. The mission required expertise in disguise, infiltration, intelligence gathering, and sufficient combat strength to bring back the intelligence without getting trapped. Usually, different stages of the process were handled by different people working together, but now there was neither the time nor the conditions for gradual infiltration. Yi Wei was originally an intelligence specialist who had switched to combat, a unique combination. Destination: the port city of Sea's End. Sea's End lies on the easternmost edge of Whirlpool Country, separated from Water Country by a strait. Merchant ships from Lightning Country, Rice Country, Iron Country, and others in the north all pass through here. The southern sea routes, Craftsman Country, Tea Country, and even Wind Country, depend on this maritime artery. Kirigakure has attempted to seize Sea's End many times, but was always thwarted by joint opposition. Whirlpool Country has fallen, and Sea's End, as a no man's land, is a melting pot of chaos. This time, Kirigakure clearly intends to take advantage of the weakened state of the other nations after the Second Great Ninja War to annex Sea's End into Water Country and completely control the maritime transport route. 3 days later, Yoru arrived at seas and disguised as a ronin. As a city built around the docks, it had a high turnover of people, both bustling and chaotic, filled with rogue ninja spies, wandering ninja, and various agents and factions. In an izakaya near the docks, patrons from all over talked about various things. Yoru ordered a cup of sake, a cigarette dangling from his lips, sifting through the information for anything valuable. A woman in a red slit dress sat down at the next table. Blue eyes, a high-bridged nose, and fiery red lips. She exuded an exotic charm. Snap! She took a cigarette from her purse, lit it with a lighter, and said softly, "Handsome, want you buy me a drink?" Yoru gestured to the waiter, who brought a glass of sake to the woman. "Huh, thanks. Fumi, you're my type. Maybe we can get to know each other better." Fumi lifted the glass, took a sip, and cut to the chase. Yoru helplessly extended his right hand and rubbed his fingers together. "Sorry, I'm underage. I lack the ability. How amusing. Too bad you're young." Fumi clearly understood and couldn't help but laugh. Noticing the boy's eyes lingering on her, she crossed her legs and casually adjusted her skirt. "Since you bought me a drink, I'll let you have a feel. Is that okay?" Yoru's mouth said it was awkward, but his hand was already reaching out. A fool wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. Smooth and round. "I've missed this." After a couple of strokes, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. The price of one drink only went so far. Any more would cross the line. She was a professional, not a cheap thrill-seeker. Seeing that Yoru had restraint, Fumi felt a hint of approval. She then asked, "Are you from out of town, young man?" In this line of work, one didn't necessarily have to sell sex. Selling intelligence was also an option, but one had to know how to judge the customer. Yoru caught Fumi's intention and pointed to the katana on his back. "From Iron Country. I'm traveling to broaden my horizons. I plan to stay here for a while. Can you tell me about the situation here?" The samurai profession is in decline. The real money now is in being a ninja. Whether samurai or ninja, as long as one finds their own path, they can become strong. We only trust the blade in our hands. Saying this, he discreetly slipped a wad of cash into Fumi's hand. Surprise flickered in her eyes, and she quickly calculated what kind of information would be worth that amount. "What exactly do you want to know? Just talk freely. Tell me about the powerful people or factions here, or anyone you've encountered." "Well, I'll tell you what I know. There are over a dozen factions in the city. The two biggest are the Waterfong clan and the Iron Sand Society. I've done business with both. The Waterfong clan spends generously, while the Iron Sand Society is stingy. One controls the east, the other the west. They've been fighting for years, neither able to overwhelm the other. Can't the other factions match them?" Fumi shook her head. "As far as I know, the main members of both groups are ninja. The other factions simply can't compete. It's not that no one tried to rise up, but they were annihilated." "How brutal." "You said it. It's a mess out there. Young man, don't mess with them, or you'll end up fed to the fish." "Thanks for the warning. They'll be careful." "Who controls the port business?" "Each side holds half. They've been fighting over it for years, and it's never stopped. Lately they've started squabbling again. I hear many ships have been sunk." "I see." After a brief chat, Fumi got up and left the izakaya, heading to other places to find prey. There were many similar establishments near the port. Yoru found a hotel nearby and settled in. He was in no hurry to gather intelligence. The Waterfong clan and the Iron Sand Society were undoubtedly backed by Kirigakure and Sunagakure respectively. Kirigakure wanted to fully control seas and monopolize maritime supremacy. Sunagakure would surely resist fiercely, likely allying with the southern islands to fight back. Konoha had not established its own influence here, nor had it crossed the border of Whirlpool Country, using it as a strategic buffer between itself and Kirigakure. Half a month passed. Yoru went out early and returned late, gathering intelligence. One night, fully equipped, he stealthily infiltrated the residence of a man named Yuan Yi, a member of the Waterfong clan whom he had been tailing for some time. He was likely a Kirigakure intelligence operative, often sneaking into Iron Sand Society territory to gather information. His contact was unknown. In the dead of night, Yuan Yi returned home exhausted. He retrieved a notebook from a hidden compartment in the cabinet and scribbled down the information he had obtained that day. He was completely unaware of the other presence in the room. Yoru hid in the cabinet, motionless, watching as the man recorded the contents, and then hid the notebook. "Yash, I'll pass on the intelligence tomorrow. I should be able to return to the village and rest for a while." Yuan Yi muttered, took off his coat, and walked over to the cabinet. Just as he reached for the door, a chill ran down his spine, a sense of impending doom. Someone, bang! The cabinet door shattered, and a blinding white blade filled Yuan Yi's vision. Caught off guard, he had no time to react. Blood spurted as his right arm flew off. Yuan Yi couldn't help but scream in agony. Then a heavy blow struck his abdomen, sending him crashing to the floor. Before he could recover, a sharp pain hit the back of his neck, and he fell unconscious. "Got it. Yu took out bandages and tied off Yuan Ye's broken right arm to stop the bleeding. He needed to bring the person back so that the team's mind-reading expert could extract intelligence. After finishing this, he went to the cabinet, opened the secret compartment, and took out the hidden code book. As expected, it was just. He stuffed the code book into his robes, lifted Yuan Yi, and quietly left Heizujio, returning all the way to Root's secret stronghold in the Whirlpool country for urgent decryption. This mission included a member skilled in mind reading, and soon the intelligence from Yuan Ye's mind was extracted. Wangcai, the one you brought back, is very valuable. This person is a member of the Mist Code Department, and his superior is Ziguishin Hitengui. They are planning to dispatch elite troops to wipe out the Sand Village's forces at Heizujio in one fell swoop. This is not in our interest. You must return immediately and find a way to pass the intelligence to the Sand Village people. Understood, I'll do it right away. He reached out and took the scroll from Captain Lei Bao's hand. Yi Weiwei returned to Heizujio overnight. The Iron Sand Association, controlled by the Sand Village, had a jonin on rotation stationed there all year round. It was sufficient for ordinary conflicts, but this time the Mist had dispatched 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen determined to uproot the Iron Sand Association completely. If not for the Leaf's Root organization's surprise attack that delayed the Mist's plan, they might have succeeded. At the Iron Sand Association station, Captain, that group of pirates who attacked the sea ships has vanished without a trace. There's been no activity for half a month. It's best if they're gone. Most likely it's the Leaf Sumbu. Those people are the most insidious, causing trouble everywhere. Is there any movement from the Mist side? So far no special situation has been detected. With you here, Captain, even if they want to cause trouble, they are doomed to fail. I always feel that the Mist is plotting something bad. The 3rd generation sent a letter strictly ordering us to hold our interests here. In any case, don't let your guard down. Yes, sir. Go get busy. Yitsong finished her work, and it was already early morning. Dragging her tired body, she was about to go rest. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door opened, but the one who entered was not a familiar subordinate, but a person wearing a doghead mask. A child. Yitsong was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. She reached behind her back into her ninja tool pouch and took out a kunai, looking wary. Who are you? Don't be nervous, I'm not an enemy. I came here to tell you an important piece of information in person. Yi Weiwei quickly raised his hands to show sincerity. Lei Bao had told him to find a way to pass the intelligence to the Sand Ninja. He was straightforward by nature and disliked all those twists and turns. Instead, he chose to go directly to the doorstep. The Leaf and the Sand had signed a ceasefire agreement, so they wouldn't fight on sight. Take a look at this first. You are in big trouble. Yitsong looked at the scroll thrown on the table in front of her. She hesitated for a moment, then decided to take a look first. The other party came alone late at night and was a child. Even if there was danger, it was within her ability to handle. However, the content on the scroll shocked her greatly. It was intercepted from the Mist. Believe it or not, I'm only responsible for delivering the intelligence to You're from the Leaf Village, aren't you? Don't mind the details. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. We have a common enemy now, that's why we are giving you this intelligence for free. If the Sand's forces here are annihilated, the balance will be broken, and balance is the key to peace. Whoever tries to destroy peace is an enemy. The Leaf has been causing destruction everywhere for the past year. Those sunken ships at sea were also your doing. Now you talk about peace. Don't you find it ridiculous? Yitsong didn't believe a single word of what Yi Weiwei said. There are good people and bad people everywhere. Don't use your limited understanding to judge everyone, Senior Yitsong. You even know about me. Your information has long been leaked. The Mist came prepared. Take care of yourself. Yi Weiwei dared not stay longer. After speaking, he flashed away from the Iron Sand Association station. If the Sand Ninja trapped him in the room, he would have to burrow underground again. He was Wangcai, not a burrowing rat. Yitsong carefully examined the intelligence content, her expression growing increasingly grave. The 7 ninja swordsmen as the direct guards of the water shadow appearing here means we must quickly inform the village. The Mist's reaction came faster than expected. The next day, upon discovering that the intelligence personnel were missing, they immediately launched an operation. Under the pretext of avenging their members, the Water Fangs group attacked the Iron Sand Association. The Root organization's people also infiltrated Heizujio, ready to seize the opportunity. In the courtyard, Lei Bao was giving a pre-battle speech and expressing his approval of Yi Weiwei's work. Well done, Wangcai. I will report your merits to Lord Danzo. It's all thanks to your arrangements, Captain. I only did some trivial things. Fortunately, the plan is progressing smoothly. As long as everyone works together, we can surely thwart the Mist conspiracy. Correct. The next step is crucial. Intelligence shows that at least 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen have arrived. With such short notice, the Sand Village definitely cannot mobilize reinforcements in time. We must also be ready to act at any moment. We cannot let the Mist succeed. By the way, have you obtained the intelligence on the Sand's local command? I learned that this person is named Yi Tsong, a jonin of the Sand village possessing the Kekkei Genkai Scorch Release, and is very strong. Yi, never heard of her. I hope she can heavily damage the Mist's people so that we can also reap the benefits. At that time, Yi Tsong was still young without a reputation and had not yet entered the sights of the other nations. Although the Water Fang's attack was swift, the Iron Sand Association had received the news and prepared. The Sand Ninja, led by Yi Tsong, fought back fiercely. The Chunin and Jinin had almost no resistance against her Scorch Release. A series of small fireballs fell into the crowd. Anyone grazed by them was instantly dried into a mummy. The small fireballs could also combine into a super large fireball, instantly evaporating all living things within 100 meters. Its lethality was truly terrifying. The Mist side obviously did not expect the opponent to be so strong and suffered heavy casualties in a short time. Therefore, they adjusted their tactics. Ziguoshin Heaton Gui and Pippi Shirzong joined forces to block Yi Tsong, while Li Xianchuan led the remaining personnel to hunt down the Sand Ninja, securing the battle situation. Captain, the situation is bad. The Sand village is going to lose. So soon. At least they could hold on a bit longer. Lei Bao was quite speechless. The Sand village's combat power was too weak. Maybe we should wait a bit more. If the Sand people are all killed, the pressure will fall on us. No more waiting. Follow me. Lei Bao took the lead, and the Root organization members all drew their weapons and charged into the battle zone. The Leaf and the Sand were barely allies, so helping an ally was reasonable. The Mist and Sand Ninja were locked in combat, when suddenly a group of masked ninja cut into the battlefield, hacking wildly at the Mist Ninja. Are they reinforcements sent by the village? The Sand Ninja were overjoyed, but upon closer inspection they immediately denied it. The fighting styles of ninja from each village were very different. They were not from their village. Don't worry about that. They are not enemies anyway. It's time to counterattack. Kill. In the midst of battle, Heaton Gui glanced at the Root members and cursed inwardly, damn it. Have the Leaf and Sand secretly allied? A few days ago they were blowing up ships at sea and were driven away by the Mist. Now at the critical moment of the battle with the Sand, they come to meddle again. Pure troublemakers. Lei Bao actively engaged Li Xianchuan. His lightning release ninjutsu was quite good, and he fought back and forth with the opponent. Thus the Mist's high-end power was restrained, and the remaining people naturally could not maintain the upper hand. Shirzong will hold off this woman. You go kill all those Leaf people, leave no one alive. Boom. Pippi Shirzong swung the decapitating sword and smashed the incoming evaporating fireball, replying, leave it to me. These rats, we let them escape last time, but I didn't expect them to dare show up again. Boom. Pippi Shirzong swung the decapitating sword and smashed the incoming evaporating fireball, replying, leave it to me. These rats, we let them escape last time, but I didn't expect them to dare show up again. She formed a larger evaporating fireball with both hands and hurled it at him. Water release water dragon bullet technique. Seeing this, Heaton Gui immediately conjured a water dragon to swallow the evaporating fireball. Facing the special Kekkei Genkai, his Samahata was less useful than the decapitating sword. If he rashly touched it, Samahata might turn into dried fish. He was unwilling to take the risk, so he could only try his best to hold off the opponent with ninjutsu. Ordinary water release was ineffective. An excessive amount of water release was needed to annihilate the Scorch Release. The fight was very arduous. Meanwhile, Pippi Shirzong had already swung the decapitating sword, turning into a meat grinder as he charged into the crowd. For a moment, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and no one could stop him. Earth release Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Fire release Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of rock shells wrapped in high-temperature flames bombarded Pippi Shirzong, but he withstood them using the broad blade of the decapitating sword. Not bad. Pippi Shirzong praised, then said, there's a small nick on my blade. I need to let it suck some blood to body flicker technique. The greatsword swept across, sweeping everything like a whirlwind. The howling brought by the heavy blade was not something human strength could withstand. Yi Wuyue and Bai Niao immediately scattered and fled. However, Yi Wuyue also used the body flicker technique, moving faster. After dodging the attack range, he quickly formed hand seals and counterattacked. Earth release Fang's rising attack. Countless rock spikes emerged from the ground around Pippi Shirzong, like a beast trap, rising and closing toward the center. It looked as if a dog's head had grown out of the ground. Creak, creak. The Tumterlong decapitating sword was placed horizontally there, and no matter how hard the dog's mouth tried, it couldn't close. Pippi Shirzong stood with his feet straddling the blade and formed hand seals. Water release Great Waterfall Technique. A tornado-shaped water current shot from his mouth toward Yi Wuyue, forcing him to stop his technique and raise an earth wall for defense. His 3 moves were exhausted without effect, so he could only call for help. Tu Lang, come help quickly. As the saying goes, wolves and dogs are inseparable. Coincidentally, Tu Lang was also skilled in earth release ninjutsu. The two of them together with the fire release support from Bai Niao might be able to fight. Here, Tu Lang, a veteran of the route, was formidable in combat, having already slain 2 Kirigakure shinobi in mere moments. Upon hearing Wangcai's call, he swiftly turned back to provide support. Earth-style earth and stone torrent. Rumbling. The churning soil mixed with gravel surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the enemy in a crescent-shaped arc of destruction. Pipa Shirzong excelled in close-quarters swordsmanship. Against such a formidable foe, the basic strategy was to avoid his strength and engage with ninjutsu instead. They only needed to delay him, waiting for their comrades to eliminate the Kirigakure foot soldiers, and the strategic victory would be secured. Pipa Shirzong retreated over 10 meters only to realize he couldn't escape. He thrust the decapitating carving knife into the ground and leaped onto its hilt, using it to evade the engulfing mudslide. Is that even possible? Yi Weiyue exclaimed in disbelief. The decapitating carving knife was a multifunctional weapon. It could cut down foes, serve as a shield, replenish the user's stamina, and even self-repair. Among the 7 ninja swords, only the Hiramakiri could overpower it through sheer force, while the Samahata matched it in strength. A flicker of disappointment passed through Tu Lang's eyes. That jutsu had consumed a significant amount of his chakra, yet his opponent had evaded it with ease. What else could he do? Water-style hidden mist technique. A thick white mist spread, the signature jutsu of Kirigakure shinobi, and the most troublesome visual disruption technique. Earth-style rock pillar prison. Yi Weiyue immediately erected a circular wall of rock pillars around the trio to block any stealthy approach. Not done yet, he pulled out over a dozen poison gas bombs from his pouch and hurled them out. After several encounters with Kirigakure shinobi, he had devised an effective countermeasure. What a cunning bastard. He'll cut you down first. Hidden within the thick mist, Pipa Shirzong frowned inwardly. As the black toxic smoke spread, his maneuvering space was rapidly shrinking. Deciding to abandon the Catan mouse game, he charged straight at the trio, dragging his massive blade. With a crack, the broadsword swept through, effortlessly slicing through the rock pillars, warning those hiding inside. Fire-style dragon fire technique. A fiery dragon swept past, evaporating Pipa Shirzong and his blade into steam. Unsurprisingly, it was a water clone technique. A whistling sound came from above. Pipa Shirzong descended with his blade held in both hands, aiming directly at Yi Weiyue, cleaving him in two. Puff! The corpse turned into mud. Yi Weiyue had escaped using the earth substitution technique. Tu Lang seized the opportunity to launch an attack, earth-style whirlpool quicksand. He channeled his chakra into the earth, causing the ground beneath the enemy to sink into a sandy pit, swallowing them whole. Yi Weiyue and Bai Niao quickly followed up, unleashing a combined jutsu. Earth-style earth dragon projectile. Fire-style fire dragon projectile. Boom boom boom. Rock projectiles wreathed in flames whirled and flew. Pipa Shirzong had fallen into their trap. In a critical moment, he unleashed the great waterfall technique once more. Unlike the previous tornado form, this time, he did not spew water from his mouth, but instead extracted water directly from an underground rumbling. From the sunken sandpit, a water column several meters in diameter surged forth, enveloping Pipa Shirzong securely. This technique not only nullified the whirlpool quicksand, but also defended against the combined attack of Yi Weiyue and Bai Niao. A Tilbert's with an Estone maneuver. What a pain. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Yi Weiyue began to consider retreat. Fighting a cunning enemy was too dangerous. He could not accept an opponent smarter than him. Swish swish swish. Bai Niao flung several shurikens which were predictably blocked. Haha, out of tricks. My turn now. Pipa Shirzong sneered coldly, his cross-shaped scar on the right cheek adding to his menacing aura. By then the hidden mist technique had expired, and the mist gradually dissipated. They found that the Kirigakure shinobi had been nearly wiped out, while only a few from Sunagakure remained. It was a mutual slaughter. Lei Bao had been stabbed several times by Kuruma Rinji, leaving him badly wounded. Shigua Shanhague was at a disadvantage in his battle, with Yi Tsong looking disheveled and gasping for breath. The 2.5-meter giant was not suited for a prolonged fight. He didn't have the ability to convert fat into chakra. Yi Weiyue teased, "Old man, you might have won, but it seems Kirigakure has lost." Pipa Shirzong scanned the battlefield and sighed. Nothing can be done. These useless bastards are so incompetent. The mission is a failure. They'll spare your lives today. With that, he vanished using the body flicker technique. Retreat. Lei Bao finally couldn't hold on and gave the signal. The root members picked up their comrades' bodies and quickly left the battlefield. Yi Tsong looked at the remaining few members of the Iron Sand Society, feeling a pang of pain. At least they had thwarted Kirigakure's scheme. Both sides suffered heavy losses, and the balance of power was restored. Neither had won. The root didn't gain much, either having lost several skilled operatives. Only 7 or 8 remained, with only 3 external members still alive. Hua Mao had once again survived by luck. In the following days they maintained surveillance. Sunagakir's reinforcements arrived at Cape of the Sea the next day and fought another skirmish with Kirigakure before the conflict subsided. 2 months passed quickly. The conflict between the two sides never ceased with casualties on both sides. During this time, Yitsong's reputation gradually spread. In a dense forest, Yuuyue was training hard. He blew continuously at a shuriken held on his fingertip, causing it to spin at high speed, creating a windmill of blades 50 centimeters in diameter. He hurled it at a nearby tree. Crack! Crack! The trunk was easily severed by the rotating blades and collapsed with a crash. This is enough for practical use. Thank you, Danzo-sama. Yuuyue bowed in the direction of the village. In the path of wind release, Danzo was a master worthy of continuous emulation. Setting aside his dark side, Danzo was a formidable fighter among traditional shinobi. The wind release shuriken was Yuuyue's second long-range offensive jutsu after Earth Dragon projectile, enriching his combat options. As his control over wind release improved, the speed and shape of the shuriken windmill would further enhance. Looks like you've mastered another powerful jutsu. Bai Niao emerged from the forest, eyeing the fallen tree with envy. Wangcai was a man of ideas, skilled at leveraging allies' strength in battle. It's just infusing wind-nature chakra into the shuriken to enhance cutting power. After half a year of practice, there's finally some progress. Yuuyue didn't hide the secrets of his jutsu from Bai Niao. As partners, they needed to understand each other's techniques thoroughly for perfect coordination in battle. Regarding chakra infusion techniques, the two exchanged insights, privately progressing together. Their combined jutsu success rate had risen to 80. Captain Lei Bao is gathering everyone. It seems the mission is over, and we're heading back to the village. Oh, finally we can go back. Let's hurry. Yuuyue was delighted. Being stationed in the wilderness for so long was grueling. Poor food, restless sleep, and discomfort. As they walked side by side, Yuuyue took the chance to slap Bai Niao's, but earning a glare. Pervert. Over time, Bai Niao had grown somewhat immune. Words were useless, so she silently acquiesced. The group returned to the village and dispersed to their respective bases. Soon news came down. Due to the heavy losses in the mission, Danzo-sama decided to select 3 of the remaining external members to become full-fledged members. Thus, Hua Mao immediately began intensive training. She had long wanted to become a full member, but lacked the opportunity. The assessment for sensor-type shinobi was different. Whether it was due to her status as a medical ninja earning extra points, she successfully transitioned. Congratulations, Hua Mao. I knew you could do it, Yuuyue said with a smile. Hindsight. That kid was always clever. Meiwa also congratulated Hua Mao. Congratulations. Our Bai Niao squad is now fully converted. From now on. But Hua Mao shook her head, a hint of pride in her tone. Sorry, I'm afraid I won't be able to go on missions with you anymore. Danzo-sama has assigned me to the Roots Medical. Good heavens, she switched from field duty to internal work. That meant Hua Mao no longer had to risk her life on dangerous missions. Instead, she would engage in medical research or become an instructor at the training base like Tsiyu. Yuuyue felt a pang of bitterness. Hua Mao was even better at cutting corners than he was. But he feigned happiness and congratulated her. Haha, great news. I'm genuinely happy for you. Are you moving out? Yes, Danzo-sama arranged an internship at Konoha Hospital for me. You'll be studying for a while, and then work at headquarters. Is that so? So you'll be living in the village from now on. How enviable. Yes, it's been my dream all along. I didn't expect it to come true so soon. I hope you achieve your dreams too. Thanks. Bye. Hua Mao hurried back to the dormitory, packed a few belongings, and eagerly left the base, heading toward a new life. She had been the slowest of the 3, yet now she was the first to achieve her goal. Fate played strange tricks. After Hua Mao left, Yuuyue and Meiwa stared at each other, a sour taste in their mouths. So the Bai Niao squad is now defunct. Meiwa said. It seems so. How about we rename ourselves Double Moon Duo? Our names, genders, and jutsu complement each other perfectly. Forget it. Remember, we're still nobodies. It would be laughable. A shinobi's moniker was often bestowed by enemies and recognized by all. Giving oneself a title was just foolish. Undeterred by the rejection, Yuuyue said, as long as we train hard, we'll make a name for ourselves in the coming missions. Ambu and Root undertook frequent high-risk missions, making it easy to earn a reputation. It was only a matter of time. The departure of the spotted cat greatly stimulated both of them, driving them to train even harder. Lei Bao, a man of his word, faithfully reported Yuuyue's performance in the mission to his superiors, once again earning Tuan Zhang's recognition. Yuuyue promptly applied for ninjutsu training, with his merit this time targeting the 3rd Hokage's signature, the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. By applying the principle of the Shadow Clone Technique to Shuriken, a single thrown Shuriken instantly splits into countless solid copies, forming a net-like sword array attack that covers the sky. If an oversized Shuriken is used, the effect is even better. This is only the basic application. The upgraded version involves attaching wind-style chakra to the shuriken, creating a long-range rain of laser-like projectiles. Yiwayu's plan was to combine wind-style shuriken with the shuriken shadow clone technique to create a storm of slicing attacks. Wind-style shuriken shadow clone technique. This technique merges the third Hokage's and Tuanzang's techniques into his own signature ninjutsu. I copy from left, right, up, and down, and in the end am far ahead, haha. Having mastered the shadow clone technique, learning the shuriken shadow clone technique becomes much easier, otherwise its rank difficulty would make it a tough challenge. As a combination of ninjutsu and ninja tools, it heavily relies on hand speed. The hand seals must be performed quickly enough. Yiwayue hadn't deliberately practiced his hand seal speed, so he needed to solve that issue first. With ample mental energy, one can focus more on a single task with sharper thinking and faster reactions. Another daily subject was added, leaving him no time to even tease Mei Yue, and missions were also piling up. The Black Cat assigned another guard mission still within the village protecting Jioshinai, a long-cycle rotating duty that every squad in Umbu and Root had to take part in. They had carried it out a few years ago, and now it was their turn again. Mei Yu said helplessly, "Is it that red-haired girl again? I remember, she's incredibly energetic." Someone from the Uzumaki clan bursting with vitality. "It can't be helped. Let's go, if we're late the Umbu squad might not be happy." Yiwayue put on his dog-shaped mask, transforming into Wangcai, and together with Bai Niao they entered Konoha village and went to the duty room to take over the shift. Upon entering, he saw a map of Konoha village hanging on the wall with a large spiral pattern drawn in the western district. The Umbu squad leader pointed at the pattern on the wall and said, "This is the target's safe activity range. If she tries to leave this range, you must stop her immediately, or it will cause major trouble." Understood. Yiwayue nodded. At 14, he had already reached a height of 165 meters, surpassing Bai Niao, making him look more like the squad leader. "Anyway, don't let your guard down. Someone will relieve you in 24 hours. We're heading out." The Umbu squad leader greeted them and left the duty room with his team exhaustion evident in their eyes. Yiwayue reached out and closed the door, then collapsed into a chair, staring at the surveillance monitor as if working as a security guard. He took off his mask, placed it on the table, and patted his thigh. "What do you mean?" Bai Niao asked, puzzled. "Sit on my lap. We've got nothing to do anyway, let's take this chance to bond." "No way." Bai Niao instinctively turned her head away, her face flushed beneath the mask. In this small, secluded room alone with a man, her imagination ran wild, her heart pounding like a deer. "At our age, there's nothing we can do anyway. What's there to worry about? Opportunities like this are rare, miss it, and it's gone. Let's just focus on the duty. What if someone suddenly checks on us?" Bai Niao advised. "Fine, since you're not willing, you'll let it go? I never force anyone." Yiwayue spread his hands and pointed at the screen. "Same as before, you keep watch the first half of the night, he'll take the second." Got. Seeing Yiwayue close his eyes to rest, Bai Niao walked over to the screen and stared at the target's house. But the man behind her quietly opened his eyes, and while she wasn't paying attention, he pulled her into his arms. "Oh." Bai Niao, caught off guard, let out a startled cry as she fell onto Yiwayue's lap. "Ha ha ha. Got you. Just stay there like that, don't move," Yiwayue said triumphantly. Thanks to years of training, Bai Niao had a great figure with firm and toned muscles. Bang! Bai Niao gently jabbed her right elbow into Yiwayue's ribs. "Ow! Mercy, I think my ribs are broken." "Good, let them break, you treacherous dog." Bai Niao snorted coldly. She never expected Wangcai to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Before she knew it, she had fallen into his trap. Interestingly, she didn't struggle to escape, though her words were harsh. Feeling her body relax in his arms, Yiwayue knew his plan had worked. He held her tightly, understanding that breakthroughs in relationships often require one person to take the initiative while the other half-heartedly resists, and that's how it works. "Forgive me, I won't do it again. I'll just hold you for a while, and I promise not to do anything else." "You'd better say that to yourself. If you dare to touch me improperly, I'll cut off your hands." All right, I'll listen to you. You know I'm a rule-abiding person, and am timid. I wouldn't dare do anything excessive to you. You're all talk. I can't do anything about you." Though he said he was rule-abiding and timid, his hands never stayed still, stroking her legs and buttocks, kneading and pinching without restraint. He was a total pervert. After a few minutes, Bai Niao felt her body heating up. Realizing things might get out of control, she quickly broke free. "Just a few touches, that's enough. Now get to work." Yiwayue nodded. At this stage, such intimate acts were just foreplay. He would save his strength and methods for future use. The most important thing now was to cultivate hard and climb the ranks to gain access to more beautiful women. What work could there be? It's not like she can run around at night. "Hey, there's a blonde guy going to her house. Quick, get the surveillance log." Bai Niao quickly took down the surveillance log from the wall, which recorded Zhou Zenai's daily activities, the people she met, what she ate, and other daily routines. Found it. The target mainly interacts with two people, both Feng Shuimin and Uchiha Makoto. That blonde guy must be Bo Feng Shuiman. See, I'm not the only lonely one. Everyone's like this. Yi Weiyue seemed to have found evidence and became emboldened. Fine, I guess I was too narrow-minded. By now had to admit that she had been blinded by the rules. You go to sleep first. They'll keep watch. There was a small bed in the monitoring room for the duty personnel to take turns resting. Yi Weiyue lay down and fell asleep and by now stared at the screen for a while and saw nothing happening, which made her bored. She couldn't understand what was so special about the target that required constant undercover protection. She turned to observe the sleeping Wangcai. This man lusted after her body, and she didn't really like him either. They were just two lonely souls seeking warmth from each other. Noticing the large silver earrings hanging from Yi Weiyue's ears and the crescent moon pendant around his neck, Bai Niao couldn't help but pout. He's flat. In contrast, she was a conservative person, always wearing a thick braid wrapped up tightly and extremely lacking in a sense of security. Members of Root generally lived in an emotional desert, and Yi Weiyue stood out conspicuously among them. Yet no one bothered him, and he was actually quite favored by his superiors. Puzzling. The night passed quickly. At dawn, the two ate some military ration pills and left the duty room to patrol around Zhou Zenai's house. As usual, Zhou Xinai would go out for a stroll after breakfast and wouldn't return until evening. Sure enough, at 810, Zhou Xinai left the house on time, wandered around the village twice, and then went to the training ground to practice, mainly throwing shuriken. By now she had become a Jinchuriki. The four-symbol seal could not completely suppress the nine tails, so her movement was strictly confined to the area covered by the spiral formation. If she stepped out, she would go berserk. Shuiman's talent in sealing techniques is even greater than mine. Maybe he can really develop a stronger seal, and then I can run around freely. Thinking of Bo Feng Shuiman's promise to her the previous night, Zhou Xinai was full of motivation. After all, being under house arrest was torture. I need to train hard too to better control this power. Come on, Zhou Xinai, you can do it. After about half an hour of training, Zhou Xinai suddenly said, "You two come out and spar with me. That's part of your job too." Bai Niao was stunned. She took out the surveillance log and flipped through it, finding indeed several records of sparring sessions. The times were irregular, and whenever the target needed it, they had to comply. Seeing no one respond, Zhou Zenai's fiery temper flared. She shouted, "Did you hear me? Come out now, or it'll make trouble." If she just stepped a little outside the formation circle, the Umbu guards would surely give in. You go first and spar with her. They'll take over later. Yi Weiyue, well-versed in the art of lying low, sent his companion to probe, observing Zhou Zenai's moves before acting. Okay. Bai Niao appeared in the training ground in a flash, her body flicker technique having improved considerably. Yi Weiyue, well-versed in the art of lying low, sent his companion to probe, observing Zhou Zenai's moves before acting. Bai Niao said nothing, only forming the seal of confrontation in front of her and drawing her blade. Zhou Xinai held a kunai ready for battle. Come on, I'm really strong, you know. Whirlwind slash. Without any hesitation, Bai Niao unleashed her signature rapid consecutive strikes, immediately overwhelming Zhou Xinai, who was forced to retreat repeatedly. Clang, clang, clang. She's stronger than the ones before, Zhou Xinai thought. Bai Niao's blade speed increased again, her attack trajectory shifting from consecutive strikes to a spreading pattern like blooming petals. Cherry blossom snow. Too fast, I can't block it. Zhou Zenai's danger perception was sharp, and she knew her speed was insufficient. What kind of power is this? Bai Niao retreated a few steps, examining her blade to find multiple nicks on the edge. Not bad, you forced me to use my real skills. Let's continue. Flashes. What kind of power is this? Bai Niao retreated a few steps, examining her blade to find multiple nicks on the edge. Not bad, you forced me to use my real skills. Let's continue. Zhou Xinai beckoned with her finger, full of provocation. She hadn't had such an exhilarating fight in a long time, as the previous Umbu had always held back, leaving her unsatisfied. Fire-style fire dragon barrage. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of fireballs shot toward Kushina at high speed, 3 times the number of a normal fire dragon technique concentrated attacks. Switching to ninjutsu combat, I can use ninjutsu 2 water-style water rampage. Kushina laughed heartily, formed hand seals, and spat out a sweeping wave of water that extinguished all the fireballs, her water rampage resembling a waterfall. Foolish. By now, matching her in ninjutsu is like competing in chakra, no advantage at all. Yi Weiyue shook his head from the sidelines, thinking he would have conceded directly. Can you defend? Fire-style dragon flame technique. Bai Niao quickly switched hand seals, spitting out 2 fire dragons from his mouth that attacked from both sides, making water rampage ineffective. Unexpectedly, Kushina responded with water formation wall, creating a crescent-shaped water barrier that blocked the attack again, unleashing ninjutsu without pause. Water-style water wave. Rumble, rumble. A massive surge of water erupted, transforming a basic technique into a cataclysm of mountain toppling and sea-shaking force, stunning Bai Niao, who retreated to the edge of the training ground to avoid the torrent. How can this be? By now felt deeply wounded, losing the will to fight. Yi Weiyue approached and consoled. In terms of raw chakra, no one in the entire ninja world can match her. Fighting such an opponent is a rare experience. Hey, you with the earrings want to fight me? Kushina asked smugly. I dare not claim to be your match, senior. If it's just sparring, I can barely man it. Kushina seemed pleased by the flattery, clasping her hands behind her back and nodding. You speak quite pleasantly. Don't worry, you'll go easy on you. I won't disappoint you, senior. Here I come. Earth-style rock pillar prison. Rock pillars rose from the ground, trapping Kushina, as Yi Weiyue began hurling shuriken from a distance. Kushina had no room to dodge, forced to deflect the shuriken with a kunai inside the cramped prison, a true test of skill. Far more thrilling than target practice had excited her. Yi Weiyue hurled all the shuriken from his tool pouch in one go, then formed hand seals again. Earth-style rock pillar spear. Sharp rock pillars, several meters long, shot up from the ground around the prison, charging at Kushina, trapped in the center, forcing her to use greater power. Earth-style rock pillar spear. Sharp rock pillars, several meters long, shot up from the ground around the prison, charging at Kushina, trapped in the center. Her fists cracked audibly. Interesting. I'll fight you with my true strength. She sprinted at extreme speed, leaving a trail of afterimages, and closed in on Yi Weiyue. Body flicker technique. Whoosh. Yi Weiyue's figure flickered and vanished, reappearing tens of meters away. Mastering the body flicker allowed him to attack and retreat at will. Kushina turned and chased Yi Weiyue, fled again. Kushina pursued again after 7 or 8 times. Earth-style earth flow wall. Not running anymore. Kushina leaped over the earth wall, only to find no one behind it, bewildered. At that moment, Yi Weiyue emerged from within the wall, placing a blade across her neck. I concede, senior. What? Hid inside the wall. Damn it, I never thought of that. Kushina fumed inwardly, resenting her reliance on brute force. She was clearly stronger, yet unwilling to admit defeat. Again. What? Hid inside the wall. Damn it, I never thought of that. Kushina fumed inwardly, resenting her reliance on... Boom boom. Dozens of shadow clones appeared on both sides. Since her opponent liked clever tactics, she would overwhelm him with numbers. Let him find her real body among all these clones. Oh, using that against me, huh? Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. A dragon head formed from the ground, opening its mouth to spew rock projectiles, matching quantity with quantity. Boom boom boom. Under the sustained bombardment of the Earth Dragon Bomb, Kushina's shadow clones vanished one after another, but her real body, shielded by the clones, closed in. Chains shot across the air, instantly binding Yi Weiyue's body, immobilizing him. Haha, you can't escape my sealing technique. I win. Huh. Reveling in her victory, Kushina noticed her opponent had turned into a mud figure. She felt her feet grabbed, and before she could react, she was pulled into the earth, leaving only her head above ground. Once again, a kunai pressed against her throat. Decapitation technique. Bastard. I can't believe I fell for that trick. So frustrating. Boom. The earth around her exploded from powerful chakra. With clenched fists and maxed fury, Kushina unleashed her full power, multiple adamantine chains shooting out from all directions, sealing the space. Getting serious now. Can't fight that earth-style earth swimming dragon. Yi Weiyue dove into the earth and vanished. His repertoire of ninjutsu allowed him to advance and retreat freely. Kushina quickly leaped away, expecting another underground attack. In reality, Yi Weiyue surfaced only after exiting the training ground, shouting, "Senior, it's just a win or loss. Why take it to heart? You won so you can act all carefree, humph." Thinking of her 2 consecutive losses, Kushina's mood soured. That bastard had lulled her with sweet words, lowering her guard. Training's over. She stormed off the training ground. At the core, it was her lack of combat experience that allowed him to explode. Yi Weiyue shook his head, muttering, "If you suck, you gotta practice." Then he used Earth Style to level the training ground. Kushina's destructive power was immense. Heaven knows what would happen if she went all out. Wangcai, how did you do it? By now had watched the entire process and couldn't understand why Yi Weiyue had won so easily. Nothing special. Facing a strong opponent, Hiden, is useless. Our chakra is inferior to hers, so we have to exploit her weaknesses with tactics. If you were me, what would you do? If I were you, after testing that she excelled at water-style, I'd switch to taijutsu, close combat, using shuriken to keep her at bay. When you're at an elemental disadvantage, winning is hard. First focus on not losing, then look for openings to counter. I see. I plan to learn another technique to diversify my combat options. Help me think. By now recognized her shortcomings and sought constructive advice. Yi Weiyue tilted his head, thinking. This little woman had finally lowered her head to ask for his help. A good sign. What do you think of the hidden mist technique? Hidden mist technique. You mean? By now was clever. The hint made her understand Yi Weiyue's intent. The hidden mist technique's greatest strength is obscuring the enemy's vision, enabling stealth kills. She could also use fire style to create a similar environment. Exactly. You can develop a fire-style technique that generates dust or smoke. There's a term called dust explosion. When combustible dust reaches a certain density and is ignited, it produces a powerful blast. Especially in enclosed spaces, the effect is greater. Dust explosion. I've never heard of it. That's why you need to read more. If you don't believe me, try it in your room with flour. Alright, I'll try it when I get back. Bai Niao secretly decided that if the theory worked, she would develop the technique and incorporate it into her combat system. Otherwise, relying solely on fire style would make her vulnerable against opponents who countered her. Today's lesson was worth remembering. The two left the training ground and resumed surveillance. Perhaps due to her setback, Kushina stayed home and didn't go out until nightfall, much to the delight of Bai Niao and Wangcai. They handed over smoothly to the new ANBU squad, completing the mission. The next day, Bai Niao eagerly conducted tests at the base and was amazed to find that explosions could indeed be produced. Previously, the team had Cat as a sensory-type ninja, but Cat had left. So he also needed to improve the technique of sensing through terrestrial veins. He couldn't always sit down and meditate. Yi Weiyue focused on improving his hand seal speed and mastering the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, which could rapidly enhance his combat power. Previously, the team had Cat as a sensory-type ninja, but Cat had left. So he also needed to improve the technique of sensing through terrestrial veins. He couldn't always sit down and meditate to detect enemies. He was a man of dignity. Touching the ground, rocks, trees, or walls with a finger to sense enemies. That would be stylish enough. This involved the use of spiritual energy, but he had no clues yet. A month later, Yi Weiyue could proficiently use the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique and began researching how to integrate wind-style shuriken into it, increasing the difficulty. Without a better method, he could only grind away. Every technique displayed in combat was the essence refined through time and trials. Once this technique succeeds, it'll receive insight points, break through the heart chakra, and become a special jonin without problem. To completely subdue Bai Niao, he needed to stay far ahead in strength, depriving her of bargaining power. Make her unable to catch up, make her look up in awe, and then whip her hard, and she would still be willing. Yi Weiyue also had other ideas to enhance Firestyle's power, but he wasn't in a hurry. He would only reveal them after fully winning Bai Niao over. Things easily obtained are never cherished. Let her struggle with stagnation, anxiety, and desperation until she submits. Then point the way. Damn, my twisted mentality is getting hard to suppress. I'm still weak, so I need to disguise it well, not let anyone see. Even though the ninja world is already a den of psychos, one more won't hurt, but I want to be a good person. Playing the good guy is really too hard. Saying all kinds of hypocritical things, not loving the village, cursing superiors, hating colleagues. Who knows the pain? Yi Weiyue said, what? You want me to teach swordsmanship? Yu nodded gently. The training follows the principle of using nearby personnel. Currently, base A8 only has you and Bai Niao as main forces. I have already entrusted her with teaching shuriken throwing. I heard you are quite accomplished in swordsmanship, so I would like to invite you to be the swordsmanship instructor. I have already entrusted her with teaching shuriken throwing. I heard you are quite accomplished in swordsmanship, so I would like to tell me what to do and he'll do it. I thank you on behalf of those children, Wangcai. It's too early to say thanks. The days ahead are long, we have plenty of time to get along slowly. Faced with Yi Weiyue's aggressive gaze, Yu could only remain silent. Time flowed on, and Yi Weiyue's body was growing rapidly, his height already surpassing hers. His entire being exuded vigorous masculine energy. He could no longer be treated as a child like a year ago. Just kidding. Don't overthink it. Teaching benefits both teacher and student. It's a rare opportunity for me as well. I will certainly teach everything I know without holding back. I believe you can do it. In the afternoon, Yi Weiyue arrived at the training ground. Before him was a group of 7 or 80-year-old children. Yu had taken care of them too well, which had actually harmed them. Listen up, you brats. From now on, don't show that clear and foolish look anymore. People of the Jin do not believe in tears. If you want to live better, you must constantly train hard. Understand? Yes, they replied in unison with childish voices. Didn't you eat breakfast? Louder. Yes. You guys. You're really the worst batch I've ever taught. Forget it, I won't bother talking. Let's get straight to the real stuff. A teacher is one who transmits the way, imparts knowledge, and resolves doubts. As the swordsmanship instructor, I will focus on teaching you the method of practicing the sword, not the sword techniques themselves. Yi Weiyue demonstrated several sword techniques of the Jin from beginning to end, giving the kids an impression. You don't need to master every move. Just find the move you're best at and practice it to death. That will be enough to benefit you for life. Alright, next we'll do one thing: splitting paper and cutting hair. In front of everyone, he placed a strand of hair on a white paper, struck it with a single slash, cutting the hair while leaving no mark on the paper. Then he passed the paper around for all the children to see. See clearly. Everyone must achieve this step before practicing swordsmanship. It will get twice the result with half the effort. This is my exclusive secret technique. I don't tell just anyone. Only because Miss Tsu personally came forward am I willing to share this with you. Cherish it, rookies. Huh. So the children on the training ground started pulling each other's hair and placing it on white paper to slash. They couldn't control the force well, and a single strand of hair would be used up after a few attempts, forcing them to pull new ones. Tsu came over looking worried. The method is good, but it's a bit wasteful of hair. Isn't there an alternative? Yi Weiyue glanced at Tsu. He really wanted to practice his sword on this woman's chest. Of course. Her, but would do as well. Since Miss Tsu asked, there certainly is. You can start with cooked rice grains for practice, then switch to hair later. Tsu secretly rolled her eyes. Wangcai was really too mean. He clearly had a better method, but insisted on making the children pull hair. He certainly had a knack for teasing people. You shouldn't be too kind to them. The Gen cannot accommodate kind-hearted people. On the contrary, you can transfer your kindness to me. The rewards will— He was always promoting himself facing different people. I am kind to them not for reward, but just to let them live well for a few years. Consider it as a debt the village owes them. Yi Weiyue felt ashamed like a creature of darkness facing the sun, both longing and afraid. He sighed, truly worthy of being the woman I've set my eyes on. You have vision. In the days ahead, please take good care of these children, Tsu requested. He'll handle it. You can rest assured. While the rookies were practicing their sword slashes, he was responsible for correcting their stances, key points of power exertion, and strength control. The children had already mastered the method of refining chakra. Sai's daily work was to teach basic knowledge such as wilderness survival, trap setting, intelligence gathering, and the 3 basic techniques. Meiyue taught them shuriken and kunai throwing, while Yi Weiyue was in charge of swordsmanship. The 3 had clear divisions of labor. In their spare time, they either trained themselves or went on missions. In short, life was very fulfilling. During this time, a major incident occurred in my village. Kekkei's father Baya led a team on a mission deep into enemy territory. He abandoned the mission to save his comrades. This caused an uproar in the village. Abandoning a mission without orders was a serious matter. Ninjas earned their livelihood through missions, and abandoning missions was strictly prohibited. It was a mutual understanding among all. Unless the village explicitly stated, such as encountering certain people, that one could choose to abandon the mission. These were special circumstances. The first Hokage killed his friend Yuzebo Ban for the sake of the village, embodying the philosophy for the village one could kill even one's own brother, friend, relative, or even one's own child. Now Baya's actions had broken the rules. Once a precedent was set, wouldn't everyone be able to find an excuse to abandon missions in the future? This incident had a tremendous potential impact on my, far exceeding the so-called economic loss. Was it left-leaning or right-leaning? That was the question. That evening, Tuanzang assembled all the official members of the Gen at the headquarters and began a hysterical tirade. Damn Baya. Mission failed, and he still has the face to return alive. A ninja who doesn't follow the rules is trash. The Gen absolutely will not allow such a thing to happen. Speaking of which, the organization most affected by the Baya incident was the Gen. Because the Gen's brainwashing rhetoric was to turn people into tools, sacrificing everything for the mission. Now a famous ninja had suddenly made a new choice. Comrades are more important than the mission. Damn, then what about the comrades we killed with our own hands during the graduation test to eliminate emotions? The fundamental logic had collapsed, right? However, intimidated by Tuanzang's tyranny, they dared not show it openly. But their beliefs were definitely shaken. Everyone was waiting to see how the village would handle it. This would determine how everyone would act in similar situations in the future. After venting, Tuanzang finally ordered, I require you to go to the village tomorrow and secretly explain the harm of this incident to the villagers. Baya's actions have caused immense damage to the village. We must not let him off easily. Hi. Lord Tuanzang was truly enraged. The crowd dispersed in 2s and 3s. On the way back, Yi Weiyue, Banyao, and Tsu were also discussing the matter. Wangcai, what do you think about this? Banyao asked habitually. Someone like Baya actually wavered between the mission and his comrades. It shows that whether one can become a powerful ninja has little to do with having emotions. Eliminating emotions is just to better execute missions, which is more suitable for an assassination organization like ours. The village's will of fire encourages everyone to fight and sacrifice for protection and love. It's about inheritance. Eliminating emotions is just to better execute missions, which is more suitable for an assassination organization like ours. The village's will of fire. When have you ever followed the rules? Banyao said speechlessly. That's all in private. At least on the surface, I abide by the rules. Although this kind of both and is contradictory, but you must understand that not everything is black and white. Where there is light, there must be darkness, and at the junction of light and darkness, there is a gray zone. Gray zone? What new term is that? I've never heard of it. There are many things you haven't heard of. For example, some teams want everyone to be united and help each other, but also want everyone to compete and eliminate the last place. Miss Tsu, what do you think about this situation? Tsu shook her head. I don't know either. People cannot resist the rules, right? An individual's power is limited. We can neither resist the rules nor go against our true hearts. We can only survive in the cracks. That's the gray zone. Once you openly challenge the rules, you stand against everyone. The outcome will surely be miserable. Just wait and see. The next day, with the efforts of the Gen members, rumors began to spread among the villagers. At first, they said the mission failure had caused severe economic loss to Mai. Later, it escalated to causing major losses to the Hojigwa. It was said that even the daimyo personally sent a letter inquiring about the matter. The teammates who had performed the mission with Baya could not withstand the pressure and stepped forward to accuse Baya of abandoning the mission to save them, saying they would rather have died in the mission. The Gen people only gave a gentle push, but unexpectedly the development was even better than anticipated. Everyone was condemning Baya. The Hokage's office. I never expected things to develop to such an extent. It truly shocks me, sighed Yuanfei Risen. Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuahomen Yin both glanced at Tuanzang. It was obvious that someone was deliberately stirring up the public opinion behind the scenes. The old comrade's methods were as insidious as ever. Baya himself was powerful and influential, and he was known to the daimyo, so he could not be dealt with casually. Although Tuanzang's move was a bit despicable, it was effective in uniting everyone's front, strengthening their stance, and firmly grasping the initiative. Tuanzang replied, because he broke the rules that all ninjas abide by, and shook everyone's faith. If not severely punished, it will cause even greater damage to the village in the future. Ninjas must prioritize the mission as the first principle. This is the foundation of a ninja's existence. His actions will cause the village to lose many potential employers. Zhuanqin Xiaochun followed up, stating her stance in support of Tuanzang. However, Shuahomen Yin said, at that time it was indeed a difficult choice. Shuomao. Sai Risen, how do you plan to handle it? Let's leave it at that. Time will heal all wounds. Unsurprisingly, Yuanfei Risen employed his most skilled tactic of procrastination. Just wait and see, maybe the matter would resolve itself, and the problem would disappear on its own. Jitsu and Tuanzang stood up and left the office. His old partner's reaction was within his expectations, which was why he had launched the public opinion war first. All mistakes were by his fault. Others would continue to do things as they had before. I thought that would be the end of it. However, a few days later, shocking news spread. White Fang had committed suicide to prove his integrity beyond everyone's expectations. Even Danzo fell into silence upon receiving the news, and dared not show his face for several days. Undoubtedly, under such a dangerous situation, Konoha's loss of such an important combatant greatly reduced its deterrent power, which was a result the Konoha high-ranking officials did not wish to see. Thus, public opinion shifted again to praise White Fang's spirit of protecting his comrades. You can choose to abandon the mission to save your comrades, though as long as you die a heroic death, it does not break the rules, and you will still be recognized. Everything returned to its original state, and everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Soon people's attention was diverted by new matters. Except for Kakashi, few could still remember who White Fang was. From then on, Kakashi was obsessed with rules during missions, disregarding the lives of his comrades, yet no one could blame him for it. Affairs in the village did not affect life in the root base outside the village. Yiwuya still spent time every day teaching the children of the training class how to practice swordsmanship. Some talented ones had already become. Swordsmanship was quick to learn, with results visible in a month. The rest of his time was spent relentlessly practicing wind release, shuriken shadow clone, as the technique's tactical potential was worth his great effort. During the development of a new technique, Mitsuki encountered difficulties. Her body was naturally attuned to fire nature chakra, allowing her to use fire release ninjutsu by forming hand seals. She was at the stage of knowing what, but not why. To develop a new nature-based technique required a sufficiently deep understanding of chakra nature transformation. After pondering fruitlessly for a while, she had to seek outside help. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Wangcai, I need your help. Yiwuya felt relieved. Human nature is lazy. Once they ask for help, they will come again when they face difficulties. Leaning against the bed, he beckoned with his hand. Whitebird hesitated for a moment, sighed, and paced to the bedside to sit down. Out of girlish modesty and pride, she was still a bit reluctant to lower herself. Yiwuya proactively reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Don't be so distant. You're my girlfriend, why are you being polite? Your matters are my matters. As for whether she was willing or sincere, he didn't care at all. What mattered was that he was happy. Forcing others to have no mastery of will is the truly fascinating aspect of power. Is it because you're having trouble developing a new technique? Don't panic, quickly tell me about it. Do you know how to create smoke with chakra? I thought of chakra nature transformation, but I can't. Your thinking is correct. Extract chakra into combustible smoke, control its density and range, cover the enemy, and then detonate with fire release. However, your current control over chakra is not sufficient to proficiently perform higher-level nature transformations. That is something at least a jonin can do. That would take too long. Currently Mitsuki was 15 years old. She would have to wait until adulthood, when her body was fully developed and her spiritual and physical energy reached new heights. Yi Wuye quickly comforted her. Who says it isn't? My situation is similar to yours, which is why I keep emphasizing that we must work together. After the last battle with the Mist Ninja, I reviewed the fight and came up with a new tactic. What tactic? I'll use Earth Release to create dust mimicking the hidden mist technique to block vision and conceal our movements. Then you attack with Fire Release. The effect will definitely be better than using Fire Release alone. Fire Release is slow and easily dodged by enemies, making it hard to achieve results. This method can compensate for Mitsuki could not develop a technique like ash pile burning on her own. Since that was the case, she would continue on the path of combination ninjutsu. Using Earth Release as cover is not impossible, but it's a pity that dust cannot trigger a dust explosion. It's not that combination ninjutsu is bad. For example, the combination of Fire Dragon Bullet and Earth Dragon Bullet is indeed very powerful. But Mitsuki valued individual combat capability more, otherwise if she had to execute a mission alone, wouldn't she become a toothless tiger? We are still young and weak, far from the time when we can stand on our own. Don't worry, that day will come sooner or later. What we need to do now is to be steady and sure. Yi Wuye continued to comfort her. Although he didn't directly solve the problem, he proposed an alternative plan and provided emotional support, soothing Mitsuki's anxious heart. Mitsuki could no longer remember how long it had been since she last visited Daisuke's grave. That guy had long been forgotten in the depths of her memory. By the way, I heard you taught the training class a technique for practicing swordsmanship. Is it really effective? Of course it is. I figured it out myself and only dared to share it after achieving results. Come. Lie down and I'll demonstrate for you. Lie down. What are you pervert going to do to me? Mitsuki said panically, her cheeks unconscious. Don't think too much. I'm just demonstrating swordsmanship on your body. Trust me. Seeing Yi Wuye's sincere expression, Whitebird could only choose to believe him. She lay down on the bed and warned, if you dare to deceive me, I'll kill you. Don't worry, as long as you don't move, it's absolutely safe. Yi Wuye plucked one of his gray-white hairs and placed it on the swell of Mitsuki's chest. Watch closely, I'll only demonstrate once. Whoosh. A flash of blade light passed, and the hair was cut into 2 pieces. Her chest didn't even show a dent, and her clothes remained completely intact. Whitebird's beautiful eyes trembled as she stared at the severed hair. Wangcai's control over power had reached an extremely fine level. No wonder his swordsmanship was stronger than hers. More importantly, he was willing to share it with others for free. In the ninja world, anyone who figured out something good would keep it to themselves as a life-saving skill. I really don't know what's in your head. Why do you always have so many ideas? It's nothing. I'm just a person with many ideas. Yi Wuye said, glancing at Whitebird's body. The more stimulation, the better the skill improvement. It's best not to wear clothes. Pervert. Indeed, old habits die hard. He couldn't stay serious for 3 minutes before revealing his true nature. Not daring to stay longer, Whitebird hurriedly left the room. However, this trip was not in vain. First, she confirmed that her thinking was not wrong. Second, Wangcai's way of thinking about problems was worth learning from. By fighting against strong opponents, reviewing and summarizing, then identifying one's shortcomings and finding ways to fill them, rapid growth could be achieved. A few days later, Yi Wuye developed the Earth Release dust hiding technique. The principle was to spew large amounts of dust from the mouth using Earth Release to block vision, mimicking the hidden mist technique. It was not complicated, and the system determined it as only imitation, no surpassing, granting no insight points reward. This technique, combined with Whitebird's Fire Release, could unleash a power similar to the composite ninjutsu Fire Release dust hiding technique. Thus, he and Whitebird now had 2 sets of combination attacks, greatly improving their risk resistance. However, recently Lord Danzo had been keeping a low profile and rarely went out, and the frequency of root members going on missions had decreased significantly. Everyone was relatively idle. Feeling uneasy, Yi Wuye went to the root headquarters to inquire about the situation. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw Talong on duty inside. Brother Wolf, long time no see. What have you been up to? It's you, Wangcai. Yeah, I've been idle for a while, so I came to see if there's anything I can help with in the organization. Truly an ambitious young man. Talong seemed to see his younger self, even though he was only in his 20s. The easy missions have all been taken by the Umbu. What's left for us is either highly dangerous or long-term. By the way, everyone is whispering that you're ambitious and want to climb up. I suggest you save your energy. Why? What's wrong with working hard and being ambitious? Of course not. Who doesn't want to advance? The problem is there aren't enough positions unless the squad leader dies. Chill. Keep your voice down. You're speaking too bluntly. Do you think a squad leader dies that easily? Talong was startled, quickly looked around guiltily, and only relaxed after confirming no one else was nearby. Unless the squad leader dies. Chill. Keep your voice down. You're speaking too bluntly. Do you think a squad leader dies that easily? Talong was startled, quickly looked around guiltily, and only relaxed. It's not appropriate during duty. Smoking helps keep you alert. It's not like we're going out on a mission. Let me light it for you. Click. Inhale. Exhale. The two hid behind a pillar puffing smoke. Root members all carried out dangerous missions with high mortality rates and immense psychological pressure. Many had a habit of smoking privately. Brother Wolf, tell me, how long has it been since our organization lost a squad leader? When I joined the organization, it was during the Second Shinobi World War. 2 squad leaders died. Leopard and Crimson Flame Tiger were promoted then. It's been 5 years now. Do you know how I've survived these 5 years? The 4 squad leaders haven't changed. Damn, that long. How many 5-year periods does a person have? Who says it isn't? Usually only ordinary members, and those on the periphery die. Squad leaders are equivalent to Jonin in strength. They don't die easily. Talong looked at Yi Wuyue and comforted him. You're still young with room to grow. Opportunities will come in the future. Unlike me, my strength has stagnated, and this is as far as it'll go. As long as one is human, no one doesn't want to improve. Even the death warriors of Root. No one truly wants to be a tool or cannon fodder without feelings. Squad leaders, ordinary members, and peripheral members were all different. On the surface, they were nameless ninjas carrying out missions for the village, but in their hearts, everyone hoped Lord Danzo would become Hokage, so they could share the spoils together. Brother Wolf, don't give up easily. As I see it, a new war is imminent, and there will be plenty of opportunities. Of course, I sincerely hope that the squad leaders are all well. After all, they are the pillars of Root. But just in case, we must always be ready to take over the heavy responsibility and be entrusted with the task in times of crisis. Don't you think? Makes sense. I think so too. The only shortcut to quickly bonding with colleagues was to complain about their superiors. After chatting about this and that for a while, the two immediately became bosom friends. Moreover, after 5 years of struggle, Talong had successfully obtained a Konoha residency permit and moved into the village. Night Moonless arrived at the secret library to apply for learning basic wind release ninjutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. He planned to master another wind release technique, but just as he was about to leave, Danzo sent someone to call him. I heard you're looking for something to do. Young people as proactive as you are rare. Danzo sized up the subordinate, who appeared to be respectfully bowing his head, and said, I can tell you're an ambitious one. My goal is to become a squad leader, Lord Danzo. Night Moonless never hid his ambitions. The first step to standing out was to make the leader remember his existence. Whether in the Umbu or the Root, the condition for becoming a squad leader is to possess the strength of a Jonin along with a sufficiently rich mission history. Neither condition can be easily achieved in a short time. In due time, no one will stop to wait for you, and opportunities won't be prepared just for you. The Root never lacks talented individuals. Night Moonless' heart stirred. The old man called him over alone to apply psychological pressure, clearly needing something from him. So he asked, is there a mission that no one else can handle? I'm willing to take it. Judging from your past missions, you seem to have some talent in intelligence gathering. There's a tricky mission ahead, you try it. If you succeed, when a squad leader position opens up, it'll have you fill it. Thank you, Lord Danzo. The benefit of being noticed by a leader had arrived. He had successfully cut corners. Wild dog, you just keep waiting. Your little brother here is moving up first. Night Moonless thought to himself. Before you go, practice your wind release ninjutsu well. Being a spy isn't just about talking. Wild dog, you just keep waiting. Your little brother here is moving up first. Night Moonless thought to himself. Before you go, practice your wind release ninjutsu well. So after learning the mission details, he turned around and applied to learn 2 urgent simple wind release techniques: wind cutter technique and gale palm. Time was tight and the task was heavy. In the short term, he could only master these simple techniques to better play the role of it. The death of White Fang had directly caused a loss of high-end combat power in Konoha, making the surrounding nations restless. The mist and sand both showed strong expansion desires. For this reason, a spy needed to be sent to infiltrate Sunagakure and monitor the situation there. The mission duration was to be determined. The Root had already selected a target. From the photos sent back, he bore a resemblance to him. The name was Chunyua, 1 year older than him. Since becoming a ninja, the only mission he hadn't done was spy work. It was a considerable challenge for him. Returning to the base, he began intensive training in wind release ninjutsu. Thanks to his solid foundation, mastering wind release wasn't difficult, and he quickly got the hang of it. That evening, he knocked on Saya's door. Knock, knock, knock. Saya's gentle voice came from inside. It's Wangcai, isn't it? Please. Good evening, Miss Tsuyu. Entering the room, he saw Tsuyu busy writing something. She was a diligent person, truly treating the organization's affairs as her own. Night Moonless only put effort into things that benefited him, otherwise he would slack off. You recognized my footsteps, didn't you? Once inside, he lay down directly on Saya's bed, completely acting as if he owned the room. Tsuyu glanced back and said, It must be late, you must have something to tell me. Oh, I can't hide anything from you. I've taken on an infiltration spy mission. I might be away for a long time, and I don't know if I'll have the chance to come back alive. Someone has to go, if not me it'll be someone else. As long as I can contribute to the village, it's all worth it. Hearing this, Saya's lips curled involuntarily. Wangcai was definitely the most interesting person she had ever met. That doesn't sound like you. Infiltrating another country for spy work requires extreme caution, but once exposed it's hard to escape. What benefits did Lord Danzo promise you? Ha ha ha. You really know me. Night Moonless boastfully said. Lord Danzo said that if I pull this off, he'll be a candidate squad leader. If he breaks his word, don't blame me for jumping ship to the Umbu. By the time he returned from the Wind Country, he would definitely have become a Jonin. He didn't want to stay in a low-level position. You sure dare to say that. Outside you must never be so casual. Too much talk increases your risk of exposure. I know. I came to tell you to let White Bird take over the sword training for the class. She's also accomplished in swordsmanship. I've already told her today. How did you know I was going on a mission? Because I'm also going on a covert mission similar to yours. And I've already asked Lord Danzo to let me leave the route as a Night Moonless suddenly understood. I see. That's great. It seems we're fated to do the same mission. By the time I come back, this training class should be over. I'm rushing to finish the teaching plan for White Bird's reference. You're an expert in spy work. Any advice? Spill it quickly while there's still time. Siyu thought seriously and replied, if possible, it's best to learn mind reading. It's crucial for intelligence work. For everything else, adapt on the fly. Got it. Thanks for the reminder. I hope we, this pair of unlucky lovers, can meet again. Night Moonless stood up as if to leave, but then hesitated. Since I'm going to die for the village, can you give me a hug? Sigh. Though I know you have ulterior motives, he'll still grant your little wish. Siyu sighed, turned around, and stood up. At 1:55 meters, she only reached Night Moonless' neck. Night Moonless didn't hold back. Today's plan was to get a hug. He opened his arms and gave her a princess carry, taking the opportunity to cop a feel. Feeling his hands wandering, Siyu urged, can you stop? Sorry, I got carried away. Please forgive me. Anyway, thank you for your generosity, Miss Siyu. Good. With that, he pretended to be gentlemanly, bowed slightly, and left contentedly. Siyu silently closed the door. The lecherous Wangcai came to take advantage of her before leaving. Thinking back to how he had been diligent in teaching the kids swordsmanship recently, she let him have his way. A personality like his won't suffer anywhere. Night Moonless returned to his dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Mei West sitting inside, apparently having been there for a while. Oh, my, a rare guest. My cute little girlfriend. Mei West said with a sour tone. I'm actually a year older than you. Your physical age may be older, but my mental age is older. At 8, I already learned to think like the organization's leader. What a liar. Mei West curled her lips in disdain, then said seriously, don't try to change the subject. Tell me honestly, where did you go just now? The base was so small that being a time manager was impossible. He would have to operate in different areas. Where else? I went to hand over work. Sincerity was the ultimate weapon. He disdained lying. Mei West looked him up and down, nodded, and said, are you also going on a long-term mission? Yeah. To become a squad leader as soon as possible. I'm going all out. Infiltrating the Wind Country as a spy to gather intel. It's like returning to my original job. If I succeed, I'll definitely get a promotion and a raise when I come back. Why are you in such a hurry to get promoted? Mei West was puzzled. He could achieve his goal steadily, so why risk being a spy? Time waits for no one. 10,000 years is too long. Seize the day. A man cannot be without power for a single day. Besides, I have to protect you. Night Moonless said this while reaching for Mayu's slender waist. Tisk, who needs your protection? Though her words were dismissive, her body didn't move, letting him hold her. The cat girl had just left at Siyu, and Wangcai were leaving one after another. Soon only she would be left at the base with no one to talk to. Huh. This mission may take a long time, but rest assured I will never forget you. You must not forget me either. We must never betray each other. That's a promise. Night Moonless extended his pinky finger. Facing his burning gaze, Mei Wei raised an eyebrow and reluctantly extended her pinky. Fine. Pinky swear 100 years, no changing. Only then could he feel assured. As the saying goes, words restrain the gentleman, appearance intimidates the petty. Night Moonless hoped to bind Mei Wei with a moral shackle through this method. He was such a scoundrel. With the atmosphere right, he immediately leaned toward Mayu's lips. She seemed to realize what was coming and turned her head to dodge, but Night Moonless used his other hand to hold her neck. He gave her a fierce kiss on the mouth. This is my first kiss. I'm giving it to you, pervert. Mei Wei blushed and fled the room. Night Moonless wore a victor's smile. It was easy to take advantage of young girls. You just be bold and use sweet talk. In contrast, experienced adult women like Siyu were hard to handle. The next day, he went to the route headquarters again, applying to learn mind reading. Normally no one would teach it, but now under the pretext of the mission, he had to master it. The organization assigned an expert in this field to teach him Onion. The difficulty was much higher than ordinary ninjutsu, but fortunately Knight Moonless had practiced spiritual secret arts and had strong control over his spiritual energy, so he learned it smoothly. After about half a month of urgent preparation, one night Knight Moonless quietly left the base and secretly headed to the Wind Country. Target Chunyue, 15 years old, Chunin, member of the Northern Border Guard of the Wind Country. Not all ninjas in the Wind Country were born in Sunagakure. Talented individuals were selected from various places to be trained there. After becoming ninjas, they were deployed to key locations across the country. Chunyue became a ninja through this channel. His hometown was a poor village near the northern border. Among ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, his strongest was taijutsu. Knight Moonless' mission was to replace this person and become a Sunagakure ninja engaging in espionage. The Eastern Great Dune. Is it him? Yoru saw Chunyue locked in an iron cage within Orochimaru's secret base. In terms of physique and appearance, he indeed bore a 5 or 6 out of 10 resemblance. This man happened to pass by the area when returning from leave, stumbled upon us, so we simply captured him as a test subject. I reported it up after noticing his resemblance to you. Black Cat handed over 2 sheets of paper filled with Chunyue's detailed information. As a member of the Yamanaka clan, he held an absolute advantage in intelligence gathering. For the past 2 years, he had been busy constructing secret bases for Orochimaru across various locations following Danzo's orders. Yoru quickly memorized the information. He entered the cell, pressed his finger against Chunyue's forehead, and began probing. He needed to personally verify certain memory fragments and also mimic his speech and habits. "Oh, I didn't expect you to have learned mind reading too. Saves me a lot of trouble," Black Cat exclaimed in surprise. Mastering mind reading meant that once infiltrated, he could steal more intelligence at any opportunity and better disguise. I prepared it specifically for this mission. It's still not very polished. Captain, you're a master in this field. Share some tips with me. No problem. Black Cat used Chunyue as an example to impart his experience on the spot. As long as it didn't involve the clan's core inheritance, he wouldn't be After the explanation, Yoru greatly benefited. A master's guidance made the complex simple, elevating his mastery of mind reading to a new level. Wangcai, you have your own methods in reconnaissance, so I won't go into that. The main thing is appearance and personality. This man is solitary, quite different from you. Remember to keep a low profile. Spy work can't be too flashy. Black Cat couldn't help but remind him. Relax, I've got this. Yoru stripped off Chunyue's clothes, put them on himself, made the disguise, and immediately set off for the border post of the Wind Country. From now on, he was the Sunagakure ninja, Chunyue. Children raised in the desert had rough skin, wore cloth hoods, and wrapped bandages around their faces to protect against sand and wind. Yoru first exposed his skin and face, letting the sand and wind abrade them. Walking slowly along the way, in 3 to 5 days, he transformed from his original fair and tender skin into a weathered local with a face full of hardship. Walking slowly along the way, in 3 to 5 days, he transformed from his original fair and tender skin into a weathered local. For the mission, he even removed his large earrings and necklace, trimmed his hair until it was messy with sand and grit, and his whole body reeked of sweat. Unkempt, unsociable, unpopular. He always walked alone, too embarrassed to ask about things he didn't understand, which left his wind release jutsu mediocre. During duty, he always trained taijutsu alone in a corner, the only skill he could truly show off. That's good. It reduces the chance of Sure enough, after entering the garrison, the person on duty just checked his documents and let him pass without a word. Following the intelligence, Yoru found his single-person dormitory. It was decently clean. This is way too easy. I prepared so many lines for nothing. At lunch, he realized how terrible Sunagakure's food was. Even a dog in Konoha wouldn't eat it. Lizards, scorpions, forget about vegetables. The coarse old bread was as hard as a brick. But Chunyue came from a poor background and treasured food, plus his taijutsu training consumed a lot of energy, so he always ate a lot. Yoru forced himself to eat a similar amount, nearly vomiting several times. Next time, I hope I can replace a rich second generation, preferably one with a wife. My specialty is actually taking care of widows. To maintain his diligent persona, after a short rest following the meal, Yoru followed his memory to the training ground where Chunyue usually practiced. The others gathered in the main training ground to spar with ninjutsu and throw kunai. Only Chunyue had set up his own training area in a nearby rocky forest, perhaps to avoid being pointed at. Every village's ninja had their own combat style, and each individual differed. To avoid revealing flaws, he had to forget his own proficient jutsu and focus solely on taijutsu. This was a huge challenge. Chunyue's taijutsu was already not weak, and he often had to deal with harassment from a Wagakure ninja. Without real skill, survival was impossible. Forget it, let's ramp up the physical training first. He'll think of something else later. 1,000 push-ups, 500 frog leaps, 1,000 side kicks, 200 pull-ups, 500 sit-ups. While Yue was sweating, his colleagues in the distance were discussing him. Here he goes again, that Shinyu. After resting for a while, he seems even more hard-working than before. But what's the use of just training taijutsu? Without our cooperation, he can't do anything. Can't be helped. His wind release is terrible, can't even injure the enemy. Taijutsu is his last lifeline. No wonder. At night, Yue dragged his exhausted body onto the bed and fell asleep soundly. Pure physical training was truly exhausting. The next morning, his whole body ached, making it impossible to continue high-intensity training. No way. Training like this will kill me. I'm not a hard-working genius like Rock Lee, and the return rate is too low. He sat on a rock and practiced the 7 wheels secret art. He didn't worry about being noticed. Others would just think he was refining chakra. Just then the sun rose in the east, its red light glaring harshly off the yellow sand. Breath in. Breath out. Yue used the 369 breathing method, driving blood flow to accelerate the chakra in his meridians, gradually stimulating the heart wheel acupoint. Wait, maybe I should create a breathing technique that accelerates chakra flow. He recalled that Sunagakure also had a high-level taijutsu on par with the 8 gates called the 7 days breathing method. It increased lung capacity by altering the amount of oxygen inhaled, activating the entire body. It had 7 stages: first activation, second activation, 7th activation. The theory was simple. The key was controlling lung capacity to guide chakra and stimulate all cells. It had 7 stages: first activation, second activation, 7th activation. The theory was simple. The key was controlling lung capacity to guide chakra and stimulate. He acted on the idea. Oxygen entered through the mouth, combined with blood in the lungs, and was transported to every cell. The core is the oxygen supply. As long as I continuously increase the supply, I can raise the activity of all cells. After analysis and deconstruction, Yue grasped the key. The human body had about 130 trillion cells. One breath of oxygen could barely sustain the most basic normal functions. The purpose of the 7 days breathing method was to continuously add fuel, increase cell metabolism and synchronization, create a surge of oxygen, and calibrate the energy rhythm of every cell. Through breathing, he could command every cell in the body to fight as one, a grand mobilization, unleashing the full potential of the microcosm. This system involved 2 core organs, the lungs and the heart. The next chakra he needed to open was also the heart wheel, so the oxygen transport issue could be solved. The remaining challenge was developing lung function. Yue had practiced the 369 breathing method for over 2 years, subtly strengthening his lungs. Now he needed to further increase lung capacity. Maybe I can reverse the breathing pattern: 9 seconds inhale, 6 seconds hold, 3 seconds exhale. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. All the unorthodox masters achieved breakthroughs by practicing techniques in reverse. 1 year of such practice equaled 10 years of orthodox training. Being honest and straightforward was a waste. Why be a ninja at all? He immediately switched his breathing sequence, starting with the 963 pattern, to develop his own version of the 7 days. During other times, he engaged in various physical exercises while trying to maintain the breathing rhythm, achieving the so-called total concentration constant state. Otherwise, if he couldn't breathe while fighting or couldn't fight while breathing, it would be useless. 2 months flew by, and finally he found the feeling. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be tidal wave of life. Breath in. With each rise and fall of his chest, waves of energy surged within his body, and even the heart wheel acupoint became active. A faint earthy yellow glow emanated from his body. Creak. Yue clenched his fists excitedly. The first activation state. I should have achieved it. Heaven knows how he endured these 2 months. Every day he forgot to eat and sleep, only training except for sleeping. He didn't even have time to think about women. Finally, he had blazed a trail. Even someone who couldn't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu could stand firm in the ninja world by mastering this taijutsu. Of course, since it wasn't an original creation and lacked breakthrough innovation, the system still didn't reward him. He estimated that once he opened the 3rd activation, he could forcibly unlock the heart wheel. Yue now didn't rely on the system much. Ever since he opened the navel wheel, his innovation ability had greatly increased. I have already seized fate by the throat. Fortunately, the Wangcai ninja had been behaving themselves lately, not violating the border, so everyone's mood was good, and they got along pleasantly. Hey, Shinyu, come quickly. We have a mission coming. The border guard wasn't a cushy job. Besides guarding against enemy invasion, they also had to protect merchant caravans passing through and conduct regular patrols. Shinyu was assigned to the 2nd guard unit, led by Captain Shio Yi, a puppet master. The person who called him was his colleague Ing Ho, a regular ninja. Including the captain, the squad had 7 members, both male and female. You must have noticed the food standard has dropped further. The daimyo-sama is pushing for military downsizing. The 3rd Kazakage-sama has been trying to negotiate, but can't shake the daimyo's will. After this mission, some of you will be randomly selected to return to the village for assignments. Xiaoyi announced the village's decision. Everyone started murmuring. No way the village is that short on manpower. They need to pull people from the border guard. The border is tough, but at least it's stable. I don't want to go back to doing missions. Yeah, I heard the village is fighting the hidden mist along the southern coast. A lot of people have died. I don't want to go back either. Xiaoyi said. I said it's random. Well, draw lots. Leave it to fate. When they heard it was up to fate, everyone fell silent. The word fate held great weight for most ninja. The mission of this garrison unit was to escort merchant caravans. From the border all the way to Daming Mansion, no one knew why the village had mobilized the station troops to take on this escort duty. Perhaps necessity breeds change. Back when Yuue was in Konoha, he had never felt such hardship, but now as a Sunagakure shinobi, he truly understood how miserable the ninjas in this village were. It was all because Sunagakure was too docile. They only bared their fangs at outsiders, but never dared to stand up to their own daimyo. No wonder they had to eat lizards and tough bread every day. Traveling through the desert was difficult, vehicles couldn't pass, so they had to rely on camels. The garrison squad moved slowly, mingling with the caravan. A grain merchant from the land of rice was transporting grains to Daming Mansion for sale, and Sunagakure provided security along the route in exchange for compensation. Xinyue, do you want to return to the village? Inghua approached and whispered. Yuue certainly wanted to. He wasn't really stationed at the Wind Country border to guard it. He was a spy seeking to steal vital intelligence. Inghua was one of the few in the squad who could actually talk to Chinyu. It doesn't matter. As long as my training isn't hindered, I'm fine anywhere. Really? A flicker of joy passed through Yingguo's eyes. Yuue knew exactly what this woman was planning. He nodded and asked back, don't you want to return? Who wants to go back? It's peacetime now. If I go back, I'll have to take dangerous missions. If I get picked, can we swap? I can pay you as compensation. And if you go back, you can take more missions and earn more money. Here you can't make any. No problem. Huh. Thank you, Chinyu. You're a good person. Having received a positive answer, Inghua was overjoyed. Even in the scorching hot desert, she felt full of energy. Yuue remained expressionless, continuing to walk with his head down. As long as people could be useful to others, they had value, and then they could gain benefits through exchange. This rule was a universal pass no matter where you were. The caravan reached Daming Mansion without any attacks, and the squad entered the city for 2 days of rest. Yuue had been here before to steal information, so he was somewhat familiar with the area. But he didn't wander around, he stayed inside the garrison. He truly had the air of an ascetic. A few days later, the garrison squad returned to the border outpost. The first order of business was to draw lots to decide who would return to the village and who would stay. Inghua was indeed chosen. She quickly grabbed her paper slip and approached Yuue. Xinyue, did you draw? Yuue shook his head and unfolded his slip. It had a cross mark. Inghua unfolded hers. It had a circle. Let's swap quickly. Inghua reached for the slip in Yueyu's hand, but he dodged. Did you forget something? Oh, sorry, I was nervous. Inghua gave an awkward smile, took a thick wad of money from her pocket, and stuffed it into Yueyu's hand. This outpost had 5 people selected to return to the village. That afternoon, they packed up and left. On the way back, a colleague named Hayato sidled up to Yuue and said, you swap slots with him? This outpost had 5 people selected to return to the village. That afternoon, they packed up and left. On the way back, a colleague named Hayato sidled up to Yuue and said, you swapped slots with Inghua, didn't you? I saw everything. So what? Share the spoils. Give me half of what you sold your spot for, or I'll take it myself. Facing Hayato's threat, Yuue was not surprised. Harsh environments bred fierce competition among the lower ranks. Sunagakure's higher-ups also preferred to channel limited resources to the elite few, so they tacitly allowed the struggles among the lower. Come and take it if you can. It seems you've forgotten how I made you kneel and beg before. Today I'll remind you that even among Chunin there are gaps. Wind release, sand, dust, whirlwind. An oval-shaped sandstorm quickly engulfed Yuue. Driven by the wind, the sand grains rubbed against each other at high speed, generating electric currents. An attack in itself. The Sunagakure version of the hidden mist technique. A petty trick. Wind release, great breakthrough. Yuue took a deep breath through his bandages, mixing wind chakra into his lungs to form a high-speed tornado that he blew outward, instantly tearing apart the sand whirlwind. The 7-day breathing method had enhanced his lung function, bringing another benefit. It exponentially increased the power of wind release. What? Hayato cried out in surprise as he was caught in the tornado and flung dozens of meters away, tumbling headfirst into the sand and getting a mouthful of it. Ugh. Cough cough, damn, it'll kill you. Hayato was furious, drawing a kunai and charging forward. He couldn't accept that he had been defeated in one blow. Fool, let me show you the ultimate taijutsu I've spent 3 years developing. Yuue inhaled again, his chest swelling, and a faint earthy yellow glow emanated from his body. Then he stepped forward and dashed straight at Hayato. Thud! With a powerful whip kick, Hayato screamed and flew off again. The other three watching comrades didn't focus on Hayato but instead fixed their attention on Yuuyue. So strong. This guy Chinyu has actually developed something real. A taijutsu technique he spent 3 years creating. So taijutsu can be this formidable. We probably wouldn't be his match anymore either. Hayato took a heavy blow to the abdomen, or it took him a while to get up from the ground, and he looked at Yuuyue with a hint of fear. How is this possible? Your strength. Nothing is impossible. Hard work doesn't lie. My current strength is the result of my own effort. Having said that, Yuuyue turned and continued towards Sunagakure. He deliberately showed off his prowess, intending to let them spread the news of his greatly improved strength. Captain Black Cat had said that spies should keep a low profile, but that didn't suit Yuuyue's personality. Secret intelligence was beyond the reach of small fry, but for those above it was routine work. The difficulty of obtaining it was entirely different. He wanted to climb up and become a high-level spy. 3 days later they finally arrived at Sunagakure. The village was nestled in a ring-shaped valley with a large fissure as the entrance. Easy to defend, hard to attack. After verifying their identities, they entered the village smoothly. Yuuyue looked around curiously at the buildings, which were completely different in style from Konoha's. Mostly earth-yellow circular structures. Although the ground had been hardened, it was hard to keep clean in the pervasive sandstorm environment. Most residents chose to wrap their hair and faces with cloth, or else they would have to wash their hair and bathe frequently. Water was very scarce in the desert, and Yuuyue and his group were not the only ones transferred back from outposts. Other outposts also had their quotas. They were all assigned accommodations and would live in the village long term. Yuuyue was assigned a small mushroom-shaped house on the edge of the village with meager facilities. Apart from a bed and a table, there was no running water. Bathing was also a problem. Every day, he had to fetch water from the communal pool. Only the high-end residences near the village center had running water. To live in a good house, one either had to become a jonin or belong to a clan. With such harsh conditions, it's no wonder Sunagakure always feels the need to start wars. They have no choice. 2 days later, they received a notice to assemble for team assignment. Everyone gathered at the training ground. The third Kazekage appeared in person, followed by high-ranking officials like Chiyo and Ebizo, along with several jonin. You all know the village's survival rules. If you want to join a strong team and get better resources, show your worth. Alright, let's. The third Kazekage was clearly not one to waste words. He directly initiated the selection process where the participants drew lots to fight and ran. During this process, if a shinobi's strength caught the eye of a jonin, they would be selected to join that jonin squad. The stronger the team, the more they earned, and the safer they were. Yuuyue drew a puppeteer as his opponent. The puppeteer carried 2 mechanical arms on his back that could fire projectiles. Puppeteers were covered in poison, making them a tough matchup for taijutsu specialists. Fortunately, Yuuyue had already mastered wind release ninjutsu. Wind release wind cutter jutsu. Crack. A crescent-shaped wind blade swept through, cutting off the opponent's mechanical arm. Yuuyue was about to close in and finish the fight, but the broken arm turned out to be hollow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The left arm shot out a cluster of poison senbon, while the right spewed black poison smoke. Yuuyue performed several backflips to escape the attack range and cursed, "You treacherous bastard. I'll smash you. Wait, I surrender." Having failed to land his opening moves, the puppeteer immediately raised his hand to concede, leaving Yuuyue fuming with frustration. He drew again and faced a water release user. In the Wind Country, using water release meant one's combat power was inevitably limited, so the opponent was forced to rely on taijutsu. He was knocked out with a single punch from Yuuyue. KO. On the third draw, he faced a tool manipulation fighter, a sub-branch of puppeteers who used chakra threads to control sunbon from a distance. The sunbon were certainly poisoned, so Yuuyue found himself in another tough battle. He could see that hardly any of Sunagakure's shinobi were normal. They were vicious when attacking, but quick to surrender when cornered. As long as he could survive 3 exchanges, they would concede on their own, never fighting to the death. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several sunbon shot toward him from 3 directions, left, center, and right, each with a thin steel wire attached to its tail for entangling and binding the enemy. Wind release gale palm. Yuuyue pressed his palms together, accumulated wind chakra, then thrust both palms forward to unleash a powerful wind pressure that repelled the senbon, resembling a cloud-pushing palm technique. He then followed up with a great breakthrough to blow the opponent to the ground, securing victory. As he closed his eyes to recover chakra, a voice sounded in his ear, "Would you like to join my puppet team?" The voice was very young. He opened his eyes to see a red-haired boy even younger than himself. "This is Sasori. Could that scorpion be interested in my body?" Yuuyue didn't think his performance was outstanding enough to earn Scorpion's appreciation. In the eyes of a genius like Scorpion, he was merely worthy of becoming a collectible. Compared to puppets, I prefer hand-to-hand combat. Sorry. Oh. Scorpion nodded, turned around, and walked away unbothered by the refusal. Yi Weiyue breathed a sigh of relief. Following Scorpion would lead nowhere and hinder his intelligence work. He needed to continue fighting and demonstrate. Looking back, he realized that only a few remained after 3 rounds of battle. Unbeknownst to him, he had fought his way to the... It seemed there would be no further drawing of lots. Jonin moved through the crowd, selecting their teams, each with its own style. Before long, a female ninja with green hair and a high bun approached. Hello, I'm Yitsong. I watched your battles and think you fit our team's requirements. I'd like to invite you to join. For the record, our team mainly fights mist ninja in the southern seas, which is relatively high risk. Would you be willing to accept? Yitsong did not hide the truth. Her team frequently needed replacements due to high mortality. Yi Weiyue knew this, while having once fought against her team and even killed one of its members. He hadn't expected her to invite him. It's a small world. It's an honor. I look forward to working under your guidance. This person was formidable, having made a name along the coast. She was in a phase of rapid growth and her status would surely rise further. By staying in her team, he could gain more first-hand intelligence, perfectly meeting his expectations. Yitsong nodded slightly and asked, I heard you excel in taijutsu. Yes, I've developed my own set of techniques for short bursts of combat, though they're not yet perfected. I'm also good at team coordination, not reckless, rest assured. Surprisingly fitting. From now on, you're my subordinate, Shinyue Chunin. Welcome, Captain. Yi Weiyue quickly slipped into the role, joining Yitsong's team. Only then did he truly become a spy waiting to be activated. Otherwise, if he just idled away his time the day the higher-ups needed intelligence, he'd still be eating sand at the border. Disastrous. On the second day after officially joining the team, they hastily set off for the southern coast of the Wind Country, where the living environment was far better than inland. No wonder Yitsong often wore backless outfits and didn't cover her hair or face. This trip back to the village was partly to report coastal conditions to the higher-ups, and partly to recruit Shinyue Abu and Chuanpinji. Shinyue was a taijutsu-type ninja, Abu a puppet master, and Chuanpinji was the one who had fought Yi Weiyue earlier using Simban. Ninja mobility was high with a wide range of activity. At full sprint, they could reach their destination in a few days. After twists and turns, Yi Weiyue arrived at Cape of the Sea again, this time as a sand ninja. Recalling that just days ago he was eating sand at the northern border, now he was at the southern harbor enjoying seafood congee. Truly, the Wind Country had the largest territory. In the office, Yitsong was handling official business. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Captain, haven't eaten yet. I found a fantastic restaurant at the port and brought you some food. In the office, Yitsong was handling official business. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Captain, haven't eaten yet. I found a fantastic restaurant. According to records, Chunyu was a reclusive person, burying himself in training, poor at socializing and average in strength. According to records, Chunyu was a reclusive person, burying himself in training, poor at socializing and average in strength. Based on Yitsong's observations, Chunyu was quite outstanding in practical combat, which was why she entrusted the port to him. Facts proved it was a good move. Somehow, after he took over, the port remained calm and no one caused trouble. Everything as usual, no issues. The Suizhong clan has been very obedient. Good. Report any situation immediately, don't play the hero. I don't want to lose a capable subordinate. You flatter me. I'm just acting under your name. As long as you're here, Captain, those small fry can't stir up any trouble. Don't be careless. Trust me. After a brief exchange, Yi Weiyue took his leave. At first they were unfamiliar and needed to adjust. Showing a willingness to align was enough. Excessive enthusiasm would arouse suspicion. Back at the port station, Yi Weiyue entered the designated training room to continue honing his body. The role he was playing, Chunyu, specialized in taijutsu, so he had to maintain the persona. He didn't neglect wind release training either. Relying solely on taijutsu made him too vulnerable. The Wind Country seemed to lack powerful wind release users, including the Kazekage, who wasn't known for it. A bit similar to Konoha in the Fire Country. 423A, 424, 425, 498, 499, 500. Holding a barbell with both hands, he performed squats to enhance limb explosiveness while practicing breathing techniques. Through repeated training, he built muscle memory and coordinated his entire body to adapt to high-intensity states. Huff. In a while I should be able to open the second activation. Heh. Youth is wonderful, strong plasticity. Yi Weiyue clenched his fists, feeling the steady increase in strength. He had done physical training before, but not with such dedication. The benefits were obvious. Physical energy rose along with the accumulation of mental energy. When combined, total chakra increased. For ninjas in their developmental years, continuous physical training was paramount. During breaks, he switched to breathing techniques and mental secret arts balancing activity and stillness wasting no time. Someone is approaching. For people. I'm surrounded. Undoubtedly the mist had been quiet for a while and was about to stir up trouble again. Yiwuya was not flustered. His escape skills could get him out even against a jonin. He flicked his finger picking up a shuriken. With wind released, the shuriken began to spin rapidly. Boom. The wooden door of the training room was slashed open from outside. A ninja wearing a mist ANBU mask rushed in with a blade only to see a windmill whirring toward him. Wind release shuriken. The ANBU quickly blocked horizontally with his sword. The high-speed windmill clashed against the blade, sparks flying. But Yiwuya threw two windmills in succession. Splat. Opt. The body was split in two by the spinning windmill's blood spurting, organs spilling out, rendering the entrance horrifically gruesome. Damn, he spotted us. Go. The rest of the squad immediately attacked, throwing shuriken and explosive tags into the wind release. Great breakthrough. A violent whirlwind tore through, flipping the entire house to create chaos and allow escape. The two other masked mist ANBU were forced back. But a child braved the gale to counterattack. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Roar. The water dragon coiled and slammed down toward Yiwuya. This person's casting speed was astonishing. When the water dragon lunged and Yiwuya dodged it quickly, halted its momentum and twisted to pursue again. With that single move, few water release users in the ninja world could match. Yiwuya's eyes nearly popped out until he saw the child's face clearly. Damn you. Currently the Mist Village was under the third Mizukage. Yagura had not yet taken office, but it was said he became Mizukage at just over 10 years old, naturally short. That meant the opponent was at least an elite jonin. Boom. At the moment of the water dragon's impact, Yiwuya used body flicker to dodge and quickly fired a signal flare into the sky. Yagura was likely here to earn political merits. Yiwuya had no intention of becoming his score. After the signal, he breathed a sigh of relief. He just needed to wait a bit for reinforcements. I thought you were a mere grunt, but you're stronger than I expected. They'll have to use a bit more skill to kill you. You're too greedy. Even if you drive us away, what then? Konoha won't let the mist fully occupy this place. Leave now, and Sand won't pursue. To buy time, Yiwuya had to invoke Konoha. He was now eating Sand's bread, so he had to speak as a Sand ninja. Leave? That's impossible. Our goal is to take the Cape of the Seaport completely. Konoha's white fang is dead, their strength diminished. They're too busy with their own troubles to care about this place. Water release, rain of Senbon. Moisture in the air quickly condensed into countless Senbon, then fired all at once. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. No choice. 7 days breathing method, first activation open. Yiwuya immediately entered the activated state of the breathing method, and on that basis, he used violent wind palm, compressing wind release chakra into his palms. When released in one breath, it formed a supersonic raging gale. Boom. Both palms pushed forward, a fierce wind pressure howling out, scattering the incoming rain of Senbon. Yiwuya turned and ran. The enemy's every move required his full effort to counter. Continuing to fight was suicide. Don't let him escape chase. Two Mist ANBU cooperated with Yagura to surround him from 3 directions. Yagura exhaled white mist using the hidden mist technique to seal off the surroundings. Wind release, great breakthrough. Don't even think about it. Water release, cutting rain. The tornado cyclone visibly shrank under the fine rain until it vanished. It was a Mist ANBU secret technique specialized in reducing ninjutsu and secret arts. Oh no, I'm screwed. Yiwuya panicked. Another Mist ANBU member used the water whip technique, binding his body so he couldn't move. Got you. Yagura, holding a staff, was about to deliver the final blow when 2 fireballs flew out of nowhere, striking the 2 Mist ANBU from behind on the left. Puff. Scorching steam quickly evaporated from the bodies of the Mist ANBU, both screaming in agony. In the blink of an eye, their bodies dehydrated into mummies. Scorch release. Goju Yagura turned to look at a figure slowly approaching from outside the thick fog. As she drew near, he saw that it was a green-haired woman. Are you the Scorch release Yitsong, who killed many of our people? After the 2 Mist Umbu ninjas were taken down, the water whip binding Yiwu dissipated automatically. He regained his freedom and quickly dodged behind Yitsong. Since the conflict with the Mist began, team members had been replaced time and again. It was tough to recruit a suitable one, and if she hadn't arrived in time just now, he would have. Since the conflict with the Mist began, team members had been replaced time and again. It was tough to recruit a suitable one, and if she hadn't arrived in time just now, he would have been killed again. This guy is a tough one. He's proficient in water release, and his strength is no less than the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. He's hard to deal with. MMU, assist me from the sidelines. Understood. Stealth is my forte. Yiwuya stepped back a few paces, disappearing into the thick fog, then performed wind release, great breakthrough, to blow the fog away. His value lay in diverting Goju Yagura's attention. Why are you attacking us? Are you trying to start a war again? Yitsong asked. She was not a warmonger either. Her motivation was more about protecting the village's interests. Heizagio must be completely under the control of the mist. That is our bottom line. If you are willing to withdraw, both sides can coexist peacefully in the future. Facing an opponent of the same level, Goju Yagura's attitude was much better. At least he was willing to talk normally. Sorry, but this is our country's lifeline. We will not make concessions under any circumstances. Yitsong shook her head, took out a kunai, and prepared to fight. Then there is nothing to discuss. You will die by my hands. Goju Yagura swung his staff and engaged in close combat with Yitsong. Despite his small stature, his taijutsu was not weak, and he exchanged blows with Yitsong evenly. Swish, swish, swish. Yitsong seized the opportunity to throw a wave of shuriken to divert the enemy's attention, then released 4 fireballs that closed in on him. Water release, water mirror technique. Before coming, Goju Yagura had already obtained information on Yitsong. He immediately performed the water release technique to create a mirror from which emerged a person identical in appearance to Yitsong. Just then 2 kunai flew in from the side and pierced the water mirror. The explosive tags attached to the kunai's tails were burning with flames perfectly timed. Boom. The water mirror technique was shattered on the spot. The mirror clone, still not yet free from the mirror's surface, turned into clear water and splashed to the ground. This threw Goju Yagura off balance. He shot an angry glance at Yue, who was hiding not far away, and thought to himself, this guy seems to know the weakness of the water mirror technique. But his opponent wouldn't give him much time to think. The 4 fireballs had already surrounded him and were closing in. Scorch, release, overheat, kill, puff. A large amount of white steam rose from Goju Yagura's body, and his form instantly melted into water vapor. Water substitute. Yitsong was startled. She looked around warily but saw no sign of the enemy. Meanwhile, Yue jumped up like a... No need to guess, Goju Yagura would surely come to kill him first. Sure enough, as soon as he took a step, the ground exploded, and a torrent of water several meters in diameter burst forth from below, shooting straight into the sky. Water release, great waterfall technique. Near the port, the underground water veins were abundant. For a water release expert, it was easy to mobilize water from underground for battle at any time. The technique's power was comparable to the impact of a real waterfall. He escaped again. What's going on? Goju Yagura frowned. Amir Chunin had escaped his attacks repeatedly. He immediately resorted to provocation, taunting, "You're nothing but a coward hiding." Yue poked his head out from behind Yitsong and replied calmly, "You're right. I actually enjoy being a kept man. If you've got the skills, kill me then." Facing the provocation, Goju Yagura remained calm. A ninja's greatest taboo is losing control of one's emotions. Yitsong, however, was quite satisfied. The support had been perfectly executed. Indeed, this was the capable subordinate she had chosen. Captain, you know wind release, right? This kid is ridiculously strong. Let's try working together, Yue suggested. The Kekkei Genkai Scorch Release was originally a fusion of wind release and fire release, so Yitsong should also be proficient in both. Yitsong thought briefly and agreed. Scorch Release had a weakness: it was slow and useless against large-scale water release, so it couldn't do anything to Goju Yagura. She formed hand seals, took a breath, and said, "Wind release, wind net." Interwoven wind blades formed a net to capture prey, aiming for wide area damage. Yue, on the other hand, took out a shuriken and began blowing air into it. This was his only decent long-range offensive wind release technique, combining speed and power. Wind release, shuriken. The high-speed spinning windmill was thrown at Goju Yagura. The latter erected a water formation wall to block the wind net, but the windmill cut through the water curtain and reached him. Clang! At the critical moment, Goju Yagura held his staff horizontally in front of him, blocking the windmill's cutting. Facing another windmill following closely, he quickly used his staff to redirect it, causing the 2 windmills to collide and cancel each other out. Suddenly, he felt a wave of scorching heat rushing toward him, and a fire dragon roared. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Goju Yagura immediately formed a water dragon to counter the fire dragon. The 2 collided violently, and white smoke filled the air. Yue took the opportunity to activate the first active state of the 7 days breathing method and charged into the thick fog, using taijutsu to hold off Goju Yagura, buying time for Yitsong to perform her jutsu. Fighting barehanded against the staff put him at a disadvantage. Moreover, Goju Yagura's small frame made him even more agile, so he couldn't land a hit. Yitsong, holding an enormous fireball, entered the battle, forming a pincer attack with Yue. Goju Yagura was clearly more wary of Scorch Release. He abandoned Yue and swung his staff, striking hard at the fireball. Bang! The huge fireball shattered on the spot, splitting into 4 parts, and suddenly slammed into Goju Yagura, who was right next to it. He clearly hadn't expected this turn of events. Yue then realized that the one he had been fighting was just a clone. The enemy must have... Yue then realized that the one he had been fighting was just a clone. The enemy must have secretly left the clone during the thick fog to lure them into using their trump cards. So the real body must be hiding nearby waiting to ambush. Water release vortex prison. Sure enough, the treacherous Goju Yagura launched a large-scale water release. Surging vortex-shaped currents enveloped them from all sides, submerging both. It then formed an oval-shaped sealed water prison that could suffocate the enemy to death. Yi Yu's mind immediately flashed a similar technique, Great Water Burst Wave. He quickly gestured to Yitsong a plan to split up and escape. Even if the enemy could control the water prison's movement, as long as they ran in opposite directions, at least one of them could escape. What is going on? Why can he always see through my tactical weaknesses? Goju Yagura was very frustrated. He had been hailed as a genius of the mist since childhood with no rival in the village. Even the 7 ninja swordsmen were beneath his notice. As the third Mizukage's designated successor, he had thought taking Heizujio this time would be a simple task. He never expected to be repeatedly thwarted by an obscure little chunin. I will not let you go. So he allowed Yitsong to escape the water prison, using a water clone technique to maintain the prison and trap Yi Yue tightly, while his real body engaged Yitsong. As the third Mizukage's designated successor, he had thought taking Heizujio this time would be a simple task. Yi Yue occasionally blew a bubble in the water. He knew he couldn't escape, so he wasn't in a hurry. Humph, trying to suffocate me. Dream on. To train the 7 days breathing method, he had frantically exercised his lung capacity. Before being trapped, he had taken a deep breath of oxygen enough to last at least 10 minutes. Whether it was the 369 breathing method or the 963 breathing method, the most important feature was breath-holding training, and he was used to it. Yitsong saw her subordinate still floating in the water prison and thought he was about to die. She became worried and focused on breaking through the blockade to rescue him. Better worry about yourself. I've pretty much figured out your moves. Goju Yagura used the water mirror technique again to create a mirror clone of Yitsong, turning her own technique against her. Earlier the technique had been countered by Yi Yue with explosive tags. Yitsong hadn't realized how troublesome it was. Now experiencing it firsthand, she understood how difficult it was to deal with. The mirror clone could replicate all of the original's abilities, meaning it included the Kekkei Genkai. After finally exhausting the mirror clone's chakra, 5 minutes had already passed. Looking back at the water prison, her subordinate seemed to have stopped moving. I'm sorry. Yitsong felt deeply guilty, blaming herself for not being strong enough. Now is not the time to give up. I must Goju Yagura had been fighting all this time, and his continuous release of jutsu and clones had been draining him. Now he had no spare chakra to perform another mirror clone because chakra was not generated from nothing, all consumption came from himself. After 2 probing attempts, Yitsong confirmed this and immediately launched a counterattack. Scorch release, Great Blazing Orb. She formed hand seals and spat out a fire snake that shot straight at Goju Yagura. Midway, the snake's body suddenly curled up, forming a bright, white fireball. Boom. The fireball exploded, splitting into dozens of flowing flames like splattered lava burning in all directions. Goju Yagura used a water formation wall to defend against most of the flowing flames, but was still burned on his arm by the splattering flames. Unable to continue using large-scale water release, he was now at a disadvantage. It seems I underestimated your strength. Let's fight another day. Water release, water pellet shot. Swish, swish, swish. He opened his mouth and spat out a cluster of water droplets, shooting like bullets, forcing Yitsong back. He then turned and disappeared into the darkness. The water clone technique was released. The water prison, losing its chakra support, turned into clear water and splat. Chinyu. Yitsong hurried over and helped Yi Yue up from the water. She thought he had already died, but unexpectedly he calmly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Phew. I'm still alive. You're okay? That's great, I thought you. Yitsong's sorrow turned to joy. The core of my taijutsu is the breathing method. My lung capacity is larger than average. A mere water prison can't do anything to me. Captain, are you injured? No, just some chakra depletion. Good, let's hurry back. The other mist ninjas must have taken the opportunity to attack our base. Yitsong's favorability toward Yi Yue rose again. Even though he had nearly died himself, he was still thinking about his superior and worrying about the village. He knew how to coordinate in battle, was not reckless, and was skilled in tactics. He was the only teammate who could support her effectively. Where could she find such a good support? When the two returned to the base, the battle had also concluded. Abu and Chuan Pinji, leading their subordinates, had fought fiercely, repelled the enemy's assault, and held the position. The 3 of you performed exceptionally well this time. I will report the situation truthfully to the village and expedite the recruitment of the lost personnel. Try to select from wandering samurai and rogue ninjas, but be cautious in your screening to prevent spies from infiltrating our ranks. I will be careful. The head of the Iron Sand Association was a chunin from Sunagakure who had served in the area for many years, known for his steady demeanor. Yi Yue proposed, Captain Kirigakure has attacked us several times. We cannot always remain on the defensive. I suggest you personally lead a retaliatory operation. Let them know that everything has a price or the enemy will only grow more arrogant. But we are short on manpower. Abu objected. His puppets had been all but destroyed in the battle and could not be repaired anytime soon. Chuan Pinji remained silent, neither agreeing nor opposing. Yitsong encouraged, "You can speak your mind boldly. Kirigakure has indeed gone too far, deliberately provoking conflict. And with Konoha's umbu stirring the pot, endless forbearance is no long-term solution. Konoha's umbu are like rats in the sewers, always scheming in the shadows and stealing the spoils. They are utter. This is a direct manifestation of their declining strength, forcing them to rely on cunning to maintain their great nation status. I suspect they also do not want to see the sea's corner fall into Kirigakure's hands." When mentioning Konoha, Yiwayu's face contorted with anger and contempt. Even if a Konoha ninja stood before him, he would not hesitate to kill them. A spy must play their role well. Before being activated, he was a pure Sunagakure ninja named Chunyu. Konoha lurks in the shadows, hoping to use us against Kirigakure. That is nearly impossible. Yitsong couldn't help but recall the time when a Konoha umbu had secretly delivered a message to her. That fellow had appeared brazenly at the base. His body was hidden in a cloak, wearing a mask. Nothing could be seen. Rumor has it that even the White Fang was driven to suicide. That man killed so many of our people during the Second Shinobi World War, yet he ended up like this. Now Konoha is too preoccupied with its own troubles to provoke Kirigakure, which is precisely why Kirigakure dares to act aggressively. The third Kazekage's policy toward Kirigakure is to maintain restraint for now. I doubt he would approve of an offensive. Is it because of the military budget cuts? Yes. The cuts have directly impacted the training of the next generation of ninjas. Even you were all reassigned from the border guard units. Yi Wuyu aside, there is no other way. Our living environment is too harsh, so we must hold on to this place. I want to infiltrate Kirigakure to gather intelligence. At least we need to know what they are planning so we can respond accordingly. No, that's too dangerous. If you're caught, you'll die. Yitsong was startled. She never expected Chunyue, who usually only focused on solitary training, to be so bold. Abu warned, "I've heard that Kirigakure does not accept surrender or prisoner exchanges for enemies who infiltrate their territory. They are executed on the spot." But Yi Wuyu insisted, "If I don't enter hell, who will? As long as it's for the village, what does my personal life matter? Kirigakure is ambitious. If we continue to wait passively, something disastrous will happen, and it will be too late." Chunyu. I was born in a small village in northern Wind Country, poor backward. I became a ninja only because I couldn't afford to eat. After becoming a ninja, I saw many others in the same situation, all silently contributing their strength. I have always wanted to do what I can for the country. Please allow my request, Captain. With such heartfelt words, Yitsong had no choice but to nod in agreement. The others were also deeply moved by Yi Wayu's righteousness, feeling a grudging respect. None of them would have dared to go themselves. After the meeting, as expected, Yi Wuyu was called aside for a private talk. Chunyu, I know you are eager to prove yourself. I can feel your love for the village and your comrades. You are already outstanding enough. You don't have to go this far. Yitsong couldn't bear it and tried to persuade him to abandon the mission, which in her eyes was nothing short of suicide. I understand your concern. Without professional training, gathering intelligence is difficult. But I have my own methods. Please trust me. At this point, I have no choice but to trust you, Yitsong said helplessly. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha was unparalleled in espionage. Sunagakure's intelligence system was far behind. Even regular ninjas struggled to sustain themselves, forcing an elite-focused approach. The even more expensive intelligence system was simply beyond their means. There's no time to lose. He'll set off at dawn tomorrow, stowing away on a merchant ship to infiltrate Kirigakure. Please reassign my duties, Captain. Understood. Be extremely careful. Yi Wuyu turned and left to prepare. This was a risky move, but if successful, the rewards would be enormous. High risk, high reward. No matter what you have to fight, only by striving can you win. Even a spy must work hard, climb the ranks, and earn the trust of superiors and the village. Who would suspect a ninja who risks his life for the village? Alas, such a stubborn child. He will suffer greatly for this. In Yitsong's eyes, Chunyu was just a rebellious teenager full of Shinibu fantasies of becoming a great hero. He didn't fully grasp the cruelty of the shinobi world and clung to the naive belief that he was different. The next morning, the sound of steam whistles filled the air as cargo ships in the harbor began to depart. Yi Wuyu hit aboard an ore ship bound for the land of water. His specialty was earth release, so burying himself in the ore pile made him impossible to detect. On the dock, Yitsong stood at the shore gazing at the departing ship, her expression carrying an indelible worry. Possessing a Kekkei Genkai, she was already a veteran jonin in her 20s, having endured countless battles and seen many teammates come and go. She had grown numb. Deep down, she longed for peace and wanted to protect her comrades, yet every time she felt powerless. The cargo ship moved swiftly, arriving at the land of water that very night, docking at a small island to unload. The land of water consisted of numerous islands forming an alliance led by the daimyo, the lord. Kirigakure was situated on the largest island at the lookout posts were set up at key areas along the perimeter of the central island. You never knew where someone might be hiding with a telescope watching. All vessels attempting to approach the central island underwent strict inspections. Yi Yu's physique honed through years of training clearly marked him as no ordinary person. There was no way he could get in through official channels. The central island was vast, and the defenses couldn't be airtight. A circuit around it slipping in under cover of night was not too difficult. Unfamiliar with the route, he spent several days wandering through 7 or 8 islands before finding a suitable path. On a pitch-black night, Yi Yu paddled a small boat to a landing area thick with water pines. After hiding the boat, he leaped into the treetops and moved stealthily inland. The island concentrated most of the land of water's population, with many towns inhabited by nobles, ninjas, merchants, and commoners. Some families had built castles outside the towns. Yi Yu disguised himself as a wandering samurai and spent half a month in a town before finally finding an Lord Ikeda is recruiting bodyguards. Monthly salary 100 Rio, age under 35, a ninja or samurai only. Interested parties must register and pass the assessment within 3 days. As soon as the steward finished reading, the crowd erupted. Everyone rushed forward, frantically raising their hands. Being a guard for a noble was a stable job, a government position, an iron rice bowl. Far better than the hard life of a ninja taking dangerous missions. I want to sign up. Me too, I was first. I'm 24, I'm young. They'll do it for 500 Rio. Ouch. Which bastard hit me? Slap. Another slap, and half his face was swollen. Yi Yu roared, they'll kill you, you scab. It's scum like you that break the rules, have no bottom line, and drag down everyone's survival threshold. If anyone dares to undercut today, they'll cut them down. He had come in a hurry without much money, surviving on 1 meal a day, going hungry often. His clothes were ragged. No one among the applicants looked worse off than him. And someone still wanted to lowball the price. Unacceptable. Once a bad precedent was set, others would fall into a vicious cycle to secure the job, eventually willing to work for just a meal. What would be the difference from a dog? Who are you? The slap man was defiant. Yi Yu slowly drew the samurai sword at his waist and challenged, samurai of the Iron Country, Ikemanji style, Lianyu. Havoc you. Baka. The man roared, charging forward with both hands on his sword. If you don't understand what a sword is. After nearly a decade of professional training, Yi Yu saw nothing but openings in his opponent. Using his signature move Circle Slash, he cut through the man's weapon in one stroke. Clang! The long sword slid back into its sheath. With an air of authority, he walked toward the steward. The others parted way. Do you think my skills qualify me to be a guard? The steward had witnessed the whole process and realized this man, though poor and destitute, possessed genuine skill. Having a craft, yet ending up in such a state, suggested he had principles and integrity. He didn't steal or rob, making him an upstanding citizen. Exactly the ideal candidate for a bodyguard. Truly worthy of a samurai from the Iron Country. You are now Lord Ikeda's guard. Thank you. I haven't eaten properly in a long time. My stomach is empty. May I? Please follow me. Half an hour later, Yi Yu had washed up, changed into a guard's uniform, and enjoyed a hearty meal. In the luxurious mansion, his heart was remarkably calm. Indeed, he was born for a comfortable life, fundamentally different from the lowly masses. Meanwhile, the other applicants were locked in fierce competition, for eventually emerged victorious. Yi Yu came to the courtyard and saw them. Does anyone want to challenge me? The 4 all shook their heads and bowed simultaneously. No, Captain. Good. Since you're sensible, I want Leia. Thus Yi Yu smoothly assumed the position of guard squad leader, becoming Lord Ikeda's personal bodyguard. After 2 months in office, the anticipated leisure had arrived. Each day was merely a matter of showing up, with no fool daring to launch an attack in the land of water. During this period, Yi Yu devoted himself to physical training, advancing the 7-day breathing method to its second activation state. Other ninjutsu techniques were temporarily inconvenient to practice, as his current persona was that of a samurai. One day, Lord Ikeda was invited to participate in an event at the Hidden Mist Village, and Yi Yu, as one of the guard captains, accompanied him. Entering the Hidden Mist Village through conventional means was nearly impossible, but by this method one could stride in through the main gate without issue. Upon entering the village, Yi Yu learned that it was the graduation exam for the new batch of students at the Hidden Mist Ninja Academy. The purpose was to display their strength, inviting potential employers from the land of water to observe. Much like the Chunin exams in Konoha, each village had its own method of publicity. The current Hidden Mist Village adhered to the philosophy of the strong preying on the weak, believing that ninjas must experience bloodshed from childhood, enforcing the brutal policy known as the Bloody Mist. On the viewing platform, dignitaries and wealthy merchants from various regions gathered. They were the patrons of the hidden mist village. In the center of the arena were the 42 aspiring genin participating in the exam. The rules were simple and no-holds-barred free-for-all until half or fewer remained. The third Mizukage appeared as a refined, old man, mostly silent with closed eyes. It was hard to imagine that such a person harbored such cruelty. If this continued, the village would inevitably face a decline in talent, and those who survived would be utterly plunged into darkness akin to an enlarged root organization. At the edge of the arena, the medical team had already prepared stretchers and medicines. Mist ninjas took over security while the guards accompanying the guests sat in the adjacent spectators' seats, boasting among themselves. How many do you think will survive? I bet not even half. Last time I recall it was about a third. This time should be similar. Any promising ones? Can't tell yet. Wait, only those who survive in the end will qualify as elite ninjas. Yuya sat at the back listening to the chatter. A middle-aged guard next to him struck up a conversation. You look quite young. Where do you serve? I am a samurai from the land of iron, currently earning my keep under Lord Ikeda, just here to broaden my horizons. Lord Ikeda. I've heard his cloth business spans the ninja world, quite lucrative. Haha, I'm actually devoted to the martial path, treating money like dirt, but the clan head thinks highly of me, so I have no choice. Keep pretending. The middle-aged guard chuckled and turned to talk to others. Someone proposed, while we're idle, why not each put in 1,000 Rio betting on our chosen ones? The winner splits the pot. Good idea. They'll bet on that tallest, strongest kid. They'll pick that masked boy. He seems mysterious, definitely have. What about you, young man? Which kid do you choose? The middle-aged guard turned to Yi Wuyue again. The latter pointed to a figure in the corner, that skinny one with the bandages on his face. That kid's nothing special. He doesn't look durable. Probably won't last 2 minutes. Yi Wuyue shrugged. I picked randomly, win or lose doesn't matter. I'm not short on cash. Well, you're generous. At that moment, a mist ninja, after consulting the third Mizukage, announced loudly the rule: each of you must kill your opponent. It's a condition for survival. If you fail, I will execute you personally. Killing one person earns 1 point. Final ranking is based on points. If more survive than expected, those at the bottom will be executed. Remember, only the strong are qualified to survive in the bloody mist. Begin. Kill. The students taking the graduation exam immediately began slaughtering each other, all fighting solo, killing anyone in sight, none daring to turn their backs to others. Some, after great effort, killed their opponents, only to be struck down from behind. Shuriken, poison, explosive tags. No restrictions. As long as an opponent was eliminated, it counted as a kill. Killing one was just breaking even, killing more ensured safety. Lives withered, the air reeked of blood, and the white mist took on a crimson hue. The spectators on the platform watched the battle with keen interest, speculating which lucky ones might survive, perhaps among them a future powerhouse renowned in the ninja world. The exam's purpose was to use extremely cruel rules to filter out killing machines, preferring quality over quantity. As time passed, the number of dead grew. Those who survived dared not pause, plunging into new rounds of slaughter. The referee realized the problem and called for a halt, but no one listened, as they were still following the rules. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the mist ninjas could not go back on their word and arbitrarily break the rules. They could only watch helplessly until the last figure remained drenched in blood like a demon. He had killed all his classmates and survived to the end. At that moment, the entire arena fell into an eerie silence. Oh, no one had expected such an outcome. Momochi Zabuza, you have survived. Upon hearing this, Zabuza finally relaxed, collapsed backward, and fainted. Medical team, quickly. As the sole survivor of this year's graduates, if he died, the missed years of investment would be completely wiped out. Although it's meant to filter out the strong, this is too brutal. If this continues, the mist will destroy itself. One person's strength is limited. Too cruel. The crowd buzzed again, having expected at least a few to survive, but only one remained. Yi Wuyue approached the guard collecting the bets and said, friend, I won. It seems so. Your luck is good. It's all yours. The stakes from dozens of people all ended up in Yi Wuyue's pocket. He told everyone he was just lucky, then disappeared. In a room beneath the stands, the medical team was treating Zabuza. With such severe injuries, he still survived to the end. This kid is a tough one. I've reset his broken ribs. Luckily, the internal damage isn't too severe. His life is saved. He should recover after some rest. Great, Nami. I didn't expect your medical ninjutsu to be so excellent. With your joining, our medical team can finally hold our heads high. It's not all my doing, everyone contributed. You're too kind. That kind of attitude makes you an easy target for perverts. Has Okamoto been bothering you lately? Nami smiled and shook her head. I can handle it. Alright, go rest. We'll take care of the rest. Thank you for your trouble. Nami left the medical room and went to the adjacent restroom to wash her face. Suddenly, she felt someone behind her, and her heart tightened as she found her waist caught from behind. Then she was turned around and pressed against the wall. A wall slam. Her right cheek was wet. Someone had stolen a kiss. She looked up. You are. Missed you, long time no see. Have you missed me? See you, a clever and rational woman, would never be won over through normal means. Only a surprise attack could catch her off guard. The man's hot breath sprayed on her skin, and even the worldly Tsiyu couldn't help blushing, her heart pounding. Being in the enemy's stronghold with colleagues next door and the possibility of someone coming to the restroom at any moment, the environment was truly thrilling. How are you here? Didn't you go to the land of wind? Yes, so now I'm here on behalf of the Hidden Sand Village to gather intelligence. If you were... Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached from outside the door. Yi Weiyue quickly pulled Tsiyu into a stall, sat on the toilet, and pressed her onto his lap. After the intruder finished and left, they continued their conversation. The Hidden Mist has repeatedly attacked the Hidden Sand, aiming to fully occupy the sea's edge. To secure a position in the Sand Village, I volunteered to infiltrate and learn the Mist's battle plans. I never expected to run into you. This is fate. If you know any relevant information, tell me about it. Tsiyu felt extremely uncomfortable with such an intimate sitting position, instinctively pushing her glasses to hide her nervousness. I work in the medical team, so I do come across various important intel. I've heard a bit about the Mist's next moves. Tell me. Tsiyu complained, don't hold me so tight, I can't breathe. She was short, like a child held in someone's arms, which stirred an indescribable sense of shame. Oh, sorry. I haven't seen you in so long. I missed you. You should say that to Shiratori. I told you before, she and I are just pure comradescent arms. My heart belongs only to you. There's no room for any... I told you before, she and I are just pure comradescent arms. My heart belongs only to you. There's no room for anyone else. Let's get to business. The situation, I've learned, is more complicated. The Mist's expansion plan isn't just the sea's edge. They plan to occupy the land of whirlpools, then the southwestern peninsula of the land of fire. It seems they have some kind of backing. Yes, besides the 7 swordsmen of the Mist, a prodigy named Yagura Karatachi has emerged. It's rumored he's a candidate. It seems they have some kind of backing. Yes, besides the 7 swordsmen of the Mist, a prodigy named Yagura Karatachi has emerged. It's rumored he's a candidate for the 4th Mizukichi. Yi Weiyue stroked his chin, curious, is the 3rd Mizukichi's health failing? You guessed it. I happened to overhear colleagues mention it, and put together some details to deduce that. It seems the Mist will soon enter the era of the 4th Mizukichi. Earlier, Yagura led a team to ambush the Sand's people. From what I observed, he's a warmonger. War is probably unavoidable. Me too. I'm in the role, so will do the job. Right now I consider myself a Sand ninja, fighting wholeheartedly for the Sand Village. As it should be. Me too. I'm in the role, so will do the job. Right now I consider myself a Sand ninja, fighting wholeheartedly for the Sand Village. As it should be. Now leave quickly. The Mist keeps a close watch on outsiders. Alright, thanks for this. He'll go now. Yi Weiyue, and naturally patted Tsiyu on the buttocks, then slipped out of the restroom, leaving briskly. Phew. That despicable guy. He's far too bold. Gave me quite a scare. Tsiyu patted her chest, and slowly sat on the toilet lid, finally relaxing. Yi Weiyue had grown quickly, transforming from a little boy into a handsome young man in just a few years. She could no longer treat him as a child. Yi Weiyue had just stepped out when a fierce-looking Wuyin ninja cornered him and demanded, "Who are you? Why are you here? Who I am is none of your business. This is a restroom. Why else would I be here? Are you out of your mind? Bastard, how dare you speak to me like that? Oh, am I just a lowly ninja? What's wrong with saying a few words? If you're not satisfied, you can go through the water shadow to complain to my lord. If you dare not, then shut your mouth. You live off your employer's wages, yet you dare to be so rude to their retainer." Yi Weiyue deliberately bumped into the man with his shoulder and then swaggered away. The man was just trying to bluff him. Damn it. Liang Du clenched his fists in fury, his eyes nearly blazing with fire, but he dared not act. He had gone to the medical room looking for Naime, but a colleague told him she had gone to the restroom. So he waited at the door. The moment he saw Yi Weiyue, he felt uneasy. Women, all fancy, cool, fair-faced men. I must be overthinking this. He's just a guard. How could Naime have anything? Still uneasy, Liang Du secretly followed Yi Weiyue until he saw him standing behind a plump, wealthy merchant, confirming his identity. So he's a guard of the Chitian family. Just watch how I deal with you, you damned bastard. In the restroom, CI, you had naturally heard the argument between Liang Du and Yi Weiyue. She dared not come out as it would only add fuel to the fire. Come to think of it, she had managed to infiltrate Wuyin by exploiting his affections, but the trouble was that he kept pestering her. CI, you had no good solution either. Just stall for time until the mission ended, then slip away quietly. Liang Du isn't going to cause trouble for Wangcai, is he? CI, you silently mourned for Liang Du for 3 minutes. She knew Wangcai's methods well. Liang Du was bound. Other spies sneak into enemy countries keeping a low profile, but Wangcai walked in openly with an arrogant attitude, provoking the Wuyin people relentlessly. His mental fortitude surpassed that of most spies, not to mention that he was actually a combat-type ninja. After the graduation exams at the Ninja Academy, everyone had lunch in Wuyin and then left one after another in the afternoon. Yi Weiyue had successfully obtained the intelligence he wanted, and there was no need to stay. He planned to resign from the Qi Tian family in a while under the pretext of continuing his travels. Wandering samurai are like that. They drift around, pick up a job when they're broke, work for 2 months, save up money, and then hit the road again. Their work pattern is a bit like the day laborers who work 1 day and rest 3, avoiding work whenever possible. However, on their way back, they encountered bandits. Swish, swish, swish. Several shurikens shot out from the woods on both sides of the road. Yi Weiyue, guarding the sedan chair, instantly drew his sword and deflected them. Enemy. The other guards drew their katana and surrounded the sedan chair. Yi Weiyue said, "Don't panic. You protect Lord Qi Tian and rush back to the mansion. They'll hold them off. I'm counting on you, Liang Yu." Ikeda had a very good impression of Yi Weiyue, considering him a true samurai, and trusted, "It is my duty, head of the family. Please leave quickly." At this moment, Yi Weiyue was still faithfully playing the role of a guard, as it was the strongest shield for his spy identity. After Qi Tian and his party left, the ambusher hidden in the woods appeared opposite him. "Today is your death day," the man declared. A familiar voice. "So it's you." Yi Weiyue immediately recognized the person he had encountered at the restroom entrance of the Wuyin Ninja Academy. He thought the matter was over, but he never expected to be chased here to be killed. Such a vengeful spirit cannot be left alive. Seeing his identity exposed, Liang Du dropped the pretense. "No one can save you today. He'll return these words to you unchanged." He was just planning to withdraw from the Shui country, and unexpectedly Liang Du intercepted him. This saved him the trouble of resigning. He could just leave directly. "You're asking for death." Liang Du charged in with a kunai in each hand, clearly confident in his taijutsu. Not knowing the actual capability of his opponent, Yi Weiyue chose to fight cautiously, temporarily concealing the fact that he was also a ninja. He raised his sword with both hands and brought it down in midair, sky splitter. Clang. The impact was beyond imagination. Liang Du was knocked back several steps. Realizing his opponent was a master swordsman, he quickly retreated to create distance. Samurai have been abandoned by the times. It'll show you the terror of a ninja water-style hidden mist technique. White mist quickly spread and fused with the caster's chakra, allowing him to precisely sense the enemy's location. A samurai would be very passive in such a situation. It seems your strength is nothing more than this. After a single exchange, Yi Weiyue assessed Liang Du's strength. He left a shadow clone in place to lure the enemy, while his real body escaped underground and lurked nearby, waiting patiently. Sure enough, Liang Du, using the mist as cover, sneaked up behind the shadow clone and stabbed it, declaring triumphantly, "This is the end." Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly the sound of shuriken whistling came from the side, abruptly multiplying from one. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Liang Du instinctively swung his kunai to block, but couldn't stop the saturation attack. He was pierced like a hedgehog on the spot, his face full of disbelief. "This? Impossible." "Nothing is impossible, you fool. Let me see what secrets you know." Yi Weiyue reached out and pressed his finger against Liang Du's forehead, using mind-reading technique. The enemy had not yet completely died, and his brain was still conscious. After a moment, he withdrew his hand with a joyful expression. It seems CIS intelligence was correct. Wuyin does intend to completely seize the territory of the Vortex country as an outpost, and then attack the whole country. With the death of the caster, the thick fog gradually dissipated. Yi Weiyue destroyed Liang Du's corpse and threw it into the woods. Then he quickly left the scene and fled the Shui country, still using the small boat he had hidden when he arrived, to retreat along the same route. Half an hour later, a team of Wuyin Umbu appeared at the scene of the fight. After searching around, they quickly found Liang Du's corpse. "It's someone from the village. The method suggests a ninja did this. Notify the border troops to intercept immediately." After returning to the mansion, Qi Tian immediately contacted Wuyin village about the attack. By coincidence, this made Wuyin aware of Yi Weiyue's identity as a ninja. At this moment, Yi Weiyue had just escaped from the central island of the Shui country and was rowing a small boat to the next island. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. If Wuyin finds out, they will definitely intercept me on the islands. It's better to go directly by sea. Though it will take more time, it's safer. The vast sea made it nearly impossible to intercept the small boat. The strategy proved correct. After rowing for about 2 days, exhausted, he finally spotted a large cargo ship heading south. This shipping lane starts from the northern regions of the Thunder Country, Iron Country, and Hot Spring Country, then goes south through the Wave Country, Water Country, Vortex Country, Tea Country, Wind Country, and other islands in the South Sea. As the busiest maritime trade route in the ninja world, there was no worry about not encountering a fleet. After successfully boarding, Yi Weiyue hitched a ride for 3 days, and then disembarked at Heizijio at night. The seemingly roundabout route turned out to be the safest. He quietly returned to the base. The office was lit with dim light, and Yitsong was sitting in a chair looking worried and staring blankly. Under the leadership of Goju Shirtsong, the Wui ninja had repeatedly attacked the territory of Cheyenne regardless of losses. Cheyenne village was already struggling to hold on, and now they were retreating step by step. The village's support was becoming increasingly inadequate with the proportion of Chunin drastically reduced, and most were Genin. Yi Weiyue wrapped his hands and face in bandages again. He only resembled Chun Yue, and couldn't be sure if any colleagues had seen Shin Yu's truth. Therefore he had to act carefully and not reveal any flaws. In his room, he wrote the intelligence on a scroll, carefully checked it for errors, and then went into the office for a work report. Shin Yue actually made it back alive. Yitsong's mouth fell open when she saw Yi Weiyue. See, even you, Captain, don't. Yi Weiyue feigned disappointment to heighten her emotional response. No, I didn't mean that. Sorry, I just thought. Yitsong quickly shook her head to deny it, but couldn't find the right words for a moment, worried about hurting her subordinate's pride. I'm just kidding, Captain. I didn't fail the mission. Looking at the intelligence handed to her, Yitsong's thoughts surged. Shin Yu not only returned alive from the terrifying Wuyin, but also successfully obtained the classified information. Such ability was unmatched in the entire Cheyenne village. How did you do it? 3 words: risk it all. Fear is the instinct of creatures, but courage is the anthem of humanity. Just daring to act already surpasses most people. I see. You've worked hard. Can you tell me in detail what you experienced along the way? Yitsong understood the meaning behind those 3 words. Shin Yu was the most outstanding among all her teammates, so far possessing both courage and wisdom. His conviction to protect the village was no less than hers. At this moment, it was the perfect time to leave a deep impression on his superior. Yi Weiyue embellished his account of the various dangers, mixing truth and fiction, and slowly narrated the events of the past few months. Alas, I had already given up, but then the Wuyin ninja discovered me. I had no choice but to fight to the death, seriously wound the enemy, and seize the chance to extract the intelligence. Perhaps this is fate. You're right. Heaven will not disappoint those who work hard. You are the best example. Yitsong agreed. Yi Weiyue nodded in approval. I've always believed that the harder you work, the luckier you get. By the way, has Wuyin been causing trouble again lately? Yes, they invade about twice a month. It seems they plan to slowly wear down our strength. Chuan Pinji died in battle. What? That guy was quite strong. How could he? This is war. Even the strong can have moments of carelessness. The intelligence you brought back is crucial. I will send it to the village immediately. With this achievement, you should be promoted to Special Jonin. Isn't that too hasty? My strength is still somewhat lacking compared to a Jonin. In times of crisis, the rules are not so strict. The village is currently short on talent. I believe your story will greatly. Becoming a Jonin will also bring better treatment, which will benefit you greatly. Yi Weiyue pretended to decline a few times before happily accepting. A Special Jonin requires a special skill, and his intelligence-gathering ability was sufficient for the position. He never expected to become a Special Jonin of Cheyenne while undercover. If he didn't get a promotion when he returned to Mai, he would not hesitate to defect. As the saying goes, a wise bird chooses a good tree to perch on. If you're going to work, do it where there's a future. What are your plans for the future? If you want to leave, I want to fight alongside you, Captain. Good, I will make that clear in my application. I believe the village will agree. Yi Weiyue rose from his seat and left the office. Returning to his quarters, he lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. After traveling for so long, he could finally rest without. Yi Weiyue rose from his seat and left the office. Returning to his quarters, he lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. After traveling for so long, he could finally rest without worry. After a brief respite of 2 days, he resumed physical training. The 7-breath method had already reached the 2nd activation state. Now he needed to enter the 3rd. The first 2 states had been built upon the foundation of years of honing, so the process had gone smoothly. The 3rd state was relatively more difficult. Lung capacity with triple cells would become fully activated, and his speed and chakra would be amplified by the same. The accompanying techniques needed to be as simple as possible, as the bonus energy consumption would increase exponentially, placing a heavy burden. It seems I need to develop a matching high-level taijutsu. Time to be far ahead again. No need to fear a lack of inspiration. He was not alone on this path, though others had already paved the way. He only needed to follow their example. The models were morning peacock, daytime tiger, and evening elephant. The principle was similar: use absolute strength and speed to launch air cannon attacks against enemies. He could not simply copy the techniques, or others would surely mock him for lacking his own ninja way. Yi Weiyue's breakthrough point was wind release gale palm. He had used it during the 1st activation state in a previous battle with excellent results. Coincidentally, this technique compressed wind chakra by pressing the palms together. Simple, efficient, and violent, perfectly meeting expectations. Every step should be taken steadily, and one must have their own style in both life and work. The advanced version of Gale was Storm. The upgraded version of a dog was a wolf. The nature transformation of the technique was thus determined. They'll call it Storm Heavenly Wolf. As for later activating stronger states, the corresponding techniques would be developed then. He also had to consider the possibility of the technique being countered and switched to an air cannon route. The third activation state was not yet sufficient to launch an air cannon, so that was not a consideration for now. From that day on, Yue trained even harder in taijutsu. He estimated it would take at least half a year to achieve his goal. The time was too long and anxiety made him pull out his hair. Fortunately, there was good news. Upon receiving the intelligence, Sunagakure immediately decided to reinforce the area and secretly negotiated with Konoha to jointly resist the expansion of Kirigakure, thereby sharing the pressure. Along with the reinforcements came the notification of Yi Yu's promotion. As expected, Sunagakure widely publicized his heroic deeds and called on everyone to learn from him. Chun Yu's Sunagakure Special Jonin, specializing in intelligence gathering and taijutsu. Puppeteer Abu approached with a complex expression. Captain Chun Yue, congratulations. Don't be so formal. We're comrades who fight side by side. Titles are just names, let's keep things as they were. Abu knew in his heart that things were different. A Special Jonin was still a Jonin, and in emergencies he could directly command him. How could it be the same? Yue reached out and patted Abu on the shoulder. He understood well the feeling of a colleague being promoted to a superior, a feeling that those who had not experienced it could never understand. Moreover, he spotted an old acquaintance among the reinforcements, a fellow comrade from the Border Patrol unit who had been selected to return. Sunrin, that Chun Yu seems to have spotted us. What do we do? Back at the border we all isolated and mocked him. You even fought him. He'll definitely retaliate. Sunrin was also panicking, his eyes darting away from Yue as he grimaced. If only I had known that one day he would become a Jonin. It's too late to say that now. We'd better go and apologize. We can't escape, so we might as well be proactive. The group nervously approached Yue, forcing smiles. Congratulations on your promotion, Special Jonin Chinyu. You're too kind. We all serve the village regardless of rank. Come to think of it, we were once comrades in arms. Now we can fight side by side again. That's one. You're too kind. We all serve the village regardless of rank. Come to think of it, we were once comrades in arms. Now we can fight side by side again. That's wonderful. You are a person with your own ninja way. I was foolish to mock you for overreaching. In truth, I was the one who was lost. Yu's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not expected Sunrin to have gained some insight. It seemed he had done some reflection. I've long forgotten about the past. One must look forward. The situation at Sea Cape is far more dangerous than the northern border. We must unite and overcome the difficulties together. Be sure to follow Captain Yitsong's orders and strive to survive. We will obey orders. Go about your duties. Don't mind me. Yue waved his hand, exuding a certain calm dignity befitting a seasoned leader. Not far away, Yitsong observed the scene and nodded to herself. He was not arrogant after promotion, treated others with tolerance, and still centered on her. He seemed like a reliable subordinate. She beckoned. Chinyu, come here. Coming. Yue hurried over with quick steps. To outsiders, he appeared to be Yitsong's personal secretary. Though young, Yitsong's strength ranked among the top in Sunagakure, and she was steadily improving. As long as he clung to her coattails and complimented it with outstanding achievements, he would not worry about establishing a firm foothold. As a Special Jonin, Yue was now qualified to attend high-level combat meetings. Usually small meetings decided major issues, while large meetings handled minor matters. This time the reinforcements from Sunagakure included 4 Special Jonin plus Yue, making 5 under Yitsong's command. Full Jonin were elite operatives capable of standing alone in every village, few in number, each holding important posts or executing core missions. Unless a large-scale war broke out, they were not deployed. Yitsong glanced around, knowing that these 5, along with the 20 Chunin and over 100 Jinin outside, were all the forces Sunagakure could invest in the Sea Cape. If they lost, the village would abandon its interests here, plunging into further decline, and she would face severe consequences. The Land of Wind was vast, requiring many defensive points. Sunagakure was the smallest, poorest, and lowest ranked of the 5 great hidden villages. Various thoughts flashed through her mind before she spoke. Kirigakure is coming with force. Battle is inevitable. The village is currently negotiating with Konoha for joint resistance. But we cannot pin our hopes on other nations. We must be mentally prepared to fight alone. Captain, according to intelligence, Kirigakure is determined to take the Sea Cape. With only our forces. The speaker was Yumari, a trap specialist sent by the village to help set up traps for defensive purposes. We will hold our position for now, hoping Kirigakure will back off. We also await Konoha's response. Yitsong reassured. You're right. Konoha is not trustworthy. But they have many ninja, and when Konoha was mentioned, Yue reacted instinctively, almost defensively. Captain, the people of Konoha are cunning and despicable. They would love to see us fight Kirigakure to mutual destruction so they can profit. You're right. Konoha is not trustworthy. But they have many ninja and great power. Only by bringing them in can we deter Kirigikure. Shinua, I know you dislike Konoha. If we ever fight alongside them in the future, don't let personal feelings cloud your judgment. I understand. Please rest assured, Captain. Good. I'll now assign each of you your defense zones for the coming period. With more personnel, station management became more complex. Yi Weiwei volunteered to serve as a work assistant, deeply binding himself to Yi Tsang. Is that okay? You need to train and also guard the dock area. Yi Tsang was aware of his routine. He spent most of his day honing taijutsu with no leisure activities. It was said that during his years at the border he had been like this every day with terrifying willpower. It's fine, Captain. I can't stay idle. If I stop, I start overthinking. You are the backbone of the team. Helping you is helping everyone. Yi Tsang felt warmth in her heart. She inexplicably recalled the time during the battle with Goju Yagura when Yi Weiwei said he liked eating soft rice. She sighed. The records say you are taciturn and aloof, but I beg to differ. These words startled Yi Weiwei. It was difficult to imitate a person's character and behavior. Even a tiger dozes off. Over time, one's true nature would inevitably. Thus he quickly explained, I walk my own path, let others talk. I don't care what they say. You are clearly a person with strong opinions. Time will witness your efforts. Keep it up, you will surpass me one day. Yi Tsang grew increasingly satisfied with him, as if watching a seed grow into a towering tree. I won't let you down, Captain. Subsequently, Yi Weiwei officially stood by Yi Tsang's side as an assistant. During the day, he patrolled the dock regularly and helped organize documents the rest of the time. At night, he trained in a warehouse by the dock. Since being ambushed by Goju Yagura and nearly killed, he no longer dared to sleep in fixed quarters. Instead, he adopted mobile accommodation, randomly choosing a different warehouse each night. Thus half a month passed. Kirigikure remained inactive, and Yi Weiwei gradually adapted to the rhythm of life. It was far more comfortable than being en route. At least he didn't have to go on missions every other day, leaving no time for training. This was the life he wanted. Every day, without fail, he did 4 hours of physical training, 2 hours in the morning and 2 in the evening, integrating the breathing method. Then came meditation on spiritual arts, chakra control training, and perception training. In contrast, he rarely practiced ninjutsu. Compared to the body and chakra, ninjutsu was a trivial detail. As long as chakra and spiritual power were elevated, the power of ninjutsu would inevitably increase. The waves crashed in a rhythmic succession against the shore. A cool, salty breeze wafted through the air. The protagonists in those legends used the water pressure of waterfalls to temper their bodies. Why shouldn't I try training my physical strength in the seawater? Yi Weiwei became excited at once. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. The relentless pounding of the waves, the immense water pressure while diving. He could use it to exert pressure on every muscle in his body. It was a full body pressure training, and it also helped train his lung capacity. A ninja should make full use of the environment to aid himself. With that thought, he simply took off his clothes, leaped from the dock, and swam in the sea, letting the waves batter his body. After a moment, he took a deep breath and sank to the bottom, feeling the constant water pressure from all directions. He tried to engage all the muscles in his body to resist. During this process, the body entered an activated state driven by survival instinct, with cells becoming highly active and obedient. It works indeed. My stamina is being drained constantly, and my muscle density will gradually increase. It seems I'll be able to unlock the third active state within a few months. It works indeed. My stamina is being drained constantly, and my muscle density will 2 hours later, Yi Weiwei found himself hungry. Compared to the grueling running and push-ups, this method consumed far more energy and stamina. After a full meal, he continued. Practicing twice in the evening and twice in the morning, his progress accelerated greatly. Living at the port also had the advantage of eating fish every day, providing a tremendous supplement of protein, an advantage that was absolutely unmatched elsewhere. After about a month of this, Yi Weiwei could clearly feel a significant improvement in his physical strength, most notably in his lung capacity. Under the pressure of the seawater, he had actually met the requirements for the third active state ahead of time, able to hold his breath for 15 minutes in one go, and his capacity was still expanding. Lung capacity was one of the 2 core elements of the 7-day breathing method. Yi Weiwei's physical training in the seawater was once accidentally witnessed by a colleague who came to the dock, and soon everyone at the station knew about it. They would take time to go in groups to watch, utterly unable to grasp the secret behind it. This guy is still as unconventional as ever, actually thinking of using seawater to train his muscles. Sunrin felt an indescribable mix of emotions, jealousy and admiration. He couldn't do it himself, nor did he have that much perseverance. His companion said, "No wonder he gets promotions and raises. We can't compare. Let's go back." One evening, while practicing his spiritual secret art, Yi Weiwei habitually activated his perception ability to scout. Having been ambushed once, he would never be careless in this life. He quickly opened his eyes, hurriedly took out a signal flare and fired it, because he sensed a large number of ninjas crossing the border and approaching the Shine defense area. Boom. A red signal flare shot into the sky, signaling the highest alert: enemy invasion. Enemy attack. Shouts rang out, and the station ninjas immediately returned to their posts ready for battle. Damn, we've been discovered. Go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A volley of shuriken was exchanged, mixed with the explosions of explosive tags. Boom. A red signal flare shot into the sky, signaling the highest alert: enemy invasion. Enemy attack. Shouts rang out. The reinforcements dispatched this time included many puppeteers, which was the true trump card of Shine. They were no match in a heated confrontation, so they had to rely on unconventional methods to guard their last shred of dignity. They tried to use the hidden mist technique, but Shine dispersed it with wind release and took the opportunity to blow the poisonous smoke toward the Wuin ranks. It seems the mission has failed. Should we continue? They tried to use the hidden mist technique, but Shine dispersed it with wind release and took the opportunity to blow the poisonous smoke toward the Wuin ranks. It seems the mission has failed. Should we continue? Goju Shirtsong thought for a moment and finally said, pull back. The My people are lurking nearby. Oh, we can't let them take advantage again. With the signal to retreat, the Wuin ninjas quickly withdrew. Shine showed no intention of pursuing, and the battlefield fell into silence. The Wuin people seemed to have some concerns and have left. They must be afraid of being ambushed by Mai again. Let everyone stay alert and be wary of anyone approaching. Yi Weiyue conveyed the orders, made a round of inspection, took the opportunity to compile the casualty data from this attack, and then went to report. Captain, we have a total of 10 genin and 2 chunin dead, 5 seriously wounded, and 14 lightly wounded. The medical ninjas are treating them and have stabilized their conditions. Estimated kills of Wuin ninjas 8, with about 30 wounded, mostly caused by traps and poison gas. Heavy losses indeed. Yitsong nodded, somewhat surprised inwardly. She had only asked Yi Weiyue to relay the alert order, but he had even compiled the battle damage statistics, including enemy data. So professional. He demonstrated his dedication through concrete actions. Thanks to your timely detection of the Wuin movement, and the warning or the losses would have been even greater. It's my duty. Based on tonight's situation, my people don't intend to join the fight. It seems the alliance plan between our village and we need to prepare for the worst. It seems so. I had anticipated this, which is why I chose a defensive strategy. The third Hokage was famously a pacifist. How could he actively intervene in the war? He would avoid and delay whenever possible, resolutely refusing to throw the first shuriken. Yi Weiyue did not offer further advice. In his view, Yitsong should lead a small elite force to strike the Wuin garrison, once making them realize that everything has a price. Only then would they dare not launch attacks recklessly. Currently, Wuin was launching sneak attacks roughly every half-month, growing bolder and constantly provoking. Yitsong then asked, I heard you've been training in the sea lately. How are the results? It's going well. My technique requires external pressure to enhance physical strength, so that when I activate it, I can unleash greater power. The dock is an excellent training ground for me. I see. The situation is tense now, so you must be very careful and guard against sneak attacks. Got it. Wuin probably won't come again. Go back and rest, I'll handle the rest. Yi Weiyue hurried back to the warehouse at the dock. He had originally planned to train, but the sudden battle disrupted his plans. He left a shadow clone there, while his real body stealthily departed, heading all the way to the outskirts forest to the Root Organization's outpost. Who goes there? You are. Old Wolf, I've only been away from the organization for over half a year, and you don't recognize me. Wangcai. You are. Old Wolf, I've only been away from the organization for over half a year, and you don't recognize me. So it's you bastard. I heard you're on a secret mission outside. Huh. It was arranged by Lord Danzo himself. I had no choice. When I return to the village, he'll treat you to a meal. Is Lei Bao here? I need to see him. He's inside. Just go in and find him. Tu Lang's expression turned uneasy. Damn, Wangcai had suddenly grown bold, calling Lei Bao directly by name, without any of the previous respect in it. It was as if he were addressing a colleague of the same rank. Recalling that the other party had said Lord Danzo personally arranged his work, that signal usually meant a promotion. Thanks, let's chat when we have time. Yi Weiyue greeted him and walked into the outpost. Thump. Tu Lang punched a tree. Damn it, why is this happening? Clearly he had more seniority, yet Lord Danzo gave the opportunity to Wangcai. The promotion of his colleague gnawed at him. Wangcai used to call him Brother Wolf. Lei Bao looked even more surprised upon seeing Yi Weiyue. Wangcai, aren't you? Yeah, everything went smoothly. I've already gained a foothold in Shine Village. Currently I'm a special jonin, and I hope to advance further in the future. Please report my situation to Lord Danzo and see what instructions he has. He'll send the message back later. Are you at Heizugio as well? Yes. Shine is currently short-handed. Facing Wyan's attacks, they can only defend and dare not attack. Wuyin intends to completely swallow the Wugwa and the southern peninsula of the Hogwa. There won't be any results in the short term, and I can only stay here idly unable to return to Shine Village. I understand. Go back first. Don't contact us again until the organization contacts you. There will be a time for you. Understood. He'll go now. Yi Weiyue left the outpost and quietly returned to the warehouse at the dock. He had revealed a lot of information this time, mainly reporting his work achievements so that the organization would know he was proceeding according to plan and not slacking off. The message was sent back to the root headquarters in my village that same day. After reading it, Tuanzong snorted coldly. Special Jonin Ha, trying to claim credit from me. The implication look I achieved results in the enemy camp in just over half a year advancing toward the upper ranks. Cheyenne is generous enough, so shouldn't the host also show some appreciation? Hey Mao spoke up. My Lord Wangcai's espionage ability is more valuable than his combat power. My original positioning for him was reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Later he was determined to switch to a combat role precisely because he wanted to climb to a higher position. Ambition makes him easy to control. What other weaknesses does he have? Not found yet, but he has asked several times to move into the village. I don't know why. When he returns from the mission, arrange a residence for him in the village. Yes. Then Tuanzong went to the Hokage's office to discuss what strategy to adopt against the aggressive behavior of the Wuyin village. Risen Shine has been hiding something from us. I have obtained the latest intelligence. Wuyin is determined to start a war on the coastal islands, and Shine village has no intention of holding their ground. They have only deployed a little over 100 genin this time with no further reinforcements. If they lose, they will withdraw. What do you mean? Are they planning to completely abandon the Heizijio port? Zhuanqin Xiaoqun was puzzled. Shuahoman Yin denied it impossible. You and I both know the importance of this place to the Fenghua. Wuyin village is determined to win this time, and they have already selected a successor to the Mizukage who is personally commanding the operation. Shine cannot hold out. Yuan Fei Risen and the others exchanged glances and asked, is the intelligence reliable? Why hasn't any news leaked about such a big event? It's unreasonable. My people have infiltrated key positions in both Wuyin and Shine and can access first-hand intelligence. It can't be wrong. Hearing Tuanzong say this, the others no longer doubted. Zhuanqin Xiaoqun said, it seems we can't delay any longer. We need to make a decision quickly. After some discussion, they still didn't want to get involved in the war, preferring to delay as much as possible. After reporting his work achievements, Yi Weiyue continued to go undercover, receiving no instructions from the organization. It seems they intend to keep me as a spy for the long term. Don't play that 3 years, then another 3 years game with me. Then another 3 years. The organization is dark, one must not harbor any illusions about it. If I can advance further in Sunagakure, my value will be maximized, and I won't be easily discarded. I must continue climbing upward. The most important foundation for a ninja to rise is strength. Any plan must be built on solid ability. From that day on, he changed his training from 4 sessions a day to 6. Apart from work and necessary rest, he spent most of his time immersed in seawater. Like a wound-up clock, day after day, he finally achieved his goal after 2 months. First activation open. A faint earthy yellow glow emanated from his skin. Second activation open. His skin became translucent, every pore glowing. Third activation open. His body was enveloped in a halo like a golden Buddha statue. Chakra surged rapidly through his meridians, activating his entire being. The first and second activations were merely preparatory stages. The third activation was when the 7 days breathing method truly displayed its power, triple the lung capacity of a normal state. Ha ha ha, I feel full of power. On the pitch-black sea, Yi Weiyue shone like a bright lamp. Facing the surging waves, he threw a punch, blasting the heavy waves into countless droplets. Rumble. A far more massive wave rolled in from the distance, its impact far exceeding any water release technique. Yi Weiyue quickly pressed his palms together and began to compress wind release with the gale palm, then struck toward the wave. Thump! The seawater trembled, quickly dissipating the force, then dragged Yi Weiyue into the depths. It was a long while before he resurfaced. Huff! No good, the power is too scattered. Start over. So he reactivated the 7 days breathing method and wrestled with the waves, but each time he felt inadequate and suffocated. His lung capacity had long exceeded the requirements of the third activation, even approaching the fourth. His muscle strength also met the criteria, but his circulatory system had not yet been upgraded. Oxygen transport capacity was insufficient. It's time to open the heart chakra. This time Yi Weiyue did not use his previous method of linking the already open root chakra and navel chakra, because he had already activated the 7 days breathing method and all his cells were in an activated state. The frequency of his heartbeat and the speed of blood flow had reached unprecedented levels. The heart chakra was already half loosened. By channeling mental energy to forcibly break through the obstruction, it was like water flowing naturally. A vortex instantly condensed. At the same time, the root chakra and navel chakra trembled in unison, sending a faint tingling sensation throughout his body, and a great satisfaction filled his consciousness. The heart chakra governs emotional output, representing vitality, love, and compassion. Emotion is the key to mobilizing mental energy. Opening this door means that control over spiritual power becomes much easier. It was as if a long-blocked pipe had been cleared. The system operated more smoothly without any trace of stagnation. Let me try again and strive to master this technique, Storm Sky Wolf. By continuously compressing wind release through his palms, he released it as a powerful attack. The size, speed, and angle of his hands would directly determine the form of the jutsu. After relentless attempts, he finally managed to shape it into the form of a howling moon sky wolf. The attack range and power were precisely measured through multiple confrontations with the waves. When he successfully cut a giant wave in two, the system's reward arrived as expected. Insight Point 1. Insight points are precious and cannot be wasted casually. They must be used at critical moments. Now that his mental power has greatly increased, it won't be long before he achieves breakthroughs in the perception technique and wind release shuriken shadow clone. However, he dared not practice it casually because the shuriken shadow clone technique was the signature jutsu of the third Hokage, too conspicuous. If someone saw it, they would surely become suspicious. After toiling until late at night, he finally returned shirtless and found that Itsong was nearby. He immediately felt grateful for his own caution. "Captain, why are you here? Is there an urgent mission?" As he spoke, he invited her into the warehouse where he lived. "No, not really. I just felt uneasy and came to check on you. It's too hard for you to guard the dock alone." Due to his constant training in seawater, Yoru had long shed the rough texture of a desert dweller. His skin became smooth and moist, and his body was well-proportioned and full of tension. The orange lamplight cast upon him added a touch of beauty, and his chiseled face bore the unique heroic spirit of youth. After spending so much time together, this was the first time Itsong saw his true face beneath the bandages. "You're still underage, but you're already taller than me." His actual age was 15, height 1.72 meters. Shinyu was 1 year older than Yoru at 16. "Well, maybe it's because I focus on taijutsu training. I grow fast. To be honest, the environment here is incomparably better than the northern border. Endless water resources, ample food. The best decision in my life was to follow you, Captain, to Cape of the Sea." Yoru sat on a chair preparing to wrap his bandages. "Everyone else thinks about returning to the village every day, but you don't want to go back." Itsong took the bandages and crouched down to help. Most Sunagakure ninjas had the habit of wrapping bandages to block wind and sand and prevent training injuries. Even when away from the wind country on missions, they maintained their old habits. Yoru's gaze unconsciously lingered on Itsong's chest. Without a doubt, his instincts were acting up again. Putting aside everything else, this woman's figure was truly impressive. Slender waist, ample chest, fair and tender skin. Dressed in a backless outfit, she was even more provocative. The topics of private discussions among colleagues mostly revolved around her. "The mission is paramount. I must not be tempted by beauty. It must be the result of the heart chakra just opening, emotions spilling out." Huff. "Heart as pure as ice, unshaken even if the sky falls." He silently recited the ice heart mantra to suppress his inner demons, then simply turned his head away, out of sight, out of mind. Little did he know that this small move had long been noticed by Itsong, who didn't take it seriously. It was perfectly normal for a teenage boy to behave like this. A beautiful female ninja would always draw extra glances if visual trespassing was inevitable. "That's enough. You seem in a good mood today. Did you make a breakthrough in training?" "Yes, my 7 days breathing method has progressed to the 3rd activation state. When activated in battle, I can unleash triple strength." Yoru acted like a student who had achieved good grades, showing off and hoping to earn praise from an adult. When it came to acting, he was confident he was second to none. "Oh, really? That's wonderful. I knew you could do it." Sure enough, Itsong was genuinely happy for him. Yoru had never hidden the details of the 7 days breathing method. He had even discussed its principles and ideas with her. In the process, he also received her careful guidance. It would be foolish not to consult an elite jounin who was right there. Studying chakra's shape and nature transformations alone was far from sufficient. More communication was needed. "Yes, now I am truly a special jounin. Taijutsu is my specialty. If I run into those Kirigakure guys again, I will definitely teach. Soon you'll have that opportunity soon. Are we finally going to launch a counterattack?" Over the past 2 months, Kirigakure had launched several attacks, gradually wearing down Sunagakure's strength. Konoha had always watched from the sidelines, unwilling to intervene. Most of Sunagakure's forces at Cape of the Sea had been worn down. If this continued, they would only be waiting for death. Itsong nodded. "The village has sent word. We must finish this quickly and not drag it out any longer. I've decided to launch a raid on Kirigakure's base. It's about time. A counterattack now is likely expected by Kirigakure, so a hard battle is inevitable." Yitsong understood this all too well, but the disparity in strength was vast. Everyone knew they were outmatched, and only wanted to hold their ground. She couldn't bear to send her subordinates to their deaths. This dilly-dallying had led to the current situation. Do you have any ideas on tactics? Kirigakure has more high-level combatants than us. Captain, you'll definitely be their primary target. If you get bogged down by the enemy, it will be hard to achieve decisive results. We need to find a way to inflict massive casualties on Kirigakure's mid- and low-level forces so we can stem their offensive. You mean Tsunagekyure's greatest advantage was its proficiency in poison warfare. Exactly. Have the village send poison preferably in powder form. It'll infiltrate Kirigakure's base and scatter the poison powder upwind. You lead everyone and wait for my signal. With proper coordination, we can definitely cripple Kirigakure. That's too risky. What if? Too conventional means we have no chance of winning. This is the most reliable plan I can think of. As the captain, you need to trust your subordinates. Everyone in the team has their role and must work together to complete the mission. You can't always try to shoulder everything yourself. Yi Weiyue was always thinking for his leader. You seem better at managing the team than I am. It was no wonder Yitsong thought so. Since Yi Weiyue became her assistant, her work had become increasingly easy and efficient. Previously, she was busy until late at night, but now she finished early and even had time for training. I just observed a lot and came up with ideas on my own. It's kind of my talent. Yi Weiyue scratched his head, pretending to be an embarrassed teenager. The devil was in the details. Some things were definitely not what Shinyu should possess. Yitsong nodded, slightly accepting this explanation. Let's give it a try now. Tomorrow, I'll request poison from the village. We'll have at most 3 days to prepare. I'm always ready. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Don't push yourself too hard. Even if you fail, it's fine. Prioritize your own safety. You're still young. Understood. By the way, Captain, you're not much older than me, are you? If a woman's age is taboo, you shouldn't pry. Yitsong glared at him, stood up, and said, it's late. Get some rest. I'm heading back. Okay, be careful on the way. After seeing Yitsong off, Yi Weiyue did not go to sleep. Instead, he seized the time to break through in the perception technique. Previously, when sensing, he had to sit cross-legged on the ground, relying on the root chakra's ability to connect with the Earth's pulse. After long periods of exploration and improvement, coupled with having opened 3 of the 7 chakras, his control over mental power increased again, and he could finally make a new attempt. First, he sat cross-legged again, pressing 2 fingers to the ground. Through the chakra flow in his meridians, he could synchronously sense the pulse of the Earth, thereby capturing the surrounding situation. For instance, he could clearly perceive Yitsong's biological field, who she was strolling on the dock in the dead of night, looking troubled by many worries. Then Yi Weiyue stood up and crouched on the ground, still touching the earth with his fingers. The familiar sensation vanished, as if the network connection had been severed. Heaving a sigh, Yi Weiyue took a deep breath, channeling his spiritual energy into the root chakra, imagining himself as an energy field with his fingers as nodes connecting his body to the earth. His focus remained on the root chakra, not on his fingers. The familiar sensation reappeared, and he smoothly captured the pulse of the earth, faint yet truly perceptible. In the future, as his spiritual energy continues to increase, his sensitivity will further improve. It seems I still need some time to strengthen this. Let's call it a day. The following 3 days, Yi Weiyue did not go to the sea to train his physical strength. Instead, he devoted himself entirely to sensory perception. He named this sensing technique, modeled after the second Hokage's, the Earth Pulse Sensing Technique. Setting aside the range and clarity for now, once he becomes proficient, a light tap on the ground with his hand will allow him to sense enemies around him. Let's just say, how cool is that? At night, the atmosphere within the camp was somewhat oppressive. Everyone was making their pre-battle preparations, uncertain if they would survive. Does anyone have any questions about the operation? Yitsong asked. If the situation turns against us, and we lose, what then? You all know the situation. If this mission succeeds, Cape of the Sea will regain balance. If it fails, we won't be able to hold it. After defeat, we will return directly to the Land of Wind, and let the people of Konoha deal with the rest. Everyone nodded then. They all had a psychological expectation of the outcome. The chance of victory was very slim. The purpose of this operation is not victory, but to weaken the power of the hidden mist and crush their ambitions. We will temporarily withdraw from Cape of the Sea. We will reclaim it when the time is right. The strategy devised by the Hidden Sand was to retreat in order to advance, forcing Konoha to step in and clash with the Hidden Mist. Understood. Then let's move. Shinyu, it's up to you now. Yi Weiyue nodded solemnly, determined to achieve another great feat before returning to the Hidden Sand village and firmly establish his footing. The Hidden Mist was on high alert. There was no way to easily approach their camp through conventional means. How could those who often ambush others not guard against being ambushed themselves? After assessing the wind direction, Yi Weiyue stealthily moved toward the upwind side, getting as close as possible and prepared to unleash his ninjutsu at the right spot. Earth release, Earth Sea Swimming Dragon whoosh. He plunged into the earth, tunneling underground. He hadn't used Earth release in a long time, yet it felt familiar, as natural as eating and drinking with no trace of disturbance on the surface. The direct benefit of his increased spiritual energy was enhanced control over chakra, and underground, he could even directly activate the Earth Pulse sensing technique to pinpoint the enemy's location. In a deserted corner, the ground cracked, and Yi Weiyue emerged only to find dense fog all around. No, this is the hidden mist technique. They're really cautious. The hidden mist technique not only provides concealment, but also allows the user to sense the chakra of enemies within the fog. Unless the wind is strong enough, it cannot be dispelled. Yi Weiyue had to leave the cover of the white fog and scatter poison at the edge. To ensure success, the hidden sand had prepared 2 types of poison, one in powder form and the other as a toxic mist to be sprayed and spread by the wind. Discussing toxicity without considering concentration is nonsense. Ninja have strong resistance to poison. The goal was only to cause dizziness and psychological panic, preventing them from using their full strength. It took half an hour switching between several points to slowly release all the poison. Boom. A signal flare shot into the sky. Soon after, sounds of battle emerged from the thick fog. The hidden sand ninjas, upon charging in first, threw the poison gas bombs they carried. They never intended to fight Hiden. They would use poison as much as possible and only resort to hidden weapons if necessary. Despicable hidden sand poisoning the air. My head is spinning. I'm finished dead. Someone save me, I'm poison, cough cough. Panic spread among the hidden mist ninjas. They had no mind to fight the hidden sand and only wanted to flee. Wind released Typhoon Pass. A storm swept through, carrying away the thick fog and the poison gas hidden within it. Goju Shirtsong made his move. Is this the last resort of you hidden sand ninjas? Today I will annihilate you all. Try it. Kill them, don't let a single one escape. Itsong waved her hand and charged at Goju Shirtsong with a kunai. The two had fought many times before and knew each other well. They were evenly matched for the time being. The hidden sand ninjas took the opportunity to finish off the poisoned hidden mist ninjas, but the appearance of 2 figures changed the situation. From a nearby house, a man holding a large scroll emerged, charging into the crowd and slashing left and right. Explosions rang out one after another, and limbs flew through the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Silver light darted about. 2 hidden sand ninjas were bound and sliced into pieces by steel wires, terrifying those around into pale faces. Masked Li Xian Chuanwan appeared right after. The merciless duo. 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have come. How could this be? Now it was the hidden sand's turn to panic. They couldn't win, absolutely couldn't. These 2 were notorious for their cruelty. Those who died under their hands were either minced meat or chunks. Dismemberment was the norm. Yi Weiyue and the other 4 special jonin immediately split into 2 teams. 3 were tasked with tying up Li Xian Chuanwan, while he and the remaining puppet master named Yin Yi would engage Wooly Shenba. I can already see your deaths, he. Wooly Shenba sneered, a cruel gleam in his single eye. The number of enemies he had killed ranked among the top in the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Wherever Bao Dao Fei Mo passed, it became a hell of flames. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yin Yi launched the first attack with his puppets. One puppet spewed 1,000 poison needles from its mouth, while the other emitted toxic smoke, a 2-pronged assault. Wooly Shenba dodged around, and after weathering the assault, he closed in to attack. Wind release, great breakthrough. Yi Weiyue exhaled a blast of wind, pushing him back. The latter immediately circled around, running around Yi Weiyue and Yin Yi at high speed, not giving them a chance to use ninjutsu. This guy. My puppets can't hit him, Yin Yi said panically. Don't panic. He'll use taijutsu to tie him up. You seized the chance to Yi Weiyue took a deep breath, activated the 7 heavens breathing method, entering the 3rd activation state, and attacked with a kunai in each hand. Boom, boom, boom. Bao Dao Fei Mo's characteristic was that any collision would trigger explosive tags, endlessly making it akin to fighting with bombs. One could only rely on high-speed movement to escape the blast range before the explosive tags detonated. A dangerous game. You're fast. What technique is that? Wooly Shenba asked curiously. Yi Weiyue only wanted to buy time. He pressed his palms together, compressing wind chakra, and replied patiently, the hidden sand's strongest taijutsu, the 7 heavens breathing method. As he spoke, the ninjutsu was already prepared. He opened his palms at a special angle, releasing the compressed wind release all at once. Storm, celestial wolf. Roar. A storm howled forth, taking the form of a roaring azure wolf, carrying a fierce wind pressure as it lunged at the enemy like lightning. Wooly Shenba heart screamed warnings. Without hesitation, he activated the explosive tag array of Bao Dao Fei Mo, instantly summoning hundreds of explosive tags to detonate simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Flames swept out, spreading in all directions with continuous roaring. Yi Weiyue quickly fled the explosion zone and reached Yin Yi, who deployed 2 puppets in front as shields. Did we get him, Mai? Unlikely. His strength is beyond what we can handle. It would be a blessing if we could seriously injure him. The flames dispersed, and Wooly Shinba stood not far away, leaning on his explosive blade. Apart from torn clothes, he seemed to have suffered no substantial damage. Fire beats wind, you know, kid. You're in big trouble. Bring it on. As the saying goes, lose the battle, but not the spirit. Yi Weiyue extended his hand and beckoned to Wooly Shinba, then said to the side, "Brother, Yin Yi, this round is on you. He'll play support." Yin Yi knew he couldn't back down now. Gritting his teeth, he launched an attack. His 2 puppets were a scorpion and a rhinoceros. The scorpion puppet's 2 large pincers were its weapons, while the rhinoceros beetle puppet's horn was exceptionally sharp, capable of high-speed ramming. The 2 puppets coordinated to attack from both sides. Wooly Shinba leaped into the air and slammed down heavily on the scorpion puppet's back. Thud! The scorpion puppet didn't budge. The hardness of its back shell was beyond imagination. A 3-finger-thick steel plate could withstand explosive tag blasts. At that moment, Yin Yi manipulated the rhino beetle puppet to lift its rear and spew black toxic smoke at Wooly Shinba, forcing him. Wind release shuriken. Yi Weiyue followed up, throwing 2 high-speed spinning shurikens in a cross attack. Huh. You two are interesting. Wooly Shinba didn't dodge. Instead, he swung Bao Dao Fei Mo and knocked the incoming shurikens away, sparks flying. Earth split. Bao Dao Fei Mo was thrust into the ground, and the explosive tags detonated, tearing a large fissure in the earth. Then he swung the blade forward, and the explosive flames spread along the crack. Red flames burst forth from the fissure like lava, extremely fast. Crack! The scorpion puppet was engulfed by the flames rising from the ground. Its defense was concentrated on the back, leaving the abdomen vulnerable. It was instantly dismembered. Ah, my puppet, you bastard. Yin Yi was heartbroken, almost crying. A month's work wasted. Don't panic, brother. We still have the rhino beetle. Be careful not to let him succeed again. Brother Chinyue, do you have any ideas? You activate Horn Charge, and he'll use Gale Palm to accelerate you. It's all or nothing. If we fail, well, just run. Alright, let's do it. Crack. Under Iwanoya's manipulation, the rhinoceros beetle puppet charged at Muji Katsuragi, its long horn thrust forward. Crack. Under Iwanoya's manipulation, the rhinoceros beetle puppet charged at Muji Katsuragi, its long horn thrust forward. Through his chakra threads, Iwanoya could adjust the attack trajectory at any moment, leaving his opponent no choice but to withstand the impact. Muji Katsuragi, a man of ferocity, met the charge head-on with his blade. Boom. Amid the violent collision, detonating tags erupted, and as expected, the rhinoceros beetle puppet was gloriously destroyed. Muji Katsuragi, a man of ferocity, met the charge head-on with his blade. Boom. Amid the violent collision, detonating tags erupted, and as expected, the rhinoceros beetle puppet was gloriously destroyed. Hello light. Explosive sword technique, Hatsubaku Roku Shurshur. A cascade of explosions from the outer edge toward the center, leaving the enemy with no escape. Yorujetsu stealthily stepped back, channeling Earth Release Ninjutsu, ready to flee underground. At that critical moment, Iwanoya produced another puppet. A tumter-long iron centipede coiled into a ring, forming the sturdiest defense to block the blast. One can never know how many gadgets a puppeteer carries. The screams from nearby drew their attention. 3 comrades assigned to deal with Kurirer Kushimaru had suffered casualties. One dismembered, another suspended by wires. The trap master Eureka, her spirit shattered, turned and fled as she simply could not fight on. It seems this battle is lost for us. Retreat. Yorujetsu pulled a whistle from his person and blew. The piercing sound rang out, and the remaining Sunagakure ninjas, hearing the signal, withdrew, carrying their fallen comrades. Don't think you can escape. However, a ninja determined to flee, especially a jonin, is notoriously difficult to intercept. Iwanoya retracted the centipede puppet to cover the retreat of the remaining Sunagakure ninjas, while Yorujetsu dashed toward another battlefield, where Pakura and Yagura were locked in fierce combat. She had mastered the fireball technique to perfection. Beyond the standard small fireballs, large fireballs, and rapid fireball volleys, she could even affix fireballs to her feet. Combining Scorch Release with Taijutsu, she forged a unique fighting style. In close quarters combat, if her kick landed, the flames clinging to her foot would penetrate the opponent's body. The core effect was high-temperature moisture evaporation. Mild cases caused dehydration, severe ones turned the victim into a mummy. Thump. Under the third active state of the 7 days breathing technique, Yorujetsu cut into the battle, launching a kick that struck Yagura's staff. Yagura, clearly not expecting such force from the assailant, was thrown off balance. Captain, go now. Don't let them escape. Yagura shouted urgently. The ruthless duo moved swiftly, blocking the path ahead. Muji Katsuragi charged through the fireball without a second thought, his blade cleaving through it. The fireball split in two and hurtled straight toward him. He sensed the danger, but could not stop his momentum. In the nick of time, Kururare Kushimaru kicked him aside, saving him from becoming a mummy. Whiz. Silver needles shot through the air, aiming straight for Yorijetsu, as Yagura gave chase from behind, forming a pincer attack. Yorijetsu's speed was equally swift. He sidestepped and even reached out to grab the sewing needle. Kururare Kushimaru reacted quickly, yanking the wire to retract the needle. Pakura unleashed a wind release attack against the ruthless duo. Without subduing these two obstacles, escape was impossible. Wind release wind cutter. Two crescent-shaped wind blades several meters long materialized and howled as they swept forward. Muji Katsuragi and Kururare Kushimaru dared not meet the attack heat-in. They dodged left and right, taking positions on either side to deny the enemy any chance of escape. From behind, Yagura launched his ninjutsu, water release water dragon bullet technique. Storm Skywolf. The azure storm transformed into a wolf shape and collided with the water dragon, churning up a torrent of water, and soon a downpour drenched the battlefield. Yorijetsu braced himself and charged at Yagura for close quarters taijutsu. He knew he stood no chance in ninjutsu. He could only buy time with taijutsu, allowing Pakura to tear through the ruthless duo's defensive line. Yorijetsu braced himself and charged at Yagura for close quarters taijutsu. He knew he stood no chance in ninjutsu. He could only buy time with taijutsu. Sensing the disadvantage, Yorijetsu softened his tone. Old friend, let bygones be bygones. If we fight to the death, you'll suffer injuries too, won't you? Don't forget the leaf ninjas are lurking in the shadows watching. How will you deal with them then? Though Yagura was younger, Yorijetsu had to swallow his pride and speak from the heart. Don't think a few nice words will make me let you go. You've killed too many of ours. You won't leave here. We've suffered heavy losses too. We'll even give up the port. Show mercy. Dream on. Yagura's resolve was unshakable. He was determined to kill them both, constantly seeking an opening to create distance and use water release techniques. But his opponent employed a sticky tactic, using speed to stay in close quarters, preventing him from forming hand seals, which left him thoroughly frustrated. On the other side, Pakura knew the urgency. Conventional means would not subdue the ruthless duo, so she channeled her remaining chakra into a powerful technique. Scorch release, scorching rain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless fireballs the size of ping-pong balls blanketed the area ahead, a Wideria indiscriminate strike. Kururare Kushimaru and Muji Katsuragi screamed in agony, covering their heads as they fled, their bodies scorched, with burns emitting plumes of white smoke. Kururare Kushimaru and Muji Katsuragi screamed in agony, covering their heads as they fled, their bodies scorched, with boom. He unleashed a tornado to obstruct Yagura's advance. This technique was perfect for both breaking defenses and blocking enemies. Simple, effective, and powerful. The one who invented it was a genius. Yorijetsu used the body flicker technique to appear beside Pakura, who was now drained of chakra and swaying. He scooped her up, slung her over his back, and damn it, Yagura was furious. The enemy was cunning and exceptionally fast, leaving him helpless. When he surveyed the battlefield, he found the Kirigakure losses were even heavier than expected. Most had been poisoned and then slaughtered by Sunigakure ninjas. Damned Sunigakure, it'll make you pay one day. After the Suna ninjas retreated, they didn't even return to their camp. By the time Kirigakure pursued, they found it empty. Everything had been packed and taken away. This scene was observed by the Konoha Yenbu lurking in the shadows. Nakatsuna has really fled. Send the intelligence back to the village immediately. Meanwhile, Yorijetsu carried Pakura on his back for half an hour before finally catching up with the main force, his stamina nearly spent. Only a dozen Suna ninjas remained, all wounded. The village had originally dispatched over 100+ earlier reinforcements. Most had perished at Cape of the Sea, a devastating loss. Shinua put me down. By now Pakura had recovered a little. Being carried by a subordinate, especially in front of so many people, was deeply embarrassing for her. Yes, ma'am. Yorijetsu responded respectfully, without overstepping. The two soft mounds on his female superior's chest were genuine. Carrying her provided excellent shock absorption. Not uncomfortable at all. Yorijetsu, young and resilient, quickly regained his energy. He spotted Abu in the crowd and approached him. I knew you'd make it. When we get back, the village will likely promote a batch of chunin for the coming war. You've got a chance. Only relief that they had survived. Yorijetsu, young and resilient, quickly regained his energy. He spotted Abu in the crowd and approached him. I knew you'd make it. When we get back, the village will likely promote a batch of chunin for the coming war. You've got a chance. I hope so. A puppeteer's strength was measured by the number of puppets they could control. Abu's skills were decent, and he had accumulated enough merit. Our Sunigakure relies on you puppeteers to uphold our reputation. Otherwise we might not even hold onto the title of one of the 5 great shinobi villages. If you're short on funds, just tell me. Don't be shy. In the past, Yorijetsu had looked down on puppeteers, considering it a minor path. How many could reach the level of Chiyo? But after deeper interaction, he realized that while their high-end combat power might be lacking, they were incredibly useful against mid and low-level ninjas. So he decided to cultivate their friendship. This time Abu didn't hold back. Thank you. I'll find you if I need anything. The expenses of a puppeteer were enormous. Many were hindered by a lack of funds to purchase materials for crafting powerful puppets. After a few words with Abu, Urajetsu turned to find Iwanoya, who was busy repairing the damage the centipede puppet had sustained in the explosion. He pulled out a stack of bills and quietly slipped them into Iwanoya's pocket. What are you doing? Iwanoya was bewildered. Why would he give him money for no reason? He hesitated to accept. I owe you for that fight. If you hadn't blocked that explosion, I would have been severely injured too. Plus you took the lead multiple times while I just supported. You shouldn't bear the losses alone. This is a token of my appreciation. If you don't take it, I won't have the face to work with you again. Iwanoya made a show of refusing before accepting. Well, alright. It's been a pleasure working with you. Let's team up again sometime. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Urajetsu nodded with a smile. He looked around and spotted Hayato sitting in a corner, seemingly dazed by the loss of his comrades. For him, the former border patrol comrades were potential threats. They might have seen the true face of Chunyu. He needed to keep his distance and alienate. After roughly assessing everyone's condition, he returned to Pakura's side to report. His plan was to expand his circle centered around Pakura. Captain, we defeated the numerically superior Kirigakure forces and inflicted heavy losses. That should keep them quiet for a while. The operation plan was barely completed, but so many died. I don't know how to face their families. Pakura said with war inevitably brings tragedy. Tragedy breeds hatred and hatred fuels new wars. That's the nature of the shinobi system. An individual can't change the status quo. We can only do what we can. Protect our comrades, protect our village. The world was a messed up place. As a spy, he talked about love and protection all day, using an overflow of positivity to mask his false identity. Only in this way could he find a semblance of peace. Chunyu, you have done an excellent job on this mission. Upon returning to the village, I will strongly recommend you to Lord Wind Shadow. He possessed strength, insight, courage, exceptional execution, valued his comrades, and was loyal to the village. In Yitsong's view, Yiwuya possessed most of the qualities to become a powerful ninja. Without any bloodline limit, he had independently developed high-level taijutsu and forged his own path. Becoming a jonin was a foregone conclusion, and she was very optimistic about it. Yiwuya felt a bit panicked. The village's higher-ups were all cunning old foxes. He was not confident he could deceive them, and his identity would not withstand scrutiny. Thank you for your kindness, Captain. I am still far from worthy. I dare to act boldly because I have your support behind me. Even if problems arise, you will help me solve them. If I were truly to stand on my own, I don't know what issues might occur. I wish to continue serving under your command to accumulate more experience and enhance my strength. I'm sorry I wasn't thoughtful enough. I forgot you were still underage. It's alright, I understand. The village is in urgent need of talent, and you are doing it for the village. If the opportunity is right, I will strive for it, and never let you down. Alright, it's settled. The more Yitsong interacted with Chun, the more she liked him. He was considerate, respectful to his superiors, and his words touched the heart. For some reason, her mind involuntarily recalled the scene of him carrying her on his back during the retreat. His broad back made her feel an immense sense of security. Good heavens, what am I thinking? Chunyu is my subordinate. He respects me from the bottom of his heart. As his superior, how could I? Captain, are you alright? Yiwu. I noticed that Yitsong was distracted, her mind wandering, and her state. Maybe I'm just too tired. He'll be fine after a short rest. Yitsong lowered her head somewhat guiltily, and explained, you should also take the time to rest. There's still a long way ahead. Oh, in fact, Yiwu had already rested enough. He jumped onto a treetop to help keep watch. Everyone in the team knew he was Yitsong's subordinate, and no one dared to provoke him. Even when back in the village, if anything happened, there would always be someone to speak up for him at critical moments. Otherwise, he would have been assigned to a small house on the outskirts of the village, having to run to the public water tank just to get a drink. A week later, the team returned to the village. Several members had died on the way due to severe injuries that could not be effectively treated. Yitsong went to report on the mission while the others returned to their respective residences. In the Wind Shadow's office, the third generation nodded slightly after listening to Yitsong's report. You did well, and you have not dishonored the prestige of Shine. Now we will see how my responds. We have lost many personnel. That cannot be helped. During this mission, you have discovered an excellent talent for the village. Do you have any suggestions regarding him? Chunyu is still young and needs to accumulate experience and strength. I believe that in the near future he will surely play a key role for the village. Alright, let him continue working under your command. I will make appropriate arrangements for other matters. You've worked hard, go back and rest for a while. I'll take my leave now. At the Cape of the Sea, after Wuyin completely occupied the port, they took a brief rest and then began expanding westward. The Wajigwa, being unclaimed territory, was naturally incorporated into their domain. Next, they set their sights on the southwestern peninsula of the Fire Country. This area was connected to Wajigwa as a whole, shaped like a crescent moon hanging on the southernmost part of the Fire Country. The Water Country, being a maritime nation, had long coveted this region, seeking to control the coastal islands and monopolize maritime supremacy. Faced with Wyan's repeated provocations, Mai and Shine both adopted a defensive strategy, unwilling to start a war. Little did they know that this behavior bolstered Wyan's confidence, making them act more arrogantly. The third-generation Fire Shadow had started having headaches again in the past 2 days, and he also felt a bit regretful. Oh, it would have been better to ally with Shine earlier. Risen, the current passive situation is all caused by your indecisiveness. If I hadn't ordered Root to sabotage Wyan's operations, the current situation would have emerged over a year ago. Tuanzang, now is not the time for mutual accusations. Risen was also trying to avoid dragging the village into war again and the hard-won peace. The more you fear war, the more it will follow you like a shadow. Peace obtained through compromise can shatter at any moment. Don't you understand? The current situation would have emerged over a year ago. Tuanzang, now is not the time for mutual accusations. Risen was also trying to avoid dragging the village into war again, and Shuahoman Yin took the opportunity to say, Tuanzang, you mentioned last time that Root has high-level intelligence agents embedded in both Shine and Wuyin. It's not yet time to activate them. Wuyin has just made a move. In my opinion, now is the time for the intelligence agents to fulfill their role. We can make preparations in advance and crush Wyan's ambitions. Continuing to wait will only cause greater losses, right? Shuahoman Yin and Zhuanxin Xiaochun were both eager to obtain Wyan's core intelligence immediately to alleviate their anxiety. As for the risk of exposure, they could always send new intelligence agents later. That was the concern of the Umbu or Root, not within their scope of consideration. Without intelligence, accurate judgments cannot be made, let alone the formulation of battle plans. Any deviation in the middle could lead to heavy casualties and economic losses when implemented at the lower levels. No one was wrong. They were all considering the issues from their own perspectives. Yuan Fei Risen sat in his chair, smoking silently, without speaking. Tuanzang asked, Risen, what are your plans? The current situation of the village is indeed not suitable for a protracted struggle with Wuyin. We need to concentrate our forces for a precise strike, dealing a heavy blow to Wuyin to buy time. Despite the third generation always talking about cherishing comrades at critical moments, he would still choose to sacrifice a few individuals to protect the village. Tuanzang had long anticipated this. Understood. Within a week at most, the intelligence will be delivered to your hands. Thank you for your hard work. When the agent returns to the village, I will meet with them personally. The prerequisite was that this person could return alive. Once core intelligence was leaked, Wuyin would certainly realize there was a spy and initiate a reverse investigation, meaning the infiltration would come to an end. For this engagement with Wuyin, I plan to have some young ninja participate. That's as it should be. Additionally, do you have a suitable candidate for commander? One has extensive experience. Let Zilayi go. That's fine too. Zhuanxin Xiaochun and Shuahoman Yin nodded in agreement. Tuanzang narrowed his eyes, neither agreeing nor opposing. In Shine Village, Yi Wuyue lived in a mushroom-shaped house in the corner for a few days. After the welfare benefits were approved, he began to... It was still a round mushroom-shaped house, but the difference was that the area and space were several times larger, and it had 2 floors. The ground floor was for living, and it was still a round mushroom-shaped house, but the difference was that the area and space were several times larger, and it had 2 floors. The ground floor was for living and the living room, while the upper floor was for bedrooms and a large flat area. The bathroom was fully equipped with a shower toilet and wash basin, all high-end brands imported from the Lightning Country. This is the meaning of heart. Lying on the comfortable large bed, his mind achieved unprecedented relaxation. Suffering a little outside was nothing, but was all temporary. As long as he returned to his home in the village, there would be delicious food, hot water, and a peaceful life. Of course, if one were a genin, it would be miserable. No matter where, it was bitter. A dual torment of spirit and body with no end in sight. Before he knew it, he fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already evening, and he was startled awake by a knock on the door. Who is it? Yi Wuyue opened the door with sleepy eyes and found a little girl peeking in. She had gray-brown shoulder-length hair, clear big eyes filled with innocence. Excuse me. Are you Chinyu? Yes, I am. My name is Wan. The teacher asked me to call you over for... While speaking, Wan twisted her hands together, looking very nervous. You are the captain's student. Sorry, this is our first meeting. Please wait a moment. Yi Wuyue quickly went inside to change clothes. When he came out again, he placed a conch shell in Wan's hand. I found this by the seaside. If you put it to your ear, you can hear the sound of the waves. Really? Wan joyfully took it and put it to her ear. Wow, I can really hear it. Thank you. This is the first gift I've received from someone other than my teacher. Really? Wan joyfully took it and put it to her ear. Wow, I can really hear it. Thank you. This is the first gift I've received from someone. Yitsong's home was not far from his house. It looked similar from the outside, but the interior was more spacious, and it also had a small yard plan. The furniture in the room had some history, suggesting it had been lived in for many years. At that moment, Yitsong was wearing a beige casual kimono and a cat-themed apron, cooking in the kitchen. Her long green hair was loose, held back by a headband. The table was already set with prepared dishes. Wait a moment, there's still miso soup. It will be ready soon. This is too sumptuous. Thank you very much for your hospitality. Yi Weiyue quickly bowed to express his appreciation for her kindness. Shine Village was not like Mayu. Conditions were limited. Ordinary families ate coarse grains and drank cold water to get by. For dishes and a soup were definitely a luxurious feast. Don't be polite. I rarely cook, and this is a rare occasion. My skills are a bit rusty. I'm not sure if it will suit your taste. Not at all, it looks delicious. A person who had eaten lizards would never be picky. Being invited to the captain's home for dinner meant she considered him one of her own. Soon the miso soup was ready. The three sat at the table and began the pre-meal ritual, pressing their palms together. Family meals were mostly served individually. Each person had a portion of rice, a bowl of miso soup, plus 2 side dishes and 2 main dishes. Everyone ate their own portion, so no one had to worry about eating someone else's saliva. During the meal, Yitsong helped serve rice several times, knowing that as a taijutsu-type ninja, Yi Weiyue had high energy consumption and a large appetite. After the meal, one played nearby. Yitsong voluntarily introduced, this child's parents died at the hands of Wuin Ninja. She wants to become a ninja to avenge her parents. Just as you said, war creates tragedy, tragedy breeds hatred, and hatred spawns new wars. Let her come chat with me when she has time. There are many beautiful things in the world worth cherishing. She needs more psychological building. As for revenge, if one has the ability, go ahead. It's not a bad thing. When she grows up, she will make her own choice. You're right. I was too worried. Chinua, do you have any dreams? Don't laugh at me, but my dream is to protect Lord Tuanzang. Considering that he was currently playing the role of someone else, he had to speak in character, so he said, I want to prove through my own efforts that those who specialize in taijutsu can also become powerful ninja. I believe you will definitely achieve your goal. You are already halfway to success. Keep it up. What is the captain's dream? I actually don't have any grand dreams. Yahira lowered her head, a little embarrassed. If I must say something, protecting the village and protecting my comrades is my dream. That shows you are a peace-loving person. Most people live for themselves, only a rare few live for others. But humans cannot truly understand each other. The things you painstakingly guard might for some reason choose to hurt you. That kind of thing shouldn't happen, right? What if it does, Yahira pondered for a moment and replied, I would choose to forgive. I don't protect my comrades for the sake of reward. You are truly a kind person. Aren't you the same? Your conviction to protect your comrades and fight for the village surpasses even mine. You are truly a kind person. Aren't you the same? Your conviction to protect your comrades and fight for the I have no reason to abandon it. It's an obligation. Perhaps, Yahira smiled, believing she had seen through her subordinate's tough exterior and soft heart. After a few more exchanges, Yi Weiyue proactively took his leave. The more he spoke, the greater the chance of exposure. It was best to say as little as possible. Chunyu was aloof by nature. Even with his change, he couldn't suddenly become eloquent. For the time being, he continued to immerse himself in taijutsu training, heading to the village's designated training ground. While others practiced ninjutsu or shuriken throwing, he was a landscape unto himself, focusing solely on tempering his body. A Tokubetsu Jonin specializing in taijutsu was a rarity in Sunagakure, so his reputation soon spread, reaching. Many believed he was unworthy of the title, having gained the position of Tokubetsu Jonin through back channels, and disgruntled they came to challenge him. Yi Weiyue was delighted by this, as he discovered that constant combat allowed his body to better adapt to the 7-day breathing method, and the effects of bodily activation grew increasingly pronounced. It was equivalent to high-intensity training, but he had to limit the frequency to avoid harming his foundation. One day after defeating a challenger, he was about to resume training when someone blocked his path. May I spar with you? This voice is. Yi Weiyue turned his head and saw a handsome red-haired youth. Xia. To be honest, I'm not very good at fighting puppet masters. You know why? I can't go all out. Sorry. Yi Weiyue made an excuse to leave. Why should a spy like him go toe-to-toe with a privileged son of Sunagakure? To be honest, I'm not very good at fighting puppet masters. You know why? I can't go all out. Sorry. Yi Weiyue made an excuse to leave. Why should a spy like him go toe-to-toe with a privileged son of Sunagakure? But Xia wasn't about to let him go. Worried about poison. I promised not to use poison. Only hidden weapons and the puppet itself. You're not afraid, are you? A cunning fellow using provocation to ruin his reputation. Unacceptable. I've heard you're hailed as a prodigy puppeteer. Today you'll see what you're really made of. Seeing Yi Weiyue accept the challenge, Xia wasted no time. He unrolled a scroll and released a four-limbed humanoid puppet, then slipped. This is my latest work, Hiriko. I hope your taijutsu can entertain me. Yi Wu narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Xie to have already crafted Hiriko at this stage. Unlike its later version, the current Hiriko had no face on its back. It looked like a normal puppet of wood and iron, but Hiriko was actually a human puppet. Human puppets were a strictly forbidden field of research in Sunagakure, much like Orochimaru's human experiments in Konoha. Yet no one seemed to find it strange. Xie had invented many puppet models, and many puppeteers used his patented designs. Perhaps some noticed, but chose to remain silent. Please enlighten me. Yi Wu formed the seal of confrontation and immediately activated the third level of activation, charging. At that moment, a steel scorpion tail shot out from a gap in Hiriko's back, attacking from an extremely tricky angle. Bang bang bang. Under the 7-day breathing method, Yi Wu's speed was equally astonishing. He chose to meet the scorpion tail heat. Xie grew more excited during the exchange. What a powerful body. If I could turn it into a puppet, it would become a rare click, click. Hiriko's mouth opened, spewing a dense rain of sunbon. Wind release, great breakthrough. A spherical tornado formed a defensive wall, scattering all the sunbon harm. If he only relied on taijutsu, he would be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he also dabbled in ninjutsu. He quickly clasped his hands together to prepare the next attack. Storm Celestial Wolf. Roar. A high-pressure wind mass mixed with wind-release chakra shaped like a wolf leaped across the void to pounce on the scorpion, crawling on the ground. It bit into the scorpion's body, tearing and shaking violently, flipping it over. Perfect opportunity. Hercules kick. Yi Wu suddenly accelerated and charged forward, kicking Hiriko's abdomen. Don't even think about it. Xie sensed the danger and hastily manipulated the scorpion tail to counterattack, trying to force Yi Wu back. The latter stood his ground, letting the tip of the tail strike his chest. Clang. The sound of metal clashing. What? Armor. Xie was furious. He had thought Yi Wu was going for a mutual defeat, but instead, he had a steel plate hidden under his clothes. Shameless. Where was the grit of a taijutsu user? Die. Boom. An explosive force spread through Hiriko's abdomen, causing it to disintegrate into countless pieces on the spot. Xie, operating from inside, had to evacuate in a hurry. Looking at the scattered fragments on the ground, he frowned. It seems there's still much to improve. He flicked his hand, and chakra threads shot out, retrieving the core. The core of a puppeteer is hidden weapons and poison. Don't stray from the path. Yi Wu reminded him with the air of a victor. Are you lecturing me? Xie's eyes flashed with danger. A mere Tokubetsu Jonin, having crushed one of his little toys, dared to be so airy. Isn't lecturing the privilege of the victor? Or did I lose just now? If you have a more powerful puppet, I'm ready. I don't mind, even if you use poison. The victory emboldened Yi Wu, his spine stiffening. This body of yours is quite impressive. I hope you continue to. Xie praised Yi Wu's body, once more nodded with satisfaction, and turned to leave. There was no point in arguing with a Yi Wu felt as if a hunter had set his sights on him, a chill running down his spine. Xie was cunning and treacherous. Even the third Kazekage had fallen into his hands. I can't sleep peacefully anymore. I have to guard against a sneak attack. He trained all day with a heavy heart, his efficiency greatly diminished. As it turned out, even spies dread being targeted. He dared not truly sleep at night, his heart always on edge. 5 days later, Yi Wu broke down, dark circles under his eyes. Damn, Xie just come and ambush me already. Yi Wu considered leaving the village on a mission to avoid the heat, but worried Xie would intercept him on the road. After much deliberation, he decided to lie low in the village. At the training ground, he practiced taijutsu with one of the two, sparring with kunai. Yoru sat nearby watching the duel and occasionally correcting one's movements, allowing them to gain experience in real combat. During a break, she prepared a cup of water for each of them. You've seemed distracted these past few days. Is something troubling you? Yi Wu nodded. Thinking about someone. Tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Is that so? Yoru's cheeks flushed involuntarily. She turned away, pretending to admire the village scenery. In truth, she had recently been replaying the events of their. As his assistant, they interacted with high frequency, becoming intertwined in each other's work and life. Yi Wu's figure often appeared in her mind. Is he hinting at something? One looked curiously at Yi Wu and asked, who is it? It's someone it's inconvenient to name. For certain reasons, I can't take the initiative. I have to wait for him to come to me. Come to him. That can't be. Such explicit words made Yoru's heart race, her face growing even redder as she dared not look at him. What if that person never comes to you? Juan pressed on. Then he'll wait forever. He'll come eventually. I'm sure of it. Yi Wu was very confident. Xie would definitely lose patience. All right, brother Chinue, I'd like to practice shuriken throwing now. Sure. Shuriken throwing has many techniques, and it's one of the most commonly used auxiliary weapons in a ninja's arsenal. Used well, it can achieve surprising results. Come, I'll demonstrate. Yi Wu stood up and walked toward the target. This was the most basic subject in the root organization. Sensei, will you join us? I suddenly remember there's something I need to handle. You two practice, they'll head back first. Yahira dared not stay any longer, fearing Yuuyue might utter more outrageous words. She stood up, made her excuses, and fled the training ground. Meanwhile, Xia was holed up at home making puppets. After several days, he finally rebuilt the improved Hiriko. First, he enhanced its grip strength, so it wouldn't be easily overturned by wind release. Second, he reinforced the bottom for greater hardness. That guy's wind release seems formidable too, complementing his taijutsu. Relying solely on my puppet won't make it easy to take him down. Time passed slowly. Half a month later, Xia checked the mission records and found that Yuuyue had been holed up in the village. If you think that's enough to stop me. Xia went to the mission hall, posted a mission, and then requested the deployment of village ninjas for execution. Using the need for a taijutsu specialist as a pretext, he submitted Chin Yu's name. Damn Scorpion. Yuuyue slammed his fist on the table upon receiving the mission notice. He could dodge once, but not forever. All his recent caution seemed utterly ridiculous. The mission required capturing demon scorpions in the demon desert. Their materials and venom were essential for making puppets in Sunagakure. Demon scorpions roamed in swarms, were formidable in combat, and hid in underground spaces with complex environments, making it impossible for puppeteers to operate effectively. On the day of departure, Yuuyue met his two teammates. One was an old acquaintance, the trap master Yumari, and the other was a fire-release ninja named Jiyu. A high-level Jonin squad. Scorpion's influence was indeed vast. After a brief wait, Scorpion approached leisurely. Since everyone is here, let's move out. The squad dashed southeast, reaching their destination half a day later. Before them lay a wide fissure, dozens of meters across, its depths seemingly bottomless. Is it down there? How do we get down? Yuuyue asked. Figure it out yourself, Scorpion replied, pulling out a tool and firing a rope mechanism into the rock face opposite the fissure. Bang! The iron hook embedded itself into the cliff. Scorpion grabbed the rope and leaped into the fissure, his movements practiced, clearly having been here many times before. Yamari spoke up. I brought ropes. You two can use mine. Thanks, I'll go first, said Yuuyue. All right. The three secured one end of the rope to the ground, and Yuuyue slid down first to the bottom, where pitch darkness enveloped everything. No matter, he had a flashlight. He switched it on and swept the beam around. Demon scorpions fear light. Doing that will scare them away, making capture harder. Scorpion's voice emerged from the darkness, his expressionless face appearing. Got it. Yuuyue turned off the flashlight and stood still, surrounded by darkness. If the other attacked with a puppet, it would be hard to dodge. Soon after, Yamari and Jiyu descended in turn. The squad assembled and began moving, winding through the underground cavern until they reached a slightly more open area. Set the traps here. Jiyu used fire release to cut off the scorpion's retreat, but don't burn them. Shinyue, you're in charge of capture. Scorpion assigned tasks to the three, but said nothing about his own role. He was the temporary squad leader and the mission's financier. Whatever he said went. Great, all the dangerous work is left to me. You're afraid I won't die fast enough. Yuuyue fumed internally, but had no choice but to reply casually, no problem. He was the temporary squad leader and the mission's financier. Whatever he said went. Great, all the dangerous work is left. Traps weren't just pits and poison. That was for beasts. Demon scorpions were massive creatures with chakra and formidable attack power. Ordinary traps were useless. Blast tags were also out of the question. Shattering the scorpions would ruin the mission. The traps relied mainly on steel wires, kunai, and ninjutsu to immobilize the targets. Scorpion had vanished somewhere. Yuuyue maliciously suspected he was setting traps against him. After 2 hours of labor, the traps were finally ready. Fresh meat was placed as bait, and the waiting began. Soon the sound of limbs scraping against rock echoed from the darkness. There were many of them. Due to the poor light, their shapes were unclear. Only when the demon scorpions triggered the trap did Jiyu light a candle. 5 or 6 giant scorpions, each the size of an adult human, snapped their pincers at the surrounding steel wires. Yamari hastily manipulated the wires with chakra threads, but the scorpion's immense strength made it ineffective. Hurry, they're breaking free. Coming. Yuuyue took a deep breath, activated the 7-day breathing technique, and charged forward, slamming his fist into the scorpion's flank. Boom. The flesh beneath his iron fist shattered, internal organs ruptured, and the creature rolled over several times before falling still. The other scorpions, seeing their comrade's death, grew agitated. They burst free from the wires, raising their massive pincers to charge. Yuuyue tried the same tactic, circling to strike their soft underbellies, but was blocked by their tails. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a kunai flew in from the side, its tail attached to a steel wire that quickly wrapped around the scorpion's tail. Seizing the opportunity, Yuuyue dispatched 2 more with a few quick blows. The remaining 3 turned and fled. Jiyu was already waiting. Fire release fireball technique. Whoosh! A massive spherical fireball materialized, illuminating the underground cavern. The sudden flames panicked the scorpions, throwing them into chaos. Bang! 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 Yi Weiyue dashed in, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, finishing off the 3 scorpions. Done, he said, deactivating the 7-day breathing technique and preparing to celebrate the mission's end, when a sudden dizziness washed over him. Damn, the air is poisoned. He had used this trick on the Mist Ninja before and instantly understood Scorpion's plan. The 7-day breathing technique enhanced his strength by expanding lung capacity, but that was also its weakness. If poison was dispersed in the air, he would absorb it several times faster than others. Yamari and Jiyu showed no signs of poisoning, unaware of the danger. They saw Yi Weiyue holding his forehead and assumed it was a side effect of his secret technique. Yi Weiyue dared not say more. He quickly said, "You two clean up here. I'm going to check deeper inside." Without waiting for a response, he plunged into the tunnel, heading deeper into the cave. He wasn't foolish enough to run toward the exit. Scorpion was surely waiting there. "That guy. What's wrong?" Jiyu was stunned. Yamari shook her head too. "Never mind him. Let's get out of here quickly." Though they had no idea what had happened, they grew wary, packed up hastily, and hurried toward the surface. They climbed the rope out of the fissure, but found no sign of Scorpion. "Let's head back to the village first. The mission's done anyway. They should be able to return on their own." "Fine." Once Jiyu and Yamari had left, the underground Scorpion emerged from his hiding spot and glanced back at the dark cave. "Hiding in there, are you? Let's see how long you can last." Deep in the dark cave, Yi Weiyue turned on his flashlight and found a hiding spot. He silently began a breathing technique to accelerate cellular metabolism. Poison dispersed in the air was rarely lethal. He could expel it with time. 2 hours later, the dizziness faded and his body regained its vitality. He took food and water from his backpack and ate quietly. Through his earth pulse sensing technique, he knew Scorpion hadn't left, so he couldn't rush. Before setting out, he had prepared thoroughly. His pack had enough supplies for 5 days. He doubted Scorpion could outlast him. As expected, on the evening of the 3rd day, Scorpion gave up and left the underground fissure. Yi Weiyue chose to remain in hiding. He didn't leave until the morning of the 5th day. Scorpion had taken the rope, but that didn't trouble him. Free climbing was easy for a Taijutsu-type ninja. He returned to Sunagakure, silently reported the mission at the mission hall, collected his reward, and was about to leave when he saw Scorpion approaching. "Where did you go? Why did you break away from the squad and act alone?" How well he pretended. "Oh, I was hoping to catch more demon scorpions, but those sly creatures never showed up, even after 5 days of waiting. And you guys didn't wait for me. How disappointing. I don't want to team up with people who don't value their comrades." Yi Weiyue shot Scorpion a defiant look, walked away with a victor's stride, and raised his middle finger as he was about to step out the door. Bastard. Though Scorpion didn't know the gesture's meaning, he knew it wasn't anything good. Having been humiliated by Yi Weiyue twice in a row, he felt a surge of frustration and decided to go back and think of a countermeasure. His opponent was even more cunning than he was. Back home, Yi Weiyue didn't dare relax. A single mistake against Scorpion would mean being turned into a puppet. "No, this is too passive. I'd better lie low for a while." He could be tough in words, but in private being soft was fine. No one would know. The next day, Yi Weiyue went to the mission hall and found a long-term mission, a request from the Fujikawa family of the River Country to transport a batch of weapons from the Craftsman Country to the Rain Country. The mission would take at least a month with high pay but great danger. It had been on the board for 3 days and had been upgraded from rank to a rank. "I've spent some time on the coast and have plenty of experience in naval combat. This mission is perfect for me." The mission desk elder suggested it's best to form a team. "Otherwise, you'll bear any losses alone." "No need, I'm used to working alone. The last time I teamed up, I almost didn't make it back." "Very well. Sign here." The elders maintained a detached attitude toward the competition among lower-ranked ninjas too lazy to intervene. Yi Weiyue complied, writing his registration number and alias Chinyue. Bang! The seal was stamped on the mission scroll, making it official. The employer would only recognize this, and any problems would be traced back to the responsible party. Yi Weiyue took the scroll, went home to pack his things, and hurried as if he were fleeing. Just as he opened his door, he saw Yagura standing before him. Captain. Back already and leaving for another mission." "Yes, you know my situation. I'm not well off, so I want to save up while I'm young. Future expenses, like finding a wife, are huge." He certainly wouldn't admit he was hiding from trouble. It was ridiculous that a spy was afraid to stay in the village. Yagura's heart skipped a beat. Lately, Chinyue's conversations with her had been circling around marriage and settling down. Thinking about it, Chinyue was almost 18. It was natural to be anxious. Since he was going out to earn his marriage fund, she didn't object. "Be careful on the road. Don't push yourself too hard. Don't worry, I'm very cautious. I'm off." Yi Weiyue waved his hand and dashed toward the village gate, wanting to move so fast that Scorpion couldn't react. Watching his retreating figure, Yagura muttered to herself, "I've actually saved quite a bit of money too." It was only 2 days later that Syed discovered Yi Weiyue had left the village, and his planned countermeasures had to be shelved for the time being. The treasure I've set my eyes on can't escape. If I hate waiting for people. By this time Yue had already arrived at the Fujikawa family in the Chuan country. This clan specialized in weapon trade. They would find clients first, then place orders with the craftsman country. Their business model centered on profiting as intermediaries, never hoarding stock, as hoarding only weakened capital. After presenting the scroll to confirm his identity, Yue was told he would have to wait a few more days, as the Fujikawa family still needed to recruit additional ordinary guards. So he found a secluded spot and began to cultivate. Some techniques were unsuitable for practice in the sand village, but now with no one watching, he could train Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, Earth Release, Earth Style Wall, Earth Release Dust Cloud Technique, Earth Release Fangs of the Earth. He executed these related ninjutsu with ease, and the power of each technique had improved. Then he began practicing the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Having mastered several basic wind release techniques, he gained a new understanding of the nature transformation of the wind element. Knowing is one thing, experiencing it firsthand is an entirely new realm. Truly understanding and mastering the nuances, then performing the technique, becomes as natural as eating and drinking. He took a deep breath, channeling it into wind release to spin the shuriken rapidly, then hurled it into the distance, while forming hand seals swiftly. Wind release, Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, whoosh. In an instant, the windmill replicated into over a dozen identical spinning windmills, each imbued with his wind nature chakra. The secret was that the first shuriken must be charged with enough chakra, otherwise the replication would fail, because the principle of the shadow clone technique was to evenly divide the original's chakra. Easy to say, hard to do. Yue had spent nearly 2 years figuring out these key points. Thump thump. The razor-sharp windmills swept through the crown of an ancient tree ahead, like a knife cutting through tangled weeds, leaving only a bare trunk standing in place. The long-endeavored wind release, Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, had finally succeeded. Insight 1. Yue let out a long breath. Through his own efforts, he had once again crossed the threshold to unlocking his cheat. Other systems were charcoal in the snow, rising from humble beginnings. But his cheat came with a prerequisite. First, he had to make himself worthy. I owe my current achievements to my own hard work. Humph. In theory, 2 insight points were enough to unlock the 4th throat chakra, yet he still hadn't found the method to stimulate it. Insight points could only provide a mental stimulant at critical moments, not replace the method. I can't be too greedy. One step at a time. The urgent task is to practice a taijutsu that I can showcase in the sand village. The 4th active state of the 7 days breathing method. His lung capacity had already been solidly built at Cape of the Sea, and with 2 months of continuous practice, he had met the conditions. What remained was body strength, which required time to hone and couldn't be rushed. According to his estimate, it would take at least another half-year. Yue couldn't help but think of little Lee, who could already open the 5th gate at age 13, while he could only open the 3rd active state. Comparing people only frustrates. Think of Shiro, think of Wolf, think of Hayato, think of Sia. Well, forget Sia. Sigh. Don't seek externally, seek internally. My goal is to surpass myself. After some mental conditioning, Yue successfully regained his confidence and threw himself into tempering his body. Seeing the ancient tree he had stripped of its branches and leaves, a new idea popped into his mind. Make the best use of it. Begin. Thump thump. He slammed his body into the tree, just like many elderly parkgoers enjoyed doing. Inspiration came from life. Following his seawater body tempering, Yue seemed to have found another shortcut to rapidly strengthen his physique. As long as the mind doesn't slack, methods will always outnumber difficulties. A few days later, the Fujikawa family finally gathered the guards, and the group boarded a boat heading south along the river strait for the craftsman country. The Chuan country, also known as the river country, had an extensive network of waterways and dense forests. A great river ran through it from north to south, starting from the rain country and flowing straight into the sea. This unique geographical position allowed the Chuan country to control the trade rights of the surrounding nations. The fleet seemed in no hurry, moving leisurely. According to the manager Tinchuan Shiro, most of the month would be spent on the boat, but it was safe. As a special jonin, Yue served as the team's main combat force and naturally received the best treatment. A private room with a large bed and 3 hearty meals a day with plenty of meat and fish. It was far better than staying in the village constantly on edge. He could do such a mission for a whole year and never miss the village. One day he was playing chess and exchanging flattery with Tinchuan Shiro in the room. Brother Chinyue, I lost this round again. I didn't expect you to be so talented at shogi. Admirable, admirable. Oh, I know nothing about strategy. I just got lucky. You were going easy on me, old brother. Ha ha ha. A young man should have pride. Why be so modest? My teacher always told me that when outside, more friends mean more paths. Harmony brings wealth. Tinchuan Shiro's eyes lit up at that. Mentioning money proactively showed that this guy knew the ropes. That made things easy. Emmanuel said, "This time there's more than one employer. Some are white, some are gray." I understand. Rest assured, brother. I'm only here for security. I want metal won't see anything, won't know anything, and certainly won't gossip. Ninjas have their own rules to follow. The mission comes first. As long as you don't deviate too much from the mission scroll, making a few extra stops doesn't matter. Tengchuan Shiro's face immediately broke into a grin. He pulled a thick stack of bills from his pocket and placed it on the table. "I knew you were a sensible man, brother. Just a small token. There'll be more when the job is done. This doesn't seem appropriate." Despite his words, his hand reached out and scooped up the money, stuffing it into his pocket. "It's perfectly appropriate. From my experience, brother, your fingers are long and glossy. They look like they attract wealth. You'll have more money than you can spend in the future." "Really? Now that you mention it, it does seem true." They chatted idly for a while, then Tengchuan Shiro took his leave. After he left, Yuiwa eagerly began counting the money. Exactly 100 Rio. An rank mission paid 1500 Rio. After the village took its cut, he would also get about 100 Rio. This mission guaranteed him at least 200 Rio. If danger arose later, he would have to step in, and after the mission was complete, there would be another bonus. Seems I need to get out more. How could I ever make money staying in the village? If you have no money, you can steal, rob, cheat, or extort. Just don't earn it honestly. And finally, 3 days later, they reached their destination. Tengchuan Shiro led the team into the craftsman ninja village for procurement, while Yuiwa stayed. Finally, 3 days later, they reached their destination. Tengchuan Shiro led the team into the craftsman ninja village for procurement, while Yuiwa stayed behind with a few men to guard the dock. Having been cooped up on the boat for half a month, he was bored stiff. He found a nearby restaurant for a meal, and just as he returned to the dock, he saw ninjas engaged in battle. So the Leaf and Mist people finally started fighting. Serves them right. Earlier, the Sand Village had repeatedly proposed a joint front against the Mist, but they never stepped up, wanting to hang back and reap the rewards. Now the flames of war had reached the Fire Country, and they had no choice but to fight. To Yuiwa, he was loyal to whichever side he was eating from. He had no fixed stance. Isn't that kid Kakashi? How did he get sent to the front lines too? Kakashi was battling Mist ninjas with his teammates, but he fought on his own, unwilling to cooperate. He was young, but his combat ability was formidable. His lightning release techniques gave the Mist ninjas a real headache. The two sides were fighting around a large cargo ship. The battle was fierce, with stacked crates on the deck blown apart by explosive tags scattering into the sea. The specific objective of the battle wasn't clear yet. Fortunately, Yuiwa had never worn Sand Village ninja gear when traveling. He had even tucked away his forehead protector to avoid misunderstandings. Quite a few onlookers had gathered at the dock. It was rare to see ninja fighting, so they craned their necks with curiosity. Looks like the Mist ninjas are stronger. Nonsense. They're on the water. The Mist has the terrain advantage. On land, the Leaf would definitely be stronger. That kid can't be very old. Poor thing. Ninjas can't be judged by normal standards. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the cargo ship exploded violently, bursting into flames. A hole was blown in the side of the hull, and seawater surged. Splash, splash. The civilians on the cargo ship, no longer able to contain their fear, jumped into the sea, struggling to swim toward the shore. Whoosh, whoosh. The Mist ninjas didn't let up. They threw shuriken at the fleeing people, shooting them down. What deep grudge! The Leaf ninjas intervened to stop them, preventing the Mist from having their way. The two sides continued their bloody battle on the water's surface. Help me! Help! Go, go! The panicked crowd flailed as they fled, many being dragged under by the waves. Only a few managed to reach the shore safely. The onlookers at the dock didn't dare to jump in and help, only shouting encouragement. Those who finally made it to the shore didn't even have time to catch their breath before the Mist ninjas attacked again. The Leaf ninjas had been forced to retreat, unable to hold them back. Shuriken could hardly kill ninjas, but against ordinary people they were like machine guns, deadly upon contact. At the critical moment, a cloud of gray dust spread out, instantly enveloping a large part of the dock, plunging everything into darkness. Earth released dust cloud technique, whoosh whoosh. Over a dozen rapidly spinning shuriken wrapped in wind blades suddenly flew out of the dust cloud, catching the Mist ninjas off guard. Ah, there's an enemy. Thud thud. Limbs flew, blood splattered, and the scent of blood drew sharks in the sea to compete for the feast. Those who hadn't yet reached the shore struggled desperately, seizing the chance to climb up. The dock itself had long descended into chaos, with everyone groping their way to safety. Everyone was terrified that the Mist ninjas would slaughter indiscriminately, without regard for right or wrong. Among those who barely escaped from the sea, a woman with golden hair was the last to reach the shore. By then, the onlookers on the shore had long fled, and no kind soul lent her a hand to climb ashore. She dared not make a sound lest she reveal her position and felt grateful to the one who had covertly helped her, for otherwise she would never have had a chance to get close to the shore. Several attempts to climb up failed. The shore was several meters above the water, out of reach, and she had already exhausted her strength during the arduous escape. She dared not make a sound lest she reveal her position and felt grateful to the one who had covertly helped her, for otherwise. "Thank you," she whispered. "Oh, and how do you intend to thank me?" "By offering yourself to me." He harshly grabbed at the woman's buttocks with his right hand. "Ah, you are." At such a perilous moment, hearing that familiar voice again was so reassuring. Tsuki felt both delighted and furious. Damn Wangcai who brazenly groped her. "Follow me." Yi Weiwei took Saya's hand, and under the cover of dusk quietly slipped into a restaurant near the dock, where he ordered a meal. "You must be hungry. Eat something first. The shrimp fried rice here is quite good. Ew, I just tried it." "Thank you, I won't be." Having hidden in the cargo ship for many days surviving on military ration pills, Tsuki was already ravenous. She immediately buried her head in the food, eating voraciously, not even bothering to wipe the grains of rice from her lips. "Let me wipe your glasses for you." Thankfully they didn't fall into the sea, otherwise where would you find them? Yi Weiwei, having nothing better to do, carefully wiped Saya's glasses clean with a piece of paper. Being nearsighted is troublesome. It brings many small inconveniences in daily life. "How did you end up here?" "On a mission." Suna lost the struggle for the sea's edge and retreated to its homeland, leaving the war to Konoha and Kiri. "I figured I couldn't just sit idle. I came out to take some missions and earn money." "You're still young. Why are you in such a hurry to save money? In the organization you don't need money, do you?" "Of course it's for you." Cough cough. Tsuki accidentally choked on the rice. Wangcai never goes more than 3 sentences without making a loop. "Don't believe me. Do you think Konoha is a charity? As a military organization, the value of the people in the village is to continuously supply blood to the ninja forces. If the orphanage cannot provide the village with a source of soldiers, there's no hope of receiving stable subsidies from the village. What if they threaten you by cutting off the funds? Are you going to take the same old path again?" Tsuki fell silent upon hearing this. She hadn't thought that far ahead. If war breaks out again, and the village falls into financial hardship, it will be even less likely to allocate limited funds to her for doing good deeds. It will simply let the orphans fend for themselves. "Don't panic. When you have a capable boyfriend, all problems are nothing. Do you know what my 3 strengths are?" Tsuki cooperatively shook her head. "What thick skin this guy." Yi Weiwei proudly raised 3 fingers. "Dealing with people, dealing with money, dealing with trouble. You really have a way with people. Even I can't handle you. Ha ha ha. I'm too low in rank now, so many of my abilities can't be unleashed. Once I climb up in the future, you'll see how then you'd better work hard to climb up. I might need to rely on your protection in the future. A place like Root, maybe only someone like you can change it." Yi Weiwei took out a scroll from his person and handed it to her. "You'll be leaving Root after you return, right? This is your boyfriend's startup cap. Rely on your boyfriend rather than the village. Take it." Tsuki hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted it in silence. The two of them were already entangled in a mess that couldn't be undone. Besides, she really needed a lot of money to open the orphanage. Seeing Tsuki take the money, a flicker of triumph gleamed in Yi Weiwei's eyes. She had half agreed to be his girlfriend, and their relationship was formally established. Those who rely on him financially can never truly be independent. There would be plenty of opportunities to control them later. "By the way, are you leaving with me, or?" "The village sent someone to pick me up. The mission failed, and they retreated just now. They'll go and join them to return together." "All right, but try not to mention me. If Lord Danzo finds out I seduced you, he'll kill me." Tsuki couldn't help rolling her eyes. "You knew the consequences and still dared to provoke me. Alas, it's getting late. I have to go. Be careful on the road. Don't miss me too much." "Got it. I've given myself a new name, Yakushi no. "Very good. A new beginning does need a new name. Hurry along." Tsuki put on her hood and left in a hurry. Yi Weiwei gently tapped his finger on the table, carefully sensing Saya's whereabouts. After half an hour he confirmed that she had safely met up with her people and withdrawn. Then he stood up and left the restaurant. Returning to the ship, he waited calmly until dusk. Tung Chuan Sailang led the convoy to transport the weapons to the dock and load them onto the ship. Then the fleet departed from the harbor and began the return journey. The return trip was much slower, taking over half a month to reach the Rain Country. The largest buyer for this order was the official procurement of the Rain Village, which took half of the goods in one go and settled the payment on the spot. The one who handled the transaction was a subordinate of Banzang named Xiuhe. Yi Weiwei saw with his own eyes that this guy took a kickback on the spot, so brazen, not even trying to hide it. Thinking that he himself had to close the door and play shogi to build connections when taking money, the gap made him feel ashamed. A true man should be like this. Next, the fleet left the Rain Village, made a large detour, and docked at the western outskirts where a group of people had been waiting eagerly. The leader had short orange hair, a regular face, and a trace of youthful innocence. "Chief Mian, sorry for the wait. Please inspect the goods. You've worked hard. The payment is ready and will be handed over shortly. Mi Yin turned to Xiao Nan and Chong Min and the team, nodding at them. The two stepped onto the deck to begin the inspection. The organization had just been established, adhering to the principle of no war, doing good deeds every day with no substantial income, so the weapons they purchased were very limited. Clack. Yi Weiwei leaned against the mast, lit a cigarette, and glanced at the goods. Only 4 boxes, 2 of shurikens and 2 of kunai, truly shabby. Even this was probably saved from their meager resources. Especially when he saw Chong Min and Xiao Nan counting each one, afraid of a miscount. Yi Weiwei couldn't help curling his lips. Xiao Nan noticed the disdainful expression on that someone and glared at him. Yi Weiwei coughed awkwardly and turned away, knowing he was in the wrong. A mosquito is still meat, even if it's small. Mi Yin was Tung Chuan Siling's customer, and he was just a guard for the caravan. He couldn't ruin his employer's business. The inspection was soon completed, and the two sides exchanged money and goods, smoothly concluding the transaction. Chief Mi Yin, if you have further needs, please keep in touch. The Tingchuan family's reputation is the best in the surrounding country. Alright, I'll contact you if I need anything. Pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business. The two shook hands and parted ways. The fleet then continued north along the river. The Rain country had many civilian organizations, each professing to uphold justice. Over the next few days they conducted 7 or 8 transactions, some smooth, some not, and some where the buyers tried to skip payment. At this point, Yi Weiwei's value became evident. With his formidable strength, he taught the unruly ones a lesson, but did not kill any. Bad customers are still customers. As long as they made up the payment, they could do business again next time. Finally, the fleet entered the grass country, and the remaining goods were all taken by the grass village, successfully completing the set goal. Yi Weiwei received another red envelope from Tung Chuan Siling, returned happily to the Suna village, submitted his mission, and then went home to sleep. The next day, he brought gifts to visit his female superior. Yue, you're back? Why did it take so long? After more than a month seeing Yi Weiwei again, Yi Tsong's tone carried a hint of reproach, but she was delighted when she saw he had brought gifts. I came back yesterday afternoon. I escorted a caravan to the craftsman country for procurement, then transported the goods to the rain country and grass country for sale. I even saw Kiri and Konoha fighting at sea. It was wise of us to withdraw. I've heard about it during my recent missions too. I hope the war doesn't spread to the wind country, otherwise everyone's life will only get harder. With Scorpion around, the war wouldn't spread to the wind country, it would only spread from the wind country to the entire ninja world. Yi Weiwei, who already knew the fate of the Suna village, suggested, Captain, the situation is a bit unstable now. Please be sure to take me on your next mission. I feel especially safe working with you. Is that so? Yi Tsong nervously twisted her hands, feeling increasingly unable to withstand her subordinate. Yes, I'm telling the truth, not a word of falsehood. I can swear. No need to swear. I believe you. If you're short on money, I've saved some too. You don't have to work so hard. No need. I'm a special jonin now. Oh, I earn quite a lot from a single mission. I can't even spend it all. I just want to save more. Alright. Yi Tsong assumed it was just male pride and dropped the topic. By the way, I bought you some skincare products in the craftsman country. Also, this puzzle is for Juan. Please pass it on to her. Thank you. They'll accept the gifts. They'll head back now. Stay for a meal. I still have to train. Forgive me. They'll come again next time. Yi Weiwei left in a hurry. While following the fleet, he could only train on the deck, unable to fully exert himself. Now back in the village, he needed to make up for lost time. Really, he's always in such a hurry, never even staying for a proper chat. Despite the grumbling, Yi Tsong eagerly opened the gifts, found several different styles, tried them all, and loved them. In Suna village, few could afford skincare products. Arriving at the training ground, Yi Weiwei found a rock to hit. Suna had no trees, only rocks, so he made use of the local materials, striking the stone with his body. Additionally, he planned to find an opportunity to reveal that he was preparing to develop a second chakra nature. To advance from special jonin to jonin, one must master at least 2 chakra natures. Wind release was the innate nature of Chun Yu's original body, so he needed to develop another. Earth release was something Yi Weiwei had already mastered, so he could conveniently find an excuse to reveal it. For physical techniques, there was the 7-day breathing method. For wind release, there were Great Breakthrough Wind Cutter Tempest Palm, and its upgraded version Storm Celestial Wolf. To be promoted to jonin, basic wind release techniques were far from sufficient. He needed to expand his repertoire to handle various complex combat situations. Which technique should I prioritize? The undisputed benchmark was Lord Tuanzong. As a leading figure in the field, his master-level wind release techniques were worth continuously studying. After much deliberation, he chose Vacuum Sphere, mainly for its practicality. It was an ultra-long-range attack. In battle, opportunities were fleeting. Ninjutsu must not be complicated, its cast time must not be long, and the simpler the better. Ideally, he would just clasp his hands together and call out whatever he needed. After practicing the 7-day breathing method, my lung capacity is several times that of an ordinary person. Vacuum sphere was tailor-made for me. If he truly mastered this technique, its power would far surpass the standard vacuum sphere, even reaching the might of vacuum great sphere. Thus he named it Great Sky Sphere. The principle was not complicated. Refine chakra into wind nature, then mix it with air in the mouth, condense it, and shoot out energy spheres from the mouth. Easier said than done. Attempted several times, but failed. Unbelievable. I thought my chakra control was excellent, but am still inferior to that old geezer. Damn it. Upon reflection, it was only fair. That man had honed his skills for decades to reach perfection. If could master it in a short time, that would be unjust. Buddha said all afflictions stem from desire. Human suffering arises from wanting too much. One should be content with what one has. Whether it was AQ's spiritual victory method or Buddhist teachings, could always quickly calm his mind and reach a state of tranquility. If all else failed, reciting the Ice Heart mantra could also dispel distractions. However, slow and steady work would not do. A person who liked to cut corners would never solve problems honestly when faced with difficulties. Instead, he would bypass the problem. This is the perfect time for a corner overtake. To walk in a few months the path Lord Danzo took decades to traverse. That's the true nature of the crooked path. He quickly reviewed his advantages, considering what resources could be integrated. Techniques were not conjured out of thin air. They must be derived and elevated from the basic skills he had already mastered. Although many secret techniques in the ninja world defied logic, deeply influenced by science, had to first convince himself of their feasibility. What a pain. Oh, I found a shortcut. Since this technique is controlled through the mouth, why not strengthen the foundation instead of struggling with skill practice? The next chakra point to activate in the 7 chakra secrets was the throat chakra. Once open, tap water would turn into a high-pressure water cannon. The power and frequency of the Great Sky Sphere would both increase. Had been pondering the method to stimulate the throat chakra for some time, and had a preliminary idea: the Shaolin Temple's 72 supreme arts, Lion's Roar. Its characteristic was swift as thunder, echoing for miles, a rare sound wave attack technique emitted through inner chi from the dantian. The ninja world had no inner chi, but it had chakra. For instance, later the Sound Village, founded by Orochimaru, specialized in sound-based attack ninjutsu. The Tao follows nature. The most direct method was to observe a lion's roar and imitate it. Where am I supposed to find a lion? The Tao follows nature. The most direct method was to observe a lion's roar and imitate it. Where am I? When a cat sleeps, its stomach emits a rumbling sound. This is cited as a classic case of the tiger and leopard thunder sound in internal martial arts, where the dantian induces high-frequency vibrations in the bones and tendons, producing a muffled thunder. This was also known as synchronized bones and tendons tempering the body. Pondered using this methodology as an entry point to find the secret of lion's roar, combined with his own proficiency in breathing techniques. With just a bit of polishing over time, he could then use his enlightenment points to forcefully break through. Soon Yitsong's student one discovered his cat raising and came to his house frequently to pet it. Cat people are the gentlest. Began to cultivate his persona. According to general statistics, cat owners are not bad people. Independent, introverted, patient, quiet, and tolerant. That's exactly me, ha. By simply owning a cat, he could attach so many good labels. How delightful. Independent, introverted, patient, quiet, and tolerant. That's exactly me, ha. By simply owning a cat, he could attach so many good labels. Just going through the motions, proving he was delving into earth nature chakra and moving toward becoming a jonin. Next time he used earth release, he wouldn't have to worry about arousing suspicion. Before he could train in peace for long, he was summoned by the 3rd Kazekage. Meeting the village's top leader made a little nervous. Lord, 3rd Kazekage, whom Yitsong has repeatedly praised your competence, and even Xia highly commended your taijutsu, specially recommending you to me. Currently, the flames of war between the Hidden Mist and Hidden Leaf have gradually spread to our allied tributary states. In the southern sea, there was a small island nation called Red State Island. Due to its geographical location, it was subordinate to the Wind Country, and both sides had signed a long-term military protection contract. Many small countries lacked their own military forces and had to long-term hire ninja from other villages as protection. This was especially common among coastal island nations. It was also a focal point of conflict between the Hidden Mist and Hidden Sand. On Red State Island lived people called merchant ninja, who made money by harvesting medicinal herbs and paid monthly security fees to the Hidden Sand village. The expansion of the Hidden Mist had encroached upon the surrounding waters, causing panic. Thus they entrusted a mission to the Hidden Sand. Dust Moon, as a newly promoted special jonin, fully met the requirements of the mission in terms of strength and experience. I guarantee I will complete the mission and not disgrace the village's reputation. Xia surely had ulterior motives, but since it was an island nation, it was convenient for him to continue using seawater to train his taijutsu. Yi Weiyue decided to bring the cat along, a kind of love called companionship. Since the mission would last at least 2 months, he went to say goodbye to Yi Tsang beforehand, drawing a string of complaints from her as their team-up plan fell through again. Forgive me, Captain. Next time. It took 4 days of wandering before he finally found Red State Island. There were too many islands, any sizable one was already claimed. In the ninja world, so-called countries were mostly tiny territories more like domains. Frankly, any jonin had the power to annihilate an entire nation. An old man named Yao Duoso received Yi Weiyue. He leaned on a cane, white-haired, at least 70 or 80 years old. A week ago, ninja from the Hidden Mist came to our village to intimidate us, demanding that we submit to the water country from now on and hand over half of our income as security fees. If we refused, they would take extreme measures, and they boasted that we could find help and try to challenge them. Old man, rest assured. They are just ignorant fools talking nonsense. They will only lift a rock to drop on their own feet. Don't take it to heart. The hidden sand does not seek trouble, but it is not afraid of it. I am here to resolve your worries. Representing the village outside, he could not weaken its authority. Yi Weiyue first belittled the enemy, then elevated himself, and finally reassured the client. With one sentence, he covered both attack and comfort. A smooth-talking young man is unreliable. Yao Duoso initially thought the sand sent someone too young, but the fellow spoke quite convincingly. He seemed the real deal. Better observe first. If not, I'll have to defect to the water country. Putting on a show, Yao Duoso pretended to be moved, his beard trembling. Thank you so much. If you have any needs, just say the word. I heard that your village's ancestors made a living by gathering herbs. Who do you usually sell to? Our customers are also various ninja villages. The herbs we provide include both the main ingredients for soldier pills and medical supplies. All the islands around here, big and small, are planted with medicinal herbs. I see. I was wondering where so many herbs came from. You're actually herb farmers. Not just planting, but also gathering, primary processing, and sales. Yi Weiyue nodded. Understood. You've monopolized the entire herbal medicine supply chain. No wonder you're called Merchant Ninja. Yao Duoso was also a savvy man. Since the visitor was asking around, he must be after some benefit. Being old and lacking energy for beating around the bush, he directly took out a pre-prepared envelope and handed it over. A little thank you for your hard work. If you need to exert effort along the way, there will be additional compensation. This? How can I accept this? Yi Weiyue was flattered. He was really just making casual conversation. He had no intention of asking for a bribe. It's only right. Your work as ninja is not easy. Then I'll shamelessly take it. Rest assured, I'll ensure no petty thief disrupts your production and life. I hope so. According to Yao Duoso's experienced ninja, who demanded bribes usually had poor skills. Yi Weiyue pocketed the money and began his daily routine. Patrolling so many small islands took considerable time. The rest of the time, he trained alone. To avoid being ambushed, he never appeared at the same spot twice. This infuriated Xia, who was watching from the shadows, unable to find an opportunity. Damn it, he's too cautious. Finally, after lurking for over half a month, a turning point came. The Hidden Mist Ninja landed on the island again, pressuring the Merchant Ninja to choose sides. Yi Weiyue confronted the Hidden Mist Ninja, fought them off, and before he could catch his breath, Xia, hidden in the shadows, launched a surprise attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Senbon needles coated with deadly poison rained down like a storm. A single scratch would be fatal. Wind release, great breakthrough. A gale swept through, blowing the rain of Senbon needles to the ground. Yi Weiyue dared not be careless. Since the enemy had chosen to strike, there must be other preparations. Bang! The ground beside his feet exploded, and an iron-armored centipede emerged, rapidly coiling toward his legs. Both sides of its body were lined with blades. Once entangled, his legs would be destroyed in an instant. Body flicker technique. In the gap between the centipedes, winding, Yi Weiyue's figure vanished. Failed it. Xia was startled. He didn't enter that special state just now, so how could his speed increase so much? Earth release, hiding in ash technique. Grayish dust spread in all directions, swallowing everything in impenetrable darkness. Xia, hiding in the grass, was also enveloped. Is that you, brother Xia? Yi Weiyue's voice echoed from all directions within the dust, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. Don't try to fool me. I know it's you. You've been watching me for a long time. Attacking a member of this village without permission, even if you're the grandson of Elder Chiyo, you won't get away with it. They'll report this to the third Kazakage. If you think the third Kazakage will believe you. Without evidence, it's a false accusation against a relative of an elder. Even a jonin won't get off easy. Xia shot back without mercy. Damn, you're really arrogant. In that case, I'll have to capture you myself as evidence. What are you hesitating for? I hate waiting. Neither gained an advantage in the verbal exchange, and they fell into silence. Having fought before, they both knew the other was not easy to deal with. Finally, Yi Wuyu suggested, maybe we should talk properly. I don't know how I've offended you. Can you tell me why you insist on, can it be that I just don't like the look of you? Xie wouldn't be easily tricked into revealing any weakness, always hiding his true intentions. Fine, it seems we have nothing in common. Actually, I dislike you too. The villagers praise you as a genius puppet master. Heh, actually you're just so merely a reputation, without substance. If saying that makes you feel better, the opponent had the Hiriko for protection, making ordinary techniques useless. Fortunately, the dust blocked his vision, allowing Yi Wuyu to execute his move. Wind-style Shuriken Shadow Clone. The opponent had the Hiriko for protection, making ordinary techniques useless. Fortunately, the dust blocked his vision, allowing Yi Wuyu to execute his move. Wind-style Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. More than a dozen windmill shuriken tore through the dust, and suddenly appeared before Xie. Even though he had prepared defenses, he was still startled. Clang. Crack. Although the steel scorpion tail was sturdy, it couldn't withstand the continuous cutting of the windmill shuriken and broke into several pieces. The windmill shuriken broke through the defense and struck the body of Hiriko, shredding the modified puppet once again. What technique is this? It smashed my puppet in one blow. Xie could no longer remain calm. Having lost his strongest defense, he was now truly in danger. Indeed, the dust stirred violently, and a whistling sound arose. Two crescent-shaped wind blades appeared side by side before him. Wind-style wind cutter technique. The iron-armored centipede coiled around him, taking the blow with its thick carapace. Then Xie released two humanoid mechanical puppets that charged into the depths of the dust. Prolonged defense is bound to fail. The best defense is offense. The two arms of the mechanical puppets had been modified into large cleavers extending 2 meters when spread. The two puppets advanced side by side, mowing down everything like grass, leaving the enemy no place to hide. Despicable fellow. Yi Wuyu cursed and had to engage urgently. Since the 7-day breathing method was a breathing-based taijutsu that required fresh air, he had to first dispel the dust concealment technique. Third activation open. After long training, Yi Wuyu could directly enter a deep activation state. As the dust cleared, Xie could finally see his surroundings. Oh, finally stopped hiding. I thought you were going to stay hidden forever. Foolish fellow, it's you who should be hiding now. Die. Bang bang. Yi Wuyu rushed to the two puppets with lightning speed, striking with both fists simultaneously, smashing them into pieces. Is this all you've got? How disappointing, Xie. You shouldn't be this weak. From being underestimated. Let me show you my... Xie released 2 more puppets. Unlike the previous mechanical ones, these were human puppets secretly crafted by him and never shown to anyone before. Human puppets. You do have some knowledge. But it took me great effort to hunt them successfully. Rest assured you'll soon become my new collection. Fire-style Inferno. The 2 human puppets simultaneously unleashed a powerful fire technique, sending a rolling wave of flames over 10 meters high. Are you targeting my wind-style? Damn you, Xie. Earth-style multiple earth flow wall. Rumble. 3 thick earth walls rose simultaneously before Yi Wuyu, overlapping each other to enhance defense, blocking the raging flames. Xie was a very cautious person. Seeing the earth wall blocking his view, he didn't immediately press the attack, but instead raised the 2 human puppets higher to prevent ambush. Then he manipulated the iron-armored centipede to burrow into the ground and attack from below. Bang! The iron-armored centipede had barely dug halfway when it collided with Yi Wuyu, who had the same idea. The ground exploded, and Yi Wuyu was the first to burst out, then turned and ran. The 2 human puppets joined forces again to unleash a fire technique. Fortunately, the island was small. After fleeing a distance, Yi Wuyu jumped into the sea and escaped successfully. Feeling humiliated, he shouted, "Come on, if you have the guts, come down. If you have the guts, come up." Xie retorted coldly, "Come down, and we'll settle both victory and death in the water. Are you scared? You are the one who's scared. If I go and kill everyone on the island, your mission will fail, won't it? If you think I'm a Gudetwushes, go ahead and try. I heard you brought a cat with you. If you like it, take it. There are plenty of cats in the village. He'll buy 2 more later and send them to you for killing. You're ruthless." With a dark face, Xie turned and left. He had invested too much sunk cost into acquiring Yi Wuyu's body and needed to cut his losses quickly. Phew, he's finally gone. Let him go find the 3rd Kazekage, as long as he doesn't bother me. He estimated that Xie's defection from the village was not far off. After hiding for a while longer, he could openly hunt Xie down. After a few days of peace, the Mist Village assembled a squad to come back for revenge, led by another Jonin. Yi Wuyu vented the frustration he had suffered at Xie's hands on the Mist Foot soldiers. He exchanged several rounds with the opposing Jonin and barely managed to drive him back. The Mist Village, knowing he was not to be trifled with, dared not send anyone else to harass him. Yao Duo so highly recognized his strength, and before leaving stuffed him a generous bonus. With the money, he happily returned to the village and completed the mission. Purr, purr. Lying on the bed, Yue began to imitate a cat's purring, causing a slight vibration in his blood to stimulate his throat chakra. After more than 2 months of observation and imitation, he had grasped some tricks. Following the battle with Xia, he urgently needed to diversify his long-range attacks, otherwise he would be too passive when encountering a strong enemy. Roar. Yue suddenly let out a lion's roar, startling the sleeping cat into jumping straight up. Meow. The cat arched its back tail, held high, shot an angry glance at its owner, and then turned and walked away. The lion's roar actually had a special function. By using violent sound waves to awaken spiritual energy, it could forcibly dispel illusions. It was especially effective against sound-based illusions. At first, Yue tried to infuse chakra into the sound waves, but after several attempts he found it didn't work, so he switched to using spiritual energy. It seems to work. Using spiritual energy to drive the lion's roar, definitely promising. Constructing the image of a lion's roar with spiritual energy was precisely the ability of release shape manipulation. Thus he now had a means of spiritual attack. The key was that it was convenient. Just open your mouth and use it. Not much different from a dojutsu. Through deep exploration, Yue had successfully found a new application. As long as he continued developing, its success was only a matter of time. Every morning and evening a series of lion roars would emanate from his house, growing louder and louder, leading the neighbors to believe he had actually raised a lion. After more than 2 months of intermittent practice, the throat chakra finally showed the shape of a vortex. That morning, Yue sat upright on the roof facing the red sun, just rising above the horizon, and circulated the breathing method. He guided his spiritual energy to gather at the root chakra, then passed through the navel chakra and heart chakra, rising all the way to assault the throat chakra. Thump, 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 like waves crashing against a rocky shore, one after another. After only a few dozen cycles, he felt profound fatigue. Yue hesitated no longer. As he consumed his comprehension points, his mind became clear, as if parting layers of mist to see the truth. Focus your mind and gather energy. Break. Crack. An invisible barrier cracked open and the vortex became more solid. But at that moment something unexpected happened. Black tadpole-like runes appeared around the acupoint. It was these runes that greatly increased the difficulty of breaking through, and his energy was waning. The tongue curse seal. Damn it, you causing trouble. Get lost. He poured the remaining comprehension point into his spiritual world. The energy ocean completely boiled, carrying surging waves to wildly crash against the gate. Boom. The gate was completely shattered. The torrent of energy quickly merged into the vortex, causing it to slowly rotate. The throat chakra was opened. As the center for gathering and materializing the Bodhi's various energies, its opening greatly enhanced the Bodhi's expressive ability. At the same time, 2 of the broken lines in the black trigram seal at the root of Yu's tongue slowly faded, leaving only 3 horizontal lines. The cursed seal had been torn open. Danzo-sama. Danzo, you old bastard. And nothing. Danzo, you old thief. Ha! Within root, once branded with the cursed seal, one could only refer to Danzo as Danzo-sama. Any direct secrets about the former master simply could not be spoken. Otherwise they would convulse like an epileptic foam at the mouth and become paralyzed. Yue looked in the mirror at the remaining cursed seal on his tongue, feeling increasingly satisfied. He dared not mess with it any further. This was his pass to freely come and go from Konoha. Maintaining this semi-damaged state was perfect. It neither restricted him nor provided cover. Roar. He let out another resounding lion's roar. With the consumption of spiritual energy, the sound traveled hundreds of meters. If before it was like 500 horsepower, now it was directly driven by 2,000 horsepower. Very effective. Phew. Wind-style Great Void Sphere. A fist-sized semi-transparent white energy sphere shot out directly, striking a nearby rock, which exploded on impact. Bang. Simple and brutal. Now that's more like it. To hell with honing techniques. They'll just use brute force. Knock knock knock. Where are you there? Yes, Captain. Is there a mission? The mission I received requires collaboration. If you're not busy. Yue nodded eagerly. I'm free, perfectly free, always ready. Yi-tsung breathed a silent sigh of relief, fearing her subordinate might have other arrangements. She had finally stumbled upon a team mission. I heard your imitation of the lion's roar seemed different earlier. Did you make a breakthrough? The neighbors were nearly driven mad by the daily howling, both people and dogs loathing it. Yue explained he was developing a sound-based ninjutsu. They had agreed on a 1-hour howl each morning and evening, serving as a time signal, and the neighbors reluctantly accepted. I've made great progress. I've overcome a key difficulty, and it won't be long before it becomes effective. Good. Prepare yourself, or we'll depart shortly. They'll go notify the other members. Okay. Yue made a gesture. Three special Jonin puppet master, Yin Yi trap specialist Yumali, and Taijutsu expert Chen Yue along with the Kekkei Genkai wielding cap and Shrank mission executed by a Jonin squad. When Yi Yue heard the specifics of the mission, he felt a slight dilemma. It turned out that in the Land of Rain someone was impersonating Sunagakure ninjas to launch attacks, while Iwagakure ninjas were also assaulting the Sunagakure village. The familiar pattern immediately brought root to his mind. The Sunagakure High Command suspected someone was deliberately instigating war among the Rain, Earth, and Wind countries, so they dispatched Yitsong's squad to investigate. If possible, it would be best to eliminate the hidden enemies. Chen Yue, originally a member of the Northern Border Guard, had the most say on this matter and naturally couldn't remain silent. He immediately voiced his opinion. Captain, based on my experience, it's 90% likely that Konoha's they are embroiled in conflict with Kirigakure and want to drag other countries into the quagmire of war through despicable means. The village's high command shares that guess. Our mission is to target the instigators. Have you communicated with Iwagakure? If both sides could join forces. Impossible. Iwagakure has invaded our country many times. The hatred between us is too deep. We will never fight side by side. Konoha's people saw this and aimed to provoke conflict between Sunagakure and Iwagakure. Finding the enemy with just a few of us is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Besides, the Land of Rain is very chaotic. Captain, what strategy do you have in mind? Yitsong shook her head. I haven't thought of a good plan yet. I was hoping to discuss it with you. Discuss nothing. You just want me to come up with an idea. Indeed, people love to be lazy. If they can get someone else to think, they will never do it themselves. Yi Yue silently complained. Others traveling with a female boss might miss the last train and share a hot spring inn, but he and his female boss always ended up in fights. Captain, to deal with a scoundrel, you have to use a scoundrel's methods, repay in kind. Do you mean we should also disguise ourselves as enemy ninjas and carry out sabotage, said Yumali. Exactly. Well, disguise ourselves as Konoha ninjas and ambush Amagakure. Yin Yi expressed doubt. Why not Iwagakure? Our hatred with Iwagakure is deeper than with Amagakure. Pick the soft persimmon. Iwagakure is strong, hunting them is risky. Amagakure is weak. After the Second Shinobi World War, Hanzo lost his spirit and stopped managing. Choosing Amagakure as a target is safe and reliable. I see, I understand. Also, we should disguise as Iwagakure ninjas and ambush Konoha's people, right? Yitsong added. Of course. Well, follow Konoha's playbook and turn the tables on them. That'll teach them not to mess around. After proposing the plan, Yi Yue silently prayed. Lord Danzo, as per your orders, I am acting as a genuine Sunagakure ninja, wholeheartedly serving the Wind country. You can't blame me. What's wrong with being a spy? A spy must also adhere to basic professional ethics. When you eat from Sunagakure's bowl, you can't be disloyal. This plan is good. I agree. I agree too. Yumali and Yin Yi both thought the idea was excellent. An eye for an eye, more effective than spending time searching for Konoha. Yitsong cast a confirming glance at Yi Yue. He had quickly analyzed the limited intelligence and proposed a solution, truly worthy of her regard. She made the decision on the spot. Then let's execute Chen Yu's tactics. Let's find a place to prepare. The four members of the squad bought equipment in a border town. The Iwagakure ninjas favored red clothing, while Konoha's liked animal masks. Considering the environment of the Land of Rain, they also bought hooded rain ponchos. After a meal at a restaurant, they disguised themselves and infiltrated the Land of Rain. Their target was to ambush Amagakure's border guard unit. Yue, I heard you've started developing a second nature of chakra. Is it going well? Not bad. I've already mastered a few basic earth release. Oh, that fast. Usually it takes a long time for a ninja to develop a chakra nature they don't naturally possess. It seems you have a good talent for ninjutsu as well. I'm not sure. Ever since I started practicing the 7 days breathing method, my control over chakra has unconsciously improved greatly. Maybe it's the effect of intense training. Anyway, learning ninjutsu is also to cope with complex combat situations. Besides, the village's Jonin assessment requires mastering 2 natures. No choice. This explanation was prepared by Yi Yue long ago. No matter who asked, he gave the same answer. Otherwise, a ninja specializing in taijutsu suddenly using earth release would raise suspicion. Yitsong didn't overthink it. She was simply happy for her subordinate's progress. After all, who doesn't like an ambitious man? Yitsong didn't overthink it. She was simply happy for her subordinate's progress. After all, who doesn't? Good luck. Yumali and Yin Yi following behind watched the intimate interaction and remained silent, pretending to be invisible. Ever since the Cape of the Sea, this pair had been close. Now it seemed their relationship had long surpassed normal superior-subordinate boundaries. Don't believe rumors, don't spread them. Pretend not to see. After entering the Land of Rain, the desert turned into an oasis. Mountains rose in layers, lush and green. A light rain fell incessantly, and white steam drifted above the jungle. The 4 squad members leaped and traveled through the branches, moving much faster than on the ground. Yi Weiwei dared not reveal that he had mastered sensory techniques, so the squad still had to spend time locating the Amigakure border guard unit station. It took 2 full days to find a valley with about 50 people. Pick a patrol squad to attack. Kill half, let half escape. The script can be like this. Good idea. Let's do it. Compared to Sunegakure's border guard, which required at least Chunin, Amigakure situation was different. Chunin, were the core Jinin, were the main force. The entire station had only 1 Jonin in charge. Even if they held the same Jonin rank, their actual combat strength was far behind that of the 5 great ninja villages. The Heiya squad consisted of 7 people. Captain Heiya led the squad along the border, each patrol squad having its own designated route. Everyone stay alert. Bandits are rampant lately, and some major ninja villages are causing trouble everywhere. If you encounter them, don't act rashly. Watch my signals. Got it, Captain? You've said it many times. If we can't win, run. Staying alive is what matters. Understood. Heiya repeated this speech tirelessly every time they went on patrol. When they reached the midpoint of their planned route, a masked person suddenly jumped down from a tree on the roadside. Heiya's heart tightened. He quickly drew a kunai and assumed a defensive stance. Who are you? Konoha Umbu, business ahead. No trespassing or I'll kill you. Get lost. Alright, we're leaving. Sorry to bother. Heiya showed no anger. Afraid the other might change his mind, he turned and ran. The rest of the squad followed suit. This caught Yi Weiwei off guard. The script wasn't supposed to be like this. According to the plan, the Amigakure ninjas would be furious. A fight would break out, and they would kill half and let the rest flee in panic. Yin Yi put away the puppet he had prepared. Well, these Amigakure guys have no spine at all. Tell me about it. All my effort wasted. Yumali looked at her carefully prepared traps with regret. It seems I underestimated Amigakure's resolve. I'm ashamed. Yi Weiwei looked embarrassed. He hadn't expected the enemy to retreat without a fight. Yi-san comforted him. It's okay, you can't be blamed. How about we try another squad? Alright. To be safe, don't say a word. Attack on sight. I don't believe they can withstand not resisting. Any resistance is a provocation against a major power. No time to lose. Move out. Unlike Heiya's squad, the Yado squad was a different story. Captain Yado strictly followed his superior's orders without compromise. Swish, swish, swish. A volley of shuriken flew from the nearby woods. Ambush. Yado reacted in time, deflecting some with his kunai and protecting the 3 closest subordinates. The other 3 were pierced like hedgehogs. Who's there? Oh my, quite bold to resist. A ninja wearing a dog mask appeared ahead. I was just playing around, but since you chose to resist, I can't let you leave alive. You? Despicable wretch, how dare you look down on us, Amigakure ninjas? Who are you? Yado shouted angrily. We have no names, but everyone knows our reputation. Konoha's Umbu. Correct. Your reward is death. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gale swept through, carrying the remaining members of Yado's squad into the jungle, where they vanished without a trace. Is this enough? Almost. Let's replicate this process elsewhere. The foreman squad left the crime scene and ventured deeper into the land of rain, targeting key strongholds of the hidden rain village. Shortly after they departed, the head of the border guard unit arrived with reinforcements, only to find a scene of devastation and several corpses. Damned leaf ninja going too far. Send word to Lord Danzo. Upon receiving the message, Danzo immediately penned a letter of strong condemnation to Konoha. Meanwhile, the squad led by Yagura had donned the attire of rock ninja and were scouting the border of Konoha, preparing to strike. Konoha's border guard possesses superior numbers and strength compared to the ring. There may be unforeseen risks, and if we get entangled, we'll face grave trouble. Konoha's border guard possesses superior numbers and strength compared to the ring. There may be unforeseen risks, and no worries, let them know we're using their own tactics against them. Otherwise, how will they learn? With that, I'm relieved. A squad of leaf ninja patrolled the jungle, unaware of the danger descending upon them. As they passed beneath a dense canopy, Yumari, hidden in the treetops, triggered the trap. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Countless kunai rained down from the trees. Enemy. The squad scattered in all directions to evade the kunai, only to trigger the... On the right, Tsukiyomi unleashed the dust-hiding technique to obscure vision. On the left, Iwano directed his puppets to spew poison smoke in a rain of senbon, launching a wide-scale, indiscriminate assault. In the front, Yagura delivered the final blow with a fire release technique. Enclosed on 3 sides, only 2 leaf ninja escaped by retreating the way they came, fleeing without looking back. Damned rock ninja ambushing us. We can't let them escape. Fire the signal. Boom. A red signal flare exploded above the jungle, drawing nearby border guard units to converge. Not good, they've called for backup. Retreat. Tsukiyomi shouted, turning and sprinting toward the land of rain. The others followed suit, with the main leaf force giving chase. Don't think you can escape. Halt. Only a fool would actually stop. The chase continued until they had penetrated deep into the land of rain, when the Leaf Ninja were forced to abandon pursuit. The foreman squad hid in a pre-scouted cave to catch their breath. That was close. The reaction, speed, and organization of the Leaf Ninja are terrifying. Iwano spoke with lingering fear. The terror of a ninja unit lies in its ability to deplete an enemy's chakra through sheer numbers, while the leader, often powerful, can engage the enemy. Once surrounded, even an elite jonin would find it difficult to escape. Yamari shared the sentiment. I was really scared just now. I thought I was going to die. Don't panic. Everything is under control. If we were truly surrounded, I would hold off the enemy to let you all escape. Iwano and Yamari had no doubts about this. During the battle at Cape of the Sea against the Mist, Tsukiyomi had been the last to retreat, proving Tsukiyomi is right. If it comes to that, he and I will cover the rear. Well, Captain, we will fight alongside you. We won't flee. Tsukiyomi is right. If it comes to that, he and I will cover the rear. Well, Captain, we will fight alongside you. Yagura didn't continue the topic, instead saying, next Konoha's Umbu will likely come for us. Everyone must be prepared for battle. I hope they come quickly. We have scores to settle. Meanwhile, in a hidden underground cavern, a root stronghold in the land of rain. Sir, intelligence indicates that someone attacked the rain guard units under the guise of Umbu. Additionally, the village's border guard was attacked by rock ninja. We suspect it's the same group. From the scene evidence, it's the sand. Imitating us as retaliation, are they? Find them. Yes. Konoha's ninja possessed unparalleled reconnaissance and tracking abilities in the shinobi world, quickly pinpointing the enemy's trail. They assembled root operatives active in the land of rain to encircle and eliminate the imposters, forbidding any imitation of their method. That day, Yagura's squad rested in an abandoned shrine, constantly switching identities to launch surprise attacks, walking others' paths to leave them no way out. I wonder how the people of the land of rain live. It rains every day, they must be moldy. Iwano complained. Tsukiyomi joked, if only we could divert the rain to the land of wind, it would be a win-win. Indeed, if we could, the land of wind would prosper. But alas, our terrain is high and mountains block the way. Drought to death, flood to death. There's no helping it. I hope we can fight the Leaf Ninja soon. It's been nearly a month, and we haven't seen a trace of them. They're probably waiting for an opportunity. With the trail we deliberately left, they can't fail to find us. Tsukiyomi tore a toasted bread roll in half, eating one and handing the other to Yagura. He then took out 4 cartons of milk from his backpack, distributing one to each. During this time, aside from missions spent in the wild, they mostly took lodging in nearby town inns. Ninja were still human, needing to eat and drink. After eating and drinking, Tsukiyomi took out a pack of cigarettes from his backpack and offered one to Iwano, who had started smoking after joining the team despite not having done so before. Yamari and Yagura didn't smoke. Secretly, Tsukiyomi activated the earth perception technique to scan the surroundings, detecting a large group of ninja encircling the shrine. Everyone, let me show you a special trick. If it's good, please give me some applause. What trick? Snap. Tsukiyomi lit the cigarette, his chest slowly expanding. Without changing expression, he inhaled the entire cigarette in one breath, as if it were effortless. Your lung capacity is incredible. Iwano exclaimed in amazement. Yamari looked curious, impressive. A whole pack wouldn't be enough for one of your puffs, would it? Moderation is key. I hear smoking is bad for your health, Yagura suggested softly. Yet Tsukiyomi began to form hand seals, and as he opened his mouth wide, a low roar emanated from his throat. Blue smoke billowed out instantly, forming the shape of a lion that raised its head and roared. Roar. The sound waves spread through the windows and doors, stunning the root operatives lurking around the shrine, causing them to inadvertently reveal their positions. Crack. The trap triggered, sending kunai pre-wired with steel wire flying from hiding spots. Whiz whiz whiz. Yamara's traps were chained. Besides kunai, there were explosive tags and poison gas dispensers. A series of explosions. Enemy. Before anyone could marvel at Tsukiyomi's smoking technique, they grabbed their weapons and charged out, spotting over a dozen figures wearing animal masks and armor. Konoha Zumbu. Finally here. Iwano brought out his scorpion and stag beetle puppets, manipulating them with chakra threads to launch the first attack. These 2 puppets were especially suited for combat, with the stag beetle's charge capable of breaking enemy formations. Yagura used the puppet's cover to dash toward the enemy, and with the advantage of intelligence, she suddenly released 4 fireballs. Scorch release, steam kill. In an instant, 4 enemies turned into dried corpses. What a terrifying... Tsukiyomi silently thought to himself. Whoever married her would essentially be booking a pharaoh's funeral package. Too frightening. Be careful, it's scorch release. Don't let those fireballs touch you. Secret technique, insect swarm. Buzz. A black mist flew from the adjacent forest, countless Kekkei, forming a hand shape that enveloped Yagura. Scorch release, great flame sphere. A serpent of fire shot through the air, plunging into the palm of the insect hand, coiling into a brilliant white fireball that then exploded. Orange fire rain splattered onto the surrounding Kekkei, producing crackling sounds and a strong burning smell. For superheated fireballs whirled around her. Wherever Yagura passed, no one dared to face her directly. We need to get close to her. Hidden behind a tree, the cloaked Aburame Ryoma quietly observed the situation, waiting for the right moment to strike. He manipulated a Kekkei to fly in shape before a root member's eyes, signaling him to coordinate with a hand seal. Water release water dragon bullet technique. In the land of rain, this technique was exceedingly convenient. The water dragon formed its head, rearing back to ram Yagura. Now, secret technique insect bite. The dense swarm of Kekkei circled around the opponent's line of sight, skimming the ground to flank from both sides. Don't think you can succeed. Yagura saw this and hurled 2 of her fireballs into the water dragon's mouth. With a plume of white steam, the water dragon's head was instantly evaporated by the intense heat, leaving only its body to thrash briefly before collapsing into a puddle. The remaining 2 fireballs met the Kekkei that had skimmed the ground. The moment they collided, the insects charged like moths to a flame, leaving not even their remains. It's not over yet. Aburame Ryoma clenched his right hand, triggering a hidden trap. Boom. The ground beneath her feet suddenly caved in, and countless Kekkei erupted like a spring, covering Yagura's entire body. They voraciously devoured her chakra. Yagura tried to use Scorch Release to eliminate the insects, but found her chakra drained and No matter how strong, when stripped of power and facing death, one feels primal fear, like flailing after falling into water. Hell, once my Kekkei latch onto someone, there's no escape. Roar. At the critical moment, a lion's roar sounded behind Yagura. As the sound wave passed, the Kekkei dropped like drunks, their bodies stiff, killed by the sheer vibration. My Kekkei were killed. Aburame Ryoma was shocked. His insects were his weapons. Infiltration, reconnaissance, attack. All unstoppable. Now with a single technique, they were defeated. How could he not panic? Sound-based ninjutsu, quite rare. Most of the root operatives in this operation were outer members, and more than half were already dead or wounded. Though the sand had only 4 each, was formidable. With the tide of battle turning against him, Aburame Ryoma gave a signal to retreat. The others received the order and withdrew in an orderly fashion, carrying their fallen comrades. Huff. Yagura, having lost too much chakra to the Kekkei, was too weak to continue fighting and could only watch them leave. Captain, are you alright? Yi Weiwei, worried about revealing his identity, fought against the root agents using only taijutsu, killing 2 of them. Throughout the battle, Yi Tsang was the main force, followed by Yin Yes puppets. He and Yamari just played a supporting role. I've consumed some chakra, but it'll recover soon. Yue, if it weren't for you just now, I would probably. After a brush with death, Yi Tsang's face turned pale with fear. No one is not afraid of death, even if they have already prepared to sacrifice themselves for the village at any time. Yi Weiwei raised his fist and said, "You have to believe that I can protect you." I've always believed that you can. Yi Tsang nodded solemnly. The 2 had fought side by side many times, overcoming difficulties together, and they trusted each other. Any further words of gratitude would seem too formal. That guy who used bugs earlier was very powerful, seemingly from the Aburame clan of Konoha. I fell into his trap carelessly. It's not your fault. We lacked information, so it's normal to suffer a loss. I hope they won't act in the name of Sunagakure in the future. Root's advantage is that they disregard human life, using their subordinates' lives to test the enemy's abilities, then delivering a killing blow. This is their stand. Such behavior is not something ordinary people would do. Not to mention other villages, even within Konoha, no one likes Root. At that moment, Yin Yi and Yamari walked over and said, "Captain, we've eliminated about 11 enemies this time. That should be enough to make them feel the pain for a while. I hope these guys will behave and stop stirring up trouble in our name. What should we do next? Find a safe place to hide for a while and observe the situation. If there's no movement, we can return to the village to report." Understood. Half a month later, with no further similar attacks, the team decided to end the mission and return to the village. They thought they could rest well, but found the atmosphere in the village unusually tense. What happened? The 4 of them went to the Kazekage's office to report their mission, only to find that the person receiving them was not the 3rd Kazekage, but several elders led by Chiyo. After listening to the mission report, the elders said a few words briefly and dismissed them, as if more important matters had diverted their attention. With doubts, the team disbanded and went home to rest. They had been traveling for months, exhausted both mentally and physically. Could that guy Xia have already made a move against the 3rd Kazekage? Yi Weiwei returned home and began to investigate using the earth vein perception technique. Indeed, he did not find Xia or the 3rd Kazekage in the village. Finally, I can sleep peacefully. Brother Xia, if I'm in a bad mood in the future, he'll come after you, haha. After resting for 2 consecutive days, he began training again. In a little while, his 7-day breathing method would reach the 4th active state. At the training ground, Yi Weiwei was sweating profusely, continuously slamming his body against the rocks. Bang bang bang. The strength of his muscles was continuously strengthened through repeated impacts, forging a steel-like body with sweat. Of course, regular physical training also couldn't stop. Side kicks, frog jumps, push-ups, pull-ups, and sit-ups were considered relaxation exercises. He wasn't really a taijutsu specialist, but he found that investing effort into physical training brought great benefits. By the way, maybe I should develop a defensive ninjutsu to harden my body. Ninjas are high-attack, low-defense beings. Even a powerhouse like Madara would fall if stabbed from behind. It's very necessary to strengthen one's own defense. Who should I imitate? It's a headache. There are too many good things and my intelligence is really limited. After much deliberation, he decided to refer to the Earth Spear technique of the immortal ninja Kakazu, using Earth Nature Chakra to harden his body and withstand damage. The Earth Spear technique turns the body black when hardened. The specific principle is unknown. Yi Wuye planned to take his own unique path of hardening. Inspired by the lion's roar, he decided to delve deeper, such as the hard Qigong technique, Iron Shirt. This technique requires coordination with breathing methods, which fits his situation very well. The golden bell cover and indestructible diamond body would be better, but the key is he doesn't know them. The internal logic-related acupoints and meridian pathways are completely unclear, so he dare not mess around. Iron Shirt is different. It's simple, easy to practice, and not prone to accidents. For example, slamming his body against rocks now is to some extent equivalent to training Iron Shirt, and it overlaps highly with the 7-day breathing method. The difference is that the 7-day breathing method injects high-concentration oxygen into the body, stimulating cells into an activated state, which can be simply understood as a stimulant. Iron Shirt, on the other hand, enhances defense by tensing local muscles. Based on this, he would make local improvements, adding Earth Nature Chakra Nature transformation to become truly impervious to blades, spears, water, and fire. To harden the body into a steel-like form through Earth Release requires a deep understanding of Chakra Nature transformation. It would take time to explore slowly. The disappearance of the third Kazekage was initially kept secret, but later it couldn't be hidden. As the village's shadow, he must appear frequently. Ninjas don't have the concept of seclusion, and the Kazekage doesn't need to carry out missions. At first, several high-ranking officials made excuses that the third Kazekage had gone to inspect the border or visit other countries, but paper can't wrap fire, and the Jonin soon discovered that there was no such thing. They gathered in the office and pressed for answers, only then learning of the Kazekage's disappearance. The top priority was to find the third Kazekage, alive if possible, dead if not. For a village's shadow to disappear within the village itself was terrifying. Moreover, he was the third Kazekage, known as the strongest Kazekage in history. No one in the current ninja world could eliminate him. At the same time, it was said that Elder Kyo's grandson Xie had also recently left on a mission under some pretext and hadn't returned yet. No one dared to ask too many questions. Juan ran to the training ground and found Yi Wuye. Brother Qinyue, teacher asked me to invite you over for dinner tonight. Got it, I'll go back and take a shower first, then he'll come early. There's a surprise. What surprise? I can't tell you yet, you'll know when you get there. Juan hid her hands behind her back, pretending to be mysterious, and skipped away. All right, see you later. Yi Wuye shook his head. He was dizzy from training every day and had no mind to guess. In the evening, when he arrived at Yitsong's house, he found a cake on the table and suddenly remembered that today was Chun Yu's 17th birthday. Happy birthday, Yu. Yitsong sat by the table and said with a smile, "Thank you very much. To be honest, this is the first time I've celebrated a birthday." Whether it was Yi Wuye or Qinyue, it made no difference to him. Both were living under someone else's identity, playing someone else's. It took 2 years to gradually change his image, letting those who knew him slowly accept the change in personality. Juan eagerly took a lighter, lit the candles, and urged, "Brother Chen, Yue, make a wish quickly." "All right." Yi Wuye clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and silently prayed in his heart, "Goddess of the moon above, I hope that all the beautiful women I meet in this life will eventually fall in love with me. Let me pluck them, and this life will be worth it. Don't give me that empty talk. I just want power, money, and women. Please." Then he opened his eyes and blew out all the candles in one breath. "What wish did you make?" Juan asked curiously. "I hope that everyone can be safe and healthy, and that the ninja world will see true peace." "Will that day really come?" "Yes, as long as everyone works together, striving in the same direction, peace will surely come." Yitsong agreed. "Well said. As long as we work together, peace will definitely come." Yi Wuye began to cut the cake. He gave the first piece to Juan, the second to Yitsong, and finally cut a small piece for himself. Yitsong agreed. "Well said. As long as we work together, peace will definitely come." Yi Wuye began to cut the cake. He gave the first piece to Juan, the second to Yitsong, and finally cut a small piece for himself. "Captain, the village wants us to secretly search for the third Kazekage's whereabouts. I've thought it over and have no leads. The situation is already obvious. Why waste resources and manpower? Who are you suspecting? The shadow is the strongest in the village. The only possibility for him to disappear for so long is assassination, considering it happened within the village. 9 times out of 10 it was poisoning, most likely by someone he knew. Only a few could have done it. The only ninja who disappeared from the village recently besides Xia seems to be no other option. Yi Weiyue unhesitatingly chose to kick someone when they were down. He was a very vengeful person. Yitsong shook her head. Elder Chio, with her medical ninjutsu and puppet techniques, made outstanding contributions to the village during the Second Shinobi World War. Even the third Kazekage respected her greatly. Her son and daughter-in-law died in battle for the village. Without concrete evidence, slandering an elder and their family is a serious crime. Alright, that guy Xia is definitely hiding in some corner by now. No one will find him. It's destined to be a cold case. The village sending us to look for the third is a lie. The real intention is to start a war to divert panic. A new war is coming. You also think war is coming? Yes. At this point, only launching a war abroad can divert internal anxiety. Otherwise, big problems will arise. Plus, Kirigakure is expanding, and Konoha is stirring up trouble everywhere at the borders. Once the news of the Kazekage's disappearance spreads, Wagakure will also take the opportunity to start a war. The village also needs a war to solidify its position as the 5th great ninja village. That's about what I think. The atmosphere in the village has been getting more tense lately. It reminds me of the last Shinobi World War. It felt the same way. My heart is uneasy. I don't know how many more we'll have to sacrifice. That's not something we should be worrying about. The first thing now is to elect a new Kazekage. Sunigakure is different from Konoha. The Council of Elders fully represents the villagers in deciding village matters, and the election of the Kazekage does not Sunigakure is different from Konoha. The Council of Elders fully represents the villagers in deciding village matters, and the election of the Kazekage does not require a vote by all jonin. I hope our new Kazekage can lead the village out of its predicament. As expected, the people of Sunigakure searched secretly for over a month, without finding any trace of the third Kazekage. During this time, Yi Weiyue, taking advantage of a mission, quietly passed the information about the third Kazekage's disappearance back to Root. Although Danzo had said not to contact him unless necessary, Yi Weiyue believed that since this was a major event, he should take the initiative to report it, letting his superior know that he had never forgotten his identity. He hoped his contributions would be recorded for future rewards. The Council of Elders of Sunigakure decided to elect a new Kazekage. Raza, as the disciple of the third Kazekage, possessed exceptional strength, and rightfully inherited the position of Kazekage. His first act upon assuming office was to declare war on Kirigakure. This was no minor skirmish, but a full-scale war, dispatching ninja forces to launch attacks on Kirigakure ninja from the coastal regions, planning to reclaim control of the Cape of the Sea. The despicable Kirigakure sent assassins to kill the third Kazekage. They seized our lands and slaughtered the civilians of the Wind Country. We cannot forgive them. We cannot forgive them. Drive out the invaders. Avenge the third Kazekage. The crowd was inflamed. Since the Second Great Ninja War, Sunigakure had been defeated by Konohagakure, and war reparations combined with the daimyo's reduction of military funds had long left everyone dissatisfied with the status quo. Only by waging war could they hope to seize more land resources and wealth, achieving overnight prosperity and a better life. Yitsong, possessing formidable strength and extensive experience fighting Kirigakure, was appointed as the frontline commander for the operation against Kirigakure, responsible for fulfilling the battle objectives set by the village's high command. As an assistant, Yi Weiyue naturally participated in this high-level military conference. From a spy's perspective, he had successfully infiltrated the enemy's inner circle and gained direct access to core secrets. At this time, Raza was about 26 or 27 years old, looking very young and lacking presence. During the meeting, his voice was frequently overridden by several elders. He clearly appeared to be a pushover. Currently, Konohagakure and Kirigakure are at war. Our involvement might allow Konohagakure to extricate itself. What countermeasures do you have? Sunigakure wanted to fight Kirigakure alongside Konohagakure, not take over their burden. Before the meeting, Yitsong and Yi Weiyue had discussed this issue, focusing on maximizing Sunigakure's interests. The plan is to advance in an arc along the coastline, driving the Kirigakure ninja toward the southern peninsula of the Fire Country. To protect its own interests, Konohagakure will have no choice but to engage. Only by choosing to pincer Kirigakure from both sides with Sunigakure can it be the optimal solution. They have no other option. Raza and the elders nodded in approval, acknowledging this as the safest approach. How long do you estimate it will take to achieve the goal? If all goes smoothly, about half a year. Considering various uncertainties, and based on past experience, the war might last around 2 years. The elders were clearly dissatisfied with this answer. Times are different now. The daimyo's attitude toward this war is negative, and financial support is very limited. We don't have that much time to waste. If possible, seize the opportunity decisively and achieve a swift victory. Yitsong could only respond, understood. I will do my utmost to achieve the goal as soon as possible. As for the funding issue, don't worry too much. I will use magnet release to extract gold dust from the sand to alleviate the village's financial difficulties. Raza added from the side. He intended to demonstrate his value, but what awaited him was criticism. Fourth Kazekage, please remember that you are now the Kazekage. There are more important matters for you to attend to than gold panning. The amount of gold contained in ordinary sand is extremely meager. The effort is not worth the reward. The pitiful gold you pan is a drop in the bucket for the village and utterly meaningless. Your mindset still needs to change. You have much to learn, Raza. I will work hard. In front of these elders, Raza was like a child possessing none of the authority befitting a Kazekage. Kirigakure has also recently elected a fourth Mizukage. This person is none other than Yagura Karatachi, who once led Kirigakure to drive us out of the Cape of the Sea. He is said to be only a teenager. I am deeply ashamed. Raza nearly pressed his forehead against the table. Well, that's all for now. The village needs a victory. Yitsong, do not disappoint us. Yes. The elders alternately pressured Raza, and Yitsong firmly controlling the discourse. The power vacuum created by the third Kazekage's disappearance was seized by them. Yue was merely a minor assistant with no right to speak, responsible only for recording the meeting's content. From his observations, Tsunagekyu's decision-making efficiency was far below Konohagakure's. The Konoha 4 had advisors, operatives for dirty work, and those who played the good cop, each performing their own duties. Among Tsunagekyu's elders and the Kazekage, there was a struggle for power. The advantage was preventing centralization, which could drag the village into an abyss. Compared to Raza, Yitsong was a rising star over the past 2 years, only moderately renowned, needing more time to mature. Shunyu was an outstanding talent of the next generation, while the leader of the generation after that was Sasori. However, Sasori was extraordinary, having already gained fame across the Wind Country at a young age. At this time, Yue, who had replaced Chunyue, was considered decent among his peers, but in the eyes of Tsunagekyu's high command, he was still a nobody, allowed to sit in on meetings, but nothing more. Captain, don't take the elder's words too seriously. The war will bring new situations at any time, and no one will remember them then. I understand. If others knew that I as captain needed guidance from my subordinate, they'd laugh at me. I'm afraid you're under too much pressure. Pressure is inevitable, but there's no choice. The village has entrusted me with a heavy responsibility, who I cannot betray their trust. Yue was inwardly speechless. Yitsong naively believed the village valued her, and that the leaders were good people. In truth, in the eyes of the village's high command, those below were mere tools. As long as the benefits were sufficient, they could be discarded at any time. Ninja were highly efficient and mobile. Once a decision to go to war was made, personnel could be quickly organized and deployed to the designated battlefield. In the southern coastal region of the Wind Country, with Tsunagakure ninja formally entering the war, the islands in the sea area immediately became lively. Konohagakure soon received the news. What's going on with Tsunagakure? Suddenly declaring war on Kirigakure. It's said they've elected a fourth Kazekage. Something must have happened. Danzo, do you know? According to the latest intelligence from Root, the third Kazekage has disappeared. Disappeared? Yes. He was assassinated silently within the village, leaving no trace. Udatane Koharu exclaimed, impossible. The third Kazekage was known as the strongest Kazekage in history. Who could have killed him silently in Tsunagakure? This is reliable information from a high-level Root operative. Even the people of Tsunagakure don't know who the killer is. They want to prove their strength through war. What do you mean? Danzo replied. It means Tsunagakure may declare war on Konohagakure or Iwagakure at any time. Abandon all illusions. The third great ninja war has already begun. Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura exchanged speechless glances. Their own Kage goes missing, so they attack other countries. What kind of logic was that? Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The peace he had painstakingly maintained was ultimately overturned by this unforeseen event. Danzo have the Umbu intelligence personnel closely monitor Iwagakure and Kimogakure. As for Tsunagakure and Kirigakure, maintain the status quo and do nothing unnecessary. Tsunagakure was merely a lone wolf in the desert, biting whoever crossed its path when starving. As long as one kept a distance, it would soon exhaust its strength. The war against Kirigakure initially went very smoothly. Tsunagakure advanced with overwhelming momentum, leveraging its home field advantage, and drove Kirigakure back from the surrounding islands. Konohagakure held its borders, firmly blocking Kirigakure's incursions. Facing a two-front war, Kirigakure quickly succumbed, rapidly contracting its lines and retreating to the land of whirlpools to adopt a defensive stance. Seeing this, Konohagakure ceased its offensive against Kirigakure. The pressure then shifted to Tsunagakure. Captain, as expected, Konohagakure only wants to defend its own territory and refuses to take a single step beyond. Next, we may have to face Kirigakure ninja alone. The situation had now turned into Tsunagakure ninja being far from home, with the battlefield shifting to the enemy's turf. Yes, I have already reported the situation to the village and await a response. Yoru nodded and said no more. Sunagekyu's high command had a strong desire for control, requiring frontline reports every 3 days. Those elders outwardly appointed Yitsong to command the front lines, but intended to exercise remote control. The messenger bird responsible for delivering battle reports was nearly exhausted. You're busy helping me with official duties and have no time for training. This age is crucial for improving strength. I'm a bit worried. It's fine. I've moved my training sessions to the night. Won't that be too hard on you? Not at all. As a taijutsu specialist, I have boundless energy and am young and vigorous. I need some way to vent it. Well. Yitsong wasn't sure if she was overthinking, but she felt her subordinate was hinting at something. Well. Yitsong wasn't sure if she was overthinking, but she felt her subordinate was hinting at something. Over the past few months, he had been training his body under water pressure, further enhancing his lung capacity. He discovered that not only could he increase muscle density through water pressure, but he could also practice wind release techniques underwater. Taking a deep breath and diving into the sea to perform How Kong Yu rapidly improved his control over shape transformation, yielding excellent molding effects. Really? That's fast. I took advantage of external forces. If I followed normal methods, it would take much longer. You're already amazing. You're the most hardworking and innovative person I've ever met. Perhaps in a few years you'll surpass me. Yoru declared earnestly, whether I surpass you or not, no matter when, as long as you need me, I will stand behind you. Yitsong nodded, deeply moved. The next day, the front line received the latest directive from the Sand Hidden High Command: achieve victory in the war against the Mist Hidden at all costs, and as quickly as possible. What the heck? Since the village's higher-ups don't care about human lives, there's nothing for the lower echelons to worry about. Just grab your weapons and fight. That day a war council was convened. Yoru, as the assistant and adjutant, was the first to speak. Captain, I propose a mixed defense strategy. Select an elite squad to tie down the enemy's core forces, rendering them ineffective. Then we concentrate our superior forces to strike the enemy's grassroots units, such as using your captain's Scorch Release for mass destruction. Someone expressed concern. I heard the Mist Hidden has deployed several members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Each of them is extremely powerful, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Good. These people are unruly and unwilling to cooperate as a team. That's our opportunity. Our goal is not to defeat them, but to tie them down. Puppets, poison, explosive tags. Whatever it takes, as long as we can stall them. If it's just tying them down, that's easy enough. A strategy that doesn't require everyone to fight to the death. No one would oppose it. You is right. Our advantage lies in our strong mid-tier forces, the result of the village's long-term commitment to cultivating elite ninjas. We must fully leverage our strengths. Yitsong voiced her approval of the proposal and made the final decision to execute it. In fact, the plan had been discussed between the two beforehand, and Yoru brought it up at the military meeting as a formality. 3 days later, the Mist Hidden and Sand Hidden forces clashed in a decisive battle on the old grounds of the Vortex Country. The battle between large ninja forces was a brutal, heated confrontation, trading life for life, with both sides committing thousands of soldiers to the slaughter. Water Release Mist Hidden Technique. Wind Release Infinite Sandstorm Great Breakthrough. The two sides countered each other, neither able to gain an advantage. Goju Shirtsong had assumed the position of the 4th Mizukage, so he did not come to the front line. The Mist Hidden was led by 5 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Shiguashan Hegwigi, Li Xian, Chuanwan, Wuli Shinba, Papashu Shirzong, and Tonkawai Aaron. The remaining 2 were sent to monitor the main Leaf forces, preventing anyone from taking advantage at a critical moment. Goju Shirtsong remained highly vigilant against the Leaf. Before the battle, adversaries were assigned. In the high-end battlefields, the goal was not to kill, but merely to tie down the enemy. Yoru also faced his greatest challenge since becoming a special jonin, going up against the blunt blade Kabutawari, said to be capable of breaking all. Yashbrat, do you know the Mist Hidden's iron hammer? Tonkawai Aaron looked like a middle-aged uncle with a ring of small mustache around his mouth. Boom. The huge iron hammer slammed into the ground, the shockwave spreading, shattering the earth like a small earthquake. Yoru's body swayed, stumbling. Take this axe. Tonkawai Aaron seized the moment to dash forward, swinging his axe with his left hand down at his head. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Rumble. Yoru quickly raised an earth wall in front of him for defense. The great iron axe struck the wall, but did not break through. Tonkawai Aaron swiftly swung his right-hand iron hammer onto the back of the axe. It'll smash you to death. Blunt Blade Ninja Art Axe, first certain victory. Crack. The axe, empowered by the hammer's force, suddenly erupted, and the earth flow wall shattered like tofu. It actually shattered my earth flow wall. Yoru was also stunned, then, without hesitation, activated the 7 days breathing method. 4th activation open. Hammer next'll show you the fear that absolute power brings. Wind Release Storm, Celestial Wolf Kill. Roar. He released high-pressure wind masses from both hands, transforming into a fierce wolf that lunged at the enemy. Tonkawai Aaron was not intimidated. He swung. His fist hit the side of the axe, causing sharp pain. As for the hammer, he dared not block it directly, fearing his bones would be shattered. He performed several backflips to create distance. Wind release storm, celestial wolf kill. Roar. He released high-pressure wind masses from both hands, transforming into a fierce wolf that lunged at the enemy. Tonkawai Aaron was not intimidated. He swung his hammer and smashed it down onto the wolf's head. Clang. The wind wolf's body shook, a large hole smashed into its skull. The wind eye was broken, and its body shattered, instantly dissipating into nothing. Yi Wuya exclaimed, so fierce. Can you block this next? Wind release, great air bullet. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Fist-sized air spheres streaked through the air, locking onto all escape routes. But unexpectedly, Tonkawai Aaron didn't even think of dodging. He chose to confront Hedon. As a middle-aged uncle, he was even more daring and aggressive than the youngsters. Thump thump thump. He swung his axe and hammer in his arms at high speed, turning into two propellers, crushing all the high-pressure air spheres that came before him. Using a fan to shred the wind clusters, he managed to come up with a countermeasure in such a short time. His combat experience was indeed damn it huff. Wind release, shuriken. Yi Wuya cursed. Two of his proud killing moves had been countered by the enemy, and he was panicking inside. To ensure the power of the windmill, he infused a sufficient amount of wind nature chakra, at once maximizing its cutting power, and threw it. Zzz. Zzz. Tonkawai Aaron first blocked the high-speed cutting of the windmill with the axe blade, then, with a clang, he hammered the shuriken from the side, sending it. The iron hammer didn't have to strike the back of the axe. The blunt blade Kabutawari could be used together or separately, depending on the user's flexible manipulation. This result was naturally within Yi Wuyu's expectations. He had realized that wind release couldn't defeat the enemy. Roar. Lion's roar, a close-range sonic attack that could achieve a surprising effect. Boom. Yi Wuya took the opportunity to use the body flicker technique appearing at Tonkawai Aaron's side, and kicked him side. Boom. Yi Wuya took the opportunity to use the body flicker technique appearing at Tonkawai Aaron's side, and kicked him sideways, sending him flying. Ha ha ha. I win. For the first time in a solo battle against a Jonin, he gained the upper hand through strategy. After returning, he would apply for a promotion and raise. With the feat of defeating one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, haha, a wonderful life beckons me. You're celebrating too early. Tonkawai Aaron slowly climbed up from the ground and said, I was just careless just now, allowing you to succeed. He then tore off 2 strips of bandage from his body and stuffed them into his ears. What are you going to do now, eh? Damn. Yi Wuya hadn't expected that his hard-trained super skill would be so easily countered. A gentle breeze blew, disturbing his gray-white hair. What to do? He had met his match today. Earth release dust hidden technique. Since he couldn't win, he quickly changed strategy to a delaying tactic. War was never decided by individual victories, as long as he could firmly tie down his opponent. The best offense is defense. Victory belongs to the sand hidden. Yi Wuya shouted, then slipped into the dust, shouting the loudest slogan without delaying his cautious actions. Cunning brat. Tonkawai Aaron had no good way to deal with such tactics, and could only hold his blunt blade, staying alert to prevent a sneak attack. Sure enough, vibrations came from underground. He unhesitatingly swung his great iron hammer and smashed down hard. Rumble. The earth-shattered rocks rolled, and there was no movement from below. Did I get him? A sound of breaking air came from the dust, and hard rock projectiles the size of human heads flew over. The dust hidden was just a cover for the earth release, earth dragon bullet technique. Bang bang bang. Tonkawai Aaron continuously swung his iron hammer and axe to shatter the rock projectiles. As long as the opponent's attacks continued, he had to keep defending passively. Did I get him? A sound of breaking air came from the dust, and hard rock projectiles the size of human heads flew over. The dust hit. Tonkawai Aaron was so exhausted that he was panting, his legs trembling, and he could barely lift his hammer and axe. Fortunately, the opponent was also not feeling well, and the dust and smoke gradually dissipated. Sure enough, Yi Wuya was also pale, having consumed a considerable amount of chakra. The two glared at each other, neither speaking, both silently recovering their chakra. The young man recovered chakra quickly and didn't want to give his opponent time. 7 days, breathing method, 3rd activation open. 4th activation open. Ada. The advantage of explosive ninjutsu was that it could suddenly deliver a full-power critical hit when both sides were low on health. Boom. A kick landed. Tonkawai Aaron raised his blunt blade to block, but lacking strength, he was kicked over again. Ha ha ha. This time the advantage is mine. Die. Yi Wuya laughed loudly, and was about to leap at Tonkawai Aaron lying on the ground, but suddenly stopped midair. There must be a trick. I can't get close to you. Swoosh swoosh. He tossed 2 kunai with explosive tags attached. Boom. Boom. At the critical moment, Tonkawai Aaron rolled like a donkey to avoid the explosion, covered in dirt, looking quite disheveled. I didn't expect to be pushed to this extent. Damn it. The waves behind drive the ones before, and the ones before die on the beach. Uncle, you might as well retire. Why humiliate yourself? The future is ours and also yours, but ultimately it's ours. Arrogant. It's not over yet. Kill. Tonkawai Aaron forced himself to catch his breath, got up, and continued fighting. At this stage the two were simply competing in endurance. He believed that the opponent's secret technique must have a heavy burden and wouldn't last long. Indeed, Yueyue was only relying on his youthful body, showing vigorous activity, but after several bursts he was already at the end of his strength. At this moment, he couldn't even use slightly powerful ninjutsu, only simple ones. Wind release, great breakthrough. A tornado howled, rapidly expanding in size. Tonkawai Aaron tried to swing his blunt blade to counter, but couldn't find a target. At this moment, he couldn't even use slightly powerful ninjutsu, only simple ones. Wind release, great breakthrough. A tornado howled, rapidly expanding in thud. He was knocked down for the third time. He struggled twice, but couldn't get up. Am I really old? Tonkawai Aaron thought to himself. He was the oldest member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. No, I'm only 38, the prime age for striving. Thinking this, a surge of strength came from somewhere in his body, supporting him to climb up again. Fight and lose, lose and fight. What exactly are you so persistent about? At your age, wouldn't it be better to just admit defeat? You can't outlast me. This person was the toughest opponent Yueyue had encountered since becoming a ninja. It was a bit shocking to him. If it were a young person, it would be understandable. Life is brilliant, and they haven't lived enough. But it was a middle-aged man who had fame and strength. What was there to hold on to? Tonkawai Aaron panted like a bull. Huff. A ninja cannot easily compromise, as long as there is still a breath. Huff. We must fight to the end. Seeing this, Yueyue extended his right index finger and tapped it on his left palm, saying, stop. Don't fight anymore. We're all tools. Why risk our lives? Let's call it a draw. Don't pretend. You're just afraid of my dying counterattack. You're afraid of getting hurt, aren't you? How did you know? Because I used to do the same. The Mist Hidden's competition is brutal. Once injured, you might be at a disadvantage and be eliminated. The ones to watch out for have never been the enemy, but one's own comrades. I've barely managed to survive until now. Alright, being a ninja is tough for everyone. Old brother, let's stop here. We'll both have something to report to the village. Later you go east, and he'll go west. Tonkawai Aaron nodded. They would each go kill a few of the enemy's grunts and call it even. Nightless Moon roamed the battlefield, slaying a few Mist-Hidden ninjas along the way. The situation for Sand Hidden was grim, especially in terms of high-end combat power compared to Mist Hidden. Aside from him, everyone else was struggling in battle. He discreetly consumed a few soldier pills to restore some stamina and chakra, then swiftly dove into a new engagement. Yitsong was locked in combat, with same hottest wielder Fuguki Suikazan. Though she held the advantage, she could not swiftly finish him off, and was thus pinned down, unable to do anything else. Captain, let me hold him off. You go clear out the Mist Hidden, and victory will be ours. Emma, be careful. Yitsong understood that this was the best course of action. Her Scourge style was more efficient than a Reaper against mid- and low-tier ninjas, instantly vaporizing any living creature within a 100-meter radius. Nightless Moon's combat prowess was sufficient to keep Fuguki occupied. With that in mind, she decisively withdrew. Just a brat, and you think you can stop me? Water style Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Earth style Earth Flow Wall. Boom. The Earth Wall perfectly neutralized the impact of the Water Dragon, as both techniques were of the same level. Before Nightless Moon could react, he found himself engulfed in a massive torrent of water. A geyser several meters thick erupted from the ground, lifting him into the air and immobilizing him. Water style Great Waterfall Technique. Trapped in the water, unable to breathe, he naturally could not activate the 7 days breathing method. This was one of the secret technique's weaknesses. Too reliant on breathing. Swoosh. After the waterfall passed, Samahata lunged through the air, its gaping maw already impatiently opening to feast. Wind-style Sky-Shattering Air Bullet. A fist-sized high-pressure wind mass shot straight at the nearby Samahata. A strong sense of crisis made Samahata instinctively curl up, using the armor on its back to defend. The lethality of the Sky-Shattering Air Bullet was undeniable. It could shatter even hard rock. Samahata's body was covered in sharp, hard spines, which grew wildly under chakra stimulation, curling into a sea urchin-like shape, overlapping to withstand the impact. Thump, thump, thump. Under the fierce bombardment, fragments broke off, and Samahata cried out in pain. Not bad. Fuguki's face showed a flicker of surprise. Blue chakra flowed continuously from his arm into Samahata, and the latter's injuries visibly healed. Hair Needle 1000. His orange hair infused with chakra suddenly grew wildly, transforming into a barrage of javelins that shot forth. In the blink of an eye, the enemy was turned into a pincushion. Nightless Moon's body turned into a pile of mud. He had used an earth clone at the critical moment, while his true body circled behind Fuguki to launch an attack. Wind-style windmill shuriken. He hurled 2 windmill shurikens in succession. Whoosh whoosh. Fuguki swung Samahata to block the first, and for the second, he hardened his hair with chakra into ropes to entangle it. Got any more tricks? Bring him on. Haha. His shark-like teeth were intimidating, and his 7-foot-8 stature seemed inhuman, his face full of cruelty. Even among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the gap between individuals was vast. Fuguki was clearly far stronger than Amiri Ringo. Nightless Moon was completely outmatched. Nightless Moon stepped back, his expression somewhat sour, and cursed, "Damn it, don't get too cocky." The last time Head fought Fuguki was on the sea. Had been half-killed on the first encounter, and nearly devoured by the pufferfish the man summoned. Now barely holding his own for a few exchanges showed how much he had improved. But this isn't the sea now. Your water style can't touch me. Don't be so sure. As Fuguki spoke, he suddenly charged toward nearby mist-hidden and sand-hidden ninjas locked in combat. Samahata shot out over a dozen meters and knocked them down. Crack crack. The muscles of the 2 ninjas instantly caved in, their chakra devoured by Samahata, leaving them little better than dried corpses. He repeated this maneuver several times, turning both allies and enemies within sight into nourishment for Samahata, which then channeled the chakra back to its wielder. Crackle. Fuguki cracked, his knuckles fully revived. His compatibility with Samahata was not the highest, but it was still useful for replenishing chakra. Next, water-style great explosive water collision wave. Rumble. A massive amount of water was generated, instantly forming a colossal water prison that spanned several hundred meters. Summoning technique. Boom. A giant pufferfish covered in vicious poisonous spines appeared inside the water prison. It opened its mouth. Glub glub. Releasing a stream of bubbles. Its massive tail flicked lightly, and its body shot toward Nightless Moon. This is bad. Nightless Moon panicked. Holding his breath, he swam desperately away. Thanks to his years of training in the sea, he was but he still couldn't outpace a fish. The pufferfish quickly caught up. Earth-style dust hiding technique. Fine soil particles created by chakra dissolved into the water, turning the surroundings into muddy slurry that obscured everything. Muddy water to confuse the fish. The venomous pufferfish charged through its gills, opening and closing in distress as it choked. The enemy had vanished. Fuguki kept his hand on the water prison to maintain its shape. He saw Nightless Moon grab the spines on the pufferfish's back, clinging to it like a leech. Thus, no matter how fast or powerful the pufferfish was, it could do nothing to him. Cunning bastard. With that thought, he simply dispelled the summoning. He continued maintaining the water prison, intending to drown his enemy alive. The two stalemated like this. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Nightless Moon floated motionless in the center of the water prison, thinking, this is fine. My goal is to stall Fuguki, the less I fight the better. What's going on? He's still not dead. Fuguki was the first to break. Maintaining the massive water prison consumed a huge amount of chakra, and he was forced to release it. Crashed. The immense volume of water spilled onto the ground, forming a small lake. I was this close to my limit. Nightless Moon gasped for fresh air. He extended a finger to touch the ground, sensing the entire battlefield. By now the tide had completely turned. With Yitsong's intervention, Sand-Hidden swiftly gained the upper hand. The killing efficiency of Scorch style was terrifying. Yitsong deliberately targeted areas where enemies clustered. As soon as the Sand-Hidden ninjas saw her approaching, they abandoned their opponents and fled. The Mist-Hidden ninjas were dazed for a moment, but by the time they recognized her, it was too late to run. Scorch style overboil kill. Steam rose, and the air was thick with the smell of cooked meat. Help! Save me! Within 100 meters, the green vegetation visibly faded to gray. Dozens of dried corpses lay on the ground, as if the apocalypse had come. Panic spread, and Mist-Hidden retreated in defeat. The other Mist-Hidden elites were tightly held by Sand-Hidden, unable to stop the rout. It seems this battle is ours. You'd better return to your islands and keep fishing. The mainland is no place for you to meddle. War is a test of endurance. A temporary win or loss decides nothing. Your Sand-Hidden won't last long. We'll take it back soon enough. Just you wait. Boom. Fuguki formed a single-hand seal, and his body vanished in a puff of white smoke. Mist-Hidden withdrew, leaving behind hundreds of corpses, and retreated directly from the land of whirlpools. Sand-Hidden claimed a brief victory, recapturing the port cape of the sea. Sand-Hidden also suffered heavy losses, barely holding the title of victor. In this battle, Yitsong had killed over 100 Mist-Hidden ninjas, spreading her fearsome reputation throughout the mist. Nightless Moon's main contribution was stalling 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, playing a pivotal role in proving his strength as a jonin. The preset operational objectives were achieved, and commendations were soon issued. Congratulations, Moon. You're now a jonin. Here is your appointment letter. Thank you. I will strive even harder to fight for the village. Nightless Moon took the scroll with delight, opened it, and saw the signature and seal of the 4th Kazekage, along with the ninja registration number and name Chinyu. The rank read Jonin. Being a Jonin required not only mastery of at least 2 chakra natures, but also practical combat ability to accomplish missions under extreme difficulty. Nightless Moon met all these conditions. He was a genuine Jonin. Captain, our village is far from here. Mist Hidden could counterattack at any time. Long-term defense is also a problem. I wonder what the village's plans are. Sand Hidden couldn't station too many people there permanently. Eventually, only 1 or 2 squads would remain. Yitsong replied, "We'll still use the rotation system. All we needed was a victory to stabilize morale, and now that goal is achieved. If Mist Hidden reorganizes and counterattacks, we'll use the old strategy. The old strategy was to retreat and let the Leaf forces wear down Mist Hidden, then Sand Hidden would step in to finish the job and claim the spoils." This swift victory over Mist Hidden was also the result of Leaf's prolonged attrition. Between nations, there was no morality, only mutual exploitation. No one should point fingers. Captain, you killed many Mist Hidden this time. They must hate you to the core. Please be careful of retaliation. Will be careful. Though both were now Jonin of equal rank, Nightless Moon's attitude toward Yitsong remained unchanged, showing no signs of neglect. His words still brimmed with genuine concern for her safety, which was truly heartwarming. As a subordinate whom she had watched grow step by step, she was sincerely happy for Nightless Moon and felt proud of him. Moon, the village might assign you to lead your own squad on dangerous missions. After all, you're a true Jonin, now capable of standing alone. Be mentally prepared. I've gone on solo missions before, nothing to worry about. Nightless Moon shook his head, looking unconcerned. What could be more terrifying than being stalked by Sasori? That period had been a nightmare, living in constant fear, unable to sleep at night. A great stain on his spy career. Sigh. Thinking about being separated from you, Captain, I feel a little sad. There was a saying, get a benefit and then play innocent. Ever since he latched onto Yitsong's thigh, he had risen steadily, reaping tangible rewards. Now that he was promoted to Jonin and had to go independent, he naturally had to put on a show. Yet Yitsong appreciated this acting. She looked at him with anticipation and said, "A fledgling eagle must always leave the nest to soar freely. There is a broader sky ahead. Grow quickly. I look forward to the day you surpass me, ha." A month had passed, yet the Hidden Mist had not launched a counterattack, seemingly biding their time and gathering strength. The Hidden Sand, however, could not afford to wait indefinitely. With finances strained and the goal of flexing their muscles achieved, there was no point in prolonging the stalemate. Thus it was decided to withdraw the main force, leaving behind 2 Chunin squads and several dozen genin for a long-term. As expected, the name Chinyu appeared on the recall list, summoned back to the village for a debriefing and new assignments. Upon becoming a Jonin, one would directly engage in handling the various challenges faced by the village, akin to a business manager, a mid-level cadre of the village. He had escaped the fate of being mere cannon fodder. With the Hidden Sand desperately short-handed, a newly promoted Jonin was an invaluable asset that could not be wasted. They were eager to put him to work immediately. Yi Weiwei was summoned by Raza the moment he returned to the village without even going home. 4th Hokage. Chinyue, you have border garrison experience, and you've demonstrated exceptional combat skills and remarkable achievements against the enemy. Moreover, you have a remarkable talent for intelligence gathering. There is a task that requires your expertise. What kind of mission is it? Half a year ago, along with the 3rd Kazekage Grand Elder Kyo's grandson, the village's prodigious puppeteer, Sasori, also disappeared. I hear you two were on good terms, having teamed up for missions before. We got along well. He was intrigued by my taijutsu, and we sparred a few times. I'm quite puzzled by his I feel sorry for him. Yi Weiwei's face was full of regret. Though he detested Sasori, he couldn't show it, mainly because he was unsure of the village's stance. I feel sorry for him. Yi Weiwei's face was full of regret. Though he detested Sasori, he couldn't show it, mainly because the Chiyo family has sacrificed so much for the village. Alas, may I ask what the mission is? Someone spotted traces of Sasori near the barren hills, and he's suspected of destroying several local villages. This incident has a grave impact. I need you to investigate secretly. If it is confirmed that Sasori did it, even if he is Grand Elder Kyo's grandson, he cannot be spared. At present, Sasori had been classified as an Shrank rogue ninja of the Hidden Sand. In truth, the village had never sent anyone to hunt him down. Understood. He'll leave immediately. Your hometown is near that area, isn't it? You can take a detour and... Understood. He'll leave immediately. Your hometown is near that area, isn't it? You can take a detour and visit. Thank you, 4th Hokage, for your consideration. Chinyu's family situation was simple. Both parents were alive, with an older brother and sister both married. They had been too poor to support him, so they sent him to the Hidden Sand village to become a shinobi, earning a living at the risk of his life. The entire shinobi world was similar. Ninja lifespans were very short, and they could die on a mission at any time. Yi Wuiyue, being an imposter, had no intention of actually visiting his hometown. Instead, the entire shinobi world was similar. Ninja lifespans were very short, and they could die on a mission at any time. Yi Wuiyue, being an imposter, had no intention of actually visiting his hometown. Instead, he headed straight for the destination to carry out intelligence reconnaissance. As for what the fourth Hokage said about not letting Sasori off, don't be ridiculous. He wasn't a match for Sasori, even when he was in the village, and now with the third Kazekage puppet under his control and his mass murder to create puppets, his strength had multiplied several times over. In the northern part of the Wind Country, near the border, the terrain was a gobi desert covered with coarse gravel that crunched underfoot. After half a day's walk, occasional patches of green dotted the landscape. Following the map provided by the village, he visited the villages that Sasori had annihilated one by one, finding only ruins and long-dried corpses. After half a day's walk, occasional patches of green dotted the landscape. Following the map provided by the village, he visited the villages that Sasori had annihilated one by one, finding only ruins and long-dried corpses. The 5 great nations each had their own 5 great ninja villages, but that didn't mean every country had only one ninja village. For example, the Fire Country had organizations like the Fire Temple. Additionally, there were ninja groups that existed in clan form, living independently, without joining official villages, such as the Kagaya clan of the Water Country. The Wind Country was similar. Many unofficial ninja formed small villages allied with the Hidden Sand Village, contributing manpower during wars. Now that several such villages had been wiped out, the Hidden Sand Village, as the nominal big brother, could not sit idly by. After half a month of tracking, Yi Wuiyue used his Earth Pulse Sense technique to locate Sasori in a chaotic stone forest. I didn't expect the village to send you. Sasori was also surprised to see the person before him, fully aware of how cunning this man. I didn't expect the village to send you. Sasori was also surprised to see the person before him, fully aware of how cunning this. I will never forget how well you treated me. Yi Wuiyue shed the cautious persona he maintained in the village, revealing his true nature that had been suppressed for so long. Sasori replied with a sardonic smile, "Come to take revenge. With you." Creak, creak. 2 human puppets appeared in his hands, still the same pair of a man and a woman who used fire release. I heard you've been ravaging many small villages lately. Don't you have any new works? I'm not the same person I used to be. Just 2 human puppets. Humph. Yi Wuiyue said, forming a hand seal and taking a deep breath. Wind release, sky-shattering sphere. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Facing an old friend, he naturally couldn't afford to be negligent. He greeted him with twice the enthusiasm, sending fist-sized, highly compressed air spheres hurtling through the air. Fast and relentless. Sasori realized that launching a fire release now would be too late. Even Hiriko would shatter under such a... As a top-tier puppeteer, he naturally had more than one defensive method. The male and female puppets each extended supports from their arms, raising blue chakra shields. Bang, bang, bang. The high-pressure air spheres hammered against the chakra shields, causing them to tremble. The 2 puppets staggered backward, barely managing to hold. Try this. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Yi Wuiyue changed his hand seals, and the ground in front of him writhed rapidly, forming a dragon head that spewed rock bullets, bombarding Sasori relentlessly. It was as if he was venting all the bullying he had suffered from Sasori. Boom, boom, boom. Crack. The female puppet's arm couldn't withstand the continuous impact and snapped off. The chakra shield dissipated instantly, and the next moment, it was completely shattered by the following rock bullets. Its durability is still too fragile. It needs further reinforcement. Sasori was certainly not one to just take a beating without retaliating. He pulled the string, and the remaining male puppet opened its mouth, spewing a cluster of poison senbon to interrupt his opponent's technique. Seizing the moment, he released 2 more human puppets. One held a half-meter-wide cleaver, while the other had both arms modified into a barrel-thick mechanism launcher packed with poison senbon. Yi Wuiyue was also pushing the attack. Who knew how many puppets Sasori had? If he brought out the 3rd Kazekage, he wouldn't stand a chance. Puppets were tools that fought in midair, making ordinary earth release attacks from the ground ineffective. Wind release, shuriken. He hurled a high-speed rotating windmill shuriken toward the mechanism puppet, aiming to eliminate the threat to his own life first. The puppet wielding the cleaver flew forward, intercepting the windmill shuriken with its blade. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The mechanism puppet's arms emitted clicking sounds, then began to spray a rain of poisoned senbon needles. Wind release, great breakthrough. Yi Wuiyue tried to use the wind to blow away the senbon rain. The 2 had fought many times and knew each other's moves well. Sasori quickly urged his puppets to unleash a fire release to suppress the attack. Fire release, flame prison. The newly formed tornado was instantly engulfed by flames, which instead fueled the fire's momentum, surging toward Yi Wuiyue like a tidal wave. Bastard. Earth release, Earth Dragon Swim. At the critical moment, Yi Wuiyue plunged into the earth, and fled. After only a few exchanges he had been defeated. He still had his trump card Wind Release Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, but Sasori also had the third Kazekage puppet held in reserve. At this stage he was no match for Sasori. However, since he had fought, he could report back to the village and say he had done his part. Escaped. Next time I won't give you another chance. Sasori silently put away his puppets. Yiwuya was a vengeful person and would surely come after him again, so he needed to accelerate his own research to prepare. 500 meters away the soil trembled, and Yiwuya emerged from the ground. Ugh, so exhausting. Burrowing consumes too much stamina and lacks style, not befitting a man of my caliber. Damn, that's Sasori. Next time I won't be the one running away. Thinking back, aside from the first spar, when Sasori promised not to use poison, and he won by exploiting information asymmetry, every subsequent encounter ended with him fleeing. KUSO. Now that he had been promoted to Jonin, the enemies he faced would mostly be of the same rank. He still needed to supplement his combat techniques. Otherwise, if his 3 standard moves failed, he would be in trouble. Every Jonin had their own tricks, and they weren't easy to deal with. Kekkei Genkai was a one-trick pony that could dominate, but he didn't have one, so he had to figure things out himself. Alright, next he'll target the 5th active state of the 7 Heavens breathing method and develop a wind release technique similar to vacuum wave. The 7 Heavens breathing method and wind release were a perfect match. One trained lung capacity, and the other determined the power of techniques based on lung capacity. If he could unlock the 7th active state and use Sky-Shattering Sphere, its power would be formidable. Hidden Sand Village. 4th Hokage, I followed the intelligence provided by the village and investigated the relevant locations. After more than half a month of tracking, I finally found Sasori. Raza's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Sasori's strength was well known. He hadn't expected Yiwuya to actually find him and return unscathed. What did Sasori say? He said he was tired of the endless wars and decided to completely break away from the village to pursue his puppet art. He captures ninjas to research the human puppet technique. Bang! Raza slammed the table in fury. How dare Sasori ignore the village's ban and research human puppets? He's gone mad. Human puppets are indeed formidable, capable of using the ninjutsu they had in life. I fought him for 300 rounds, but ultimately lost due to a careless technique. He is cautious and cunning. However, give me a few years, and next time I will bring him back. Yiwuya made a solemn promise, skillfully painting a rosy picture. It was necessary to appease his leader. With the mission failed, he offered some emotional compensation. Shinue, you are still young with boundless potential. But Sasori is no ordinary man. For now, he is beyond your ability to handle. Let this matter rest for now. Go back and rest for a few days. There will be more important missions awaiting you. Understood. By the way, those human puppets of Sasori, who were they? Raza suddenly asked. So he too suspected Sasori. Yiwuya answered truthfully. They were all unknown people. I didn't recognize them. The influence of the Chiyo siblings was too great. Without concrete evidence, he dared not speak recklessly unless he wanted to be ostracized from the village. Alright, I understand. Keep this to yourself. You may leave. I shall take my leave. After returning home, Yiwuya rested for 2 days before resuming his intense cultivation. The 7-breath method grew increasingly difficult with each stage, placing an ever greater burden on the body. Simultaneously, the activation of bodily cells reached a new peak, generating a vast amount of physical energy in a short time, exceedingly vigorous. If spiritual energy failed to match, chakra could not be synthesized efficiently. Instead, energy would leak outward, resulting in the glow enveloping the body after unleashing the secret technique was a manifestation of the inability to contain energy. A true master should be able to harness all energy, utilizing every ounce of chakra for battle. I cannot afford to stop the spiritual secret technique. The next target, the brow chakra, must also be tackled, preferably in sync with the 7-breath method. The brow chakra governs insight, intuition, perception, and imagination. Imagination being the key to the strength of Yin release. He needed to find a way to stimulate the brow chakra. This required careful thought, drawing inspiration from daily life. Perhaps one day inspiration would strike. Compared to mental exertion, physical training was more reassuring. Human nature inclined toward laziness, preferring to exert effort rather than rack one's brains in deep thought. The red sun set in the west, its afterglow spilling onto the sandy rock face, reflecting a faint crimson light. On the training ground, a figure ran in circles. With his body now developed, Yiwuya could begin weighted training. He strapped specially made root stakes to his calves, gradually incorporating them into daily routines, such as running frog jumps and side kicks, until they became second nature. In a corner, one was practicing shuriken, throwing at a target. At 7 or 8 years old, learning other skills was pointless. It was better to focus on fundamentals, training only with shuriken and kunai. Brother Chinyua, are you done? Can you spar with me in taijutsu? Sure. Yiwuya drew a kunai and began a friendly bout with Juan, a form of relaxation and entertainment. Had it not been for this fight with Juan, he would have nearly forgotten that he was actually skilled in swordsmanship. Due to his identity, he had not touched a blade in years. By the way, the children from training base No. 8 are about to graduate. I wonder how many will survive. In the previous batch, only Banyao Huamao, and he had survived and been fully inducted. Huamao became a medical ninja and entered village life, while he became a spy sent to distant lands. Banyao remained at the base to teach new trainees while taking on missions when time allowed. At the route headquarters in my village, Haimeo was reporting to Danzo. Lord Danzo, preparations for the assessment of each base are complete. This round of evaluation focuses on 2 abilities: combat and intelligence gathering. Do you have any additional requirements? Make adjustments to the final assessment. In preparation for the coming war, intelligence agents must be sent into enemy nations. These people cannot be without attachments, otherwise they might betray the village under pressure. You mean, for those with intelligence specialties cancel their final assessment. The others proceed as usual. Yes, the Sand Shadows have gained a temporary advantage in their battle with the Mist Shadows. We cannot know their next moves. We need to arrange new intelligence agents to infiltrate Wuyin village as soon as possible. We are already scouting suitable candidates. According to the information Wangcai sent from the Sand Shadows, the northern border of the Wind Country is unsettled and conflict with the Rock Shadows may break out at any time. If there is a lack of conflict, create conflict. Inform Longma to act accordingly. Understood. At base No. 8. After dinner, Banyao inspected each trainee's dormitory before returning to his room. Removing his bird head mask, he revealed a delicate face with thick, elongated eyebrows exuding an air of heroism. Yet his eyes held an unshakable gloom. Tomorrow the members of this training class would face the same painful choice he had once endured: to kill the companions they had lived with for 5 years. Only those who could rediscover themselves amidst the pain would survive and grow. I wonder how that guy is doing now. He said 2 years, but it's almost 3 now. Back then Wangcai was 14 and she was 15. Time flew and soon they would both step into adulthood. She had already grown from a newcomer to a veteran of root. Her long brown braid had grown longer with a specially crafted poisoned sunbond hidden in its tip. During this time, she had carried out various high-difficulty missions, surviving many brushes with death, and her strength and experience had both improved. The ninjutsu that had once troubled her was successfully developed. After Wangcai left, she gradually slipped into the same emotional desert as other root members, her face expressionless, numb, and vacant all day long. Only in the dead of night, lying alone in bed, would memories of the past occasionally stir ripples in her heart. When will this ever end? It would be nice to have someone to talk to. On the outskirts of my village, a large yard was enclosed by simple wooden fences with several wooden houses inside. Dim light from the windows vaguely revealed silhouettes flickering inside. Director, the village sent a few more orphans today. Honestly, they didn't even leave their names. Nono speculated they must have been brought from the south of the Fire Country, where war is raging. But the village's budget for us is simply not enough to support so many children. I hear a new shinobi war might break out. Then there will definitely be even more orphans sent here. Don't worry. When that day comes, I'll talk to the 3rd Hokage. Besides, we can join the medical support teams in exchange for remuneration. Sigh. That's the only way. Since the orphanage was established, the village's orphans immediately had a place to go. Some ninjas would occasionally bring back homeless children from outside missions. In short, this was a project of sunlight, something that could be used as a political achievement. The village's higher-ups expressed strong support for it. Nono's original plan was to provide a home for homeless orphans in the village, but she hadn't expected the source of orphans to be so vast with extremely complex backgrounds. The village's financial support was limited, making it increasingly difficult to cover expenses. She regretted not thinking of earning money during her long time en route. With her skills as a spy, it would have been too easy to make money. But regret was useless. Wangcai was right. Relying solely on the village's funds is unrealistic. I need to find a job to earn money. After much thought, the only skill she could offer was medical ninjutsu. Finding a job at my hospital shouldn't be too difficult. With that in mind, she had no choice but to pull out her notebook and systematically review various medical knowledge. A new day dawned quickly. The young trainees at the root base rose early, ready for their final assessment and the start of their ninja. At the orphanage, after burning the midnight oil, Nono headed to my hospital for an interview for a medical ninja position. In Shine Village, Yuuyue was once again given a new mission by Raza. After the new Kazekage took office, he also favored promoting newcomers with no background, naturally developing a sense of repulsion toward. In the office, besides Raza, his wife, Gara, was temporarily serving as the Kazekage's assistant. Gara gave off the feeling of a big sister next door. She was a jonin skilled in manipulating sand, while Raza used magnet release to control gold dust. The two were the strongest couple the Shine village had produced after Sasori's parents, serving as the backbone of the village. Our operations in the bird country have been repeatedly disrupted by the rock shadows, severely damaging the village's reputation. The rock shadows are merely testing our limits. I want you to form a Jonin team and head to the bird country to deliver a decisive counterattack. Such a high-difficulty mission required not only combat prowess, but also intelligence-gathering ability. Yi Wuiyue had once infiltrated the blood mist alone and successfully acquired intelligence. For that very reason, few Jonin in the entire Shine village could compare. Raza could not afford to waste such a capable individual. Understood. But regarding the team selection, you may draw from those you are familiar with, and I will coordinate. After deep thought, Yi Wuiyue ultimately selected 3 special Jonin, Iwano, Yumari, and Sayu. Since he was aligning himself with the new leadership, it was better to choose old teammates rather than strangers, building good karma for future use. The Shine village had limited resources and followed an elite training path, resulting in the smallest number of ninjas among the 5 great ninja villages. Even so, there were still 5,000 to 6,000 active personnel. Only a tiny fraction ever had the chance to appear before the village's high-ranking officials. Those who were summoned by the Kazekage and had their names remembered were even rarer. Iwano and Yamari were originally subordinates of Yakura. Sayu specialized in fire release and had once worked together with them hunting the demon scorpion under Sasori's leadership. In the Golden Desert, a group of 4 leisurely walked across the sand. Yi Wuiyue had draped himself in a cloak to shield against the wind and sand, while the others had their own tricks. Some wore black cloth over their heads, revealing only their eyes, looking like terrorists. By the way, this mission is pretty much the same as the one in the Rain Country, right, Captain? Iwano asked. Iwano quickly adapted, accepting his former teammate as his captain without any awkwardness in addressing him. Generally the same. The 4th Kazekage wants us to kill the enemy, if possible. The rock shadows are no pushover. They're deliberately provoking us to start a war. No matter what we do, they'll use it as an excuse to deploy troops. So don't hold back. Show your true skills. You already know all our skills. We've never hidden them. You were a Chunin when I was already a special Jonin. Now you've been promoted to Jonin, and I'm still a special Jonin. I can't even outsmoke you. Iwano had tried in private, but could never manage to finish a whole cigarette in one breath. All of you perform well. When I report back, I'll add some polish to your records. Don't make me struggle to fabricate excuses for you. Yi Wuiyue sighed inwardly. They were all old-timers with no hope of promotion, and empty promises wouldn't work. Better to be straightforward. Got it. We'll do our best. They all understood that the 4th Kazekage, newly in power and eager to make achievements to solidify his position, would inevitably find reasons to promote a batch of core members. As long as they seized the opportunity, they could still get a raise and promotion. Yi Wuiyue's rapid promotion to Jonin was partly due to his excellent performance in the war, and partly because Raza intended to promote him. After 4 days of traversing the Wind Country, they arrived at the Bird Country, a land brimming with fragrant blossoms and melodious birdsong. The Bird Country was a minuscule nation flanked by the Earth Country to the north, the Wind Country to the south, the Ghost Country to the west, and the Rain Country to the east. Its lord was named Great Heron, and the capital rested by the lakeside where migratory birds dwelled, enjoying a temperate climate. The country's domesticated fowl were frequently purchased by other villages as messengers, and it possessed no shinobi village of its own. It relied primarily on ordinary samurai and rogue ninjas to safeguard its governance. Serving as a buffer zone between the Wind Country and the Earth Country, it had endured the ravages of war for years. Fortunately, its geography was favorable, fertile soil, favorable winds, and timely rains. The common folk fared far better than those in the Wind Country or Rain Country. Captain, should we still play our roles? Yorujetsu shook his head in response. The method used in the Rain Country was to deal with the third-party leaf villages meddling. Facing enemies requires real blades and true grit. The situation is different. Role-playing is just a formality, more of a warning. Enemies, however, are a matter of life and death. Then what must we do to find the IWA shinobi? Keep watch on the Bird Country's daimyo. IWA is snatching our market by sabotaging our missions. We'll use the same tactic. Wait until they take a mission, then disrupt it. For Yorujetsu, who hailed from the root organization, this was old hat. He was well-versed in such operations. Doing good deeds was difficult, but ruining something, that was his forte. The foreman squad infiltrated the Bird Country's capital and waited for the IWA shinobi to show themselves. After half a month with no sign, Yorujetsu felt his pride wounded. IWA no Sayu, the two of you will pose as rogue ninjas and attack the daimyo's mansion. Yes. That very night, the sound of explosive tags roared from the daimyo's estate, throwing it into chaos. The next day, a messenger was dispatched urgently to the Earth Country. See, they have a mission, but don't entrust it to our village. That's why we must take them down. IWA No and Sayu returned from their raid shaken and terrified. Though shinobi wielded power, they were inherently fearful of the noble class. Those nobles were their patrons. Want the daimyo suspect us? Don't panic. We're operating in secret. As long as we don't reveal our identities, it's fine. It's just a scare, not an actual assassination. Hearing Urajetsu's words, the two felt much more at ease. Iwa village responded swiftly, dispatching a squad of shinobi led by a jonin 3 days later to investigate the situation. They seemed to guess that sand shinobi were behind the mischief, so they acted with extreme caution, never separating to give the enemy a chance to ambush. Urajetsu led his squad in covert surveillance, patiently waiting for an opening. After about a week of stalemate, both sides had gathered enough intel. They chose to settle the matter in a duel by the lakeside on the outskirts. Damn Iwa, don't you know the rules? Stealing our clients. Huh. Sand can't even protect its own Kazekage assassinated right in the village. What right do you have to guarantee an employer's safety? What a joke, bastard. You dare insult the village. Today you won't get away with it. Bring it on. After the verbal sparring, they exchanged shuriken as the signal for full-scale assault. Each found their opponent and cautiously engaged in close-quarters combat. A shinobi's battle differed from that of ordinary soldiers. Typically, it was a single-soldier operation. The battlefield of 2 high-level shinobi could span hundreds of meters in all directions. Superior mobility in jutsu meant that in a melee, it was easy to injure allies. Urajetsu's opponent was the jonin Captain Ryuko, a burly man with a coarse, large-boned frame. His exposed right arm was thick with muscles exuding raw power. Earth-release rock cannon jutsu. The man spat out rock projectiles at a rapid rate, each one devastatingly powerful, cratering the ground where they landed. Earth-release Earth Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Urajetsu used an automated Earth Dragon launcher, harnessing the Earth's veins to achieve high-frequency firing. White chakra gathered in the Earth Dragon's throat as it spat continuously. Its rock bullets lacked the power of the opponents, but made up for it with sheer speed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. What? So fast. Earth-release Earth Plow Return. Ryuko was startled and quickly formed hand seals. Chakra surged through his feet into the ground, instantly solidifying the soil before him into a vertical stone slab. The defense of this technique was inferior to the earth wall, but its advantage lay in a short cast time sufficient to block ordinary jutsu. Thump thump thump. The rock bullets struck the slab with a dull rumble, then abruptly ceased. With a sharp crack, a dense network of fissures spiderwebbed across the slab's center. Crack. An iron fist punched through the slab, hurtling straight for Ryuko's heart. Earth release. At the critical moment, Ryuko's skin turned an earthen yellow as hard as rock. His body was sent flying, rolling twice on the ground. After the technique dispelled, he climbed back up, rubbing his chest, uninjured. Damn, that hurts. Urajetsu withdrew his hand and shook it. He had hoped to land a decisive blow with the fourth breath of the 7-day breathing method, catching the enemy off guard. But his opponent had a hidden card. Now it had to be a taijutsu showdown. I've seen through your ace, die. Ryuko stomped the ground and charged using Iwa's signature jutsu, Earth Release Rock Fist. As he struck, chakra transformed into solid rock, enveloping his fist like a massive gauntlet, protecting it and multiplying its power. Urajetsu had no intention of foolishly meeting rock with flesh. That would be like an egg striking a stone. His strategy was to exploit his speed, dodging and circling to the enemy's side, snapping a whip kick that forced his opponent to block with his arm. Thump. After kicking Ryuko back, he took a deep breath. Wind release Great Void Sphere. The jutsu's casting was so swift that the enemy had no time to deploy a strong defensive technique. Urajetsu had already tested the slab's defense. It couldn't withstand the Great Void Sphere. Ryuko clearly realized this. His opponent was methodically pushing forward, exchanging taijutsu on the surface, then suddenly unleashing a powerful wind release. As a jonin, he had rich combat experience. He swung his rock fist diagonally into the ground, the immense force compacting the soil. Chakra vibration lifted a massive chunk of hardened earth. He ducked behind the clod, using the thick earth as a shield. Boom, boom, boom. The wind sphere struck the mud, but the soil's ductility rapidly absorbed the impact, causing no real damage. Damn bastard, I can't beat Sasori, but I can beat you. Urajetsu cursed abandoned ninjutsu and leaped into the air for a flying kick. Hercules kick. Earth release rock fist. Unexpectedly, Ryuko didn't evade, but chose to counter with a fist. Normally an arm couldn't outmatch a leg, but his arm was as thick as Urajetsu's thigh. With the rock fist's enhancement, their strength was evenly matched. Thump thump thump. In a few breaths, Urajetsu delivered dozens of rapid kicks, his soles numb and nearly cramping. Ryuko stood firm, blocking every blow. He too was suffering, panting heavily with sweat the size of beans streaming down his face. Looks like that's all you've got. I still have one last ace you can't possibly block. But I'm a peace-loving man. I don't enjoy killing. If the Iwa village withdraws from the bird country market, I might just let you live. What ace? Show it, let me see it. Ryuko tilted his chin, replying with a provocative edge. Did he think he could be scared so easily? He was a jonin too. Didn't he have his own trump card? Sigh. If you insist on dying, I'll have no choice but to oblige. Yorujetsu deactivated the 7-day breathing state, as the coming attack wasn't suited for it. Earth release hiding in dust jutsu. He spat out a large cloud of gray dust, rapidly spreading to obscure the surroundings. I see a stealth attack. Perfect for me. Earth release, earth spear. Ryuko quickly formed hand seals, unleashing his own ultimate technique. He wasn't about to wait for his opponent to finish preparing and unleash a fatal blow. He would turn the tables and strike first. Rumble. The ground trembled and countless sharp rock spikes erupted, spreading in all directions and rapidly expanding. The range depended on the caster's chakra. What's happening? Yorujetsu couldn't see clearly, but the surrounding dust was composed of fine particles created by earth. In other words, his chakra pervaded this area, allowing him to roughly sense what was occurring. Damn. Body flickered. Whoosh. His figure vanished, instantly escaping the dust-covered zone. Then he turned to eliminate Ryuko's subordinates, who had foolishly expected him to fight within the dust. Saya's fire release was formidable. She had already defeated her opponent. IWA no using his puppet was locked in a stalemate. Yumari, a trap master, was weak in combat, being overwhelmed by her opponent and bearing wounds. Yorujetsu rushed to support Yumari, first using the body flicker to strike from behind and eliminate the enemy. Captain, go support Saya. Will support. IWA no. Yes. The two moved swiftly. Minutes later, the hiding and dust jutsu, no longer sustained by chakra, dissipated gradually, revealing the surroundings. Ryuko heard his subordinate scream and realized what had happened. He roared, "You despicable coward." By the time he rushed over, he saw only the still warm corpse of his comrade. Ryuko heard his subordinate scream and realized what had happened. He roared, "You despicable coward." By the time, the 4 members of the Dust Moon squad stood on the trees, encircling Ryuko, ready to strike at any moment. Unforgivable. It'll kill you all. Ryuko knew he should flee to survive, but the thought of returning to face his subordinates' family's guilt and self-reproach forced him to fight. You brought this on yourself. Don't blame us. Attack. Gang fighting was simple. Everyone launched shuriken from all angles, occasionally mixed with explosive tags. Ryuko fled in panic. Against a full jonin squad, he was utterly outmatched. The relentless barrage of attacks gave him no chance. Whoosh. 2 kunai flew past his sides, crossing each other, then embedded in a nearby tree trunk. A closer look revealed thin wires tied to the kunai. Not good. Ryuko's pupils shrank. He tried to dodge sideways, but was forced back by a burst of flame. Yamari seized the moment to pull the wire, instantly binding Ryuko to the trunk. Unicorn charge. IWA no manipulated his stag beetle puppet, driving it into a high-speed thrust at Ryuko's body. Don't even think about it. Wind release, gale palm. Yorujetsu thrust his hands forward, channeling wind release. Don't even think about it. Wind release, gale palm. Yorujetsu thrust his hands forward, channeling wind release to enhance the stag beetle puppet's speed, turning it into a blur. Schlick. The steel horn pierced straight through Ryuko's body, also gouging a massive hole in the tree behind him. Blood trickled from Ryuko's mouth as he tilted his head, dying with reluctance. With a collective sigh of relief, the team members exhaled. Had it not been for the captain's quick thinking and the tactical misalignment they employed, the outcome would have been far less certain. Yue remarked, "The rock hidden won't let this slide. War may be upon us. We must return swiftly." All the rock hidden needed was a pretext for war. The annihilation of the elite squad assigned to security duty handed them the perfect opportunity. 3 days later, at Shine Village. 4th Kazekage, we eliminated the Rock Hidden's elite squad. Here is the detailed account of the Yue submitted the mission report he had prepared in advance, which included a detailed description of each member's. Raza read it carefully and praised, "I didn't expect your team to achieve such remarkable synergy on your first mission. I was right to trust you, Chinyu. It is all thanks to your trust. My comrades fought fearlessly for the honor of the village. I could never allow myself to. I am gratified to hear that. More important missions await you in the future. Rest assured, 4th Kazekage. Even if it costs me my life, I will complete the mission for the sake of the village. I believe you will. Go rest well." Raza was deeply satisfied with the young man's earnest vow. The more he employed loyal youths like Yue, the more secure his position as Kazekage would become. This incident solidified his resolve. After Yue left, Karura remarked, "Youth is wonderful. Such boundless. It's a pity there are few young people as outstanding as him in the village." Raza sighed. "Resources are limited, so it can't be helped. With careful cultivation, we will find more in time." Raza reached out and gently touched Karura's slightly swollen belly. "How are you feeling? Don't overwork yourself. I can handle things alone." "I'm fine. I can manage," Karura replied with a smile. Their deep affection for each other was truly enviable. Apart from consuming considerable time, the mission posed no great difficulty. Yi Weiwei returned home rested for a night and resumed his training the next day. Shine possessed many wind release techniques, but most were of mediocre quality. Skills like airflow dance wind cutter and wind net. They were merely techniques derived from different forms of wind. Those with a large area of attack inherently lacked power. For such a vast village, it was strange that not a single master excelled in wind release. Yi Weiwei's idea was simple: alter the form of the grand void orb, transitioning from a sphere to a crescent shape. The spherical core concentrated power, emphasizing impact and penetration. The crescent shape focused on slicing, akin to the arcing strike of the blade technique string cut. This technique was fundamentally different from Danzo's vacuum wave, which was a linear beam attack. Yi Weiwei intended to retain the use of highly compressed energy. He followed the principle of overwhelming force through sheer density. The implementation presented difficulties. First, he had to gradually flatten the spherical high-pressure air mass into an ellipse, then into a near-flat sheet. Achieving this step alone took half a month, built upon his formidable foundation in chakra control. Next, he needed to shape the sheet into a half-moon form to enhance cutting power, then integrate the pressure differential principle of wind cutter to amplify its lethality. These were not tasks that could be completed in a short time. During this period, war arrived as expected. The Rock Hidden Village declared that their squad had been carrying out routine international missions when they were ambushed and killed by the Shine. They claimed they were waging a righteous war of vengeance. Thousands of ninja gathered at the border ready to invade the Land of Wind. Simultaneously, the Cloud Hidden Village launched a surprise attack, mobilizing forces to strike both the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, while the previously active Mist Hidden Village fell silent. The daimyo's residence was near the northern border of the Land of Wind. Panicked, the daimyo immediately urged the Shine to engage. The village's higher-ups delayed for several days, only sending troops reluctantly after the daimyo promised additional financial subsidies. Unsurprisingly, Yi Weiwei's name appeared on the vanguard list. As a newly promoted jonin, he was not eligible to command in such a large-scale war. Command had to be entrusted to elite jonin with extensive battle experience. After Sasori's defection, Elder Chiyo, disheartened, had stepped back to an advisory role, unwilling to involve herself further in village affairs. Thus, the village appointed a new elder named Maple Leaf as the overall commander of the Northern Front. For the vanguard leader, a difficult choice was made. They recalled Yegura from her post at the Cape of the Sea. Consequently, Yi Weiwei once again assumed the position of assistant. Starting from the bottom was a lie for the gullible. Ever since he had latched onto Yegura's coattails, he had always been the second in command. At the plaza, the vanguard troops began to assemble. "Captain, it's so good to fight alongside you again." "I didn't expect it either. The war with the Rock Hidden started so quickly. I heard you formed your own jonin squad and earned high praise from the village. It's all under your banner. Otherwise, no one would listen to me. Maybe I'm too young." Yi Weiwei wore an air of feigned insecurity, knowing that in front of a mature woman, he had to play the part of a pitiable youth to gain sympathy. As expected, Yegura raised her fist and encouraged him, "Don't worry. Perform well in this war, and you'll earn more recognition. Let's work hard together. Let's work hard together." Yi Weiwei nodded solemnly, extending his fist and unexpectedly tapping it against Yegura's delicate fist, causing her to nearly blush. Whenever he saw a beautiful woman, he couldn't resist taking advantage. Utterly unable to control himself. When he first arrived in Cheyenne, he had heeded the words of Captain Black Cat and kept a low profile. Now that his strength had grown and his body had matured, his true nature began to surface. Yegura lowered her hand, awkwardly muttering inwardly, "Really? In front of so many people?" Every time she thought she was overthinking, he would intentionally or unintentionally tease her time and again. Through repeated torment, she was certain. Now that Yi Weiwei had come of age, he exuded an unmistakable masculine aura, and the relationship between them could no longer be concealed behind the label of female boss assistant. Only a single catalyst was needed to break through the final barrier. At that moment, the fourth Kazekage Raza appeared at the front and delivered a speech declaring war on the Rock Hidden. "The Rock Hidden has invaded our territory, killed civilians, and plundered property. This cannot be forgiven. We must strike back fiercely and drive out the invaders. Drive out the invaders. Drive out the invaders." The crowd shouted in unison, boosting morale and dispelling their inner fears. When surrounded by many, they felt less afraid. This time, Jonin Yegura will lead the vanguard to engage the Rock Hidden. Elder Maple Leaf's reinforcements will arrive at the front lines in at most half a month. Everyone must fight with all your courage and at all costs drive them out of the Land of Wind. Shine will prevail. Shine will prevail. Prevail. Yi Weiwei stood at the very front of the crowd, shouting the loudest of all, looking like a Chinibyo. Soon the group set off with burning passion toward the northern border. The ninja moved swiftly, reaching the battlefield in just one day of full speed. The Rock Hidden seemed to have anticipated the Cheyenne's arrival. Without hesitation, they deployed their formation and met them heated. The two sides clashed on the plains, unleashing their signature techniques. Earth release rockshell technique. When performed by a single person, this technique seemed unremarkable and hard to land. But when over 1,000 ninja used it simultaneously, it became a catastrophe. Whistling sounds filled the air as dense rock shells rained down, impossible to dodge. After the first wave, the Shine suffered considerable losses. As longtime rivals, the Shane's strength lay in close combat, and their puppet core was their trump card. After enduring the initial assault, Yegura led the charge, driving like a sharp blade into the heart of the rock-hidden forces. Then a small sun lit up above the rock-hidden scorch release, steaming murder. When the light faded, only desiccated corpses remained. Next came the puppet core. Poison-tipped Sunbon flew wildly across the crowded battlefield, gracing unlucky victims. Dodge the Sunbon. No matter, there was also poison gas spray. The rock-hidden quickly formed a commando unit to eliminate the puppets. As their opponents knew well, the weakness of puppets was the puppeteer themselves. Kill them. Not a chance. Yiwuya led his squad patrolling around the puppeteers responsible for their security. Every puppeteer was a treasure of the village. Wind release, airflow dance. The squad consisted of ninja who had mastered wind release. They jointly performed the sand-raising technique, creating a large-scale, sandstorm-like jutsu. This was a basic technique causing no direct damage, only raising dust and sand to blind the enemy. The puppeteers took the opportunity to finish them off, firing mechanisms to harvest lives. On such a massive battlefield, even a jonin could fall if surrounded and overwhelmed. Caution was paramount. A low hum emanated from underground. On such a massive battlefield, even a jonin could fall if surrounded and overwhelmed. Caution was paramount. Bang! The rock-hidden ninja who had tunneled from underground had barely emerged when they were met with a hail of shuriken. Damn it! Their ambitions cut short, they died on the spot. Some were quick enough to dodge the shuriken and swiftly formed hand seals for a counterattack. Earth release, earth current. Wind release, grand void, or boom. A cyan energy sphere struck the back of the head, exploding like a watermelon, splattering flesh. Don't underestimate the Shane, you accursed invaders. After eliminating the enemy, Yi Wuiyue shouted, asserting his presence. The effect was excellent. He immediately received approving glances from his comrades. Through his actions, he earned their acceptance. The way ninja interacted was simple: demonstrate formidable strength, courage to fight the enemy, and wisdom to keep the team alive in battle. Achieving any one of these three would earn recognition. Yi Wuiyue possessed all of them. What no one knew was that he also had sensory abilities and was a professional in intelligence gathering and analysis. He excelled at deceiving others with words and actions. Brother's victory is within sight. Follow Lady Yegura and wipe out the enemy. Kill. After a fierce battle, Iwei, seeing no advantage, chose to retreat. Both sides entered a stalemate near the border, awaiting reinforcements before deciding the decisive battle. Captain, we can lead an elite squad to raid the Iwei command post tonight, Yi Wuiyue suggested. Iwei should have They probably thought the same. Instead of waiting for the enemy to come to us, it's better to take the initiative. Iwei's shinobi outnumber us several times over, and even when the main forces arrive, the situation will remain the same. I believe we need to start making changes locally to gain an advantage, then gradually expand that advantage to the whole. But Yitsong naturally understood this logic, yet she still hesitated. Mutual raids would cause the most casualties among the lower-ranked shinobi. Just then Yi Wuiyue suddenly grasped her hand and said earnestly, "We can't delay any longer. Please trust my judgment." Women, even when brave and decisive against enemies, they always harbor pity for their own village, missing great opportunities out of fear of sacrificing their subordinates' lives. Of course I trust you, but is there such a rush? War cannot be ended in a short time. I know, but have you thought about what would happen if Kirigakure attacks the village while we are locked in battle with Iwei? Yitsong furrowed her brows, slightly pondered for a moment, and said, "Maybe we would have to make some concessions like war reparations. That's exactly why we need to strike quickly and crush the vanguard of Iwei, so they won't dare to be so arrogant later. The village can then conserve its strength to deal with the ever-present threat of Kirigakure. Same old method. We raid the Iwei camp and use your jutsu to inflict massive casualties on their lower-ranked shinobi." This was the same tactic that had won them victory against Kirigakure. The importance of a powerful individual is undeniable, but war is a collective endeavor. Once the collective attribute is lost, defeat follows. Then, fine, let's go with your plan. Gather the men. Ultimately, under Yi Wuiyue's burning gaze, Yitsong hesitated for a moment before agreeing to the night raid plan. The facts had repeatedly proven that her subordinate's judgment was keen. Yi Wuiyue quickly gathered a portion of the jonin from the vanguard forces to participate in the night raid. The desert region had a large temperature difference between day and night. Under the bright moonlight, an elite squad of 12 people quietly crept toward the Iweian encampment. We can only go this far. Going any further will alert the enemy patrols and hidden sentries, someone in the squad reminded. We need to take out the sentries first. I'm quite skilled in earth release. Let me handle it. Yi Wuyue immediately raised his hand. Since he had proposed the night raid, he had to step up and clear the obstacles. If anyone else made a mistake, it would be disastrous. Be careful. Under the cover of night, Yi Wuyue stealthily moved toward the positions of several sentries. Others might make mistakes, but he was a professional assassin. Coupled with his earth vein perception technique, he could pinpoint their locations precisely. Kotaro, a chunin assigned to night watch duty, was irritated. Damn it, there are plenty of genin, yet they make me a chunin stand guard. Those bastards are probably sleeping soundly now. I fought bravely on the battlefield today too. Ding! A small pebble suddenly landed in front of him, drawing his attention. An enemy. A hand reached from behind and slit his throat. Kotaro clutched his bleeding throat, unable to make a sound. Soon the sentinels at nearby positions followed Kotaro's fate. In a matter of moments, a safe path leading straight to the Iwayan headquarters was cleared. Furthermore, through his mind-reading ability, he learned that the Iwayan commander had ordered everyone to stay alert tonight to prevent a sneak attack, proving they were prepared. Just as I thought, most of the elite jonin are missing. They must have gone to raid the Sunagakure camp. Now is the time. Yi Wuyue quickly returned to the squad's hiding spot and reported the situation. Captain, the sentries have been dealt with. I also learned from them that Iwayan's core combat strength is not in the camp. We need to hurry. Yitsong nodded and waved her hand. Move out. In a mutual raid scenario, it was a race to see who could kill faster. When it came to dealing with mid and low-ranked shinobi, the Scorch Release held an absolute advantage. Who goes there? Enemy attack. A small sun appeared above the Iwayan camp, illuminating half the encampment. This is... it's that woman. We're doomed. The area enveloped by the high temperature steamed with white vapor. The human body is composed of over 60 water, and Yitsong's jutsu could instantly evaporate the moisture from living beings within a region. Damn, it'll fight you. The remaining Iwayan jonin charged at once. Yi Wuyue quickly shouted, hold them off. By time for the captain. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, chaotic dance. The other members of the squad also joined the fray, blocking the enemy. The objective of the night raid was simple: target the Iwayan lower-ranked shinobi and kill as many as possible, leaving only the commander. Scorch release, overboil, kill. Scorch release, scorching ring. Screams erupted across the Iwayan camp. Large numbers of shinobi perished in agony, and within moments over half were dead or wounded. Run! Run! Finally someone could no longer hold on. With a cry they fled in all directions, disappearing into the darkness. Seeing that most of the subordinates had fled, the last few jonin resisting also dared not linger and quickly escaped. We succeeded. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. So the squad turned and rushed back. At that moment the Sunagakure camp was also a scene of slaughter. Despite their vigilance, they were helpless against high-ranked shinobi. One shinobi used an invisibility technique to walk brazenly into the Sunagakure camp, tearing open the defenses from the inside. Then the Iwayan elite squad stormed in and began massacring the mid and low-ranked shinobi. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing weapons and roars intermingled. Following the prearranged plan, the Sunagakure genin formed a perimeter, while the remaining jonin led the chunin in a delaying battle, buying time for the main force to return. Something's off. That woman. She's not here. Could it be? The Iwayan leader Yutei quickly realized the problem. Thinking of the Scorch Release's lethality, he broke out in a cold sweat and shouted urgently, fall back. Earth release, fissure palm, crack. Crack. He channeled chakra into the earth, using the vibrational force of the ground to tear open a large fissure, breaking through the enemy's encirclement. Swish, swish, swish. The Sunagakure shinobi desperately tried to block them, throwing shuriken, mixed with kunai carrying explosive tags. Earth release, rock fist, boom. With his tall, sturdy frame and fists coated in rock, he withstood the explosive tag blasts, only suffering a burned uniform. The Iwayan squad departed calmly, leaving behind dozens of corpses in the Sunagakure camp. When they returned to their own camp and saw the ground covered in desiccated bodies, Yutei collapsed to his knees in grief. Damn Sunagakure. Captain, we did a rough count. The numbers don't match. Some people must have escaped successfully. Yutei's grief turned to joy. Really? Go find them and bring them back. On behalf of the village, I forgive their cowardice. Yes, sir. Bang. Yutei slammed his fist into the ground in rage, muttering, damn it, this isn't over. On the other side, Yitsong led Yi Wuyue and the others back to the camp in haste, only to find they were too late. Sunagakure had lost dozens of its backbone forces in the attack. Chunin had almost no ability to resist jonin, and even a brief skirmish had resulted in heavy losses. Fortunately, most of the lower-ranked forces were still intact. Chunin had almost no ability to resist jonin, and even a brief skirmish had resulted in heavy losses. Fortunately, the others joined in the cheers. The sacrifices of their comrades were worthwhile. In 2 consecutive battles in a single day, Sunagakure had gained the upper hand. Morale was greatly boosted. After the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, Sunagakure had demonstrated formidable battlefield dominance in successive battles against Kirigakure and Iwayan, reaffirming the unshakable status of the 5 great shinobi villages. The next day the battle reports were sent back to the village. The high-ranking officials heavily publicized them, and the entire village was united like never before. However, Iwayan's retaliation came swiftly. They attacked several nearby ninja villages. Many small villages were allied with Sunagakure of the Wind Country and were the foundation of the vast nation's borders. Now Iwayan was systematically uprooting these strongholds. Damn it! Since they can't handle us, they bully the small villages. We must stop them. Captain, what are the high-level orders? It will take some time for the main force to assemble. The High Command requires us to find a way to thwart Iwayan's scheme before that. Otherwise it will undermine the village's appeal and delay the arrival of reinforcements. Put yourself in their shoes. If your own village could be destroyed by the enemy at any moment, would you have the heart to answer Sunagakure's call to fight? The Iwayan's move was insidious. They were trying to sever Sunagakure's foundation. Yitsong didn't know what to do at the moment, but she wasn't worried. Her capable subordinate always had a way. Yi Wuyue said, chasing and intercepting is not the solution. The Iwayan's attacks are unpredictable. After the 2 previous battles, our vanguard forces now have an absolute numerical advantage. Those are mostly Chunin and Genin. Against Iwayan's elite assault squads, they probably won't be of much use, will they? That's not necessarily true. It all depends on the target. We can divide into over 100 small teams and go deep into enemy territory to conduct guerrilla warfare, infiltration, sabotage, and so on. We can also eliminate their small ninja organizations, destroy their grassroots structure, and focus on cutting off Iwayan's supply lines. You mean to force Iwayan to stop their attacks and turn back to defend, right? Exactly. The best way to deal with ruffians is to be more ruffian than they are. The Suna vanguard promptly adjusted their strategy, leveraging their numerical advantage by dispersing into small squads for reconnaissance missions led by Chunin with Genin. For sabotage and infiltration missions, Jonin led Chunin. For assault on strongholds, Jonin teams deployed. Over 100 squads swept across the borders of the Wind, Rain, and Bird countries, covering a vast operational range. During a routine military council meeting, everyone discussed something's off. Reports from below suggest someone is acting under our name, and the modus operandi looks... It must be Konoha's Umbu again, those rats in the gutter popping out to disgust us. Konoha's aim is to escalate our conflict with IWA and benefit from it. Ignore them, stay focused on our own. According to intelligence, Iwa's supply convoy will reach the front lines tonight. The convoy may include reinforcements. Should we strike? Pakura timely raised the question for deliberation. Someone replied, though our relentless sabotage has inflicted losses on IWA, our casualties are also heavy. Our attrition rate exceeds 25. I suggest we let everyone catch their breath. No war is a test of endurance. The enemy's losses are greater, the advantage is ours. We must cut off Iwa's supplies in one decisive blow. Crushing their reinforcements buys us more time. With the village's support delayed, committing everyone risks total failure. We can't afford to hesitate. Iwa's main force is said to be locked in battle with Cloud. The opportunity is fleeting. Every faction has doves and hawks. Unity is essential to mobilize all strength. Pakura glanced at Yorijetsu, throwing him a knowing look. Since he became her assistant, she rarely had to worry about tactics. Ahem. I have a proposal. Yorijetsu coughed upon receiving the signal, and the room fell silent, listening intently. The two played off each other, one pretending to propose, the other approving. At first others didn't notice, but over time the same pattern repeated. Everyone realized that Jonin Shunyue was actually Pakura's spokesperson. But both were fearless fighters who led charges and covered retreats, brave and resourceful, so no one objected. Attacking IWA is inevitable. Even if we avoid it now, we'll meet them on the battlefield again. We must nip the danger, despise the enemy strategically, but respect them tactically. Without a doubt IWA is prepared. They might even be, yet we must rise to the challenge and crush their morale. Previously Yorijetsu had to borrow authority, now as a Jonin, he spoke with confidence and gravitas. One might think he was the vanguard commander. I believe we should concentrate our elite forces to devour Iwa's supplies and reinforcements, saving the village expenses. Don't treat it as a sneak attack, fight a heathen war, and hurt them thoroughly. A blacksmith must forge his own iron. This battle requires everyone's full strength. Let IW and know the might of Suna. Unsurprisingly, Pakura immediately agreed. Shunyue is right. Both sides have exhausted themselves in guerrilla warfare. It's time to settle this. As the vanguard, we must give the village a report. Now assign tasks. Jonin Seiro, you'll lead 100 to defend the right flank. Yes. Jonin Yuri, lead 100 to defend the left flank. Jonin Saito, lead 100 as backup. The plan deploys 5 squads, about 400 personnel, the core of the vanguard. Pakura herself led the main assault force. At night a light drizzle fell. By dawn the air was moist, and under the crimson sunrise the troops assembled. They waited patiently for scout reports. Soon a bird appeared in the sky. As expected, Iwa's supply convoy arrived. Move out. Pakura waved, and the troops advanced in 5 columns. Urajetsu followed behind, coordinating. I hope this will keep IWA quiet for a while. Let's hope so. Everyone is tired of endless war. The force reached the ambush point and concealed themselves. Birds circled overhead, reluctant to land. Urajetsu hid behind a thick tree trunk, placing his hand on the bark to occasionally use the earth pulse sensing technique. Half an hour later, he detected a large group of bioenergy fields moving toward them. The scout ninja also spotted the enemy and reported, "The enemy is coming. Prepare for battle." Soon Iwa's transport team appeared, seemingly unaware of the ambush, ambling into the encirclement. Boom, boom, boom. Someone triggered explosive tags. Yumari, hidden nearby, pulled the mechanism. Countless kunai flew from preset positions, raining down on the IWA transport team, who fell into chaos and died in despair. Aside from the trap handlers, dozens of Suna ninja emerged to finish off the survivors. Suddenly, a large group of IWA ninja in red vests appeared on the distant road, launching Earth release attack. Simultaneously, explosions and screams erupted from the left and right flanks, confirming that those units were also under it. Simultaneously, explosions and screams erupted from the left and right flanks, confirming that those units were also under attack. The enemy was attempting to Fortunately, this was anticipated, and each squad followed the plan. Pakura's vanguard squad no longer hid, charging out to engage Iwa's reinforcements in close combat. Earth release, earth mud flow in the final meters before contact. Several jonin stepped out from Iwa's ranks, simultaneously forming hand seals and slamming the ground. Rumble. The ground trembled, soil churning, rolling towards Suna like a summoned wave. Few Suna ninja were skilled in earth release. Almost no one developed it as a secondary affinity. Urajetsu had to step up reluctantly. I swore I'd never exert myself in group battles, but what can I do? Am a spy now? Earth release, earth rampart. This technique wasn't just raising a wall. It required massive chakra to lift hundreds of meters of ground, dozens of meters wide. Even with the Earth's pulse, it was difficult. To achieve this, one must be a master of earth release. Boom. The raging mud flow slammed into the rampart, stopped by the wall-like barrier. Impossible. Suna has an earth release expert. Charge. Kill them. The IWA commander, seeing the first jutsu neutralized, ordered a charge. The troops roared as they plunged into the enemy ranks. Huff. Huff. I'm exhausted. Urajetsu gasped. The jutsu consumed nearly half his chakra, and it didn't fit his persona, so he had to feign overexertion. Are you okay, Yoru? Pakura asked, worried. Depleting so much chakra at the start put him at a disadvantage. I'm fine. At least I protected everyone. Don't worry about me, Captain. Go kill the enemy. At such moments he had to show selflessness. Having done it, he might as well leave a good impression on his comrades so they'd spread his name. But, trust me. Go. Fine, take care of yourself. Urged repeatedly, Pakura suppressed her emotions and engaged Iwa's elite jonin. On the battlefield, friendly fire was common in such dense combat. A kunai could fly from anywhere. Urajetsu's strategy was to find an enemy chunin, feign exhaustion, and secretly recover chakra. Even so, someone targeted him. Ihara had been watching since Urajetsu used Earth Rampart, waiting for an opening. Sneaky bastard. He'll kill you. Earth release, Earth Dragon. He used chakra to form a dragon from gravel and mud, smashing it into the target at high speed. Boom. Urajetsu's body was hit, shattering into mud. Earth substitute. No. Ihara cried out, certain his enemy was an earth release expert, and used body flicker to escape. Boom. The ground exploded and hands reached out from below, grabbing empty air. As expected, that move doesn't work on jonin anymore. The decapitation technique failed. Ihara formed seals again and slammed his hands, earth release, heavy rock mountain. A wave spread, compacting the ground like a steamroller. Damn it. 7 heavens, breathing method, third activation open. Urajetsu, terrified, took a deep breath and burst chakra to break free from the earth at the last moment. Wind release, storm, heaven wolf. A wolf-shaped gale howled at the enemy, flinging Ihara back half dead. Urajetsu dashed forward and kicked die. Another figure darted in, shoving Ihara aside and taking the hit, sliding across the ground. It was the IWA chunin who had been fighting Urajetsu earlier. Kong Ping. Jingyuan cried out in grief, then his anger surged to the max. Bastard, I will definitely kill you. Invaders, you are the ones who deserve to die. 7 days, breathing method, fourth activation open. With a roar, the lion's roar suddenly erupted, sending sound waves sweeping across. Caught off guard, Jingyuan felt dizzy, his mind buzzing, and instinctively covered his ears. Yi Weiwa, seized the opportunity to close in and launched a barrage of punches and kicks, attacking quickly while the enemy was still dizzy. Thump thump thump. Jing Yuan could only passively defend, getting knocked over multiple times with several ribs broken. His opponent, in the midst of a secret technique burst, had greatly increased strength and speed. He had to endure and look for a chance to counterattack. Finally, after being knocked back, he formed hand seals. Earth release heavy rock hand. The earth soil writhed and condensed into a giant rock palm which grabbed Iwaiwa tightly in its grip. Die. Creak. Under the control of chakra, the rock palm slowly tightened, intending to crush the target into a meat paste. Damn it, you had a hidden trick. I was careless. Iwaiwa spread his limbs, using each to brace against a finger, preventing the palm from closing. Both sides had little chakra left by now. Just a bit more persistence would be enough. I will never let you go. Jing Yuan roared, channeling all his remaining chakra into the rock hand. Iwaiwa felt immense pressure. The 7 days breathing method was about to fail. He quickly took a deep breath and unleashed the lion's roar again. Roar. Under the sonic assault, Jing Yuan's mind felt as if struck by a heavy blow. He staggered back 2 steps, no longer able to maintain the technique. Body flicker technique. Iwaiwa's figure flashed as he escaped the rock giant hand, suddenly appearing before Jing Yuan, his iron fist driving toward the latter's heart. Bang! A dull sound came from within Jing Yuan's body as his heart burst. Ugh! I can't believe I'm dying in a place like this. Jing Yuan's mouth overflowed with blood as he fell to the ground with a look of unwillingness. Huff! Huff! Iwaiwa gasped heavily, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Whoever says I don't have a solo kill on a jonin from now on, I'll have a word with them, haha. Taking down an enemy jonin on the front lines was a solid achievement, whether in Sunagakure or Kanehagakure Zumbu. He felt a surge of confidence, looking around with disdain, thinking everyone was nothing special. As Awagakure and Sunagakure clashed fiercely, a squad of Iwanin cut into the battlefield from the flank, led by Yotai, the commander of Iwa's vanguard forces. His target was clear, directly aimed at Sunagakure's key figure Yitsong. As he passed nearby, he glanced down and said, I didn't expect Jing Yuan to die at your— That's right. Iwaiwa took out a signal flare and fired it into the sky. Upon seeing the signal, the reserve force immediately charged toward the center. Yutai was startled. After several encounters, no matter what strategy Awagakure adopted, Sunagakure had always been able to handle it, steadily responding calmly, even taking the upper hand. The mission is paramount. Chuan Xilong, Sanshur, you two take care of him. The rest of you block the enemy's reinforcements to buy time. The squad split into 3. Yutai turned to deal with Yitsong, while the others engaged the Sunagakure reserve force. This is bad. Iwaiwa felt a bit panicked. In his current weakened state, how could he be a match for 2 ninjas of the same rank? If he fled, all the reputation he had painstakingly built would go up in flames. However, his opponents wouldn't give him time to catch his breath. Chuan Xilong and Sanshur charged in with kunai, covering each other crosswise, not letting their guard down despite his weakened state. Earth released dust cloud technique. Puff! Before the enemy's attack could land, large clouds of dust spread out, covering the entire area within 100 meters. Watch out, this guy is trying a dirty trick. Back to back, don't give him a chance. The 2 immediately stood back to back, each guarding one direction, but the dust blocked their vision, making it impossible to see anything. Swish, swish, swish. That direction. Earth release, earth-style wall. Chuan Xilong formed hand seals to defend. A Tunter-high earthen wall quickly rose from the ground, blocking the thrown kunai and the subsequent explosions of 2 explosive tags. At the same time, Sanshur formed hand seals to counterattack. Earth release rock pillar spear. Chakra spread through the earth for over 10 meters, then generated rock pillars that thrust upward to pierce the target. The number and area of the pillars depended on the caster's chakra input. After estimating the enemy's general location, Sanshur included the entire area within dozens of meters in his strike range. Did we get him, Mike? No, it seems he's hiding. Stay calm, the enemy is cunning. Don't act rashly. After a while, the dust gradually cleared, but there was no trace of the opponent. He had already made a swift escape. He got away. Chuan Xilong and Sanshur turned to attack the Sunagakure reserve forces, where the situation was not looking good. At that moment, Iwaiwa was hiding in the crown of a tall tree, quietly recovering his chakra. He wasn't stubborn, after weighing the options, preserving his life was paramount. At the same time, he used a sensing technique to probe the battlefield, where one area showed the most intense high-energy flow. After recovering most of his chakra, he quickly dashed toward the core area of the battlefield. As the leader of Sunagakure's vanguard, Yitsong was the primary target for Iwagakure's snipers. She was being besieged by 3 Iwanin, with 2 dried corpses lying on the ground, also Iwa Jonin. However, her situation was dire, with several wounds on her body, and the enemy had coordinated to figure out her attack patterns. Wind release shuriken. Seeing this, Iwaiwa didn't hesitate. He took out 2 shuriken, blew on them, and threw them from behind at the 3-I. Swish swish. The 3-I went in combat, saw the windmill shuriken coming, and had to abandon their attack, dodging aside. One of them, unable to evade in time, tried to intercept with a kunai. Crack. The kunai was cut in 2 instantly, and the sharp wind blade tore straight toward the man's chest, causing him to be terrified. He never expected that a wind-enhanced shuriken could be so fierce. Earth release rock fist. In the nick of time, Yutai used body flicker to appear in front, his arm encased in hard rock, and slammed it heavily against the windmill shuriken from the side. Bang! The windmill shuriken was knocked away, turning into an ordinary shuriken and falling to the ground. Are you okay? Yitsong flashed to his side, looked him over, and sighed in relief when she saw he was uninjured. I'm fine. I took out a jonin along the way. Yi Wuyue immediately reported his achievement to his leader. Since his female superior favored him, he needed to show results to strengthen his position. Yes, your judgment was right. Keep investing firmly. That was roughly the idea. Really? You finally did it. I didn't have a jonin kill at your age. Yitsong did not spare her praise. Yi Wuyue waved his hand. This was not the time to show off. Captain, the enemy's taijutsu is strong. It's hard for us to gain an advantage. We'd better use wind release attacks. I tried, but their defense is also strong. Wind release can't break through. They'll use wind release shuriken to penetrate their defense, and you follow up with wind cutter technique to finish. If that fails, we'll use a combined ninjutsu. Yitsong nodded. Yi Wuyue reached into his tool pouch and took out 2 more shuriken, blowing on them. It looked simple, but was actually extremely difficult, and few could master it. Got it. The 2 companions held kunai in both hands ready. They had already seen that the weakness of this technique was to strike. Got it. The 2 companions held kunai in both hands ready. They had already seen that the weakness of this technique was to strike it heavily from the side. As battle-hardened jonin, they had that in sight. Wind release, shuriken x2. Earth release, multiple earth-style walls. To be safe, Yutai directly created 3 earthen walls arranged in a triangular formation in front of him. Bang! Bang! The 2 windmill shurikens successively split open one earthen wall, but their power was exhausted on the second wall, and they were deflected. Oh, pretty capable, huh? But it's not over yet. Wind release, great breakthrough. Yitsong formed hand seals and followed up by spitting out a massive fireball, fire release flame sphere. Boom. A tornado wrapped around the fireball, spinning rapidly, and in an instant its volume expanded dozens of times, engulfing the 3 men opposite. The 3 did not panic. They immediately deployed their defense, earth release, iron grid prison. A circular wall as hard as steel rose around them, completely blocking everything outside. This technique had repeatedly defended against scorching steam kill. After the flame storm passed, the 3 reappeared unharmed. Useless. We've already seen through your trump card. Yi Wuyue scratched his head. The enemy's offense and defense were both strong. Tough to deal with. Among all the techniques he currently mastered, only wind release shuriken shadow clone could forcibly break through the enemy's defense, but unfortunately, he couldn't use that technique in front of outsiders. Even the Earth Dragon Bullet technique was a registered forbidden technique of Konoha, and using it risked exposing his identity. I've got it. He'll use sonic attack and you take the opportunity. 7 days, breathing method, 3rd activation open. 4th activation open. Roar. The lion's roar suddenly exploded, causing Yutai and the other 2 to become dizzy and disoriented. Even just a few seconds was catastrophic. Oh, no good. Earth release. Yutai watched helplessly as Yitsong rushed forward, wielding 4 floating fireballs, his skin quickly turning earth yellow. Scorching release, scorching steam kill. The 2 companions felt their body moisture being evaporated away in terror, their consciousness fading into darkness. In contrast, Yutai, having activated a hardening technique to lock in his body moisture, was unharmed. Furious, he launched a powerful counter. He went all in with his chakra. Damn it. Earth release, earth stone bamboo shoots. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, countless rock bamboo shoots burst out of the ground, thrusting from all directions with incredible speed. Even Yitsong's body flicker couldn't escape the attack range. Carelessly, she was grazed by the tip of one bamboo shoot on her thigh, blood gushing out, staining her entire leg red in an instant. Haha, die. Yuta's heart surged with joy. He had finally seized the opportunity, leaping straight toward Yitsong. Killing the opponent would justify any cost. IWA must win. Roar. A sudden wolf howl echoed in his ears. Yuta felt his body jolt as a powerful wind vortex enveloped him, twisting his internal organs. His body was flung backward into the forest of earth spears. Thud. A sharp stone spike pierced through his chest from behind. Yuta reached out weakly, then lost all strength. He died by his own technique. What? Captain Yuta was an IWA ninja from afar, witnessed the scene, cried out in shock, turned and fled. They had lost. Captain Yuta is dead. Retreat. We won. It's our victory. Victory! The Suna crowd cheered, most exhausted, collapsing to the ground too spent to pursue. Meanwhile, Yitsong lay groaning as well. Yi Weiyue hurried over, quickly bandaging the wound with gauze to stop the bleeding, then carried her on his back toward the camp. Pale from blood loss, Yitsong felt dizzy on his back. The warm body heat beneath her gave her an unusual sense. Hearing Yi Weiyue's panting from running, she couldn't help but say with concern, "It's okay, slow down, no need to rush. Not urgent. You're about to go into shock." Yi Weiyue was frantic. Yitsong was his crucial support in Suna. If she died, all his previous efforts would become sunk costs. "Don't worry, Captain. With me here you'll be fine." "Huh. Don't laugh at me, but I've had this strange feeling ever since I first met. I couldn't help wanting to get close to you. Forgive me for rambling at a time like this, but I truly hope you recover." When one's mind is hazy, the heart is unguarded. Striking at such a moment would easily succeed. The prerequisite was that he himself remained unharmed. Back in the Root organization, he used to secretly catch up while others recuperated from mission injuries. Now he applied the same tactic to relationships. Hearing this, Yitsong's lips curled into a faint smile. She tightened her arms around him and replied, "I know you. I've been waiting for— Captain." Yi Weiyue's eyes widened, his breathing unconsciously quickening. An unexpected success. Did it actually work? Ecstasy flooded his heart. Forget Whitebird, forget the director. He would take whatever he could get first. "Just call me by my name from now on." Yitsong's cheeks flushed, burying her face in Yi Weiyue's shoulder. "How could I? You're my superior. Even if I admire you, I mustn't overstep. They'll call you senior instead." At times like this, he must stay grounded. Harvest brought joy, but arrogance was forbidden. Suit yourself. The 7-year age gap between them meant a generational divide that required gradual understanding and mutual adjustment. No need to rush. Half an hour later, Yi Weiyue carried Yitsong back to the camp. Medical ninjas tended to her wounds, healing and administering fluid. Then he announced the successful ambush to everyone, prompting cheers. This heavy blow against the IWA ninja meant they wouldn't provoke trouble easily for a while. Organizing a counterattack would take time. Everyone could rest properly. After waking, Yitsong personally wrote the battle report and sent it to the village. 3 days later, the village responded. "The village wants us to return temporarily. The main forces have assembled. The 4th Kazekage wants us to help promote the frontline situation and boost morale." "I see. I have no problem, but your injury, senior. It's almost healed. Traveling is fine. Then let's go tomorrow morning. It's late today, I'll go prepare." Yi Weiyue rose to leave. On the front lines, with many eyes around, he had to avoid gossip and maintain his reputation. For a spy, credibility was life. He couldn't act recklessly. The next day, they set off together. Due to Yitsong's incomplete recovery, the journey took 2 days. 4th Kazekage. Welcome back, both heroes. Raza smiled. These two were his lucky stars, since taking office reports of victories kept coming and everything went smoothly. "You flatter us. The village never forgets those who serve. In the war against IWA, you too played a crucial role. Calling you back is to emphasize this, to give everyone hope." Raza then fixed his gaze on Yi Weiyue. "Qinyue, you've exceeded my expectations. The village needs young people like you. All thanks to the village's nurturing. I will continue to strive." Yi Weiyue replied solemnly. Jonin was already the peak of one's career. Beyond that lay elders and advisors. Politics, where the struggle would be cruel and invisible. The village must have planted monitors among the vanguard, controlling every move. "Good rest now. Be at the plaza tomorrow for the departure ceremony." "Understood." Karura watched the two walk away side by side and smiled. As a seasoned observer, she sensed something unusual between them. Once a romantic relationship was established, behavior unconsciously crossed boundaries. In reality, they had just started dating with some physical contact, but no further intimacy. In Yitsong's eyes, Yi Weiyue was both subordinate boyfriend and a teenager, a contradiction requiring time to reconcile these roles. After a simple meal, Yi Weiyue took his leave. Moving in together wasn't necessary yet. A spy marrying and having children in enemy territory, that's perfectly reasonable, right? In Root's training to fully integrate and gain trust, it was essential for spies to settle down. If everyone your age married, why would you stay single? Something's definitely wrong. Heavens, I'm not a scumbag. It's all for the village, for the mission, for Lord Danzo's sacrifice. Don't screw me over. Lying in bed that night, he still felt uneasy. A restless night passed. The next morning after breakfast, they met and headed to the plaza where villagers had already gathered. Soon Raza led the elders onto the platform to deliver a pre-war speech. Many would die on the battlefield, never to return, so reasons worth dying for had to be stated. The despicable IWA ninja have burned, killed, and looted within our borders, causing countless innocent civilian deaths, committing unforgivable crimes. Fortunately, the enemy's conspiracy was thwarted in time. The victory in this battle belongs to these two brave warriors. Yitsong and Yi Weiyue stepped forward, coming into everyone's view. Their heroic deeds had been spread by the village in advance, including details of the battle against the Mist Ninja. The 4th Kazekage publicly awarded them the Hero Medal. The crowd cheered. Before a major war, the psychological pressure was immense. They needed an outlet, confidence, and hope of victory. Finally, Raza concluded with the will of sand. A single grain of sand is insignificant, but billions of grains together can bury any invader. The heart of the sandstorm is Sunagakure. As long as the desert exists, Suna will never fall. Suna must win. Suna must win. Suna must win. Yiwiyue saw one waving at them in the crowd, eyes shining. He had to admit Raza knew how to stir people up. Under Elder Maple's leadership, the main force began moving in an orderly fashion toward the front line to join the battle against IWA. Yue, how does it feel to be the village's hero? Nothing special. Yitsong was taken aback, not expecting that answer. Isn't your dream to prove you can become a powerful ninja? A hero's title is given by the higher-ups. It's what they want. I think truly powerful ninja need recognition from, like your Scorch release captain. Enemies fear it. You're too hard on yourself. At your age, I was far from your level. As long as you set a goal and keep working hard, you'll surely get your chance to shine. I think so too. One can't choose their starting point, but they can decide how to live their life. Rather than lamenting fate's injustice, it's better to walk steadily on the path before you. Yiwiyue possessed an unyielding spirit like a desert weed that thrives despite harsh winds and sand, exuding vibrant vitality and drive. For someone like Yitsong who lacked clear goals, he was like a bonfire in the dark, irresistibly attractive. will always be watching you. Just you wait. Slap. Yiwiyue grabbed Yitsong's hand. They exchanged smiles, eyes conveying affection, and ran side by side across the desert under the fiery red sunrise. Many fellow travelers witnessed this scene, secretly envying them. Powerful alliances were a long tradition in Suna. First came Elder Kyo's son and daughter-in-law, then the 4th Kazekage and his wife, and undoubtedly this pair would be next. The village also deliberately promoted their deeds, with Chun Yu standing out, promoted to Chunin at 14, served in border security at 15, infiltrated Kirigakure alone at 16 to steal intelligence, promoted to Special Jonin. At 17, distinguished himself in the war against Kiri, promoted to Jonin. At 18, single-handedly killed an IWA. Jonin assisted in killing the IWA Vanguard commander and received the Hero Medal from the 4th Kazekage. A model growth path, perfectly aligning with the village's elite ninja training strategy. With limited resources, concentrating on a few promising individuals was the only way to maintain Sunagakure's unshakable position among the 5 great shinobi villages. As the main forces of Sunagakure and Iwagakure successively arrived at the border, the two sides once again engaged in a protracted and fierce battle. The battlefield was deliberately confined within the territories of the Bird Country and the Rain Country, plunging the people of both nations into dire suffering. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Both sides paid a heavy price, yet neither was willing to yield. Iwagakure fought on 2 fronts, locked in a stalemate with Kumogakure in the east, and locked in a life-or-death struggle with Sunagakure in the south. Konoha, however, had not officially entered the war, remaining patient and restrained no matter how provocations from enemy nations escalated. On that day, Kirigakure suddenly dispatched a ninja force to attack the Cape of the Sea, once again declaring war on Sunagakure. An emergency roundtable meeting was convened in Sunagakure village. The very thing we've been dreading has finally come to pass. Damn Kirigakure, so despicable. Struggling against Iwagakure is already overwhelming. We have no strength for a 2-front war. They've seized the opportunity to strike ruthlessly. Condemnation is meaningless. Let's discuss a solution. 4th Kazekage, as the wind shadow, what are your thoughts? Raza interlaced his fingers, resting his elbows on the table, his brow furrowed. He glanced around and said, the village's strength does not permit simultaneous confrontation with Iwagakure and Kirigakure. I advocate for peace negotiations. In truth, everyone had the same thought, but was reluctant to voice it. As expected, the elders began to rebuke. You are the Kazekage. How can you say such a thing? How can a ninja easily compromise? What will other villages think of Sunagakure? All our previous efforts would be in vain. What about the families of those who died in the battle against Kirigakure? How would they feel? Alas, times have changed. We won the war against Kirigakure and proved our strength. Now circumstances compel us. Negotiation is not surrender. They are not the same. Raza did not refute. The elders were merely making symbolic statements. Consensus would soon be reached. The round table had 12 seats, with several small factions representing different interests. Chio and Ebizo, the brother and sister, sat with closed eyes, as if unwilling to participate. About 10 minutes later, silence finally fell and agreement was reached. There's no other choice. Send someone to contact Kirigakure first and see what they have to say. In the Rain Country, at a secret base of Root. Here is the knowledge on chakra nature transformation and shape transformation you requested. Thank you. The organization is truly good to me. I am grateful to Lord Danzo. Spare me the pleasantries. What's the latest from Sunagakure? Their economic foundation is weak, logistics cannot keep up, and their numbers are not advantageous. The only condition for a ceasefire may be a joint attack on Konoha. I know that well. I've already infiltrated deeply and gained the trust of the 4th Kazekage. He has made me a role model. I know that well. I've already infiltrated deeply and gained the trust of the 4th Kazekage. He has made me a role model for young ninjas. Consequently, I can no longer operate covertly as before. That's quite a headache for me. Climbing higher grants access to more core secrets, but the downside is being exposed to more eyes. Curious, suspicious, or hostile stares from who knows how many. Climbing higher grants access to more core secrets, but the downside is being exposed. The black cat was inwardly astonished. Every so often Root received intelligence from Wangcai, some of which was definitely not accessible to ordinary people. This was ample proof that Wangcai was thriving in Sunagakure. My initial judgment was correct. Wangcai is more suited to espionage than combat. With that thought, the black cat immediately promised, if you need anything, send word. Root's people will covertly assist you in clearing obstacles. That would be wonderful. By the way, is there any news I need to know regarding Sunagakure? Kirigakure has declared war on Sunagakure, presumably to take advantage of the chaos. You're on the front lines, so you may not be aware of this. Urajetsu nodded as expected. The Sunagakure High Command will inevitably compromise and send someone to negotiate. Well, arrange for sabotage. No problem. The meeting location. I'll send it to you once I obtain it. Once Kirigakure and Sunagakure reach a ceasefire, they will turn their full force against Konoha. That's also the scheme of the Sunagakure High Command. Lord Danzo should be aware of the stakes. In any case, you must ensure this meeting is disrupted. Understood. He'll report to the Lord. Time's almost up. I still need to eliminate Iwagakure's reconnaissance squad. One personal matter, Sunagakure is too poor, life is harsh, and we've been at war constantly. I haven't had meat in a long time. Captain, please apply to the organization for some funds to improve my living conditions. With a girlfriend on the horizon, Economic Foundation determines the superstructure, especially for something as luxurious as love. Expenses were mounting. Turning to the organization for help was the easiest way. Did he have to work hard to earn money? He wasn't that foolish. The black cat agreed. Urajetsu left the stronghold using the cover of a mission to secretly exchange intelligence. The rendezvous point with his subordinates was an abandoned war fortress composed of countless hemispherical structures. With a snap, he lit a cigarette with a lighter and smoked silently. As a hero promoted by the village of Jonin with elevated status, the village had assigned him a 50-man assault squad responsible for elimination and destruction missions. He wouldn't do it himself, he just needed to delegate and wait patiently. Hey, you three hiding behind the wall, come out and speak. Skulking around isn't the act of a gentleman. You're that person from that time. Yahiko immediately recognized the man with a face full of bandages. You're that person from that time. Yahiko immediately recognized the man with a face full of bandages, a truly distinctive appearance. The Tengawa Trading Company is a major family in the river country and a longtime employer of Sunagakure. The security of their caravans is always handled by Sunagakure ninjas. I see. You look destitute, not even a decent weapon. Am busy, so speak quickly. Don't be so arrogant, warned Conan, recalling how this man had looked down on them during the previous weapon deal. Sunagakure and Iwagakure are fighting in our rain country, bringing countless disasters. The current misery of the rain country is all thanks to you great nations. Conan, calm down. We're here to negotiate today. Don't let personal feelings interfere. Yahiko, this guy doesn't seem like someone who can talk. Proper conversation depends on who you're talking to. I know you three have some strength, but what good is being able to fight? To succeed, you need influence and backing. Proper conversation depends on who you're talking to. I know you three have some strength, but what good is being able to fight? You're right. Communication requires both sides to be roughly equal in strength. Our organization will grow stronger until one day we have power that the great nations cannot ignore. That will be your death day. Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't use your naive ideas to guess the intentions of great nations. Why negotiate when they can just take? You're right. Communication requires both sides to be roughly equal in strength. Our organization will grow stronger until one day we have power that no one wants to fight, but no one dares to lay down arms first. The enemy invades our country, and we fight back in resistance. What's wrong with that? We're both protecting our people in our own ways. In this respect, Urajetsu was undoubtedly one of the rare normal ones. Thank you very much for being willing to exchange ideas with us. Honestly, you're the first. In this respect, Urajetsu was undoubtedly one of the rare normal ones. Thank you very much for being willing to exchange ideas with us. Honestly, you're the first ninja from a great nation we've contacted since our organization was founded. Don't misunderstand. I'm just an insignificant nobody. In the eyes of the village's high command, ninjas are tools. Tools' opinions don't matter. If you go talk peace to them, they'll just think you're insane. Understand? Stop wasting your time and leave now. The trio of Yahiko seemed like a cult organization gathering people to preach peace ideas everywhere. Yoru didn't want to interact with them too much for now, so he waved them away. Sorry to have disturbed you. Farewell. Seeing that the other party refused to talk, Yahiko could only take his leave lest it provoke unnecessary conflict. Nagato remained silent throughout, a pure background character. Shortly after the three left, Sunagakure ninjas arrived at the stronghold one after another. Some had successfully intercepted and killed Awagakure scouts, some returned empty-handed, and others never came back. It seems this is all we have. Let's go back. So he led the team back to the Sunagakure frontline camp, then went to report the results to Elder Maple Leaf. In this operation, 12 squads totaling 50 personnel were dispatched. We successfully intercepted and killed 14 Awagakure scouts. Our loss is 9 dead, 3 severely wounded, 11 lightly wounded. Understood. Replenish the ranks and continue tomorrow. Yes, sir. Yoru took the order and left the tent, feeling that Elder Maple Leaf seemed to dislike him, cold and taciturn. He was sent on missions, every day worked like a beast. If not for his mastery of slacking off, he would have no time for training. He'll watch and see. If he keeps targeting me, they'll have to find a chance to eliminate him. It wasn't that he was petty, he had generously forgiven former colleagues who mocked him, and after his promotion, he hadn't sought revenge. But being targeted by an elder-level figure would bring many troubles later. With a heavy heart, he returned to his tent, unrolled the scroll the Black Cat had given him, and began to study it intently. As a top spy, asking for a few things was only natural. If even such a small request couldn't be met, how could he work for the organization with peace of mind? After nearly 6 months of continuous practice, he could now unleash crescent-shaped energy blades, achieving basic combat capability. The 7-day breathing method had smoothly entered the 5th active state. In this mode, he could release 2 crescent blades in a cross attack that could be stacked, resembling the wings of a bird. This technique was named Wind God's Wings. Its cutting power surpassed that of Wind Release Shuriken, and it was faster to activate. Storm Sky Wolf focused on Charge Sky Void Bomb, on Explosion Lion's Roar on Sonic Interference, and Wind God's Wings on cutting. Each technique had its own characteristics and emphasis. Undoubtedly, the system rewarded another point of insight after the ninjutsu upgrade, but his development of the brow chakra had stalled. He couldn't find a way to stimulate it. It was also because after advancing to the rank of Jonin, his training had entered deep waters that he requested from the organization the knowledge of chakra's nature transformation and shape transformation. At this point, to progress further, the breadth and depth of knowledge required could no longer be achieved by relying solely on his own imagination. Learning from established knowledge his predecessors had already accumulated rich experience, he needed to stand on the shoulders of giants to advance further. Chakra nature transformation. Thoughtfully, they emphasized the core knowledge of earth and wind nature transformations, hoping he would continue climbing. Thoughtfully, they emphasized the core knowledge of earth and wind nature transformations, hoping he would continue climbing. After finishing the scroll, Yuwuyue destroyed it to prevent others from seeing it. The core of Sunagakure was the puppet technique, a secret treasure. Other ninjutsu were mediocre. To be blunt, the wind release power Yuwuyue displayed was outstanding even among Sunagakure Jonin. After multiple engagements with Awagakure, he found the hardening technique truly appealing. The hardening technique and the body flicker technique were general terms, with each person having their own variations. According to the scroll, the characteristic of earth release was to change hardness and composition, allowing objects to have steel. According to the scroll, the characteristic of earth release was to change hardness and composition, allowing objects to have steel-like hardness or clay-like softness. To grasp this sensation, Yuwuyue would meditate daily while holding a stone to feel its structure. Over the years, he had gained some insights. For a major project, he first needed to conduct local experiments, and only after success would he promote it. He decided to use his own finger as a test subject. Training his own golden finger. As the saying goes, interest is the best teacher. If he could comprehend the secret of hardness and softness, wouldn't he be able to achieve an indomitable posture later? Now that he had a girlfriend, and a mature one at that, boasting with words was one thing, but when it came to actual action, he felt if he could develop a technique that allowed him to switch between hardness and softness at will, it could extend combat time in critical moments. In short, the benefits were many worth his dedicated effort. A week later in Sunagakure, the terms of ceasefire proposed by Kirigakure are extremely harsh, full of unreasonable demands, and they insist on no compromise. Impossible, we would rather go to war. Yes, fight them to the end. Raza paused, then continued. Kirigakure also proposed a second option, only requiring the cession of half the island agency rights, but impossible, we would rather go to war. Yes, fight them to the end. Raza paused, then continued. Kirigakure also proposed a second option. This? How can it be? Yitsong is a hero of Sunagakure. If we do this, we will lose the people's support. Yes, Yitsong is fighting for the village on the front lines. We cannot let heroes bleed and shed tears. Do you have a better idea? Sacrificing one person is better than sacrificing everyone. We must consider the village and the bigger picture. Indeed, this is the critical period of the decisive battle with the Wagakure. We must eliminate all worries or Sunagakure risks. Alas, there's no choice. We have to let Yitsong make the sacrifice. Everything is for the village. I believe she will understand. With just a few words, the elders made the choice that minimized loss is highly efficient. Raza, as the fourth Kazekage, played the role of meeting chair. Elder Chiyo, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke, sacrificing those who have made significant contributions to the village for the sake of the village's interests. Elder Chiyo, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke, sacrificing those who have made significant contributions to the village for the sake of the village's interests. Such a practice will one day become the darkness of the village. Everyone remained silent, unwavering in their original intent. Alas, Chiyo rose and left the meeting room, deciding never to participate in such meetings again. The village she had devoted her life to had completely changed ever since the disappearance of the third Kazekage. Sister. Ebizo got up and chased after her. Fourth Kazekage, this matter concerns the survival of the village. Handle it with utmost care and never leak the information. The elders admonished. Raza nodded. Understood. 2 days later, the order reached the front lines. Yi Wuiyue had just returned from a mission and was resting in his tent when he found Yitsong inside, apparently waiting for a while. What's wrong? The village urgently recalled me, said there's a secret mission. Yi Wuiyue's heart stirred. Oh, just you alone. It's urgent or I have to leave tonight. Yitsong said, looking tired without overthinking. There's something I'm not sure if I should tell you, but I'm afraid you'll misunderstand. Something so hard for you to say must be important. Don't worry, I'm not as conservative as you think. Yitsong thought it was about matters between men and women. Although they had established a romantic relationship, they hadn't engaged in any more intimate acts. Her young boyfriend was at an age of surging hormones. Some impulses were understandable. You misunderstand, I'm not talking about that. I'm worried about your safety. What is it exactly? Yi Wuiyue scratched his head and simply threw out the classic dilemma. If you had to choose between the village and me, who would you believe? I. Yitsong hadn't expected her boyfriend to ask such a question. She was a bit dumbfounded, inwardly complaining men in love are indeed unreasonable. After a long struggle and hesitation, she finally asked in a pleading tone, do I have to answer? Your answer determines whether what I'm about to say is worth saying. If Yitsong was firmly on the side of Sunagakure, there was no need to speak, because people cannot be changed, and she might even turn him in for the greater good. All right, then I choose to believe you. But I need to make my own judgment based on the actual situation. You must not let anyone know what I'm about to say. Promise me. Yitsong sighed helplessly. Fine, I promise. Now tell me. I heard that Kirigakure has declared war on the village. Yitsong was shocked, her expression instantly turning grave. Sunagakure was already struggling against a Wagakure. Kirigakure's move would only make things worse. When did this happen? It's been a while. The village has been secretly negotiating with Kirigakure to stabilize the northern front. Since they're calling you back, there must be a result. You mean the village might send me as an envoy to negotiate with Kirigakure, right? Koff Sr., we've fought Kirigakure multiple times, and several hundred of their ninja died by your hand. They hate you. I'm afraid you might become a sacrificial pawn for the ceasefire. The higher-ups seeking peace might sell you to Kirigakure. Yitsong opened her mouth wide in surprise, then gave a carefree smile. You're overthinking. The village would never do that. Of course I trust the village. I'm just worried about your safety. Yi Wuiyue first affirmed her thought, then said, I'm saying what if? What if it happens? What will you do? Yitsong shook her head. She didn't want to think about it, nor dare to. She only said, there is no what if. You will never tell anyone else your views on the village, understand? I know. I'm afraid you'll be deceived by the village. Don't think the higher-ups never lie. In fact, politicians are the best liars. The higher they stand, the more they like to deceive. Be very careful. Don't worry, you'll be careful. You take care of yourself here too. I'm leaving. Wait, Senior, give me a kiss before you go. Calling her Senior instead of her name was intentional to create a thrill of breaking taboos. Now. Yes, right here, right now? I want to kiss you. Under his burning gaze, Yitsong shyly lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her skirt. Seeing this, Yi Wuiyue reached out and pulled her into his arms, then lowered his head to kiss her fragrant lips. His strong, agile tongue, like a swimming dragon, instantly broke through the barrier and entered her mouth. Because of his training in the 7 days breathing method, his respiratory system, heart, and blood circulation system were highly developed. He felt that with just a gentle suck, he could pull out her tongue. So this is what kissing feels like. Yitsong savored the sensation. It wasn't that she hadn't seen young couples kissing in the village, but it was completely different from what she was experiencing now. She had thought it would be a brief touch. No wonder he said a kiss instead of a peck. The two entwined intimately for a long while until their tongues were numb before reluctantly parting. "This is my first kiss," Yi Wuyue said seriously. Yi-song, her face flushed, replied, "It's my first kiss too. I just didn't expect it to be so special. This is called a French kiss originating from overseas countries. People there kiss with their tongues rather than their lips. I heard about it from a sailor on a ship when I was stationed at Haijijiao." "I see. I didn't know there were techniques to kissing. There are many more techniques. We'll explore them slowly another time. It's getting late, you should go now." Shortly after Yi-song left the camp, Elder Fengye summoned Yi Wuyue and ordered him to lead a team to attack in a Wagakure. He had no choice but to obey. Using the opportunity of going out, he immediately relayed intelligence to the route, and route operatives transmitted it back to headquarters overnight. "My lord, intelligence from Wangcai. Danzo took the note and read Kirigakure and Sunagakure have secretly reached a truce. Tomorrow Yi-song will be sent to the land of water to sign the agreement. The meeting place is a dense fog-filled canyon near Kirigakure. A dense fog-filled canyon. Find someone familiar with the terrain of the land of water to pinpoint the location. Dispatch agents, no matter what, prevent their meeting. Hi." As the black cat was about to leave, he remembered the private matter Wangcai had mentioned earlier and said, "My lord, Wangcai says his life in Sunagakure is quite difficult and hopes the organization can provide financial support. Has Sunagakure's economy sunk to such a level? A jonin of his caliber. Damn Kirigakure and their restless ambition. I hope Sunagakure can hold out a little longer. Send him 5 million Rio. Any more would invite unnecessary trouble." "Understood." The black cat was about to leave, but then remembered the private matter Wangcai had mentioned earlier and said, "My lord, Wangcai says his life in Sunagakure is quite difficult and hopes the organization can provide financial support. Has Sunagakure's economy sunk to such a level? A jonin of his caliber. Damn Kirigakure and their restless ambition. I hope Sunagakure can hold out a little longer. Send him 5 million Rio. Any more would invite unnecessary trouble." "Understood." The black cat was about to leave, but then remembered the private matter Wangcai had mentioned earlier and said, "My lord, Wangcai says his life in Sunagakure is quite difficult and hopes the organization can provide financial support. Has Sunagakure's economy sunk to such a level? A jonin of his caliber. Damn Kirigakure and their restless ambition. I hope Sunagakure can hold out a little longer. Send him 5 million Rio. Any more would invite unnecessary trouble." "Understood." After traveling all night, the next morning Yi-song stepped into the village under the morning sunlight. "Fourth Kazekage. Thank you for your hard work. This matter is extremely urgent concerning the survival of the village. I can only trouble you to make the trip personally." "What is it specifically?" Raza, who had already prepared his thoughts, said with a grave expression, "The Mist Ninja took advantage of our stalemate with the Rock Ninja and suddenly sent a force to ambush our border guard unit. They also threatened to attack the village. After negotiations, we have reached a preliminary agreement on reconciliation. We need a reliable person to represent the village and go to the Mist to sign the treaty. After much thought, you are the most suitable." Upon hearing this, Yi-song's pupils trembled, her heart pounding. How could such a thing happen? Could it be that you really guessed right? No, the village wouldn't do that. I must be overthinking. Seeing the shock and bewilderment on Yi-song's face, Raza thought he had given himself away and quickly reassured her. "The elders unanimously recommended you. After all, you have defeated them on the battlefield before, which should have a deterrent effect. I also have high hopes for you. When it comes to the village's interest, you must argue your case firmly and not tarnish the Sand Village's prestige. Do you understand?" But he did not realize that the more he said, the more deliberate it seemed. As the newly appointed Kazekage, he was not yet a seasoned politician. "I understand. I will do my best." The situation was pressing, leaving Yi-song no time to think. She could only agree for now. However, Raza did not give her time to think. He handed her a scroll and urged, "Time is tight. Please set off for the Mist immediately. You must arrive by the agreed time." Urged on, Yi-song hurried home quickly, prepared water soldier pills and weapons, and left the village again. Raza stood by the window watching Yi-song's departing figure, his heart conflicted. The Mist, in order to strike at the sand, would later publicize the matter and his reputation would be ruined. "This is unfair to her," Karura said regretfully. "I know, but we have no choice. Otherwise more people will die and the village itself might be destroyed. Someone has to sacrifice. How do you plan to explain to others? The village made her a hero and now it destroys her with its own hands. Many will harbor resentment towards the village. The mission is confidential. No one knows. Just say she died due to a Rock Village scheme. That will boost morale and unite everyone. The village can create new heroes to replace her at any time. As long as we win the war, everything is worth it." "I hope you're right." Karura sighed, inwardly feeling that Raza had changed a lot since becoming Kazekage. She consoled herself, perhaps this is the price of becoming Kazekage. At this moment, Yi-san's mind was in a daze. She could only keep running, numbing herself with exhaustion. Once she stopped, she would easily start overthinking. Since childhood, she had been taught to sacrifice herself to protect the village. Although the journey was hard, it had been relatively smooth. The village treated her well, giving her all the honors it could. She was elevated as a role model and hero. Am I really overthinking? No, I have to see with my own eyes. Perhaps. With all kinds of doubts, she quickened her pace, desperately wanting to know the answer, hoping that everything was groundless speculation. 3 days later, Yi Tsang took a boat to the land of water. Under the guise of an envoy, she successfully landed and headed to the appointed location. This was her first time in the land of water. The meeting point was a mist-shrouded canyon. According to the agreement, someone from the mist village would be there to receive her. On both sides were towering cliffs with a passage in the middle. Such terrain with high ground overlooking the lower was perfect for an ambush. Noticing this, Yi Tsang's heart grew heavy and she remained vigilant. Just then a figure emerged from the thick mist ahead. Judging by the attire, it was a mist ninja. Lord Yi Tsang of the Scorch Release, I am Ryugi, here to welcome you. It is an honor to meet someone like you. Ryugi said with a full smile. The land of water is heavily foggy. Outsiders are not used to it and can easily get lost. Thank you for your... Ryugi scratched the back of his head, feigning a simple-minded look, and pointed, then please. Yi Tsang nodded, and schlick. A kunai was thrust into her lower back. Despite having mentally prepared herself, she still felt anger. What are you doing? Let you taste the pain that your Scorch Release once cruelly inflicted on our Mist Village comrades. Ryuji's face was full of hatred with no trace of a smile left. Our hatred can never be erased by this. Your death is only a small consolation. Those Sand Village higher-ups who handed you over must be well aware of that. With that, he leaped backward. At that moment, a dense barrage of kunai rained down from the cliff. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Tsang fell to the ground, pierced like a hedgehog by kunai. With a crash, her body turned into a pile of sand. A sand clone. Ryugi exclaimed, his heart pounding. He wanted to flee but felt his back burning and his mouth dry. Could it be? When he realized this, most of the moisture in his body had already been drained. His muscles atrophied and shriveled. He had no strength to run. Ryugi turned into a dried corpse, fell to the ground in terror. It is you who should taste the pain. Yi Tsang, holding a fireball, stood beside Ryugi and looked up at the cliff above. Despite her unwillingness to believe it, the truth was that the village had sold her out. Damn it, she's found out. Everyone attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of figures leaped down from the cliff surrounding Yi Tsang. The leaders were her old rivals Zigwashin Hitengui and the Heartless Duo. Scorch Release, Yi Tsang, we meet again. The mist and sand have already reached a reconciliation. If you stop now, I can pretend nothing happened. Yi Tsang tried to compromise. Don't misunderstand. As one of the conditions for reconciliation, I think you must have already guessed this, haven't you? Zigwashin Hitengui's lips curled into a cruel smile. Today is your death day? Kill her. Everyone knew how terrifying Yi Tsang was, and did not want to give her a chance to escape. They all charged at her with kunai. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Tsang fought back with a kunai in each hand, but her 2 fists were no match for so many hands. In no time she was wounded and in a sorry state. Blame your own village for betraying you. They discarded a hero who would give his all for the village like garbage, haha. Even if you escape back, how will you face them? As the leader of the Cypher Division, Zigwashin Hitengui knew how to quickly break an enemy's will to resist. Now Yi Tsang had nowhere to go. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Yi Tsang broke down on the spot. The reality she had been afraid to face was ruthlessly torn open by the enemy, causing her movements to slow down. Sensing this, the Mist Ninjas immediately intensified their attacks. Yi Tsang fell into crisis. Zigwashin Hitengui and the Heartless Duo were on the sidelines waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, the sound of piercing air came from the cliff above again. A dense rain of shuriken covered everyone. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Who is it? Even the Mist side was startled. After all, they were the ones behind this ambush, yet they were attacked, caught off guard. More than half of the Mist Ninjas were killed or wounded, their faces full of panic. Could it be the sand? We've been tricked. No, it seems. The ENBU of Konoha. These damn guys, they're everywhere. Wherever Konoha's ENBU appear, they always meddle in everything. The root members said nothing, just kept throwing shuriken. The Mist Ninjas, being at the bottom of the cliff, were at a disadvantage and had to retreat. Seeing this, Yi Tsang turned and disappeared into the thick mist. Don't let her escape. Zigwashin Hitengui assigned half of his men to pursue Yi Tsang, leaving the other half to deal with Root. However, the Root members did not linger. After seeing Yi Tsang escape, they turned and vanished on the cliff. Their goal was to sabotage the peace talks between Sand and Mist. This ambush against Yi Tsang was foiled. The Mist Ninjas would surely be scolded by the 4th Mizukage when they returned. In Konohagakure, Lord Danzo, the person who carried out the mission in the Land of Water, has returned. We obtained an interesting piece of information. Oh, the Sand Village actually sold their own hero to reach a reconciliation with the Mist. How surprising. What should we do? A great opportunity. Spread this information immediately. Yes. Public sentiment is sometimes hollow and useless, but at other times it can topple the stability of a regime. It is not fatal, but it is a slow poison, especially when facing foreign invasion. Root were experts in information warfare capable of crippling enemy nations without a single soldier. Black Cat, you're right. Wangcai is better suited as an intelligence agent. As for combat, forget it. Konoha doesn't lack people skilled in battle. They'll tell him. Are there any promising trainees in this batch? Normally after training they start missions. Capable people will stand out within half a year to a year. Not yet. It might take some time to observe. Danzo shook his head in disappointment. Observe my ass. If they weren't good during training, they won't be good on missions. No need to observe. Northern battlefield of the Land of Wind. Recently the Rock side seems to have increased their forces. You once infiltrated the Mist alone to obtain intelligence. I want to assign you to infiltrate the Rock camp and steal their military operation plan. You are the village's hero. You can do it right. Screw you. Yi Wuyue wished he could jump up and cut down the old geezer in front of him who was pushing him to the brink. Because I am Yi Tsong's subordinate deeply involved with her, so they want to get rid of me to eliminate future trouble. That's it. It must be. A higher rank crushes a lower one. Elder Fingye as the frontline supreme commander really didn't give him a single day of rest. Elder Fingye saw Yi Wuyue lowering his head without replying, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. He frowned and questioned, what are you scared? As a ninja, how can you fear life and death? I am truly ashamed of you. The fourth Kazekage thought so highly of you, praising you as the new role model of the village. Such a cheap provocation, treating me like a greenhorn. Yi Wuyue was unimpressed. Considering that he still had to continue his espionage work, he could only agree. Elder Fingye, you misunderstand. I was just thinking about how to infiltrate the Rock camp, which is crowded with personnel. You are experienced, surely you have a way. Please kindly advise. How would I know about that? Figure it out yourself. As a jonin, you should have the ability to stand on your own. You are absolutely right, Elder. I will do my best to complete the mission. Elder Fingye nodded in acknowledgement and waved his hand to dismiss him. Alas, life is getting harder by the day. Yi Wuyue sighed. The climb had been relatively smooth, thanks to his knack for choosing the right side. He had never been subjected to harsh treatment. Now that his patron was gone, his label as a remnant of Yi Tsong made suppression inevitable. When under a low roof, one must bow. Complaints aside, he still had to complete his tasks, unless he wished to leave Sunagakure village altogether. He returned to his tent to ponder his next move. What's this? On the table lay a tuft of hair, half cyan and half yellow. Yi Wuyue immediately rose and slipped out of the tent, making his way to a patch of scattered rocks near the encampment. Come out, senior. Crack. Crunch. The sound of footsteps on gravel. Yi Tsong slowly emerged from behind a massive boulder, her face haggard like a lost lamb in desperate need of comfort. Yi Wuyue closed the distance in 3 strides and pulled her into his arms, murmuring, "Thank the heavens you're back." Why? Don't say it. I understand. The village made you a bargaining chip, didn't they? In moments of deepest pain and helplessness, what a solace it was to have someone who understood. She could no longer contain her emotions, burying her face in his chest and sobbing as if to release all the grievances accumulated over the past 2 days. Yi Wuyue gently stroked her smooth back. It's nothing you can't handle. You have me. No matter how great the difficulty, well, face it together. What should I do? I can't go back to the village, can I? It'll only drag you down. Your life has just begun. Yi Tsong was equally uncertain. Betrayed by the village, her worldview shattered, she no longer dared to trust easily. If Yi Wuyue weren't her boyfriend, she would never have risked meeting him. Perhaps she would have chosen to live out her days as a rogue ninja. Yi Wuyue's face darkened with anger. Don't say that anymore. What do you take me for? Do you truly love me? Yes, I do. You are the most important person to me. Yi Tsong hurriedly explained. Then trust me unconditionally. We rise and fall together. You are the most important person to me too. I would never harm you. You used to protect me, from now on I'll protect you. Thank you. Thank you for standing by my side at a time like this. Yi Wuyue pressed on. I simply believe that someone who loves the village as much as you do doesn't deserve to be treated like this. In my eyes, you are 10,000 times more important than the village. Honor and career are mere external things. For you, I wouldn't hesitate, even if it meant opposing the entire village. The fact that you came to me now proves your trust. The one who should say thank you is me. Yi Tsong was deeply moved, at a loss for how to repay him. She leaned in and kissed him. Yi Wuyue was not about to be polite. He would seize the opportunity to savor the feast. Unfortunately, they were out in the open, otherwise he could have had her right then. For now, he could only satisfy himself with kisses. Once her heart was soothed, Yi Tsong opened up and slowly recounted the events, for they had to face reality. What should I do next? Yi Wuyue raised 2 fingers. 2 plans. You choose. Truly the man she had set her sights on. Not only did he have a solution, but more than one. Which two? The first is a conservative strategy: return to the village, immediately act as if you know nothing, and pin everything on the Mayambu. The advantage is that you can temporarily protect yourself. But paper cannot wrap fire. The Mai people will surely spread the word and slander the village. The village's high echelon will never trust you again. Life will be harsh from then on. Perhaps one day you would take your own life. The White Fang of Mai is a living example. Yitsong gradually calmed down and thought it over. The rift of betrayal could never be mended. She was no match for the village, and in the end death would be her fate. Playing dumb wouldn't solve the root problem. What's the second plan? Yiwu, I didn't answer immediately, but asked instead, in your eyes, what truly defines a hero? Protecting comrades and guarding the village, that's a hero. Correct, but that's the hero in others' eyes, not your own. You live for others, and they can discard you at any moment to seek a new hero. So you mean I should be my own hero? Yes, I believe one should live for oneself. Before loving others, learn to love yourself, and accept that not everyone will like you. Yes, I believe one should live for oneself. Before loving others, learn to love yourself, and accept that not— Yitsong stared at Yi Wuyue, profoundly shaken. From childhood, she had been taught to sacrifice herself for comrades and the village, a belief she had steadfastly upheld for years. If not for the village's betrayal, her Tao heart would never have shattered. Now she heard another perspective, or rather another way of living. Uphold my own ninja way. What is my ninja way? Protecting the village. The village seems to have no need of me anymore. Feeling lost. That's natural. Actually, it's not that complicated. Just remember your original heart, and never forget your mission. Yi Wuyue understood well that people like Yitsong, indoctrinated from childhood, could not be expected to change their thinking overnight. It required subtle, gradual transformation. Otherwise, too much would backfire and cause a system crash. Those who could awaken on their own, like Scorpion, were rare exceptions. My second plan is radical. Backing down and showing weakness to seek survival space will only lead to a tragic end. Don't expect the village to show you mercy. In the eyes of the high echelon, ninja are but tools, the same in any village. You must take the initiative and make those who try to harm you afraid to do so. Just say it. I have no retreat left. Kill Elder Fengya and take his place. What a— Yitsong's heart pounded wildly. She never imagined Yi Wuyue harbored such madness. How dare he? Don't look at me like that. When desperate, one must take an unconventional path. Carve a bloody road out of the impossible. You are a recognized hero, deeply admired by all. No one would oppose you taking command of the frontline forces. Don't look at me like that. When desperate, one must take an unconventional path. Carve a bloody road out of the impossible. You are a recognized hero, deeply admired by all. No one would oppose. The real trouble will be for the high echelon. How will they face the entire village after betraying its hero? Hearing this, Yitsong's mind cleared. Perhaps it might actually be worth a try. In doing so, she wouldn't have to betray her convictions and could continue protecting the village. The only sacrifice required— It seems Elder Fengya will have to make the sacrifice. Yitsong's heart was now filled with hatred for the village's high echelon. She made her decision decisively. Alright, I'll do as you say. If we fail, well, wander the ninja world together. Calm down. Scorpion left the village and lives freely, doesn't he? Only by risking everything can you find— Not to mention a mere elder. The third Hokage had disappeared from the village, and everyone still carried on as usual, didn't they? Those who commit murder and arson can be pardoned. The ability to cause destruction is far more important than the ability to do good. Elder Fengya won't leave the encampment easily. Killing him silently won't be that easy. With us husband and wife working together, nothing is impossible. Yi Wuyue replied smugly. We're not husband and wife yet. You seem honest on the surface, but I didn't expect you to have a slick side. My slickness is only for you. Yitsong rolled her eyes at her boyfriend. I can't do anything with you. Hurry up and tell me the plan. Business first. First we do this. And then— Got it. Afterward, Yi Wuyue quietly returned to the main encampment and waited patiently in his tent. A messenger bird landed, and the intelligence officer immediately delivered the news to Elder Fengya. What? The plan was ruined by the Mayambu. Damn it. Bang. Elder Fengya slammed the table in anger at the news from the village. The Mai ninja were spreading word of Sunagekyu's betrayal. If Yitsong herself came forward to corroborate, the trouble would be immense. The high echelon's credibility would collapse, and the war would be lost. For anyone else, they could be branded a rogue ninja and slandered, but Yitsong had been on a secret mission. Many still believed she was fighting on the front lines. Thus defection was impossible, and no one would believe it. Yitsong had no reason to desert. She was the village's celebrated hero with a bright future. Good thing the front lines are cut off from news. We must find Yitsong before the story spreads. Summon Jonin Shinyu at once. Urgent mission. Soon Yi Wuyue appeared before Elder Fengya. He had been racking his brain for an excuse to request an audience. Xinhui, you're here. Have a seat. Elder Fengye's usual aloof demeanor shifted to one of warmth and amiability. Yi Weiyue was baffled. When a fox is too kind, beware. Elder, you flatter me. I prefer to stand. I said sit, so sit. Young people should have pride. My previous strictness was a test to see what you were made of. You withstood the pressure. That's good. It shows you have the basic qualities of a strong ninja. You're not still holding a grudge against me, are you? No, absolutely not. Yi Weiyue quickly shook his head in denial. Forget it. He wasn't one to hold petty grudges. Enough, I understand. I've been through it too. To be honest, I was entrusted by the 4th Kazekage to observe you. He intends to groom you as his successor. It required strict scrutiny. The future of the village depends on it. What? It's really like that? Yi Weiyue gasped, feigning overwhelming flattery, his excitement so intense that he even squeezed out a few tears. Life is but a play out. When it's time to act, one must never be stingy with tears. They are the finishing touch. Without them, the scene would fall flat. Humph, just a young man. Everything written on his face too gullible. Elder Fengye sneered, inwardly feeling the groundwork was laid. He turned the conversation. Becoming the Kazekage's successor is no easy feat. Even more brutal trials await you. The fox's tail was about to show. Yi Weiyue had a guess, but his face was resolute, fists clenched tightly. No matter the trial, I am willing to accept it. Becoming the Kazekage is my dream. For the wind, shadow, and the village, are you willing to make some sacrifices? Of course, anyone can be sacrificed, including myself. Elder Fengye felt greatly relieved. He was not afraid of ambition, but of indifference for a desireless person is invincible. So he pressed on. I heard you have a close relationship with Yitsong. So it is about this matter. Yi Weiyue sneered inwardly. 2 days had passed, and the news must have reached the village. The higher-ups were beginning to panic. Not bad. I was once her subordinate. She treated me like a younger brother and took good care of me. If you were deceived by her. In fact, she has long secretly defected to Mai and sold the village's top-secret intelligence. Impossible. Captain Shi. Nothing is impossible. The village just sent the news that cannot be false. I never expected this either. I trusted her so much. Xinhui, you are still young and do not understand the depths of human malice. For personal gain, she would even betray the village. Despicable. What exactly? Please tell me. Yi Weiyue asked anxiously. Elder Fengye sighed, looking as if he was disappointed in a promising student. Alas. It happened like this 2 days. The gist was that Sunagakure had sent Yitsong to Wuyin to negotiate a ceasefire, but Yitsong conspired with my, causing heavy losses to the village. Now a secret arrest was underway. This is top-secret intelligence. You must not tell anyone else, understand? I will keep the secret. I never imagined Yitsong could be such a person. Damn it, I want to find her myself and ask why. Yi Weiyue's face was filled with the fury of being betrayed by the one he trusted most, grinding his teeth. Cancel tomorrow's infiltration mission for now. Secretly investigate Yitsong's whereabouts and report to me immediately if you find anything. Where should I go to inquire? The village has sternly condemned Mui's immoral behavior. They wouldn't dare harbor Yitsong. The Rain Country is a haven for rogue ninjas, so she is most likely fleeing there. Alright, I'll set off tonight. Yi Weiyue returned to his tent, packed a few things hastily, and left the camp in a hurry, heading straight for the Rain Country. Elder Fengye, who was secretly observing, felt slightly reassured. If Yitsong hides in the Rain Country, she will surely meet him. Someone assign a sensory ninja immediately. 3 days passed in a flash. That evening, intelligence came back via carrier bird. Elder Fengye immediately took his trusted squad and quietly left. In a bamboo hut town in northern Rain Country, Yi Weiyue and Yitsong were having dinner in a small restaurant. Will they really come? Yitsong was uneasy, having been on edge all these days. Mai had indeed spread the Sand Village's scandal. Sunagakure remained silent for now. She knew the village was waiting for news of her death. Yi Weiyue nodded. They will. Trust me. His palm pressed on the table, fingertips tapping lightly on the surface. It seemed like a casual gesture, but in fact he was intermittently His palm pressed on the table, fingertips tapping lightly on the surface. It seemed like a casual gesture, but in fact he was intermittently activating the earth vein sensing technique. Until a moment, a group of energy fields burst into his sensing range. It's about time. Now is not the time for softness. The people Elder Fengye brought are his loyal subordinates, and they will also be obstacles when you take command of the main force. None of them can be allowed to return alive. Understand? I know the stakes. Don't worry. Soon a murderous aura enveloped the small town. Yitsong stood up. Here they come. Will go around to the rear and cut off their escape route. Yi Weiyue, finished speaking, stood up and quietly left the restaurant. Then he went underground and exited the town. The sensory ninja tailing him had been staying outside the town all along. It was presumably Elder Fengye's backup plan, a failsafe to ensure someone could report back. The old fox was cunning indeed. This man was indeed alert. Yi Weiyue was discovered when approaching from behind. Who goes there? Ah, you. Body flicker technique. Pucci. After dealing with the sensory ninja, Yue re-entered the town where the sound of clashing and shouting already filled the air. Yi Tsong's techniques were significantly less effective in the Rain Country, which was the main reason Elder Fengya dared to bring men directly to attack. If Yi Tsong, you want to escape today, come back to the village obediently, and there is still room for redemption. Don't lie to me. The village is itching to kill me to silence me, isn't it? Yi Tsong switched to wind release techniques to fight, but they were not as lethal as Scorch Release, putting her at a disadvantage. Elder Fengya surprisingly used Water Release, which was completely unexpected. He had never revealed this ability before. In this environment, his power was greatly enhanced. Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A water dragon instantly formed, rearing its head and charging furiously. Despite his age, his skill was impeccable. With the assistance of his subordinates, he firmly held the upper hand. Just then a whistling sound came from behind. Fist-sized white air bullets tore through the air, firing indiscriminately. Bang, bang, bang. The air bullets were fast and powerful, and with the element of surprise, many failed to dodge. Those hit were either crippled or had their bodies burst apart, dying on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. Elder Fengya's blood ran cold. When he saw the attacker, his eyes blazed with fury. Chinua, it's you. Bastard, how dare you betray the village? He now realized he had been tricked. This was a trap set for him. 7-day breathing method. 3rd activation open. 4th activation open. 5th activation open. Yi Wuyue said, nothing, directly activating his strongest state. He lunged forward, and once close enough, suddenly opened his mouth and roared. Roar. Under the 5th activation state, the sonic attack of the lion's roar reached another level, leaving his targets dizzy and disoriented. Even Yi Tsong, who had stuffed cotton in her ears beforehand, felt her head buzzing. She forced herself to focus and made hand seals. Wind release, wind net. Fine dense wind blades enveloped Elder Fengya and his subordinates, executing the cruelest punishment. In moments it was like being subjected to death by 1,000 cuts. Ah, help. St. Stop. Elder Fengya wore armor underneath, which absorbed the attack. He quickly counterattacked. Water release. Take this kick. Yi Wuyue seized the opportunity, leaping and kicking the elder hard in the back. Bam. Such a heavy blow was too much for the old man. He was sent tumbling several times, covered in mud and water, utterly disgraced. Yi Wuyue walked toward him step by step, like the Grim Reaper drawing near. I was wrong. Spare me. Elder Fengya, forgetting all dignity, begged for mercy. He had power, a good life, and death would take everything away. No, you are not wrong. The world is wrong. Forgive me. Yi Wuyue raised his foot and stomped hard on Elder Fengya's chest. He had long wanted to kill the old fox. No. Crack. The desperate scream was cut short by the sound of shattering bones. Elder Fengya's eyes bulged, bloodshot yellow eyeballs staring fixedly at Yi Wuyue. It was hard to look at, so he crouched down to close the elder's eyes, murmuring, Rest in peace, elder. Death settles all debts. I want touch your family. A sand hero, a golden name, a man of character. By then Yi Tsong had finished off the remaining severely wounded men. She came over and looked at her boyfriend with gratitude. He had taken the initiative to kill the elder to spare her the psychological burden. In any village, assassinating a high-ranking official was taboo. Shall we go back directly now? Clean up the battlefield, erase all traces, make it look like Yanyan's doing, then return to camp. The next morning the two returned to the Sunagakure frontline camp, covered in blood. Yi Wuyue immediately summoned all jonin for a military strategy meeting. Everyone yesterday, Elder Fengya personally led a night raid on the Yanin supply depot. Unfortunately, we fell into an enemy ambush on the way. Aside from Lady Yi Tsong and myself, all were killed in action. What? Elder Fengya is dead. How could this happen? Damn Yanin. We must retaliate. The crowd was united in anger, ready to attack Yanin to avenge Elder Fengya. No one suspected Yi Tsong or Yi Wuyue. Because both were hailed as heroes by the village, it was unthinkable they would betray. Yi Tsong glanced surreptitiously at Yi Wuyue and breathed a sigh of relief. She had feared everyone would press for details, but no one asked. She had even prepared many talking points. Everyone is right, we must take revenge. But there is an even more urgent matter before the village's order arrives. We need to elect a temporary acting commander to lead the fight. I suggest a vote to decide by common acclaim. Let no one accuse him of seizing power. It was a democratic election, even if there was only one candidate. Yi Wuyue glanced at Iwano, Yumari, Sayu, and the others, all old subordinates of Yi Tsong. Many had been promoted on her recommendation. Iwano caught the signal and raised his hand. We don't need to go through all that trouble. Lady Yi Tsong is the vice commander. According to wartime regulations, she should assume the position. Right, Lady Yi Tsong is powerful. Both Wuyin and Yanin fear her techniques. No one is more suitable. I also support. We support her too. Everyone expressed their support for Yi Tsong to serve as interim frontline commander. Realistically, in terms of reputation, prestige, and strength, no one was indeed more fitting. Yi Weiyue chimed in. I too believe in Lady Yi Song. Only she can lead us to final victory. All eyes turned to Yi Song, who had remained silent. She took a deep breath. Since you all trust and support me, I promise I will not let you down. Even if it costs my life, I will lead us to victory in this war. Sunagakure will prevail. Yi Weiyue clenched his fist and shouted. The others followed suit. Sunagakure will prevail. Subsequently, in her capacity as interim frontline commander, Yi Song issued an emergency mobilization order preparing to launch a retaliatory strike against Yan'an in 3 days. As orders were issued one by one, everyone dispersed to carry them out. It seems the plan is working for now. What's next? The village has intelligence agents embedded in the frontline forces. Immediately seal off the camp. No one is allowed to leave without permission. Write a letter to the village now in the name of the interim commander reporting the truth. An acting commander was not enough. They needed to secure the position first, and then force the village to issue a formal appointment under the pressure. Report the truth. Yi Song was startled. Elder Fingya died in a Yan'an conspiracy. This is witnessed by everyone, and the entire frontline unanimously elected you as commander. Even the village has to listen to the collective opinion, don't you think? You're right. When the news reached Sunagakure, the Council of Elders erupted in turmoil. What is this? Yi Song actually. How dare she? Does she have any regard for the village? Elder Fingya must have been killed by Yi Song. We cannot let her off. This is a power grab. We cannot set a precedent if the consequences would be disastrous. We must impose the harshest punishment. Fourth Kazekage as the wind shadow, what do you propose? The elders sputtered with indignation, their words sharp as daggers, each eager to tear Yi Song apart. Finally, they turned their gaze to Raza, demanding he take a stand. Raza surveyed the room and said, let us set aside the issue with Kirigakure for now. The decisive battle with the Wagakure is imminent. On what grounds can we remove Yi Song? If we push her too far, she will do something terrible. Konoha has been spreading unfavorable news about us, and the daimyo has already sent an inquiry. The only one who can prove our innocence is Yi Song. Are you saying we should acknowledge her position? Don't you understand yet? She is making a deal with us. She wants to replace Elder Fingya and become a new member of the council. Impossible. I will not agree. Otherwise it will be a fight to the death. No matter who the village sends to the front lines to investigate, they will be eliminated. And I doubt she could have made Elder Fingya vanish so silently all by herself. First, the third Kazekage vanished mysteriously, and now Elder Fingya has been brutally murdered. Who would willingly take that risk? Even the intelligence operatives at the front lines sent no word of such a huge incident. Raza dared not take the gamble. You mean someone is colluding with her from the inside? Who could it be? The elders exchanged uneasy glances, uncertain. If it were only Yi Song acting alone, she would be easy to deal with. But the fear lay in how many supporters she might have. The letter claimed that all Jonin had voted to appoint her as the supreme commander of the front lines. Now she held complete control, and all communication had been cut off. The village's high command was completely in the dark about the situation at the front. There is another problem. We are set to attack a Wagakure in 3 days. If the village refuses to recognize her position, the war might end in total defeat. Bang! An elder could not help slamming the table. Damn woman! How dare she threaten us? We've been outmaneuvered. How insidious! And we were the ones who lifted her so high, hailed her as a hero. The elders did not feel they were in the wrong. Rather, they regretted not being ruthless or cunning enough, giving Yi Song the chance to turn the tables. This is all pointless now. We should discuss how to appease her. Do we really have to compromise? We make concessions for now, get through this crisis, and then we can think about the future. Yes, we stabilize her first, stabilize the situation. Stability is paramount. Alas, what a pity about Elder Fingya. The disciplinary meeting ended inconclusively. Raza returned to the Kazekage's office where the truly thorny issues awaited his resolution. Karura, perhaps you were right. We should not have handed Yi Song over to Kirigakure back then. Now things have become much more complicated. Ninja are not tools. They have their own thoughts, they are living beings. If used improperly, they will inevitably turn against. Elder Chio was right. This incident will cast a shadow over the village. We can never return to the days of mutual trust and unity. There is no other choice. We will have to make even greater concessions to Kirigakure. We gave them the opportunity, but they failed to seize it. Raza also blamed the incompetence of Kirigakure. They couldn't even catch a gift delivered to them. Speaking of which, something bothers me. This transaction was supposed to be top secret. How did Konoha find out? Karura asked in puzzlement. It must have been Yi Song who leaked the information, enlisting outside help to escape. Yi Song's loyalty to the village is beyond question. She could not have any connection with Konoha. Are you saying there is a Konoha spy in the village? That can't be. Only the elders knew about that matter. Even Yi Song herself only learned of it right before she... That is what puzzles me as well. Never mind, perhaps I am overthinking it. For now, I only hope we can achieve victory in the war against a Wagakure. After Sunagakure made its decision, a new appointment letter was drafted and sent to the front lines that very day, arriving at the garrison the day before the battle. Seeing the letter personally signed by the 4th Kazekage, Yitsong finally felt the weight lift from her heart. "Senior, congratulations on your official appointment. This is destiny at work," said Yuiwa with a smile. "Destiny, my ass." Yitsong would never believe in fate again. Now she only believed in human effort. "It seems the village has caved in. I used to respect them so much, but they are nothing but a bunch of old bullies who fear the strong and oppress the weak. Everyone is like that. As long as you are strong enough, those who want to control, you will have to think twice about whether they can withstand your counterattack. So as long as we win this war, my position will be secure, right? Yes. Once you win the war again, your status will be thoroughly consolidated. People will respect only those who lead them to victory and bring them back alive. Good. In my name, convene a pre-battle mobilization meeting." As the orders were transmitted, the leaders of each battalion gathered to discuss the battle plan for the next day. "Everyone, the village's official appointment has arrived. Lady Yitsong is now the supreme commander of the front lines. After the war, the village will recommend her to be a member of the Council of Elders. Here is the appointment letter." Yi Weiyue handed out the scroll, and everyone passed it around. The signature and seal of the 4th Kazekage confirmed its authenticity. Now let us discuss the battle plan. At this point, his spy career had advanced another step. He had infiltrated the inner circle. However, he did not pass all intelligence to his organization. He filtered it, only transmitting what was advantageous to himself. The next day, under the banner of avenging Elder Finya, Sunagakure launched a massive offensive against Awagakure. The two sides engaged in a fierce and bloody battle. Awagakure was bewildered, but they did not care. They assumed it was merely an excuse from the enemy. After all, they often used the same tactic themselves. The battle raged for several days, only ceasing when both sides were utterly exhausted. This time, Sunagakure's morale was soaring, and they had the upper hand. Yi Weiyue personally wrote the battle report and sent it back to the village. "Undoubtedly, we have achieved an unprecedented victory. Under the command of Lady Yitsong, the brave warriors fought fearlessly and ultimately won this war. One point cannot be ignored: the enemy's strength surpassed our expectations, and their tenacity gave us great trouble. It is foreseeable that the war will continue. All of this has placed immense pressure on us. Yet within that pressure we find even greater confidence, for we are united as one." Below are the specific details of the battle and the names of those who made outstanding contributions. The more one emphasizes something, the more it is lacking. The words "united as one" in the battle report seemed particularly glaring. It was less a battle report and more a request for recognition. Regardless of how the high command of Sunagakure reacted to the report, the front lines had other plans. The village's support was very limited. Yi Weiyue led a team of ninja to the Wind Country daimyo's mansion. He had a certain affinity with this place. The first time he had come as a route agent to gather intelligence on military expenditures, the second time as a member of Sunagakure's border forces escorting an employer. Now he was visiting the daimyo in the capacity of the frontline deputy commander and strategist of Sunagakure. After Yitsong was officially appointed as supreme commander, she immediately promoted him to deputy commander and strategist. As a jonin, holding such a position was entirely fitting and legitimate. Those who dared to mutter behind his back about him currying favor with a female superior were all assigned to the most dangerous missions. Compared to Elder Finya, he had far more means to deal with disobedient subordinates. Because it was wartime and he held a high rank, he was quickly granted an audience with the daimyo himself, a man in his 50s with sagging eyelids and a haggard appearance. "Lord Daimyo, it is an honor to meet you. You are younger than I expected. Ninja truly cannot be judged by ordinary standards. I hear you have repeatedly achieved military merits. To hold such an important post at your age, you are a talented individual. Thank you for your appreciation, Lord Daimyo. Rather than any title, I would prefer to remain nameless, wishing only for peace in the ninja world and an end to war. You are a patriotic man. Unfortunately, ninja themselves are inherently dangerous. As long as ninja exist, war will never disappear. What do you think?" The daimyo did not hide his prejudice against ninja. Not entirely so. Before the rise of ninja, it was the age of samurai rule, and wars were common then as well. Ultimately, human desire knows no bounds. Land and wealth are limited while desire is boundless. There is an inherent contradiction between the two. As long as this problem persists, war will never cease. Samurai, ninja, or any other power, they are merely proxies pushed forward by this desire to compete for benefits. The daimyo showed surprise. "Oh, I never expected you to have such a profound understanding of the issue. No wonder you have achieved such remarkable success at a young age. It is a pity that the Wind Country, despite its vast territory, is poor in resources and ranks last among the 5 great nations. We cannot support so many people. What can be done? What you say is indeed true. Just as one cannot choose where they are born, simply lamenting the misfortunes of life, will not change anything. The Wind Country has an endless desert in the middle with habitable space only at the northern and southern ends. The north borders the land of ghosts, the land of birds, and the land of rain. The south consists of coastal islands. These two regions are also where wars frequently occur, because war is a struggle for survival resources. The daimyo nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Yue continued, the Fire Country occupies the most fertile land in the land of fire. Look at them. They never fight or scramble, they just want to guard their treasure and live in peace. They crave peace not because they love peace, but because peace is most advantageous to them. However, the conditions of our Wind Country are completely the opposite. That may be true, but prolonged warfare only depletes our already scarce resources. And you cannot guarantee victory every time. The speaker was the Minister of Finance, a fat man who sat cross-legged like a ball with a small beard on his chin, but eyes that were unusually sharp. The visitor's purpose was clearly to ask for money. He had to speak up to protect the treasury. Yue turned to look at the finance minister, slightly regretting that he had not dealt with this man when he had infiltrated his mansion. Blame it on his kind heart. Your Excellency is absolutely right. If you observe carefully, Sunagakure may be poor, but it is poor with pride. We would rather tighten our belts than burden the nation. If Awagakure and Kirigakure had not been so aggressive and overbearing, we would never have started a war lightly. Defending the country is the agreement between the village and the Wind Country. It is your duty. Indeed, an agreement must be kept. For the sake of this agreement, generation after generation of Sunagakure ninja have gone forward, sacrificing their lives. We are not trying to prove anything, we are fighting for pride. As long as it is the land or interests of the Wind Country, no matter who takes them, we will risk everything to take them back. That is our principle, our bottom line. The reputation of Sunagakure as a great ninja village was never self-proclaimed, it was earned by countless Sunagakure ninja with their fists and feet. Sunagakure is second to none. But I have heard. Enough, Tomoyuki. The daimyo raised his hand to stop the finance minister's speech. He knew what the other was about to say. It was about the recent incident where Sunagakure bowed to Kirigakure and even sold out the village's hero. Young man, speak plainly. What do you want? The recent fighting with Awagakure has been quite brutal. We need supplies of food, weapons, and medicine. You may decide what to send, but please deliver them directly to the... Very well. Someone will be dispatched within a week. Yue quickly bowed. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Daimyo. Sunagakure will not disappoint you. We shall see, the daimyo said dismissively. Then I shall take my leave. 2 days later, Yue returned to the front lines with his achievements. How did it go? Did you secure the aid? I did. The exact amount will be confirmed upon delivery. The daimyo personally promised, so it should be substantial. Excellent. I knew you could do it. The weight lifted from Yitsong's heart. Though the village had nominally recognized her position, they had been obstructing her through logistics. In desperation, she had thought to approach the daimyo directly for funds. Senior, how do you intend to reward me? His hands slid from her thighs up to her buttocks. Years of training and running had made her muscles firm and taught a play. Don't. Someone might come in, Yitsong pleaded. She couldn't understand why her young boyfriend had changed more than she had. Her own personality had shifted after the village's betrayal shattered her worldview. And what about Shinyu? He was livelier, bolder, fond of teasing her with words, and his hands never idle, seizing every opportunity to touch. I'm sorry. I haven't seen you for days and I missed you. I couldn't control myself. I don't believe a word. You're becoming more and more wicked. Do you prefer the old me or the current me? Both. Then it's settled. I am still me, yet not me. Because I've come of age, my body is restless and my instincts have awakened. Whenever I see you, I want to reach out. I can't help it. Is that so? Of course you have to believe me, senior. Yue scratched his head. I think it's perfectly normal. You are my senior after all. I'm several years younger, so calling... Yue scratched his head. I think it's perfectly normal. You are my senior after all. I'm several years younger, so calling you by your name seems... That does make sense. Well, let's leave it